Inside the clinic, the man suddenly woke up, his expression dazed. He looked around and saw a strange room filled with the scent of herbs. Suddenly, a strange memory flooded his mind, and a severe headache nearly made him faint. Daong Dynasty, Qingzhou City, Tianming Medical Clinic. The man gasped, finally realizing that he had traveled to a world where martial arts were prevalent. He traveled from the 21st century and possessed a body with a complex identity. On the surface, he was a doctor, but in reality, he was secretly recruiting assassins and making a living by taking lives for money. However, due to the recent mission failure, the assassins were almost all killed. The killer business came to a halt, and the business was barely supported by the clinic. Just half a month ago, a profiteer named Zhu next door opened a new clinic and frequently caused trouble, which greatly affected Gu Changqing's income. At this moment, there was a banging sound outside the door. Li Zhuang angrily banged on the door, claiming that his leg was damaged by the doctor. Gu Changqing opened the door and recognized him. He had only suffered superficial injuries a few days ago, but he demanded 3,000 taels in compensation. Gu Changqing coldly kicked him in the vitals and knocked him over. The burst of Yuan Jin shocked everyone, and they realized that he was actually a martial artist. Li Zhuang begged for mercy and fear, and Gu Changqing said coldly, "Since your leg is broken, treat it again." With the sound of bone cracking, Li Zhuang screamed, and Gu Changqing turned and went inside. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! The system has successfully broken free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao and is beginning to bind. Zerg editing system binding successfully. At this moment, his eyes flashed with excitement. As a time traveler, he immediately recognized that this was his golden finger. He quickly locked the infirmary and began studying the system. The interface displayed, Zerg plus human blood plus materials equals monster. Energy can be converted from spiritual energy or slaughter. Gu Changqing looked around, caught a small spider weaving a web, took out a black dagger made of dark iron from a secret compartment, and bit his finger to draw blood. The three materials were ready, and the system started editing. A flash of light appeared, and the materials were merged. Editing successful, please name the monster, he said, Shadow Spider. The system panel indicated, the Shadow Spider is a monster at the initial stage of the Qi condensation realm, possessing fangs, immunity to toxins, and the ability to switch forms. In the illustrated guide, one side is a metallic black spider, and the other side is a strange humanoid. Incredible! His eyes lit up in genuine admiration. He hadn't expected a tiny spider to undergo such an astonishing transformation with just one edit. The system's editing capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 3. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, interrupting Gu Changqing's thoughts. The sound was low and rhythmic, not like an ordinary visit, but more like a specific code. He frowned slightly, then stood up and walked to the door, asking cautiously, "Who is it?" A hoarse male voice came from outside the door. "Dr. Gu, I'm Chun Kuei, the doctor you saw last time." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing quickly recalled the original owner's memories and confirmed this person's identity. Chun Kuei was a middleman in the black market, connecting assassins with their employers and earning a commission. Many of the shady jobs the original owner had taken on in the past were arranged through this person. He opened the door and saw a short, middle-aged man standing outside, staring at him with a smile on his face. Gu Changqing said calmly, with a hint of caution, "I can't treat your illness." Chun Kuei smiled and walked into the clinic, saying, "Dr. Gu, you are too modest. Only you can cure my illness." As soon as he entered the store, he quickly scanned the area, and only after confirming that no one was around did he look a little more relaxed. Gu Changqing didn't say much, but with a dark look in his eyes, he said, "Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me what you want to say." Chun Kuei lowered his voice and said, "I recently took on a shady job. Are you interested?" Gu Changqing refused without hesitation, not interested. Dealing with someone like this who's involved in the black market requires a certain level of caution. Who knows what this person's intentions are? It's too risky to rush into this. Chun Kuei didn't give up. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a meaningful tone. "Boss Gu, don't be so quick to refuse." He paused and said, "Your assassin business has been in some trouble recently, right? This job might be a good opportunity for you to turn things around. The reward is 10,000 taels of silver." Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly when he heard this figure. According to the current market price in the Great Yong Dynasty, this was a large order and an extremely high offer. Indeed, the profits of assassins are often huge, and behind these prices, there must be a lot of risks. Chun Kuei continued in a deep voice. "You know, the most important thing in our industry is win-win cooperation. If you don't even accept this time, there's no need for us to continue cooperating in the future. Gu Changqing looked calm and asked in a neutral tone, what's the other party's strength? The target is at the Qi condensation realm. Chen Kuei replied in a low voice, but he has 8 guards around him, one of whom is at the postnatal realm. With a professional smile on his face, he added, this is all I can reveal before you officially accept the task. Gu Changqing fell into deep thought and understood why the price for this task was so high. A thug at the postnatal realm was already worth the price. After all, the difficulty of an assassination mission lay not only in the target's own cultivation, but also in the target's background and protective power. If the target of the assassination is a member of the royal family, even if he is only at the body refining realm, the power behind it is enough to make the mission price soar. Chen Kuei looked at him, his tone still steady, but a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes. How is it? Among the underground killers in Qingzhou City, only Gu Changqing's clinic can be considered a stronghold. He had originally looked down upon such a small, unorganized assassin group, but due to the current circumstances, he had no choice but to cooperate temporarily. Gu Changqing, however, was in no rush to respond, his mind quickly weighing the pros and cons of the current situation. He didn't have anyone else available at the moment, but he possessed the Shadow Spider's abilities, so perhaps he could give it a try. After all, the cost of materials needed to edit the monsters was enormous, and the clinic's income alone was simply not enough to sustain the project. This mission might just fill the gap. Thinking this, he said, okay, I'll take this job. Chen Kuei smiled falsely upon hearing this. Boss Gu is indeed straightforward. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. This is the target's intelligence. Take a look. He then continued, you are lucky. The target this time is not far from next door. Gu Changqing was slightly stunned. Next door? He lowered his head to look at the contents on the paper, his eyes gradually becoming solemn. The paper was clearly an assassination mission sheet, detailing the target's information. The first thing that caught Gu Changqing's eye was a portrait of a middle-aged man. The man had a fat face, narrowed eyes, and a particularly conspicuous mole on his left cheek. He looked like a shrewd and mean person. Gu Changqing stared at the portrait and sneered, knowing who this person was. Wasn't the man in the portrait the same Mr. Zhu from Yuantang who had caused trouble this morning? Fate is truly amazing. This enemy actually stumbled upon me, and it even allowed me to make a fortune. It was a godsend, a 2 birds with 1 stone opportunity. Without further delay, he scanned the remaining information on the task list. Prey name, Zhu Dafu. Age, 38. Strength, Qi condensation realm. He was the owner of Yuantang and had 8 thugs with him, one of whom was a postnatal realm warrior. The mission location was Qingzhou City in the Great Yong Dynasty. The reward was a whopping 10,000 silver taels, and the deadline for completion was 7 days. In addition to these, the paper also recorded Zhu Dafu's private activities. This person not only sold fake medicine, but also participated in child trafficking to please those wealthy businessmen with twisted habits. Looking at these contents, Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and anger rose in his heart. A person like this wouldn't be able to atone for his sins even if he died 100 times. If we could get rid of him, it would be considered justice. Chen Kuei reminded him at this time. Boss Gu, since you have accepted the task, I have to be frank with you. His tone was serious, his expression no longer joking. According to industry regulations, if a task is not completed within the deadline, you will need to pay 3 times the penalty. Gu Changqing glanced at him sideways, secretly cursing the agent's cunning calculations. If the mission was successful, he'd get a commission, and if it failed, he'd get a 3-fold penalty. It was a guaranteed profit. After the matter is completed, I will come to settle the bill myself. After saying this, Chen Kuei turned around and left the clinic. In his heart, he even hoped that Gu Changqing would fail, so that he could make a lot of money from the fine. Why not? The room fell silent for a moment. Gu Changqing sat alone in a chair and began to plan his next move. The Shadow Spider did have strong stealth capabilities, but it was ultimately only a beginner monster. To complete the mission, he had to understand Zhu Dafu's defenses in advance and not make any mistakes. With his mind made up, he raised his hand and summoned the Shadow Spider from the system space. A flash of light passed, and the Shadow Spider quickly landed on the ground, slowly extending its 8 legs. Gu Changqing whispered, "Move." The Shadow Spider immediately darted out the window, running along the wall towards the Yuan Hall. Ding! Shadow Spider detected to be out of the host's sight. Do you want to activate shared perception? Gu Changqing responded without hesitation. Yes. The next moment, his consciousness was closely connected with the Shadow Spider, and the scene in front of him switched to the Shadow Spider's vision. The ambient sounds around him also drifted in, as if he were completely inside the body of a shadow spider. He closed his eyes and experienced the immersive sensory synchronization, secretly praising the practicality of this ability. Whether it was reconnaissance or assassination, having this ability was a real advantage. Yuan Hall was only a few hundred meters away from the Tianming Clinic, and Shadow Spider arrived at its destination in no time. It quietly approached the windowsill, only to hear a furious roar from inside the house. "You useless thing. I let you ruin that kid's reputation, and now you get your legs broken? You can't even do this little thing, and you still want to get work injury compensation? Are you looking for death?" Another voice whispered. Boss Zhu, who knew Gu Changqing was a postnatal martial artist. "What's wrong with the postnatal realm? I have my own postnatal realm thugs." Zhu Dafu responded angrily. Shadow Spider took advantage of their argument to sneak in through the window and lurked in the corner, observing the room. Zhu Dafu was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at his subordinate Li Zhuang and cursed him. Li Zhuang looked miserable. Not only did he suffer a lot, but now he couldn't even get any compensation. "Gu Changqing, right? You actually dare to steal my business. Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you." Zhu Dafu gritted his teeth, and the fat on his face trembled violently with his angry roar. He waved his hand and said, "Luo Hu, take your men to smash that broken clinic tonight and make him disappear from Qingzhou City completely." As he said that, he took out a bulging cloth bag from his arms and handed it to the tall man beside him. The man took it and looked at it. The bag was filled with more than a dozen emerald green spirit stones. Although they were of low quality, there were still a lot of them. For a warrior like him, who came from a casual cultivation background, these resources were extremely precious. "Thank you, boss. I know what to do." Luo, who raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took the spirit stone, and his expression became even more fierce. "I trust you to do the job." Zhu Dafu nodded coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. All of this was clearly seen by the Shadow Spider lurking in the shadows. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. "Want to kill me? Let's see who dies first." He controlled the Shadow Spider to continue hiding in the dark, waiting for the most appropriate opportunity to attack. As long as the thugs around Zhu Dafu left, it would be the best time to assassinate him. But he also knew that Luo, who was not an ordinary person, it would be difficult to deal with him if he attacked with 7 Qi Condensation Realm men. He had to be prepared for a counterattack. So, Gu Changqing began to inspect the internal structure of the clinic and set up temporary mechanisms. In his previous life as a military doctor, he was already well versed in the design of traps and mechanisms. He used poison needles, itching powder, blades, and obstacle ropes. All the equipment found in the clinic was used to build a defense line. As night fell, the doors of Tianming Medical Clinic were closed, and the room was pitch black. Gu Changqing sat cross-legged on the roof early in the morning, maintaining a spiritual connection with the Shadow Spider and monitoring the movements in Yuantang. Zhu Dafu had summoned all his men, ready to take action. "Boss, is it about time?" Luo Hu said, holding a long knife, his eyes fierce. "Well, let's do it," Zhu Dafu said coldly. "I've already taken care of things at the government office. Even if something happens, no one will be held responsible." "Okay." Luo Hu grinned, his eyes cold. Following his command, 7 thugs immediately filed out. "A young boy dares to fight me? You must be tired of living." Zhu Dafu snorted coldly. After that, he walked into the lounge, ready to wait for good news. He didn't know that a black spider was silently following him. As soon as the door closed, the Shadow Spider suddenly increased its speed and slipped into the room through the crack of the door. Chapter 4. Shadow Spider, Quick Action, Quick Decision. Gu Changqing's eyes were cold as he gave the order. As soon as the Shadow Spider entered the house, it immediately caught sight of Zhu Dafu and crawled towards him without hesitation. Zhu Dafu suddenly noticed a dark shadow swaying at his feet. He looked down and muttered, "What is that?" The next second, he recognized it was a spider and sneered indifferently. He raised his foot and stomped hard, crushing the shadow under his feet and rubbing it back and forth on the ground. But after a few stomps, he felt something was wrong. There was no feeling of flesh and blood being broken under his feet. He moved his paw suspiciously and was surprised to find that the spider was still lying there unharmed. At this moment, the Shadow Spider suddenly jumped up and climbed up Zhu Dafu's trouser leg at an astonishing speed. Zhu Dafu screamed and swatted at the spider, but his movements were no match for the spider's speed. He felt a chill creep up his neck, followed by a sharp pain as his fangs pierced his flesh. The deadly toxin quickly entered his blood vessels and spread wildly throughout his body. "Damn spider!" he roared, slapping his neck desperately. The Shadow Spider had already leaped to the ground, slithering back to the corner on its silk thread, waiting for the poison to take effect. Zhu Dafu felt his limbs go weak, his head dizzy, and he fell to the ground, unable to stand steadily. He crawled desperately towards the door, shouting weakly, "Hurry! Someone come quickly!" Just as he was becoming conscious, he heard footsteps and looked up in surprise. But when he saw the blurry figure, he froze instantly. It was a humanoid spider monster, its eyes glowing crimson and filled with murderous intent. Zhu Dafu's face turned pale, and he tried to escape, but it was too late. Without hesitation, the shadow spider stabbed its claws into his forehead and ripped out his entire brain. Blood mixed with white liquid gushed out, and Zhu Dafu's eyes were filled with extreme fear, and he died with his eyes open. Gu Changqing saw it all clearly through the shared vision. The shadow spider's attack was clean and efficient, revealing the Zerg's bloody nature to the fullest. Ding! Your shadow spider successfully killed a Qi Condensation Realm warrior, awarding 10 energy points. The system prompt sounded, and Gu Changqing was delighted. Successful assassination and earning energy was a real bargain. He was about to withdraw the shadow spider when he heard a roar of anger from outside. "Brother Hu, this is the Tianming Clinic." He looked down and saw Luo Hu and his men standing in front of the clinic. Everyone was furious, and passers-by quickly moved out of the way, fearing they would get into trouble. "Break the door open," Luo Hu roared, brandishing his knife towards the clinic's door. One of the thugs rushed forward without a word and kicked the door hard. Bang! The moment the door was kicked open, the mechanism activated and several scalpels shot out from the crack in the door. The thug was hit before he could react, bleeding profusely and falling to the ground screaming. Luo Hu's face changed. He hadn't expected the clinic to have such a trap, and everyone stopped immediately. Gu Changqing on the roof smiled softly. Listening to the screams, he felt a sense of relief. "Take care of one," he muttered to himself, his eyes cold. "Brother Hu, did that guy know we were coming?" someone whispered. Looking at the open door and the darkness inside, a chill ran down the thugs' hearts. "Umph, do you really think I, Lord Tiger, am easy to mess with?" Luo Hu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. He suddenly grabbed the severely injured but not dead subordinate and mercilessly threw him into the clinic. The others were stunned. Someone whispered, "Brother Hu, he's useless now, what else can he do? It would be valuable if he could explore the way for us before he died." Luo Hu responded coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, his long sword gleaming coldly. He glanced at the crowd and shouted, "Whoever dares to desert, I'll chop him down first." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of crisp chain sounds rang out in the clinic. The old 8, who was thrown in, had obviously triggered another mechanism, and screams rang out again. All the thugs felt a chill down their spines, and were thankful they hadn't rushed in. Using their own people as cannon fodder, how cruel. Gu Changqing watched coldly from the rooftop, looking at Luo Hu. According to intelligence, this person should be the postnatal realm expert under Zhu Dafu. If they were to fight head-on, even if they won, they would have to pay a price. Luckily, there's a backup plan. He gripped the leash tightly, waiting for the perfect moment. "Catch that brat, and skin him alive." Luo Hu roared, rushing into the clinic first. The other 7 thugs followed suit, brandishing their knives with ferocious movements. Seeing the prey taking the bait, Gu Changqing yanked the rope fiercely. Snap! 3 iron pots on the eaves overturned, and a large amount of powder fell like a waterfall. Several people subconsciously looked up and were immediately sprayed with powder. "What is this? My whole body is itchy and painful. My eyes. I can't see anything. Retreat quickly." In an instant, the clinic was in chaos, with screams one after another. Even Luo Hu, who was at the acquired realm, had his eyes swollen and red from the pain of the powder, blurring his vision. Just as they were trying to evacuate, a dark figure quietly appeared at the door. It was the shadow spider that had returned from Yiyuan Hall. "Leave no one behind." Gu Changqing gave the order, and the shadow spider transformed into a black shadow and rushed into the house. She swung her claws, stirring up a bloody mist as she began to hunt in the darkness. Every time she swung, someone fell, blood splattering everywhere. Ding! Your shadow spider successfully killed a Qi Condensation Realm warrior, rewarding 10 energy points. Your shadow spider successfully killed a Qi Condensation Realm warrior, rewarding 10 energy points. As the system prompts continued to sound, all 7 thugs in the room were killed by Shadow Spider. Zhu Dafu was already dead, and the mission objective was completed cleanly and neatly. The energy value has now reached 80, with only 1 person missing. Gu Changqing looked through the Shadow Spider's vision and set his sights on the only remaining Luo Hu. After all, he was in the postnatal realm. Even though his eyes were injured, his hearing was still sharp, and he dodged the attack. Luo Hu leaned against the wall, his long sword protecting him. His face was gloomy as iron, and he did not fall down. Chapter 5. Luo Hu gnashed his teeth and brandished the long sword in his hand. Although his eyes were burned by the poison powder, he still managed to stand up and shouted with forced calmness, "You'd better not come close. The worst that can happen is that both of us will die." He moved slowly in the clinic, his ears strained, trying to catch any sound. The strong smell of blood in the air constantly stimulated his nerves and made him shudder. He originally just brought people to smash the store and silence the witnesses, but ended up falling into a desperate situation. However, now there are only him and that mysterious being left in the house. If he really fights desperately, he might be able to drag the other party down with him. Gu Changqing was already on the rooftop with an overview of the situation. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision not to fight head-on, but to lure the enemy deeper. He whispered, "Little Spider, don't fight. Pretend to give him a chance to escape." Shadow Spider nodded silently and took 2 light steps, making clear sounds on the floor. Luo Hu's nerves were tense. He swung out his long sword suddenly when he heard the noise. The sword energy cut through the air, and a strong wind spread out, rushing straight towards the source of the sound. The Shadow Spider had anticipated the attack and dodged it with a deft sidestep, avoiding the attack at all. Luo Hu sensed an opening and, overjoyed, turned around and rushed out of the clinic, dragging his severely injured body. But just as he stepped out of the door, before he could even catch his breath, a cold, murderous intent loomed from behind him. "Wanna run? I'm afraid it's too late." Gu Changqing's voice was cold, and then a sharp scalpel swiftly stabbed into Luo Hu's back. The blade pierced the vital point accurately, stirring inside his body, completely crushing his heart. "Ah!" Luo Hu let out a tearing scream, his body twitching uncontrollably, and he collapsed to the ground. At this time, the onlookers on the street finally saw what was happening, and someone screamed, "Murder! Murder! Quick, call the police. Someone is committing a crime." Although they could not see clearly the battle taking place inside the clinic, the scene of Gu Changqing attacking Luo Hu had frightened many people so much that they screamed and fled. Gu Changqing, however, remained calm as he dragged the still-dead Luo Hu back into the clinic. Shadow Spider was his hidden weapon, so it was not appropriate to reveal it to others. The room was dimly lit. The Shadow Spider quietly approached and, with a single swipe of its claws, ended Luo Hu's life. "Ding! Your Shadow Spider successfully killed a post-natal realm warrior, awarding 50 energy points." Hearing the system prompt, Gu Changqing nodded, looking at the corpses on the ground without any mercy. In this world where warriors are rampant and strength is respected, good and evil have never been the criteria for judgment. If he wanted to survive, he had to eliminate potential threats. The strong survived, the weak died. He began to carefully search the bodies, taking all the valuables for himself. He took out the bag of spirit stones Zhu Dafu had given Luo Hu and counted them. There were 16 of them. Although these spirit stones were only low-grade, they were still considered rare cultivation resources on the market. Not a bad harvest. Gu Changqing immediately chose to convert the spirit stone into energy. Ding! Conversion successful, energy value plus 16. The spirit stones in the bag quickly shattered, and the spiritual energy turned into pure energy required by the system. Although the conversion efficiency was low, even a little bit of energy still counted. Gu Changqing felt a little regretful. With this little energy, it would be faster to kill a few people. At this time, Shadow Spider suddenly took out a silver ring from somewhere on its body and presented it respectfully with both hands. Gu Changqing took it and examined it briefly. The ring's surface was unremarkable, but it contained a faint spatial fluctuation. Storage ring. He immediately tried to guide it with his mental power, and the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Inside this ring, there were actually hundreds of spirit stones, all of which were low-grade, piled up like a small mountain. This sudden surprise made Gu Changqing feel like he had stumbled upon a treasure. System, convert everything into energy. Ding! Conversion successful, energy plus 314. Host's current energy, 460. You can choose to upgrade the Shadow Spider or edit a new monster. Gu Changqing immediately chose to strengthen the Shadow Spider. It had contributed the most to tonight's battle and deserved priority. The system panel appeared, listing Shadow Spider's information, with the advanced strengthening option flashing at the bottom. The upgrade required 100 energy points, a breeze for Gu Changqing at the moment. With a flicker of his mind, he confirmed the upgrade command. A golden light emanated from the panel, revealing a brand new monster encyclopedia. Ding! Shadow Spider has been successfully strengthened. Unlock new skill, Spider Web Binding. Current combat power, Early acquired realm. Energy required for next stage upgrade, 1,000 points. Gu Chongqing looked at the shadow spider in front of him and found that its appearance had changed greatly. Its body curves became more slender and graceful. Its facial features were three-dimensional and cool, and its temperament had a bit more nobility and evil. The 6 limbs on its back were as sharp as blades, and its fingertips were pointed and hard. Everything seemed to be perfectly carved. Not bad. Gu Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. Even in its intermediate form, the shadow spider possessed the strength of an early-stage acquired cultivator. If he could continue to upgrade, he would become the most crucial element in his future combat power. However, the price was not small. The next upgrade would require a full 1,000 energy points. He had anticipated this trend. His gaming experience taught him that it was common sense that higher levels required more resources to upgrade. The remaining 290 points aren't enough to upgrade, so I might as well create a new monster. Gu Chongqing muttered softly. He already had a plan in mind, but there were more pressing matters at hand. He looked at the corpses scattered across the floor, sat back down on the wooden chair in the clinic, crossed his legs, and waited calmly. About half an hour later, footsteps were heard from a distant street corner. The Yamen runners finally arrived, their faces greasy, having obviously just finished their midnight snack. Didn't someone report a murder? Why is there no movement here? The bearded man in the lead glanced around and shouted impatiently in a deep voice. A bystander approached cautiously. Captain Li, it's at the Tianming clinic. There's blood at the door. Constable Li squinted his eyes, then revealed a confused expression. He whispered, I've heard that this clinic sells fake medicine and cheats people out of their money. I think this is revenge from the patient. If that liar is really killed, it can be regarded as justice for the heaven. As soon as these words were spoken, the Yamen runners around nodded in agreement, their eyes full of admiration. They had just accepted Zhu Dafu's bribe today, so naturally they were unwilling to investigate further and planned to deal with the case perfunctorily and hastily. Chapter 6. Go in and carry out the body. Li Biao had already given the onlookers outside a heads-up, and now he swaggered into Tianming Medical Clinic with his people. As soon as they stepped through the door, a strong, nauseating smell of blood hit their noses. In the dim light of the oil lamp, they could clearly see corpses scattered across the ground, lying in a pool of blood. It was a shocking sight. Didn't they say there was only one body? How come? A Yamen runner muttered, but his words died in his throat before he could finish. Li Biao's face also turned ugly, and his brows were furrowed tightly. Damn it, the bribe was too little. How could the treatment be the same for handling one murder case and 8 lives? This loss must be compensated. Captain Li, this man. Why does he look like Luo Hu from Yuantang? One of them pointed at a corpse in confusion, attracting Li Biao's attention. He walked closer to take a closer look. His expression changed drastically, and he almost couldn't hold the light in his hand. It's not like him, it's him. Li Biao's voice tightened. He felt something was wrong, and his heart was blocked. Just as I was confused, a faint male voice suddenly rang out from inside the house. The situation is very simple. They attempted to break into the house and robbed it, but I accidentally killed them in self-defense. The voice suddenly rang out, frightening several Yamen runners. Who? Li Biao turned his head suddenly and saw a young man in white clothes sitting next to the medicine cabinet with his legs crossed, looking at everyone with a smile. Boss, it's him. Gu Chongqing from Tianming Medical Clinic. Someone recognized him, and Li Biao's face darkened again. Originally thought to be just a routine matter, Gu Chongqing had already been chopped into 2 pieces, but unexpectedly not only was he still alive, but all of Zhu Dafu's men were killed. Li Biao was just wondering what to do when a fat Yamen runner suddenly stumbled in. Boss Li, this is bad. Boss Zhu has been assassinated in Yuan Hall. Li Biao's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricted, and the oil lamp in his hand almost slipped. When did it happen? Judging from the bloodstains, it should have been half an hour ago, the fat bailiff replied, panting. The death was horrific. A bloody hole was stabbed in the head. The murderer is nowhere to be found. Li Biao's scalp suddenly tingled. Even Zhu Dafu was dead? This was a joke. Someone at the Qi condensation realm could be assassinated just like that, without even a trace left behind? No, this kind of thing must find a scapegoat, otherwise the mission will fail. His eyes turned and fell on Gu Chongqing. He gritted his teeth, drew his sword and shouted, The one who murdered Boss Zhu is this man, catch him. The surrounding Yamen runners sprang into action, swords drawn, surrounding Gu Chongqing and cutting off his escape route. But above the eaves, the shadow spider had already quietly taken position, its 6 sharp limbs drooping, its gaze cold and fierce, ready to pounce at any moment. Murder? We need evidence. Gu Chongqing said calmly. Half an hour ago, I was still fighting these villains in the store, and I couldn't go to Yuantang at all. The neighbors watching the excitement outside can all testify. Li Biao sneered. Human witness? Huh. If I say it doesn't count, then it doesn't count. Gu Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, if human evidence is not enough, what about physical evidence? As he spoke, he took out a stack of silver bills from his arms and shook it gently. Each note was worth 100 taels, and there were 10 of them neatly arranged. Seeing the stack of banknotes, Li Biao's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes gleamed with greed. The surrounding Yamen runners were also stunned. Everyone understood Gu Chongqing's subtext. Boss Zhu had only given them a few taels of silver and a midnight snack. The difference was too great. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. This is the government's evidence. Gu Chongqing placed the banknote on the table, his tone calm. The Yamen runners were at a loss for what to do, and all looked at Li Biao. Li Biao's expression changed for a moment. Then he grabbed the banknote and said with a smile, Dr. Gu is right. The evidence must be confiscated. Moreover, punishing evil and promoting good is our duty. These people dared to break into people's houses at night. They are full of evil and deserve to die. As he said this, he stuffed the banknotes into his arms, his eyes showing satisfaction. Since Zhu Dafu was already dead, there was no need to uphold this credit. All they had to do was find a random death row inmate to take the blame, write a confession, and the case would be done. Boss, how do we explain the death of Boss Zhu? The fat bailiff beside him didn't understand the situation and asked stupidly. Idiot. Li Biao glared at him. Dr. Gu has been in the store the whole time, so the murderer must be someone else. Go to Yuantang to seal off the scene and continue the investigation. Yes. The man nodded confusedly, then trotted away. After he left, the remaining Yamen runners were secretly delighted. One less person to share the profits with. What better way to be happy than to be happy? What are you standing there for? Quickly carry the body out. Don't let it interfere with Dr. Gu's business. The Yamen runners immediately got busy upon hearing the order, their movements brisk and swift. Tonight's unexpected event had been dangerous, but it had ended exceptionally smoothly, leaving everyone beaming with joy. Dr. Gu, don't worry. If anyone dares to cause trouble for you in the future, just tell them my name, Li. Li Biao patted his chest with a righteous look on his face. As long as I, Li, remain in Qingzhou, no one will dare to touch your clinic. The words were beautiful, but the meaning was clear. Give him the money, and he'll take care of the job. Gu Chongqing smiled and nodded. Thank you very much, Mr. Li. Watching these people leave with such satisfaction, Gu Chongqing sighed inwardly. As expected, money is the most useful passport, no matter where you are. This 1,000 taels of silver was well spent. After the crowd dispersed, Gu Chongqing closed the door, summoned the shadow spider again, and began to clean up the scene. The bloodstains were almost cleaned up, but the smell was still pungent, so he simply mixed some fragrance and sprayed it around. The mixture of alcohol, honey, and herbs temporarily suppressed the bloody smell. But not long after, a hornet was attracted by the smell and flew into the clinic through the window. It hovered around Gu Chongqing, making a humming sound that was extremely annoying. Although the hornet was small, it was extremely ferocious, and its sting was extremely toxic. Once it stung someone, it was extremely painful. Gu Chongqing stared at it quietly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. This little thing seemed to be useful. Chapter 7. He whispered, Shadow Spider, capture it alive. Before he finished speaking, the shadow spider took swift action. It shot out a strand of silk, accurately wrapped around the hornet, and then dragged it to the ground. Almost at the same time, the system's mechanical voice rang out. Ding! It's detected that the host has captured a hornet. Do you want to collect it as editing material? Gu Chongqing didn't hesitate and responded directly. Yes. The system prompted again. Accepted successfully. Please provide human blood and materials for editing as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the hornet was quickly added to the editing template. Gu Chongqing reopened the wound on his finger and squeezed out some blood. Although the wound on his finger had not healed yet, he was already prepared to deal with this situation. This time he did not bite his finger directly, but took a small bottle and filled it with a lot of blood for subsequent use. Having to provide human blood every time I edit a monster is such a pain, he thought to himself. As for materials, although most of the original owner's belongings had been used up, Zhu Dafu still had quite a few usable materials in his storage ring. Gu Chongqing carefully observed the hornet in front of him and thought, the hornet's attack skills mainly rely on the stinger at the tail. If the right materials are selected to strengthen it, it should have extremely strong lethality. He already had a plan in mind. This type of material must also be toxic, Gu Chongqing added, and then took out a thin needle from the storage ring. Although the needle was tiny, it was made of heavenly-grade red rock iron, making it incredibly tough and imbued with fire poison. It was incredibly powerful. If it were pierced, even a tiger would die instantly. He said without hesitation, "Select the materials." As his voice fell, the poison needle in his hand quickly disappeared into the air. The system's voice sounded again. After systems scanning and detection, the material of the poison needle is heaven-grade red rock iron. The energy value required to extract and edit the material properties is 500 points. Then, the system prompted, "Host current balance is only 290 points. Unfortunately, no further operations are possible." Gu Changqing pondered for a moment after hearing the system's prompt. He knew that the energy value of these materials was closely related to the monster's initial strength. The natural treasures on the Tsangyuan continent are strictly divided into grades, and are divided into Earth grade, Heaven grade, Mysterious grade, Spiritual treasure, Holy product, and Divine object according to their quality. Previously, he used Earth grade Nether Devouring Iron to edit the Shadow Spider, which consumed 100 energy points. But this time the red rock iron required 500 energy points, which shows that the higher the quality of the material, the greater the energy consumed. Gu Changqing realized that if he wanted to improve the strength of the Hornet, he had to replenish his energy as soon as possible. He decided to complete the task and collect the reward first, and then use the silver bills to buy spiritual materials to replenish his energy. He washed up briefly and lay down on the bed, ready to fall asleep. Because the Shadow Spider had been secretly guarding him, Gu Changqing had a beautiful dream that night. In the dream, he used the system's editing function to successfully create a monster assassination army that swept across the martial arts world. It wasn't until the next morning that a rapid knock on the door woke him up from his dream. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks on the door came one after another, rapid and rhythmic. Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes, and before him was a familiar environment. He came back to his senses from his trance and couldn't help muttering, "It's really inconvenient without toothpaste and toothbrush." Gu Changqing rubbed his eyes, sighed, and then stood up and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw the short Chen Kuei standing outside with a smile on his face. "Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly amazing. Not only does the medicine cure the disease, but the effect is also very fast." Chen Kuei praised with a smile, but his eyes were looking Gu Changqing up and down. Gu Changqing already knew Chen Kuei's purpose from last night's shady activities. He asked directly, "Are you here to settle your medical bills?" "Of course." Chen Kuei nodded, his smile still lingering. He then pulled out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and walked into the store. According to the rules, after deducting the 20% commission, this is the 8,000 taels of silver you deserve. Gu Changqing took the banknote and couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. A 20% commission was deducted from the transaction, which was indeed a bit high. Despite this, Gu Changqing had no choice but to accept it. After all, in the early days of the Destiny Killer Company founded by the original owner, there were no agents, and all business relied on Chen Kuei as the middleman. "Is there any new task?" Gu Changqing asked with a hint of anticipation in his tone. "I do have a shady business here," Chen Kuei said meaningfully. "However, the target has a wealthy family background. I'm afraid you are powerless." Gu Changqing asked calmly, "How strong is the opponent?" He knew in his heart that as long as the target was not a martial arts expert, the other guards and bodyguards, no matter how powerful, would have flaws. Peak of the acquired realm. Chen Kuei's voice was low and full of temptation. "Do you really want to take this mission?" Gu Changqing had already made up his mind when he heard this. He looked at Chen Kuei with a firm gaze. "There's money to be made. Why not take it?" Chen Kuei smiled slightly, obviously not expecting Gu Changqing to be so decisive. He pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I will send the detailed information tonight. You wait here for news." Gu Changqing nodded, his mind already forming. What he needed most now was to quickly acquire enough energy to boost the Shadow Spider's and Hornet's combat power. Once the detailed mission information arrived, he would be able to quickly prepare. Before leaving, Chen Kuei reminded him again, "However, I still want to remind you that if you fail to complete the mission within the deadline, you will need to pay 3 times the penalty. The reward for the mission is 100,000 silver coins. If you fail, you must be prepared to lose everything." Gu Changqing took the task list calmly, having already made up his mind. Although the reward was tempting, Gu Changqing knew that the higher the reward, the greater the difficulty behind it. The guards of the assassination target were likely to be powerful enemies. "I'll have someone deliver the task list tonight. Goodbye," Chen Kuei said, turning around and about to leave. "Wait a moment." Gu Changqing seemed to have thought of something and called out to the other party. Chapter 8. What's the matter? Chen Kuei glanced back at Gu Changqing and said with a deep smile, "Are you planning to go back on your word about the dirty work you just booked?" Of course, before officially accepting the task, this is in line with the rules. When doing business, everything should be based on win-win cooperation. I understand. The words sounded quite smooth, but there was a hint of contempt in the tone. This kind of low-level killing was indeed unreliable. That may not be the case. Gu Changqing said calmly. I just want to know which store in the city sells the purest spiritual materials. I see. Chen Kuei smiled awkwardly. If Mr. Gu wants to buy spiritual materials, I suggest going to Tian Beifang in the East City District. Although this shop isn't top-notch, its goods are genuine and they never sell counterfeit or inferior goods. Gu Changqing secretly noted the store's name and said, Okay, I'll go check it out later. Boss Gu, since you're busy, I won't bother you anymore. Chen Kuei had a smile on his face and did not linger any longer. However, when he stepped out of the store, the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, and he sneered in his heart. I just got 8,000 taels and I want to go to Tianbao Pavilion to buy spiritual materials. This is great. As long as this kid spends all the money, he will continue to be my slave and earn me commission. Gu Changqing looked at Chen Kuei's departing back, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not see the other party's intentions? It's just that the current situation forces me to use the other party's channels to make money. When the intelligence agency of the Destiny Killer Bank is established in the future, sooner or later I can kick this smiling tiger out and save a commission. Then, Gu Changqing changed into casual clothes, closed the shop, and left. Tian Beifang was located in the east of the city, and this place was in the west, so the journey was not close. He looked around, saw a row of carriages waiting for passengers on the street, and walked over. You son of a bitch, if you dare to take my place again, I'll tear down your broken carriage. Get out of here. No business today. Zhang Chang is taking it out on that kid named Meng again. Yeah, Meng Jing comes from a slum, and to avoid trouble, he always swallows his anger. As Gu Changqing approached, he heard a commotion. A burly man with a beard was angrily shouting at a young man in gray, his face filled with disgust. As long as there were profit-seeking circles, bullying and market manipulation were commonplace. Look, a customer has arrived. Seeing Gu Changqing approaching, several drivers' eyes lit up, and they immediately came forward to greet him enthusiastically. But soon, under the threat of Zhang Chang's fierce gaze, they all retreated and dared not to solicit passengers. Where do you want to go, sir? My car is spacious and I guarantee it will be comfortable. Zhang Chang immediately came forward, baring his yellow teeth and greeting him. Gu Changqing ignored him and walked straight to the gray-clad young man's carriage. Tian Beifang in the East City District. Do you know the way? Hearing Gu Changqing's question, a hint of surprise flashed in Meng Jing's clear eyes. He immediately realized what was happening and nodded excitedly. I know there's a shortcut to the nearby city that'll get us there quickly. Okay, I'll choose you then. Gu Changqing glanced at the carriage parked nearby. It was a bit old, but very clean. Little brother, the rule in our business is first come, first served. I was the one who asked you first. Zhang Chang strode over and stopped in front of Gu Changqing, his face full of displeasure. Seeing this, the drivers beside them shook their heads secretly. Everyone could see that Zhang Chang was not getting any business and was clearly unhappy. I have the freedom to choose, Gu Changqing said coldly, not buying it at all. Freedom, huh? I want to see how this guy can take on customers without a horse. Zhang Chang was furious and suddenly turned his attention to Meng Jing with a sinister grin. He took out an iron rod and struck the black horse hard on the head. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened slightly, but a whistle suddenly rang in his ears. The next moment, the black horse suddenly raised its leg, as fast as lightning. Before Zhang Chang could react, he was kicked away. There was only a bang. Zhang Chang fell heavily to the ground, curled up in pain, and screamed. The sudden scene made the drivers nearby gasp. They obviously didn't expect that the black horse that Meng Jing usually used to pull the cart would be so fierce. Was that whistle the command just now from him? Gu Changqing's eyes fell on Meng Jing, and he couldn't help but scrutinize him. The young man was tall, and although he looked honest, his behavior just now showed that he was no pushover. The more low-key and honest a person is, the more he should not be provoked. Dr. Gu, you can get in the car now. Meng Jing grinned at Gu Changqing, ignoring Zhang Chang's continued wailing. Gu Changqing didn't think much of it when he heard the other person address him. After all, Tianming Medical Clinic had been in this neighborhood for nearly a year, and many people knew him. Then he moved and jumped directly onto the carriage. Gee! Meng Jing pulled the reins with both hands, and the black horse immediately pulled the carriage forward steadily. Gu Changqing sat in the carriage, looking at the people passing by on the street, lost in thought. While the system's capabilities allowed for editing monsters into killers, intelligence agencies needed to infiltrate various circles, playing various roles like spies, to gather information. Furthermore, the scale of operations had to be massive, at least covering the entire Great Yong dynasty, in order for this to work. Therefore, the intelligence team could only recruit humans, with the Zerg monsters assisting behind the scenes. I'll go to the black market someday to see if there are any suitable candidates. Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze, already having a clear plan for the development of the assassin industry. It would be even better if he could recruit an agent with exceptional intelligence. After all, with his current funds and connections, establishing an intelligence organization would undoubtedly be a long and arduous task. A moment later, the carriage passed through a narrow alley, turning left and right, and finally arrived at the West City District. Meng Jing stopped the carriage and turned back to say, "Boss, Tian Beifang is just ahead. Thank you for your help. 5 copper coins for the fare." Gu Chongqing handed him a silver ingot. "Wait for me outside. I'll take your carriage today." Meng Jing looked down at the heavy silver in his hand, his face filled with excitement. After months of pulling a carriage, this was the first time he had received such a generous reward. When I looked up again, I saw Gu Chongqing had already walked into the shop Tian Beifang. Chapter 9. As soon as he entered Tian Beifang, Gu Chongqing sensed a faint spiritual energy permeating the shop. The surrounding shelves were filled with bottles and jars of all kinds, mostly containing elixirs to replenish qi and blood. On another shelf, a number of wild spiritual herbs were displayed. Although they were low-grade goods, they were priced quite high. "What would you like to order, sir?" A waiter approached with a broad smile. "Let me take a look." Gu Chongqing's eyes roamed around, sensing the spiritual energy concentration of each spiritual material one by one, searching for the one with the best value for money. He knew that the efficiency of energy conversion depended more on the spiritual energy content than the preciousness of the material. Rich spiritual energy and low price were his true goals. "Be careful. You can look, but you are forbidden to touch." Seeing him about to pick up a spiritual ginseng, the waiter hurriedly reminded him, his tone full of contempt. In his eyes, Gu Chongqing was just a poor warrior who only looked at the products without buying them, not worth mentioning at all. Gu Chongqing said nothing, continuing to walk back and forth in front of the shelves, patiently comparing various spiritual materials. But the waiter followed him around for a few rounds, his face becoming more and more impatient. "Are you going to buy it or not? If you don't plan to buy it, don't waste my time." "Did I say I don't want to buy it?" Gu Chongqing's eyes suddenly swept towards him, and the coldness in his eyes hid his face, scaring the waiter so much that he dared not look at him. "So, what do you want to buy?" The waiter coughed, trying to soften his tone and feign enthusiasm again. "Spirit stones," Gu Chongqing replied calmly. After comparing them many times, he still felt that spirit stones offered the best value for money, with a more stable concentration of spiritual energy and a much more affordable price than elixirs. "We only sell low-grade spirit stones, 100 taels each. How many do you want?" The waiter said as he casually grabbed a few from the counter and placed them lazily in front of Gu Chongqing. "Looking like you can only buy 5 at most," he scoffed inwardly. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment, then raised his finger. "1? You really can afford it." The waiter scoffed, his tone sardonic. "Not 1. Gu Chongqing shook his head, his expression calm. 10. The waiter probed again, his brow furrowed. "Keep guessing." Gu Chongqing's tone was relaxed, not at all anxious, which only made the other party's guesses become more and more uncertain. 100. That's the extent of your vision. Gu Chongqing sneered. "I want to buy 1,000. "Little what? You said 1,000. The waiter was struck by lightning, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. 1,000 spirit stones, that's a huge amount of 100,000 silver coins. With your attitude just now you want to sell, I don't want to buy it anymore." Gu Chongqing turned and wanted to leave, his tone calm and merciless. "You don't have to act so pretentiously even if you're pretending to be rich." The waiter sneered, his tone full of disdain. "Dear guest, please stay." Suddenly, a steady voice came from inside the store. A middle-aged man with a mustache walked out quickly and blocked Gu Chongqing's way. "I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, just now." The middle-aged man was sincere and apologized repeatedly. As the shopkeeper, he naturally understood what the god of wealth was. "Shopkeeper, this guy is just pretending." The waiter, dissatisfied, rushed to shout, "I'm a good judge of people. He can't afford it." "Huh." The slap landed, and the waiter's cheek swelled up. "Bullshit. Our shop always puts customers first. From today on, you are fired." The shopkeeper shouted angrily and kicked him out on the spot. "Humph. I want to see how he can come up with 100,000 silver." The waiter pretended to be stubborn and stood outside the door waiting for the show to come. "Dear guest, are you satisfied with this handling?" The shopkeeper turned around, smiling broadly and with an extremely humble attitude. "This is your store's business and has nothing to do with me," Gu Changqing said coldly, not taking the situation seriously at all. What he wanted were spirit stones, and the price was advantageous. "To compensate for my poor service, I can give you a 10% discount." The shopkeeper was indeed clever, and he immediately hit the nail on the head. A 10% discount was already the lowest price, and everyone knew the market price. 1,000 spirit stones, 90,000 taels after a 10% discount. One hand for the money, the other for the goods. "Dream on." The waiter outside sneered, still stubborn. Gu Changqing ignored him and flicked his wrist, pulling out a thick stack of banknotes. Each banknote was worth 1,000, thick and heavy. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight, his mouth almost splitting with laughter. He almost missed out on a big deal because of that idiot. The thought of it was terrifying. He rushed to the door of the shop and slapped the waiter again. "Get out of here." The waiter didn't dare to act tough this time and fled in terror, disappearing instantly. The transaction complete, Gu Changqing placed the entire box of spirit stones into his storage ring. Without stopping, he immediately transformed them all. Ding! Transformation successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 energy points. The next second, the system interface popped up, and he quickly controlled the Hornet to begin editing. Consuming 500 energy points, editing the bee monster. "Editing successful, please name it." "Hornet," Gu Changqing said calmly, but with anticipation, his eyes fixed on the newly emerged light screen panel. Chapter 10. Tiger Bee. Owner, Gu Changqing. Rank, Intermediate Combat Power Assessment. Acquired Realm Attack Skill. Poison Stinger Critical Innate Ability. Poisonous Stinger can be used to create colorful honey pills and can transform into a humanoid monster. Upgrade to higher levels requires 1,000 energy points. Two illustrations appear at the bottom of the panel. One shows the dark red tiger bee itself, with thick legs, curved fangs like pincers, and a sharp, gleaming poisonous stinger on its tail. On the other side was its monstrous form, with a robust build, 2 pairs of wings spread out behind it, and a long, python-like tail sprouting from its waist, tipped with sharp stingers. Its overall form was incredibly impactful, ferocious, and terrifying, exuding an aura of inviolability. Gu Changqing gazed at the illustrated guide, his eyes flashing with admiration, his heart in awe of the Zerg male's fierce appearance. He pulled up information on his innate ability, 7 colored honey pills, hoping to learn more about their purpose. 7 colored honey pills, made from pollen from spiritual plants. They possess detoxifying, healing, and beauty benefits. Seeing this column, Gu Changqing's expression was immediately shocked, and he was filled with surprise. This ability was close to that of an alchemist, extremely practical, and with huge potential. While he was lost in thought, the shop owner noticed that he had been silent for a long time and approached him enthusiastically to ask, "Sir, do you need any other spiritual materials?" "I want some spiritual plant pollen," Gu Changqing replied. "No restrictions on variety, but I want the cheapest price." The shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly. Generally speaking, pollen is primarily used by alchemists to blend elixirs. If this person wanted pollen, could it be? "We have a small amount of cold spirit flower pollen, about half a pound. Take it all for 3,000 taels." "I want it." Gu Changqing agreed immediately, removing the last 3,000 taels of silver from his storage ring. The shopkeeper beamed with delight and immediately handed him a small bottle of powder. Gu Changqing took the bottle, opened it, and saw the light blue pollen inside, emitting a delicate fragrance. He turned his back and secretly summoned the tiger bees, absorbed the pollen, and make 7 colored honey pills. The wasp responded, burrowing into the bottle and scooping up all the pollen in a flash. Then, a system notification chimed. Ding! The wasp has successfully collected pollen. Do you want to refine the 7 colored honey pills? Requires 100 energy points, 5 pills per refinement. Gu Changqing looked surprised. He'd assumed the ingredients were all he needed, but he hadn't expected the system to charge him extra. Just like those membership-only websites from his past life, it was truly merciless. "The system is a money-eating beast," he muttered, but checking his energy balance, he still had 790 points, more than enough. "Refine," he thought, and the system notification rang out again. Ding! Refined successfully, 7 colored honey pill plus 5. Gu Changqing took one of the pills and examined it. It was as small as a grain of rice, bright in color, and tinged with a floral fragrance. He sniffed it, and his heart relaxed. It looks nice, but it's too small. He felt a little regretful, but decided to taste one himself to verify its effectiveness. The pill melted in his mouth, its fragrance sweet. A warm energy surged into his body like a spring, flowing rapidly through his meridians. Impurities within his body began to slowly drain away, and even the hidden injuries left over from past practice were gradually healed. His complexion became rosy, his skin smooth and delicate, and his figure was full of energy. The changes were visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, he felt his vital energy flow noticeably accelerated, as if a torrent of energy were breaking through blocked acupoints within his body. With a soft bang, several blocked acupoints were completely opened, and he finally entered the Xiantian realm. A cyclone of energy escaped from his body, causing the bottles and cans on the nearby shelves to tremble slightly. The shopkeeper noticed the movement and looked around in confusion, wondering what had happened. Gu Changqing quickly gathered his energy, his face calm. He looked down at the 4 remaining 7-colored honey pills, a strong business opportunity suddenly forming in his mind. These pills detoxify, heal, and beautify the skin, and are gentler and easier to take than ordinary elixirs. They have a sweet taste and are highly effective, making them particularly attractive to the ladies of the upper class. If this thing were to be put on the market, I'm afraid it would be snapped up like crazy. He thought for a moment, then turned to look at the shopkeeper and said with a smile, I have a few pills here that can detoxify, heal injuries, and have beauty effects. Are you interested in buying them? The shopkeeper was startled, his brows raised slightly. Let me see first. Gu Changqing opened his palm, revealing 4 colorful honey pills. You call them pills? The shopkeeper's face was filled with astonishment, his expression clearly skeptical. In his eyes, these tiny, rice-sized beads couldn't even compare to the size of ordinary pills. How could a pill this small still be effective? Gu Changqing responded calmly. Although it's small, it's very effective. Name your price. If you don't want it, I can put it on consignment in your store. After hearing this, the shopkeeper shook his head slightly, a perfunctory smile on his face. Sorry, it doesn't meet the purchase criteria. Look for it elsewhere. He then turned to tidy up the shelves with a cold demeanor, clearly no longer taking Gu Changqing seriously. What's that smell? A soft voice rang out from the doorway. A beautiful woman in red paused outside, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then stepped inside. Her nostrils twitched slightly as she scanned the area, her gaze finally settling on the colorful honey pills in Gu Changqing's hand. Is it this little pill's fragrance? She exclaimed softly, examining it closely, her astonishment growing with each glance. The vibrant colors blend seamlessly, without any impurities, and the natural floral fragrance. It must be made from the pollen of the Hanliang flower. Gu Changqing's brows raised slightly, a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected someone to accurately identify the raw materials of the honey pills based solely on the scent. Finally, he'd met someone who truly knew what was going on. Chapter 11. Gu Changqing looked in the direction of the voice and saw the woman in red with a graceful figure and jade-like skin. The red dress outlined her exquisite figure and showed her mature charm. Her every move was full of competence and strength, as if she had been in a high position for a long time. His brows twitched, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. She's the head steward of Jinhai Pavilion, Lu Riyun. The shopkeeper's eyes fixed, finally recognizing her identity, and his heart suddenly trembled. He looked at Lu Riyun calmly, only to find that she was gorgeous and had an extraordinary temperament. She was indeed the ultimate beauty rumored. Boss, are these little pills your new product? Lu Riyun asked, her eyes gleaming with interest. She looked at the colorful honey pills with a look of inquiry. The shopkeeper was startled, then immediately put on a smile and respectfully replied, Miss Lu is truly discerning. These pills are indeed our shop's newest small medicines, and they have quite a comprehensive range of functions. Although they are small, they have the 3 major benefits of detoxification, healing, and beauty. As he spoke, he secretly observed Gu Changqing's expression from the corner of his eye, afraid of saying something wrong and causing dissatisfaction among customers. After hearing this, Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, as if she was impressed by these benefits. After all, she was over 30, and her interest in beauty and skincare far surpassed the average person, so she naturally wanted to verify it herself. Sir, does this pill really have the effects you claim? She turned to look at Gu Changqing, her eyes clear. Gu Changqing chuckled softly, his attitude calm and unhurried. No matter how much you say, it's better to test it yourself. As he spoke, he pulled out a colorful honey pill and handed it directly to Lu Riyun. If you're interested, feel free to try it. While this action wouldn't be rewarding, it could very well be the key to opening up the market. Lu Riyun was slightly surprised, but then smiled. She took the pill gracefully, not rushing to swallow it. She lifted a jade finger, and a stream of vital energy flowed, quickly drawing a blue rune totem in the air. The rune descended, enveloping the colorful honey pill in her hand, apparently detecting toxins. Gu Changqing's eyes glared, and he thought to himself, Rune Master. Rune Masters hold a very high status in this world, possessing unique abilities such as controlling vital energy and analyzing magic arrays and refining rune artifacts. This profession requires both innate comprehension and substantial financial support, making it extremely difficult to cultivate. After a moment, Lu Riyun's brows relaxed slightly, as if she had confirmed the pill's safety. She placed the pill in her mouth and gently bit into it. The aroma instantly filled her mouth like a spring breeze. What a sweet taste. She sighed softly, a look of surprise crossing her face, as if she were being nourished. A few seconds later, the medicinal power of the elixir spread rapidly throughout her body. She could clearly feel her skin moisturized, becoming soft and smooth. The fine lines around her eyes, in particular, disappeared quietly under this power. A blush crept onto Lu Riyun's face, and she hurriedly pulled a bronze mirror from her storage ring. She gazed at the face in the mirror, now several years younger, her eyes filled with surprise and excitement. This is incredible, the shopkeeper was stunned. He had witnessed the entire face transform, like a completely different person. And this was all caused by a tiny, colorful honey pill. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought the two were acting together. But Lu Riyun was the other party, so why would she pull such a silly trick? She was the head steward of the Jinhai Pavilion and a renowned treasure appraiser with a sharp eye. How could she be so easily deceived? The shopkeeper's heart moved, and he immediately leaned close to Gu Changqing's ear and whispered, Sir, I want all the remaining 3 pills you have. If you have any more in the future, just bring them to me. I'll take them all. He spoke very quickly, fearing that his business would be snatched away by others. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with this price. Gu Changqing looked at him calmly, without responding. Seeing his indifference, the shopkeeper held up 2 fingers and whispered, 3 pills for 2,000 taels. How about that? Hearing this price, Gu Changqing's eyes flickered with displeasure. These 3 pills had cost a whopping 13,000 taels, and now the other party was only willing to pay 2,000, as if he were a fool. He turned his head away and ignored him. The shopkeeper quickly changed his words. 5,000. That's not 10,000. He raised his bid again and again, becoming more and more anxious. Lu Riyun had already noticed the situation. Her eyes fell on Gu Changqing's hands, and she suddenly asked, Are these 7-colored pills yours? Gu Changqing nodded calmly. Yes, it's called the 7-colored honey pill. The name of the medicine is very meaningful. Lu Riyun praised as she took out a silver note from her storage ring. I tried that pill just now. This 10,000 silver coins is considered the medicine fee. I wonder if it will be enough. Gu Changqing glanced at the silver note and took it expressionlessly. 10,000 is enough. The pill cost only a little over 2,000, but the other party offered 10,000. It was a sure win. The shopkeeper stood by, dumbfounded. He had just dismissed the pill as worthless, but now he realized how short-sighted he had been. I'm the head steward of the Jinhai Pavilion and a full-time treasure appraiser. Lu Riyun looked at Gu Changqing intently, her gaze determined. Although this pill is small, it's incredibly unique. If you're willing, our Jinhai Pavilion can auction it for you. It's sure to fetch far more than 10,000. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's heart tightened, and he secretly thought, Oh no. If this woman snatched Gu Changqing away, his dreams of getting rich would be completely shattered. But he didn't dare interrupt. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Riyun's background. Auction house. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment, already tempted. Lu Riyun struck while the iron was hot. There's an auction at Jinhai Pavilion tomorrow night. If you'd like, you can bring the 7-colored honey pills with you. We'll arrange a special introduction. As long as we promote it properly, the price won't be low. Gu Changqing smiled and nodded. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Not only would he make the 7-colored honey pills famous, but he could also make a killing. Okay, it's settled. Lu Riyun smiled softly, appearing quite satisfied. She was worried about the auction's lack of attractive products specifically for women, and now the 7-colored honey pills perfectly filled that void. The shopkeeper stood by, his expression unspeakably grim. If he hadn't initially underestimated Gu Changqing, perhaps this huge deal would have been his long ago. I'm foolish, stupid, blind. He wailed inwardly, his intestines drooping with regret. Chapter 12. When Gu Changqing just walked out of Tian Beifeng, he noticed that Meng Jing, who had been waiting on the street, had arrived in a carriage. Dr. Gu, where are we going next? Meng Jing asked. Tianming Medical Clinic. Gu Changqing replied calmly as he got into the carriage. He had no intention of wandering around. The assassination mission he had arranged with Chun Kuei yesterday should have news today, and he couldn't miss it. "Oh, so you're a doctor." At this moment, Lu Riyun appeared beside the carriage, looked up at Gu Chongqing, and smiled slightly. Gu Chongqing nodded and said jokingly, "If you feel unwell in the future, feel free to come to Tianming Medical Clinic. They specialize in treating difficult gynecological diseases for free." Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun couldn't help laughing. "Forget it. I just took a 7-colored honey pill, and now I can say that I am immune to all diseases." She blinked, looking at Gu Chongqing's handsome face, and thought he was really funny. "By the way, this is the VIP card of Jinhai Pavilion. You can enter the auction house directly without making an appointment." Lu Riyun took out a golden card from her arms and handed it to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing's eyes lit up. The golden card gleamed, and it was actually pure gold. He took the card and showed surprise. "See you tomorrow night." Lu Riyun smiled gently, then turned around and elegantly got into a luxurious carriage and left. "Dr. Gu, you're amazing. You actually know Chief Steward Lu from Jinhai Pavilion." Meng Jing said admiringly. "She's the daughter of the Lu family, the wealthiest family in the Great Yong dynasty." Wealthy family. Gu Chongqing was slightly stunned, having never expected this woman's background to be so extraordinary. It seemed that this time, he might actually be connected to someone important. Meng Jing continued. "It is said that Lu Riyun has a good business sense and has never attached importance to marriage. She has always rejected the pursuit of countless children from aristocratic families." As he spoke, there was a hint of yearning in his eyes. Seeing her today, she is indeed as beautiful as a fairy. It's a pity that the Lu family recently wants to cling to the imperial power and plans to marry her to the royal family. There was a hint of regret in Meng Jing's tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing glanced at Meng Jing with a hint of doubt. "How do you, a rickshaw driver, know all this?" Meng Jing grinned, seemingly unconcealed. "I have a brother who likes to sniff out gossip, and I learned this from him." Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "What does he do for a living?" Meng Jing paused for a moment before answering in a low voice. "My brother usually makes a profit by selling intelligence information on the black market. However, he's recently been maliciously suppressed by his peers and has no source of income for the time being. He's now living with me." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing became interested. He was worried about the imperfect intelligence system of his assassin gang. If he could bring Meng Jing's brothers into his team, many of his trivial matters would be solved. "Give your brother a message. I have a way to make money that I'd like to introduce to him." Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened slightly, and he spoke meaningfully. "As for what this way is, I'm sure he's heard a little bit about it. He should have some understanding of what Tianming Medical Clinic actually does." Meng Jing avoided Gu Chongqing's gaze and didn't dare to look him in the eye. "I understand. I'll tell him when I get back." Gu Chongqing nodded slightly, and then continued. "Tell him to come to Tianming Medical Clinic to find me." Meng Jing responded in a low voice, said no more, pulled the reins, and drove towards the east of the city. The car was driving slowly on the street. On the way, Gu Chongqing talked with Meng Jing and learned that his brother's name was Fang Baiyu. The two grew up together and lived a hard life in the slums in the city. They didn't even have household registration. "You are so young, you can learn a skill," Gu Chongqing suggested. "At least you can live a better life than pulling a card in the future." Meng Jing shook his head and smiled. "The skills to make a living are just a necessity of life. My ambition is to practice martial arts." His eyes were full of longing for the future, and he obviously had a firm belief in his ideals. Gu Chongqing gazed at Meng Jing's broad back, silently evaluating him. He saw that this man truly possessed potential for martial arts cultivation, possessing a robust frame and considerable talent. However, the path of cultivation was not easy, and these alone were not enough to achieve success. More importantly, martial arts cultivation required resources, and without spiritual materials, even the most basic body tempering techniques were impossible. As the two were talking, a sudden commotion erupted from the front. "Oh no!" Meng Jing's expression changed instantly. He quickly pulled on the reins and looked ahead. He saw pedestrians at the intersection disperse, and almost instantly, a horse pulling a luxurious carriage rushed towards them. The crowd on the street panicked, some were knocked to the ground, and the scene was chaotic. "Get out of the way!" someone shouted from the front, a hint of urgency in their voice. Meng Jing frowned, quickly pulled out a long whip from his horse's waist, and lashed it at the galloping horse. Snap! A crisp whip sounded, and the long whip hit the horse's head with the precision of a venomous snake. Bang! The horse suddenly lost control and fell heavily to the ground, and the carriage rolled over. Seeing this scene, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but nod secretly. Not bad. Suddenly, an angry voice was heard from inside the carriage. "What's going on?" The coachman limped to the side of the carriage and reported in a panic. "Young master, Someone is blocking our way, and the horse is injured. The door opened, and a young man in brocade clothes jumped out, glaring at Meng Jing angrily. Who are you, you lowly bastard? How dare you ram my carriage? The brocade-clad young man shouted furiously, his words filled with disdain and threats. Meng Jing responded calmly, I was only acting in self-defense. If I had charged head-on, the consequences would have been more than just a minor injury. He clearly wasn't afraid of the other party. Compensation? The young man in brocade clothes snorted coldly. My horse is the finest red-blooded horse in the capital. Can you afford it? At this moment, more than a dozen followers rode over on black horses, wearing leather armor and looking menacing. These men were clearly high-ranking guards from wealthy families, formidable, all at the acquired realm level. You can ask for compensation, but the last thing this young master lacks is money. The young man in brocade clothes sneered. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Then dig out your own eyes, and we'll be even. Passers-by around him cast sympathetic glances. It was obvious that this young man in brocade clothes was extremely domineering and didn't even care about human life. And that lowlife in the carriage, get off immediately. The young man in brocade clothes spoke in a voice filled with arrogance and contempt. Gu Chongqing's face remained expressionless upon hearing this, but his mind was already quietly summoning a hornet. To establish the assassin's intelligence system, he needed Meng Jing's introduction to Feng Baiyu. So no matter what, he had to ensure Meng Jing's safety today. Buzz! A hornet flew out of the car window and quickly flew into the air. Its scarlet eyes locked onto the young man in brocade clothes and his followers on the street, quietly waiting for Gu Chongqing's instructions. Chapter 13. Spider, are you coming together? This person is quite powerful. Where does he come from? They don't look like a local family in the city. They should be from outside. Outsiders dare to rampage through our Qingzhou city. How arrogant. Look at the guards around him. They must come from powerful families. On the street, the onlookers whispered and stared at the young man in brocade clothes and others with fear. Gu Chongqing sat in the car and quickly analyzed the other party's manpower through the shared vision of the Tiger Bee. Although the dozen or so guards are all in the postnatal realm, they are not to be feared. The only thing that concerned him was the man in black who appeared next to the young man in brocade clothes. The man had a long sword tied to his back and exuded a cold aura. His strength was definitely above the innate realm. I wanted to give you a chance to beg for mercy, but it seems you won't have that chance. The young man in brocade clothes stared at Meng Jing with a cold gaze, then looked at Gu Chongqing who remained unmoved in the carriage, feeling that his dignity was challenged. What are you still standing there for? Beat them up. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Hearing the order from the young man in brocade clothes, dozens of guards immediately surrounded the carriage where Gu Chongqing was. They moved in unison, with a hint of solemnity in their air, like well-trained soldiers. Meng Jing's eyes darkened, and his originally honest appearance now showed a fierce look. Dr. Gu, sit tight. Meng Jing shouted loudly and pulled the reins with both hands. The black horse under his crotch quickly turned the front of the carriage in tacit understanding. Then, under the surprised gazes of many people, he dragged the carriage on the street as if drifting and galloped towards the back. Hurry up and chase them, the young man in brocade clothes shouted angrily. Dozens of guards immediately drew their weapons and chased after them on horseback. Li Chao, you too, especially that driver, he must die. The young man in brocade clothes turned his gaze to the man in black beside him and gave an order. As long as Li Chao took action, with his cultivation at the peak of the innate realm, he believed that he would be able to stop the carriage in a moment. My duty is to protect the young master's safety and never leave his side. Li Chao said in a low voice with an expressionless face. This is the order of the patriarch. Please forgive me. The young man in brocade clothes frowned, but said nothing more. On the street, Meng Jing rode his black horse at full speed, and the carriage kept making creaking sounds due to the violent bumps. Dozens of guards were chasing closely behind, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Tiger Bee, stop those guys. Gu Chongqing looked back and gave instructions in his mind. The wasps that were hovering over the block immediately flapped their wings and swooped down. With a slight shake of their tails, their stingers suddenly shot out and hit the horses. Hiss! In an instant, dozens of horses let out mournful cries, and all fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. After the attack was successful, the Tiger Bee quickly flew high into the sky and followed closely behind the carriage. What's going on? The guards looked around vigilantly in shock at the sudden attack. Poison needle? A sharp-eyed guard noticed the poisonous stinger on the horse's leg, immediately pulled it out, and held it in his hand to observe it curiously. Such a tiny stinger has such a strong venom. The guard frowned and said in a low voice with some fear, "The other party must be an expert in poison. Don't chase him. Protecting the young master is the most important thing. Tiger B, come back." After confirming that those people did not continue to chase, Gu Chongqing recalled the Tiger Bee and put it into the system space. If it weren't for the fact that it was not suitable to kill people in broad daylight, he would have wanted to let the Tiger Bees harvest a wave of energy, but in order to avoid getting into trouble, he had to give up. "Dr. Gu, were you the one who did it just now?" Meng Jing noticed the situation behind him and couldn't help but ask. Gu Chongqing remained silent and did not respond, but he did not deny it either. "Dr. Gu, you are truly amazing. You were able to handle the pursuit of so many masters with just one move." Meng Jing's eyes flickered, and he said with admiration, "Fang Baiyu is right. You are definitely not an ordinary doctor, but..." Having said this, he seemed to realize something and quickly shut his mouth. "He's an assassin who kills without blinking an eye." Gu Chongqing took over the conversation and spoke frankly. "Since the other party may already know my identity, there is no harm in telling it now." "Oh my God, is this something I can listen to?" Meng Jing's heart trembled, and he looked a little nervous, not knowing how to respond. "You know, killers always pay great attention to their own information. If it is exposed, they are very likely to kill to silence it. That bastard Fang Baiyu. Why would he tell me so much gossip when he has nothing to do? Now he's in trouble." Meng Jing's heart was pounding, and he even had the thought of jumping off his horse and escaping. "Don't panic. I dare to be honest with you, so I'm not afraid of letting you know." Gu Chongqing said calmly without comment. "I am in urgent need of intelligence-gathering talents. Your brother has great potential. Remember to explain my intentions to him tonight." Okay. Meng Jing swallowed secretly and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Also, I need transportation when I go out. From now on, I'll hire your carriage full-time for 2,000 silver coins per month. How about that?" Gu Chongqing felt that Meng Jing was a very honest person and immediately extended an olive branch to him. If he could be recruited to his side, Fang Baiyu would be more approachable out of consideration for their brotherhood. 2,000. Meng Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is many times more than what I would earn by pulling a cart myself for half a year." "Dr. Gu, are you serious?" He sounded a little incredulous, thinking he had heard wrongly. "Absolutely." Gu Chongqing smiled faintly. "If you don't want to, that's fine." "No, I do. From now on, I will be your personal driver. You can go wherever you want." Meng Jing quickly agreed, his face full of excitement. If you have money, you can buy spiritual materials to temper your body. If he could stay at the peak of qi condensation, he would have the hope of breaking through to the acquired realm. "Dr. Gu, don't worry. No matter what happens today, even if I have to tie him up with ropes, I will tie Fang Baiyu up and take him to Tianming Medical Clinic." Meng Jing patted his chest and promised solemnly. A smile appeared on Gu Chongqing's lips, and he was in a good mood. 2,000 silver coins not only help me hire a coachman, but may also help me set up an intelligence network. It's money well spent. After arriving at Tianming Medical Clinic, Meng Jing headed straight for the slums. "Tiger Bee, you keep watch at the door of the store." Gu Chongqing did not rush back to the store, but instead walked towards a nearby restaurant. Perhaps because he had just broken through the innate realm, his body was in urgent need of energy replenishment, and now he felt starving. At his command, the Tiger Bee immediately flew to the door of Tianming Medical Clinic and acted as a doorman. "Master, can you call Zhuzhu out to join us?" As if feeling bored, the Tiger Bee suddenly transmitted a message mentally. "Don't even think about it. I only follow my master." Shadow Spider's cold voice soon rang in Gu Chongqing's mind. "Well, the master is indeed more important than me." Tiger Bee responded resentfully. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly and shook his head at the spiritual communication between the two pets. Because their own blood was added to the editing materials, their intelligence has been awakened. This way of communication is not surprising. Chapter 14, Locking on the Prey. Walking into the restaurant, Gu Chongqing ordered a large table of signature dishes and began to eat them voraciously. While eating, he would occasionally use the Tiger Bee's vision to pay attention to the situation at Tianming Medical Clinic. "I saw patients queuing up outside the door, and I couldn't tell who were the men sent by Chen Kuei." Almost. After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Chongqing prepared to pay the bill and leave. However, at this time, a group of people came into the restaurant and aggressively occupied the best tables. "It's them." Gu Chongqing took a glance and found that they were the same young men in brocade clothes who had clashed on the street earlier. "Fortunately, I was sitting in the car at the time, covered by a curtain, and the other party did not recognize me. Those two lowly people had better pray that I won't run into them, or else I'll have my eyes gouged out and my legs broken." The young man in brocade clothes sat in the main seat, slamming the table with a gloomy expression, shaking the teacups on the table. This time when we came to Qingzhou City, we lost more than a dozen war horses before we even finished our business. This bad luck is really hard to swallow. Young master, you have been targeted by people in the black market recently. When you go out, please don't act too conspicuously. Li Chao, who was carrying a long sword on his back, gave an admonition in a low voice. With a sword master like you at the peak of the Xiantian realm by my side, I have nothing to worry about. The young man in brocade clothes sneered. Are you afraid? Li Chao bowed slightly. Master, you are too kind. After paying for the meal, Gu Changqing glanced at the place out of the corner of his eye and walked straight out of the hotel. He now only hoped that Meng Jing would not come to Tianming Medical Clinic so soon, otherwise they would really meet in a narrow road. Dozens of acquired realm warriors, plus a swordsman at the peak of the innate realm, would be difficult to deal with if they were to clash head-on. Dr. Gu is here. As soon as Gu Changqing arrived outside the clinic, the patients waiting in line immediately rushed in. Most of these people come from slums. Although the original owner used the clinic to cover up his identity as a killer, he also treated patients on a regular basis and charged cheap fees. But his medical skills were really not up to par. Therefore, most of the patients who come here are poor people. But now, for a modern military doctor like me from the 21st century, things are undoubtedly completely different. Don't crowd. Take a number and line up, one by one. Gu Changqing opened the shop door and carried a basket of small wooden signs to distribute to the patients. However, one of them caught his attention a few more times. The man looked thin, but his eyes were bright and his steps were steady. He didn't look sick at all. It seems that this person was sent by Chun Kuei to convey the mission message. As the two looked at each other, Gu Changqing had already made a conclusion and handed the last-in-line patient card to the other party. The thin man nodded implicitly, understanding what he meant. After distributing the wooden signs, Gu Changqing put on his doctor's uniform and seriously examined and prescribed medicine for everyone in turn. This world is rich in spiritual energy, unlike the Earth in the previous life, where there are countless viruses. Most diseases are caused by colds. For Gu Changqing, it was just a trial run. In this way, he treated all the more than 20 patients in just half an hour. The thin man at the end of the line finally came in front of Gu Changqing. Dr. Gu, Boss Chen asked me to send this prescription. Could you please diagnose it? Seeing that there was no one around, the thin man took out a piece of paper and handed it to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze falling on the contents on the paper. Pray, Martin Yu. Age, 25. Strength, mid-stage of the acquired realm. Status, Ma family's legitimate son. Background, Earl of a noble family in the capital of the Great Yong Dynasty. Personal bodyguards, 15 of them are acquired realm warriors, and the other one is a sword cultivator at the peak of the innate realm, named Li Chao. Recent active places, going to Qingzhou City, invited to the auction of Jinhai Pavilion at 8 o'clock in the evening on the 9th of this month. Remuneration, 100,000 silver notes. Mission duration, 8 days. Below the information was a portrait of a young man with a gloomy face. Looking at his appearance, Gu Changqing suddenly felt that he looked familiar. Martin Yu, it's actually him. Gu Changqing was slightly startled, and the face of the young man in brocade clothes appeared in his mind. Boss Chen asked me to tell you something. Please make sure the medicine works. The thin man reminded meaningfully. Otherwise, you will have to pay 3 times the medical expenses. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened. He was really annoyed with this so-called commission and compensation. The short guy Chun Kuei only provided an intermediary channel, but he could make a profit regardless of success or failure. He undoubtedly treated himself as a tool to make money. Just like the remuneration this time, it is ostensibly 100,000 silver coins, but after 20% of the commission is deducted, only 80,000 will be left. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing felt a breath of relief and became more determined to set up an intelligence agency. I've already conveyed my message. I won't bother you anymore. After the thin man finished speaking, he turned and left with an empty medicine bag. Gu Changqing walked to the door and hung up a sign that said, "Closed for business today, no visitors." Then he looked towards the restaurant across the street. Through the door and windows, he saw Martin Yu and others still dining in the restaurant. Although the prey was right in front of him, he was protected by many warriors, one of whom was a master at the peak of the innate realm, so he could only wait for the opportunity. Shadow Spider, keep a close eye on your prey's movements and try not to be exposed. Gu Changqing thought for a moment and suddenly sent out the Shadow Spider. Although the Tiger Bee has the ability to fly and is easier to track, the Shadow Spider is clearly better at lurking skills. After receiving the order, The shadow spider quickly crossed the street, crawled along the wall of the restaurant to the window, then slowly closed the distance and secretly peeked at Martin Yu and the others. Master, you came all the way from the capital to attend the auction just to win Miss Lu's heart. It was really a bit risky. One of the men looked around and spoke to Martin Yu cautiously. If I can get the beauty, the risk will be worth it. Martin Yu sneered and said coldly, if I find out who the employer is, I will torture him to death. He immediately changed the subject. Did you bring the things I asked you to prepare? Don't worry, master. I brought 2 packets of Hahuan powder with me on this trip. This stuff has a strong aftertaste. If you take a whiff of it, you'll definitely be sluttier than the bitch in Yahanyuan. Martin Yu took the love powder handed to him by his men, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Lu Ruyun, aren't you pretending to be aloof and indifferent? With this Hahuan powder, I want to see how you get horny under my crotch. He stared at the 2 packets of Hahuan powder in his hand, and the smile on his face became more excited. Li Chao on the side remained silent, his sharp eyes occasionally sweeping over the diners walking around, as vigilant as a cheetah. He looked down upon Martin Yu's arrogance from the bottom of his heart. He is nothing more than a dandy young man who relies on his family's power to bully the weak and fear the strong. Even at this critical juncture, he still does not know how to restrain himself. No wonder he was assassinated by assassins hired on the black market by some people behind the scenes who disliked him. Chapter 15. Restless. Hahuan powder, Lu Riyun. Inside the clinic, Gu Changqing frowned. Through the shadow spider's shared perception, he has already learned that Martin Chao is planning such a despicable act. From this, it can be inferred that this guy is very likely to do something bad to Lu Ruyun at the auction tomorrow night. It's your bad luck to fall into my hands. Gu Changqing's expression turned cold, and the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. The auction revenue of the 7-colored honey pills still needs the help of Lu Ruyun's resources to make it famous, and it must not be destroyed. After a moment, Martin Yu and others had already paid the bill and left the restaurant. The shadow spider followed silently behind, its cold eyes always fixed on its prey. However, without Gu Changqing's instructions, it did not act rashly. I followed him all the way to the inn and followed him into the store. Strange, why do I always feel like someone is watching me secretly? Along the way, Martin Yu felt more and more anxious as he walked, and couldn't help but look back. Just now in the restaurant, he had a vague feeling that a pair of eyes were secretly watching him, but since there were so many people around, he didn't think much about it. But now that he had entered the inn, he still had that feeling, as if he was being followed by a ghost, which made him inexplicably uneasy. Master, is someone following us? Li Chao noticed Martin Yu's expression and asked. My intuition is always right, it should be. Martin Yu retracted his gaze and responded nervously. Li Chao's eyes darkened, and he glanced coldly at the door of the inn behind him, looking at the people passing by outside. Little did they know that the shadow spider was hiding in the dark corner of the door and was difficult to detect. Seeing that there were no suspicious people, Li Chao was still cautious and instructed his men. You two stay outside the inn and report to me as soon as possible if anything happens. Go to the government office and tell them that the eldest son of the Earl of the Li family in the capital is here. Ask them to increase security patrols in this area. Yes. Immediately, 3 of the men took quick action. Master, from now on, you'd better not leave my sight. Li Chao's eyes fell on Martin Yu, and he spoke solemnly with a serious face. Okay. Martin Yu nodded with trembling lips. He realized that he had most likely been targeted by an assassin, and his eyes were filled with panic. He was no longer as arrogant and presumptuous as before. This Li Chao is quite vigilant. It seems inappropriate to carry out the assassination tonight. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. In response, he did not recall Shadow Spider, but instead ordered, Little Spider, continue to monitor and slowly wear down their energy. Yes, master. In an instant, Shadow Spider's eyes were almost always fixed on Martin Yu. Is your intuition accurate? That will make you feel uneasy. Gu Changqing cut off the shared perception and planned to let the Shadow Spider torment Martin Yu for a whole night. If there is any situation, Shadow Spider can communicate through telepathy at any time, so you don't need to pay attention to it. I wonder if Meng Jing can reach an agreement. Gu Changqing glanced at the people hurrying by on the street, not feeling completely sure. After all, people who are good at gathering intelligence often have eccentric and unpredictable personalities that are difficult to guess. Just like that, until night fell, 2 figures appeared at the door of the clinic. Walking in front is Meng Jing. Behind him was a young man in white. This man has an elegant appearance, but his eyes are as deep as the abyss, and there is an extraordinary wisdom between his eyebrows. but his face was quite pale, not like a normal skin color, and it seemed that he had some hidden illness. Fong Baiyu. Gu Changqing's eyes moved slightly, and before Meng Jing started to introduce him, he looked at the young man in white with a smile on his lips. Dr. Gu, hearing about you is worse than meeting you in person. You are indeed quite capable. Fong Baiyu stood with his arms folded, looking at Gu Changqing, implying that he did not come here voluntarily. Meng Jing suddenly interrupted. Don't be so arrogant. I didn't hold a knife to your neck. Fong Baiyu shrugged. You've already got the benefits. How can I get them if I don't pretend? Having said that, he turned his gaze to Gu Changqing again, and his smile suddenly brightened up. All right, I'll show my cards. 4,000 silver coins per month, plus all the expenses for intelligence gathering. I estimate it will be at least 20,000. Gu Changqing said calmly. As for the money, no problem. Good fellow. Meng Jing's eyes widened. I only make 2,000 a month, and you're asking for 20,000? Fong Baiyu curled his lips and said, You do the hard labor, and I use my brain. How can we be the same? Furthermore, the intelligence network needs to maintain various relationships and employ a number of informants and errand runners, and that doesn't even include the investment in future expansion. Meng Jing was confused by what he heard, but he didn't continue complaining. Dr. Gu, if you are willing, we can officially cooperate on this. Fong Baiyu smiled confidently. You mean, just cooperation? Gu Changqing understood the implication of the words and narrowed his eyes slightly. That's right, we each get what we need. You pay and I work. Fong Baiyu said meaningfully, From what I know, Chun Kuei, the black market intermediary, takes a 20% commission from every illegal job. Even if the task is not completed within the deadline, he must pay 3 times the penalty. But I'm different. You only need to pay for all the expenses of gathering intelligence, and you don't have to bear the risk of compensation. This is what we call true mutual benefit and win-win. Gu Changqing remained silent. The conditions of this cooperation model are indeed better than Chun Kuei's, but what he wants is absolute control over intelligence power, not a so-called cooperative relationship. Good boy. So that's what you were planning. You're really cunning. Meng Jing, who was standing by, suddenly realized what was going on and patted Fong Baiyu on the shoulder. Although he had restrained his strength, Fong Baiyu seemed to be unable to bear the burden. He shook violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his already pale face turned as pale as paper, even his lips turned gray-purple, and he became extremely weak. Baiyu, what's wrong with you? Meng Jing was horrified by the sudden scene and hurriedly supported Fong Baiyu. Let him lie flat. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened. His fingertips were already on Fong Baiyu's wrist. His pulse was weak and feeble. On the pale wrist, a thin purple-black line was seen slowly rising along the blood vessels, which was clearly a sign that the poison had entered the heart. Are you poisoned? Gu Changqing frowned and asked Fong Baiyu. Well, a while ago, I had a conflict with my colleagues in the black market and was injured by their poison needle. Fong Baiyu smiled bitterly and said, This poison requires dragon beard grass to cure, but this spiritual material is extremely rare and expensive, which is why it has been delayed until now. He had originally planned to use the money to buy dragon beard grass for treatment after discussing cooperation with Gu Changqing, but he didn't expect the toxicity in his body to take effect so quickly. You bastard, why did you just say it now? Meng Jing's eyes widened in anger as he stood up abruptly. Even if I have to rob it, I will do it at the risk of my life. Chapter 16, Winning People's Hearts. Don't waste time. The poison has already penetrated the bone marrow. Even if you find the dragon beard grass, it won't have much effect. Gu Changqing immediately spoke out to stop him. This was a rare opportunity to win people's hearts and must not be missed. Of course, he was not being mysterious. Given Fong Baiyu's current condition, the medicinal effects of dragon beard grass alone are indeed unable to eradicate the disease. At most, it can only alleviate the toxicity. If you want to eliminate toxins, the colorful honey pills are undoubtedly the best choice. So what should we do now? Meng Jing was extremely anxious, and immediately he knelt on the ground with his iron tower-like body. Dr. Gu, as long as you are willing to save my brother, my life will be yours from now on. Fong Baiyu was immediately moved to tears, his eyes welling up with redness. If I can still survive, I will never cheat my brothers of their money again. You can keep your life to yourself. When the time comes, the medical expenses can be deducted from your wages. Gu Changqing shook his head and smiled indifferently. When it comes to winning people's hearts, you have to let it happen naturally. Being too deliberate will only lead to failure. Then he flipped his palm lightly and took out a colorful honey pill. Take this pill, and you will be cured soon. That's it. Fong Baiyu looked at the colorful honey pills as thin as sesame seeds, with some surprise and suspicion in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. Meng Jing eagerly took the colorful honey pill and stuffed it directly into Fang Baiyu's mouth. The pill melts as it enters the mouth, instantly turning into a warm current that flows down the throat and quickly flows through the meridians of the whole body. Wherever it passed, it was like a spring breeze melting snow, and the dark poisonous fog entrenched in the meridians and bone marrow completely melted away. Fang Baiyu's eyes lit up, and he felt that his body functions were recovering rapidly. He was no longer as weak as before. It's amazing. He stood up in surprise, and his pale face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meng Jing was delighted when he saw this. The healing effect is really fast. Fang Baiyu's face was full of excitement. He tried jumping a few times and was full of energy. Although there are still some residual toxins in the body that have not been completely eliminated, they no longer pose much threat to his life. I have 2 more pills here. If you take one daily, you should be able to fully recover. Gu Changqing took out the only 2 remaining 7-colored honey pills and handed them to Fang Baiyu. Dr. Gu, how much are these pills? Meng Jing asked curiously. Gu Changqing said calmly, Lu Ruyun bought one for me today. It's worth 10,000 silver coins. Hearing this, Meng Jing's heart was suddenly shocked. 3 pieces, that's 30,000. My dear? Fang Baiyu's throat rolled and his hands holding the 2 colorful honey pills trembled slightly. 30,000 silver coins. This was almost dozens of times what he earned from selling intelligence on the black market. Dr. Gu. Fang Baiyu's voice was a little hoarse. This is too expensive. Gu Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. Medicine is used to save lives, not to measure value. Meng Jing suddenly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and slammed them heavily on the floor, making a dull thud. Dr. Gu, thank you for the gift. Fang Baiyu took a deep breath, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. He slowly took the colorful honey pill into his arms, then knelt on one knee. Dr. Gu, I have no way of repaying you for saving my life. From today on, if you need anything, I will do it without hesitation. Gu Changqing raised the corners of his lips slightly. This was exactly the result he wanted. Since both of you are willing to follow me, this clinic will be your home from now on. Gu Changqing raised his hand slightly, and a strong force surged out from his palm, actually lifting the 2 of them up in the air. Such pure energy. Fang Baiyu was slightly startled, and the reverence in his eyes became even stronger. This level of cultivation has at least reached the innate realm. Baiyu, you're usually good at gathering intelligence, so you should be aware of the current situation of the Destiny Killer Group, right? Gu Changqing sat on the chair and asked tentatively. The boss is testing my intelligence capabilities. I can't let him down. Fang Baiyu pondered in his heart, and then responded, I do know something. To put it bluntly, now there is only an empty shell left. Although I don't know how many assassins you have recruited, boss, intelligence has always been a weak point for the Destiny Killer Group. Another point is that without an assassination agent, we can't contact employers on the black market. As a result, all income channels have to rely on intermediaries. In addition to taking commissions, sometimes there is even a hidden price difference, which is simply a tool for intermediaries to make money. Hearing this, Gu Changqing nodded secretly. Fang Baiyu is indeed very talented in collecting intelligence, and he has fully exposed all the shortcomings of the Destiny Killer Group. As for the so-called hidden price difference, it is nothing more than the employer offering a reward of 100,000, but the intermediary offering the killer gang a reward of 50,000. After the whole illegal business was completed, the middleman made the lion's share of the profits. According to my thinking, the Destiny Killer Company should recruit an agent as soon as possible, then expand the scale of the intelligence network and form a complete set of operations. Fang Baiyu continued. In this way, we won't be constrained by middlemen in the future, thus creating greater profits. Gu Changqing thought for a moment, his eyes wandering between the 2 people in front of him, and then fell on Fang Baiyu. This agent's job can only be left to you. No, I'm not suitable. Fang Baiyu quickly shook his head. If I take charge of setting up an intelligence agency, I guarantee it will be accomplished. However, being an agent is by no means an easy task. One must be proficient in both the black and white worlds, and be able to maneuver between various factions with ease. Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. It seems that the agent's ability is quite demanding. Boss, although my abilities are limited, I have more suitable candidates. Fang Baiyu grinned. But the other person's personality is a bit different, and she's a woman. It depends on how you choose. Hearing this, Meng Jing finally interrupted. Are you talking about Sister Rome? Oh, you're so smart for once. Fang Baiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and gave Ming Jing an admiring look. Now that they both have joined the Destiny Killer gang, they naturally have to bring Sister Rong in to help the boss dominate the black market. Female. A hint of surprise flashed across Gu Changqing's eyes. Is she really capable? Boss, don't worry. Sister Rong can definitely do it. Fang Baiyu said confidently. She is now a well-known agent in the black market, specializing in building bridges between various forces. In terms of connections and skills, he is no less than that old fox Chen Kuei. Seeing that Gu Changqing was still hesitating, he added, as for trust, there's no need to worry. The three of us have been living together in the slums since we were young. We are as close as siblings. I'll bring her to the clinic tomorrow, and you'll know once you meet her. Gu Changqing shook his head and said, I have something to do tomorrow. Let's do it another day. Then he took out a large silver note from his storage ring and handed it to Fang Baiyu. Take this 10,000 silver coins and start setting up your intelligence network. I'll provide the subsequent funding. Fang Baiyu took the banknote, his eyes flashing, and then he tactfully took Ming Jing out of the clinic. Based on his understanding of the black market, he actually knew that it was Gu Changqing who took on Chen Kuei's illegal job, and he should take action tomorrow. However, at this moment, Gu Changqing was not paying attention to the assassination mission, but instead summoned the Tiger Bee. Just now, in order to save Fang Baiyu, the 7 colored honey pills have been used up. I have to participate in the auction tomorrow night, so I have to refine some more. The wealthy nobles in Qingzhou City are quite wealthy, so they should have spiritual plants and flowers planted in their mansions. Gu Changqing muttered to himself, and then ordered, Tiger Bee, go collect some pollen. Buzz! The Tiger Bee flew out immediately. For a time, all the wealthy mansions in the city became its targets. Chapter 17 Sneaking into the Lu Mansion's ancestral home. As a bee insect, tiger bees have an innate keen sense of smell for pollen. It circled over the city in search, and with its tentacles trembling slightly, it quickly locked onto a large mansion. There was a plaque with the words, Lu Mansion, hanging on the red-painted gate of the mansion. Although the buildings in the mansion are quite old, they are magnificent in scale, with pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly manner. This should be the Lu family's ancestral home in Qingzhou City. The image sent by the tiger bee appeared in Gu Changqing's mind, and he whispered to himself. As soon as the tiger bee flew into the mansion, it smelled a floral fragrance that contained spiritual energy, and immediately flew away following the scent. At the end of the corridor, there is a stone house, and the fragrance of flowers emanates from inside. Outside the door stood 2 maids. Aren't spiritual plants planted in the garden? Why are they indoors? Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Never mind, let's go in and take a look first. The tiger bee flapped its wings and quickly flew in through the ventilation duct. Suddenly, a huge bathing pool filled with mist came into view. Colorful petals were floating on the water, and a woman was soaked in them, without any clothes covering her body. It's these petals. Gu Changqing swallowed secretly and understood the reason for the floral scent. At this moment, the woman seemed to have finished bathing and stood up from the pool. Gu Changqing saw the entire erotic scene through the shared vision of the tiger bee. Lu Ruyun, it's actually her. Gu Changqing's pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze was fixed on the woman. When he saw the familiar face clearly, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. I have to say that Lu Ruyun's figure is really charming. With big breasts, plump buttocks, thin waist and fair skin, she is like a lotus emerging from water, a true stunner on earth. The tiger bee seemed to sense its owner's burning gaze, and it circled around the room in tacit understanding, scanning Lu Ruyun's body from all angles. Hey, why is this wasp a little weird? Lu Ruyun raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the tiger bee in confusion, observing its every move curiously. Retreat quickly. Gu Changqing suppressed his inner restlessness and immediately asked Tiger Bee to leave the bathroom. Seeing this, Lu Ruyun didn't think much about it and called the maid outside the door to help her change clothes. Master, if you don't find it satisfying, I can go in again. Just when Gu Changqing was still unsatisfied, Tiger Bee sent a very considerate telepathic message. Don't be nosy, business is more important. Gu Changqing cursed with a smile, feeling that the tiger bee was becoming more and more nonsensical after its intelligence was awakened. After that, after some searching, the tiger bee finally found a garden in the backyard area of the mansion. There are several Lu family guards guarding the outskirts of this place. The tiger bee folded its wings, landed on a nearby attic, and looked around vigilantly. I saw that the plants planted in the garden were not ordinary plants, but spiritual plants of great value. Looking around, most of the plants you see are rare spiritual plants such as purple monkey flower, silver horn tree, and azure flower. The entire garden was filled with rich spiritual energy and a fragrant aroma. For ordinary people, living here will definitely help them prolong their lives. However, this kind of artificially cultivated spiritual plant is very troublesome. Not only does it need careful care, it also needs to be watered with clear mountain spring water in order to grow and develop. Without absolutely strong financial resources, a family with ordinary background simply cannot afford it. There's someone in the garden. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze passed through the compound eyes of the hornet and fell on the open space in the center of the garden. There, a young girl in white sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. A faint spiritual energy flowed around her body, forming a faint halo, as if she was practicing. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair was like a waterfall, and her delicate facial features were somewhat similar to Lu Riyun, but she was obviously younger, about 17 or 18 years old. The girl's posture as she sat in meditation was elegant and refined, like a fairy carved from white jade, her beauty and purity emanating an inviolable purity. The young lady is really diligent. She is still practicing in the garden so late. Yes, no wonder he was able to obtain a place in the 7 Profound Martial Academy. That is an opportunity that even the children of the royal family can hardly reach. The eldest young lady is extremely talented and intelligent. With such hard work, her future achievements will be limitless, even surpassing her aunt, Chief Steward Lu. Outside the garden, the patrolling guards kept looking at the girl in white. They talked in low voices, unable to conceal their admiration. The girl in white is named Lu Shuang'er, and she is the only jewel in the eye of the current head of the Lu family. Not only does she hold a noble status, she also possesses an amazing talent for martial arts, and can be described as a favored daughter of heaven. Gu Changqing's gaze lingered briefly on Lu Shuang'er, then turned to the spiritual flowers swaying in the moonlight. Time was running out, and he didn't have the patience to wait for the little girl to finish her training. Tiger Bee, it's time to move. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flapped its wings and flew out. The tiger bee flew into the flowers like a ghost, greedily sucking the essence from the stamens. Wherever it passed, the colorful butterflies that were originally dancing among the flowers were startled and flew away. Lu Shuang'er seemed to be aware of this subtle movement. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked around. Apart from the butterflies flying around, there was nothing unusual around. The guards patrolling outside the garden also followed their instructions, and no one slacked off. It seems that my state of mind still needs to be refined. Any small movement can affect my cultivation. A hint of doubt flashed across Lu Shuang'er's eyes, and she murmured to herself in a light voice. Then she flipped her jade hand and took out a talisman from the storage ring. Laugh. The moment the talisman paper was ignited, thousands of light patterns suddenly bloomed and intertwined into an array, enveloping her graceful figure in a hazy light curtain. The young lady has activated the isolation array again. There's nothing to watch now. The guards patrolling the periphery sighed in disappointment upon seeing this. Their night patrols were already boring, and being able to see Lu Shuang'er practicing under the moon from afar was the best way to refresh themselves. But now, it can only be vaguely seen from the hazy light curtain. Isolation talisman. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. That's exactly what I want. The hornet had no more scruples. Its mouth parts suddenly expanded by 3 inches, and the stamens of flowers withered wherever it went. After a gust of wind, the system storage compartment was filled with jade-like spiritual pollen. Ding! The wasp has collected enough pollen to make 2 batches of colorful honey pills. The required energy value is 200. The next moment, a line of prompt entries suddenly appeared in front of Gu Changqing's eyes. Host's current energy balance is 690. Do you want to make 7 colored honey pills? 2 batches means 10 pills, enough for tomorrow's auction. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he silently said, System, refine all the pollen. In an instant, the amount of energy was suddenly deducted by 200. The pollen in the system storage box also disappeared in an instant and was replaced by 10 colorful honey pills. Tiger Bee, call it a day. Gu Changqing called out in a very good mood. If we can sell these colorful honey pills for a good price at tomorrow's auction, we won't have to worry about the subsequent funding for establishing an intelligence organization. Master, the prey is alone. Shall we act? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly changed to Shadow Spider's vision. Chapter 18. Sure enough, there is a trick. On the top floor of the inn, in a luxurious guest room. At this time, Gu Changqing had connected with the Shadow Spider through shared perception and was quickly taking in the surrounding environment. The windows and doors in the house were closed, and it was dark and quiet. Martin Yu was lying flat on the bed, snoring faintly, and he had obviously fallen asleep. As for Li Chao and others, they took turns guarding the corridor outside the house. Despite the tight security, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity to take action. In response to this, Gu Chongqing did not rush to order the assassination, but instead gave an order. Tiger Bee, go pick up Shadow Spider. The current situation seems to offer opportunities, but we must always be prepared for the worst. After receiving the order, the Tiger Bee that was flying towards Tianming Medical Clinic immediately changed direction in the night sky and flew towards the inn not far away. As they arrived at their destination, Gu Chongqing looked down at the block below through the eyes of the Tiger Bee. He discovered that the people walking around the inn were not ordinary people, but security guards from the government office. The fact that the Qingzhou city government attaches so much importance to the legitimate son of an earl shows that the Ma family has considerable power in the court. Gu Chongqing hesitated for a moment before giving the order. Tiger Bee, be careful when entering the inn. Don't get caught. In order to avoid making vibration sounds while flying, the Tiger Bee slowly landed at the door of the inn and quietly crawled in. In this way, it climbed along the wall to the top floor and had a clear view of everything in the staircase and corridor. In the long and narrow corridor, 6 guards were standing and walking around, looking around cautiously. Outside the guest room where Martin Yu lived, Li Chao sat cross-legged at the door, with his sword placed across his thighs and his eyes closed to rest. With such strict internal and external patrols, even the most skilled assassin would find it difficult to sneak into the inn without leaking anything. I was scared to death earlier, but now I'm sleeping so soundly. Gu Chongqing's mind moved, and he switched back to the Shadow Spider's shared vision, staring at Martin Yu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and felt more and more that there was something fishy going on. I want to see what reassurances you have prepared. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Chongqing's eyes, and he planned to test the other party's confidence first. Spider, do it. As the command came out, the Shadow Spider that had been lurking in the corner quickly crawled to the bed. Its body shook and it suddenly turned into a monster, and its sharp claws stabbed towards Martin Yu's heart. But the next moment, bang! A metallic collision sound suddenly rang out, and the Shadow Spider's sharp claws suddenly stopped 3 inches away from Martin Yu's heart. A layer of silver scales appeared under the pajamas, neutralizing the fatal attack. The Shadow Spider moved at an extremely fast speed and turned to stab Martin Chao's head, but was repelled by the silver light shield that surged out from the armor. It's a trick. Gu Chongqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately ordered, "Little spider, hide quickly." The Shadow Spider instantly transformed into a spider form and quickly hid in the gap at the foot of the bed. Almost at the same time, Martin Yu on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. He immediately stood up and looked towards the bed, but was surprised to find that there was not even a shadow of the assassin. "There's an assassin." Li Chao's loud shout was heard from outside the door, and then he broke in with a sword. 6 guards also rushed into the guest room and searched quickly. "Where's the assassin?" Li Chao glanced around sharply, feeling quite confused. "Someone clearly attacked me just now, but was blocked by my protective armor. How could he disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye?" Martin Yu's face was full of astonishment and disbelief. The 6 guards looked at each other, and one of them trembled and said, "Could it be that we saw a ghost?" "Don't make wild guesses. The assassin might have mastered some advanced stealth techniques." Li Chao frowned, feeling unbelievable. He walked quickly to the window frame and found that the hair used as a warning was still hanging intact in the window slit. This was a mark he had placed there deliberately. If he opened the window and sneaked in, the hair would definitely be blown off, but now it was still intact. However, the house was made of walls on all 4 sides, and there was nowhere to get in except the door and windows. How was this done? Li Chao felt a chill run down his spine the more he thought about it. If this was truly a top assassin who could penetrate walls and disappear into the shadows, the young master's future would be filled with uncertainty. Damn the assassin. I was planning to lure him out of his hole and then catch him in his trap, but he actually got away. Martin Yu was shocked and angry and kicked the foot of the bed hard. As the bedposts trembled, the falling dust floated on the Shadow Spider's back, but it remained motionless. The Tiger Bees have been lurking in the corridor, ready to strike. If the Shadow Spider is discovered, it can provide support at any time. "Master, we shouldn't stay here for long. For safety's sake, it would be better for us to rush back to the capital as soon as possible." Li Chao looked at Martin Yu, who had vented his anger, and gave him an earnest admonition. "Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow is the Jinhai Pavilion auction. How can I stop until I get Lu Riyun?" Martin Yu snorted angrily and said coldly, "This young master has a treasured armor to protect him. The assassin failed in this attack, and naturally he will not succeed in the future." I just don't believe he can do anything to me. Hearing this in scrupulous tone, Li Chao gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. If it weren't for the difference between master and servant, he would have wanted to knock him out with a palm and drag him directly back to the Ma family in the capital. Otherwise, there would not have been so much trouble. No one of you is allowed to rest tonight. Keep a close eye on everyone in the house. After Martin Yu gave him a scolding, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep with his eyes closed. Yes, master. Li Chao nodded respectfully, then sat cross-leggedly on the edge of the bed with his back straight, guarding closely. The other 6 guards sighed in their hearts, but they had no choice but to obey orders and stayed close to him. This is a bit difficult. Inside the clinic, Gu Changqing sighed softly. I didn't expect that Martin Yu was wearing a protective armor. If I hadn't made a decisive investigation tonight, it would have been hard to predict. It seems that the intelligence information provided by Chun Kuei is not that detailed. If it had been a human assassin, he would have been caught on the spot and would have been doomed to death. How do we break the deadlock next? Gu Changqing crossed his legs and thought to himself. The Shadow Spider's 2 attacks just now were unable to break through the defense. The protective armor was obviously engraved with some kind of runes, which could automatically activate the defensive light curtain when attacked. Of course, no matter how powerful the defense is, it cannot withstand continuous attacks. The key is that Li Chao's guards will come to protect him immediately if there is any movement. If we isolate the noise and movement, wouldn't that be enough? As his mind turned, Gu Changqing suddenly had an idea. Earlier in the garden of the Lu mansion, Lu Shuanger activated talismans and used the isolating light curtain to practice meditation. If we can get this kind of isolation talisman, the success rate of assassination will definitely be higher. Gu Changqing nodded secretly, feeling that this method was feasible. He stopped thinking about it and sat cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating the energy in his body, flowing it to his veins. Today he broke through to the innate realm with the help of the 7-colored honey pill, but this kind of cultivation improved by the power of medicine is not stable, and he must consolidate his foundation. Chapter 19. Sex is a sword above your head. The next day at noon, Gu Changqing slept until very late before getting up. As soon as I finished washing up, Shadow Spider's voice rang in my mind. Master, the prey is ready to go out. Keep watching. Gu Changqing ignored it. He had to get the isolation talisman first before he had a chance to take action. On the other hand, on Martin Yu's side, although the attack last night was unsuccessful, they did not get a good rest the whole night after the ordeal. They were all listless and not as vigilant as before. In this situation, even without the help of talismans, Martin Yu and the others would probably have a mental breakdown after a few more days. However, the mission deadline is only 8 days, and Gu Changqing doesn't have the time to waste any more time. Meng Jing was very diligent and waited outside the clinic early in the morning. Seeing the shop door open, he jumped out of the carriage and walked over quickly. Boss, are you going out today? Meng Jing grinned and said, If you don't need me, I can help you with odd jobs in the store. Well, take me to the shop that specializes in selling talismans. Gu Changqing walked straight towards the carriage. It was indeed more convenient to have a driver. Moreover, after Meng Jing returned last night, he apparently renovated the carriage, making it look brand new overall. Talisman. Meng Jing shook his head and said, This is a rare item that only ancient martial arts families have. It's not sold on the market. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing was slightly stunned and his steps forward suddenly stopped. Can I get it on the black market? Yes, but they are extremely expensive. An ordinary spirit-gathering talisman would cost tens of thousands of taels of silver. Hearing this, Gu Changqing took a deep breath. Damn, it's so expensive. He had spent all the money he had earned in the past 2 days, and now he was short of money and couldn't afford anything. Forget it, making money first is more important. Gu Changqing had no choice but to give up, then got on the carriage and told Meng Jing, Let's go to Jinhai Pavilion. The only solution is to participate in tonight's auction. As long as the 7-colored honey pills are sold, the funds can be recovered quickly. Bang! With a flick of the whip, Meng Jing drove the carriage forward steadily. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing had nothing to do, so his mind connected to the Shadow Spider's visual perception. What came into view was a bustling street scene, and Shadow Spider was currently lying on top of a carriage. The people in the carriage were naturally Martin Yu and Li Chao. Dozens of guards followed closely behind. Young master, are you going to the Lu family's ancestral home? Li Chao's voice was heard from inside the carriage. Lu Riyun is coming to Qingzhou City this time, and will definitely be staying there temporarily. Let's go meet her first. Martin Yu's eyes were burning, and he couldn't wait to see her. Especially when Lu Riyun's graceful figure appeared in his mind, the lust in his eyes became increasingly difficult to conceal. Before the Liu family can curry favor with the royal family, we must capture this beauty early, otherwise there will be no chance in the future. But I heard that Liu Shuang'er, the Liu family's proud daughter, has been practicing in seclusion in the ancestral home recently. Li Chao's tone was quite cautious. Is it inappropriate for us to visit rashly this time? What's wrong with that? Martin Yu smiled evilly. Maybe that little girl will have to call me uncle in the future, and she has grown up beautifully over the years. If Lu Ruyun can't be obtained, wouldn't it be good to replace her with her? Besides, young ladies like these who are inexperienced in the world are the easiest to be deceived. Having said that, Martin Yu raised a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth, and even fantasized about the wonderful life of two women sharing one man. Li Chao frowned slightly, and simply chose to shut up and stop admonishing. Lust is like a sword hanging over your head. This is simply courting death. If the Ma family were not powerful in the court, this guy would have died countless times. Want to go to the Liu family's ancestral home? Gu Chongqing's heart moved, and he continued to pay attention secretly. If Lu Ruyun was not in Jinhai Pavilion, he could go directly to Liu Mansion and hand the 7-colored honey pills to her. As he was daydreaming, the erotic scene of Lu Ruyun taking a bath last night emerged in his mind. Moreover, the tiger bee's shared perception can even store the scenes it sees and retrieve them for observation. While Gu Chongqing was enjoying the visual recording, Martin Yu and his companions had already arrived at the Liu family's ancestral home and were stopped by 2 strong men guarding the gate. I'm sorry, our chief steward Liu has instructed that no one is allowed to visit us. The burly man looked at Martin Yu and the others and said in a deep voice, Please go back. What do you, a gatekeeper, know? Martin Yu frowned and glared. I am the legitimate son of the Earl of the Ma family, and I am friends with your chief steward Liu. If you dare to intercept me again, I will break your legs. Upon hearing the identity of the Earl's legitimate son, the burly man was slightly startled and said in awe, I will report to the palace right away. Please wait a moment. Although the Liu family is a first-class family among merchants, there is still some gap compared with these powerful people in the court. He was just a small gatekeeper, so how could he dare to offend him? He immediately turned around and walked quickly to report. Meng Jing changed the route to the Liu family's ancestral home. After Gu Chongqing finished speaking, he took out an iron mask from his storage ring and said, Put this on your face. Boss, although I'm not as handsome as you, I'm not too ugly, am I? Meng Jing took the mask and couldn't help but mutter. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly and said, Don't hesitate. It will be good for you if you wear it. In response, Meng Jing said no more and put the mask on his face. The black iron mask was cold, hard and heavy, and against his tall and burly figure, the whole person suddenly had a more solemn and murderous aura. Not bad. Gu Chongqing took a few glances and exclaimed in admiration. A moment later, the carriage turned a corner and the tall lintel of the Liu mansion came into view. Outside the mansion, Martin Yu and his group were still waiting, but there was no sign of Lu Ruyun. It's them. Meng Jing's eyes fixed, and he immediately understood the deep meaning of Gu Chongqing asking him to wear a mask. The boss is smart to prepare this mask in advance, otherwise it would be troublesome. Meng Jing breathed a sigh of relief, then jumped off the carriage with a swift movement. His tall body like an iron tower, coupled with the black iron mask shining with a cold light, stood behind Gu Chongqing like a guardian god. Even the burly man guarding the door didn't dare to underestimate him. He asked politely, Dear guests, what brings you to the Liu mansion? Gu Chongqing said calmly, Please tell Chief Steward Liu that a friend named Gu is here to visit. Martin Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his gaze moved over Gu Chongqing like a venomous snake, asking, What kind of friend are you? Gu Chongqing glanced at him and said calmly, as if he was looking at a dead person, What does it have to do with you? Presumptuous. One of the guards immediately stepped forward and scolded, My young master is the legitimate son of the current Earl Ma. How dare you be so rude? Chapter 20 I'll sell you a favor. Bullshit. Meng Jing seemed to be protected by a mask as he shouted without hesitation. My boss is a close friend of the current emperor, so what's your attitude? There are so many princes nowadays, he doesn't believe that the other party will go to the palace to collect evidence one by one. Aren't you trying to show off your status? Just make it up. Faced with such a fierce posture, the guard's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Gu Chongqing in surprise and suspicion, not daring to say a word. Martin Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned his gaze to the simple carriage parked on the street. He sneered in his heart. With just this shabby carriage, you are worthy of being called a friend of the prince. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid Meng Jing was really outspoken and was talking a bit too much. Using the name of imperial power to defraud others is a capital crime. Martin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. In that case, may I ask which prince is it? None of your business. Meng Jing retorted bluntly. You. After being contradicted like this twice in a row, Martin Yu's face turned pale instantly. However, it was not confirmed whether Gu Changqing had any friendship with any prince. According to his previous character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, he did not lose his temper on the spot. He suppressed his anger and gave the guard next to him a subtle look. I've heard that the prince's close friends are quite powerful. Today is a great opportunity to experience their strength. The guard shouted in a deep voice and suddenly clenched his fist to hit Gu Changqing in the face. Gu Changqing did not dodge or evade, but swung his palm back, and the strong energy of the innate realm suddenly burst out from his palm. Bang! After just one encounter, the guard was slapped away before he could react, and fell to the ground with blood spitting out of his mouth. Waste! Martin Yu's expression tensed, but he quickly retreated to Li Chao's side. Only then did he feel relieved. The early stage of Xiantian realm. Li Chao's eyes flashed, and he saw through Gu Changqing's cultivation level. In his opinion, this strength may not be enough to be valued by the royal family, but it is definitely not that of an ordinary person. If I take action myself, it will probably take a lot of energy to defeat it. What are you doing? At this time, a cold voice came from the mansion. Lu Riyun appeared at the gate with a group of family guards. She looked at Martin Yu and his group with a slightly frown. However, when she noticed Gu Changqing standing among them, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Gu, it's you. Lu Riyun's eyes flashed as she stared at Gu Changqing with great joy. My sudden visit won't disturb you, will it? Gu Changqing nodded with a smile. How could that be? You are my VIP guest. You can come anytime. Lu Riyun chuckled and showed great enthusiasm. She was originally worried that Gu Changqing would not go to Jinhai Pavilion, but this time he came to the Lu family's ancestral home in person, which was really surprising. Miss Lu, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've become more and more beautiful. Martin Yu stared at Lu Riyun with fiery eyes and praised her sincerely. Her skin is smooth and delicate, just like a teenage girl. Although this sounded greasy, Gu Changqing agreed with it in his heart. Lu Riyun is a beautiful young woman. After taking the 7-colored honey pills, her skin naturally becomes more youthful and smooth and tender like a girl. With her as the advertising spokesperson, the colorful honey pills will definitely create a great word-of-mouth effect. Mr. Gu, I'm on my way to Jinhai Pavilion to attend tonight's auction. Could you give me a ride? Lu Riyun kept her eyes on Gu Changqing and asked softly. No problem. Gu Changqing readily agreed, as he happened to need the other party's help in private. Miss Lu, his carriage is so shabby. It's not as spacious and comfortable as mine. Martin Yu sneered disdainfully. I'm on my way too. I can give you a ride. That passionate look did not hide the admiration in his eyes at all. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Ma, but I have business cooperation with Mr. Gu. Please excuse me. Perhaps because of his status as the Earl's legitimate son, Lu Riyun's conversation was neither too intimate nor too embarrassing. The scale is grasped and the control is quite good. Mr. Gu, let's go. After saying that, Lu Riyun walked straight towards the carriage and sat in it, as if she was familiar with the place. Although the carriage is shabby, it still smells good when accompanied by a beautiful woman. Gu Changqing glanced at Martin Chao, then turned and left with a faint smile. See, this is the strength of my boss. Meng Jing complained rather smugly, then turned over and jumped onto the horse's back, driving slowly forward under Martin Yu's jealous gaze. Bitch, you dare to humiliate me, young master? Sooner or later, I will make you ride under my crotch and beg for mercy. Martin Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of viciousness. You can't escape from my grasp at tonight's auction. He grabbed the packet of Hahuan powder from the storage ring and grinned sinisterly with a gloomy face. In the carriage, Lu Riyun sat in a dignified posture, but perhaps because the carriage was a little bumpy, her proud breasts kept rising and falling. Gu Changqing was sitting next to him, and even though he had controlled himself very well, he could still notice it clearly out of the corner of his eye. With such a sexy and explosive body, it is no wonder that Martin Yu would risk being assassinated to pursue her to this point. Manager Lu, are you familiar with that ma? Gu Changqing looked away and changed the subject. When Lu Riyun heard this name, there was a hint of disgust on her face. Some of my Lu family's businesses have some dealings with the Ma family, and I've met him several times. Lu Riyun shook her head and said softly, this man relies on his ancestors' merits in the court and often acts arrogantly and domineeringly. Mr. Gu, if it is not necessary, try not to have any contact with him. Gu Changqing's heart moved. It seemed that Lu Riyun was not simple after all and knew the other party's background very well. Since Chief Steward Lu is willing to remind you, I will do you a favor. Gu Changqing crossed his legs and smiled calmly. Favor? Lu Riyun's expression changed slightly, and she asked curiously, Mr. Gu, please speak. I overheard some news that Martin, you had someone buy Hahuan powder on the black market, intending to use it against you at tonight's auction. Gu Changqing said calmly. So, no matter what you eat or drink tonight, you'd better be careful. Don't ask me how I know this. Believe it or not. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun suddenly frowned and stared at Gu Changqing with her beautiful eyes. Although she didn't know how Gu Changqing got the news, she had to be cautious after hearing this reminder. If Martin Yu really succeeds, my life will be ruined. Lu Riyun's mind raced as she took a deep breath and murmured, Thank you, Mr. Gu, for reminding me. If it's really as you said, I, Lu Riyun, owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and said seriously, Can I advance this favor? Oh. Lu Riyun's face suddenly froze. Regardless of whether Martin Yu would drug and murder himself, who would ask for a favor so quickly? You don't want me to marry you, do you? Lu Riyun pondered in her heart and stared at Gu Changqing with a strange look in her eyes. Chapter 21 On-Site Operations. The atmosphere in the car was a little subtle for a moment. Lu Riyun's fingertips unconsciously tightened the hem of her skirt, and she was very curious about what Gu Changqing wanted to do by asking for the favor. If this guy is really a pervert, then let's just cancel this cooperation on the 7-colored honey pills. I need a talisman that can be used to isolate external interference. Gu Changqing smiled and said, I need it urgently. Please help me get it as soon as possible. Is it that simple? A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes. Yes. Gu Changqing nodded calmly. As for the cost, I'm a little short on money right now, so you can just deduct it from the proceeds from the 7-colored honey pills. So that's how it is. Lu Riyun smiled with relief. I thought Gu Changqing would make some excessive demands, but I didn't expect that he just wanted a talisman. Is the isolation talisman difficult to obtain? Seeing that Lu Riyun did not respond, Gu Changqing asked tentatively. Of course, he didn't dare to say that he controlled the tiger bee to sneak into the Lu mansion last night and secretly saw Lu Shuang'er using the isolation talisman to practice. I rarely practice in seclusion, so I don't carry such talismans with me. Lu Riyun smiled softly. But I have made some progress in runes, so I can copy one for you. After saying that, she took out a piece of talisman paper and a small bottle of material liquid from the storage ring. On-site operation? Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly, and his eyes looked expectant with curiosity. Generally speaking, talismans require the rune master to mobilize his true energy, and then use materials to draw the runes, and finally carry them on talisman paper. When using them, just ignite the talisman paper to cast them, which is very convenient. However, the threshold for rune inscription is extremely high, and success is not something that can be achieved just by knowing how to copy and draw and having all the necessary materials. Because the patterns within the runes contain various complex energy changes, the same rune, sometimes with slight differences in texture, can lead to differences in energy strength, or even make it unusable. 100 rune masters, due to their own understanding and technical control, can produce 100 different rune effects even if the runes are of the same type. Just like writing the same font with a brush, some people write it crookedly, while others write it pleasing to the eye. Hiss. At this time, Lu Riyun had already started making it on the spot. She poured a drop of light blue liquid material on her fingertips, and a trace of true energy seeped into it. Then, her slender jade hand drew a line in the air, and as the fingertips flashed, the drop of liquid material fused with true energy was pulled into a thin thread, and quickly drawn into a complex and mysterious rune totem that appeared in the void, shining brightly. The rune was about the size of 2 fingers, faintly emitting an obscure energy fluctuation. Lu Riyun lightly tapped her fingertips, and with a swish sound, the rune was instantly imprinted on the talisman paper. Is that it? Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. If you learn this quick technique and sell it on the black market, you will definitely make a fortune. Mr. Gu, this is the talisman you want. Lu Riyun chuckled. The favor between us is now settled. Gu Changqing took the talisman and carefully observed the rune totem on the paper. To ensure that everything went smoothly, he moved his mind slightly and directly injected his true energy into it to activate it. The pattern on the talisman suddenly began to burn rapidly as the light flowed. In an instant, a translucent light curtain barrier enveloped the space inside the car. The noisy sounds outside were instantly cut off. What is he going to do? Lu Riyun was quite surprised by Gu Changqing's sudden and unusual behavior. Obviously, no one expected that the talisman that Gu Changqing needed would be used to activate the isolation light curtain here. If the other party really has bad intentions, no one will notice even if you shout at the top of your lungs. Thinking of this, Lu Riyun's face instantly became serious. She reached for the storage ring with her jade hand and stared at Gu Changqing vigilantly. Gu Changqing was completely unaware of Lu Riyun's wild thoughts. He moved his ears slightly, still carefully feeling whether there was any sound coming from outside the light curtain barrier. Then he tried to shout, "Meng Jing." Meng Jing outside the car obviously didn't hear it and didn't react at all. Not bad. After experiencing it personally, Gu Changqing exclaimed with satisfaction. What do you mean? Lu Riyun's face was full of suspicion, and she couldn't understand Gu Changqing's behavior at all. This is my first time using a talisman, and I want to try out its effects. Gu Changqing replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Riyun was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but her earlobes turned slightly red. It turns out that just now, I misunderstood again. Of course, this is not because she is too sensitive. After all, she has been in the business world for many years and has met all kinds of people. She has to prepare for the worst in everything so that she can be prepared quickly. If it was someone like Martin Yu, it wouldn't be so simple for a man and a woman to be alone in the isolated light curtain barrier. In response to this, Lu Riyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little lost inexplicably. My own charm is not even as good as a talisman? Gu Changqing smiled apologetically and said, "Can you draw another one for me?" "Okay, but this time you owe me a favor. How about that?" Lu Riyun blinked her beautiful eyes slightly and used a teasing tone to ease her inner embarrassment. Gu Changqing nodded without hesitation. No problem. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Riyun poured out another drop of liquid material. The energy flowed through her fingertips, and soon a beautiful and mysterious rune was formed, which she then imprinted on the talisman paper with nimble movements. The whole process was done in one go, as smooth as flowing water. Gu Changqing stared closely at Lu Riyun's movements of drawing runes, and even quietly summoned a tiger bee to record the scene in front of him in his mind. Done. Don't waste this time. Lu Riyun pursed her red lips, then handed the newly made talisman to Gu Changqing. Although the drawing process seemed easy, there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. It was obvious that engraving the runes was extremely mentally exhausting. Thank you very much. Gu Changqing smiled and nodded, then looked at the bottle of liquid material next to him and asked curiously, "Can this bottle of liquid also be used to draw other types of runes?" No. Lu Riyun shook her head. Different types of runes require different materials to be combined and mixed into juice. In addition to making runes, runes can also be imprinted on equipment and elixirs to enhance their abilities. Even when rune magic is practiced to the extreme, it can be engraved on a certain part of the human body to temporarily increase strength. This is the result of countless generations of great masters and ancestors on the Tsang Yuan continent who have been diligently researching and accumulating knowledge over the past tens of millions of years. Hearing this, Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he became more and more interested in the magical function of rune magic. If the Shadow Spider and Tiger Bee are equipped with rune weapons, their combat power will definitely be stronger. Chapter 22. Well done. Mr. Gu, if you're interested in rune magic, this bottle of isolation liquid is half full. If you don't mind, you can take it and study it. Lu Riyun seemed to see through Gu Changqing's thoughts and handed the bottle of liquid material to him. One bottle is worth 10,000 taels of silver, so you should use it sparingly. So expensive? When Gu Changqing heard the price Lu Riyun mentioned, his pupils suddenly shrank. I finally understood the true meaning of the saying, poor in literature, but rich in martial arts. It's not just about enthusiasm. The key is, does your family have the money? After a slight sigh, Gu Changqing looked at the small bottle in his hand and suddenly had the urge to try it. At that moment, he poured a drop of material liquid on his fingertips, and the process of Lu Riyun engraving the runes just now emerged in his mind, and then he copied her movements exactly. A stream of true energy poured into the liquid, and then the fingertips quickly drew an outline in the void. However, at the moment when the rune was about to take shape, Gu Changqing's true energy showed a tiny fluctuation, resulting in insufficient continuous output. With a soft hiss sound, the rune that had just formed turned into ash in the blink of an eye. Have you learned runes? Lu Riyun couldn't help but ask. No, I just tried to imitate your moves to see if it was difficult, but unfortunately, I still failed. Gu Changqing smiled slightly and didn't take it seriously. However, when Lu Riyun heard this, she was stunned and her eyes were full of disbelief. You know, when she was learning runes, she had to accumulate a lot of theoretical knowledge in the early stages and constantly exercise the flexibility of her fingers. Even when he was drawing the rune for the first time, he failed halfway through and couldn't even draw the rune into shape. But now, Gu Chongqing, operating for the first time without any guidance, actually drew a complete rune in one breath. If it weren't for the improper control of the Yuanli, there would definitely be hope of success. This is simply a monster. Lu Riyun took a deep breath and was deeply shocked. She looked at Gu Chongqing with a strange look in her eyes. Seeing his nonchalant expression, it seemed that he didn't know how great his talent was. Gu Chongqing was indeed unaware of this, nor was he complacent about it. In his opinion, failure is failure until there is success. Things like talent are just comforting statements to motivate people. He only knows that what he needs most, and what is his clearest goal right now, is to make money. Without financial resources, everything is just empty talk. Boss, we've arrived at Jinhai Pavilion. At this time, Meng Jing's voice came from outside the carriage, and the carriage slowly stopped by the roadside. Manager Lu, I won't be accompanying you. Gu Chongqing took out 8 colorful honey pills from the storage ring and gave them to Lu Ruyun, keeping 2 for himself in case of emergency. Lu Ruyun warmly invited. I've reserved a seat for you at tonight's auction. Please be sure to come and participate. No, there are still patients in the clinic waiting for me to treat them. Gu Chongqing politely declined and made up an excuse. Now that we have obtained the isolation talisman, it is undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to carry out the assassination. In order to avoid any accidents, it is safer to avoid meeting Martin Yu as much as possible. A doctor has a kind heart. You are quite competent. Lu Riyun looked at Gu Chongqing with admiration and said with a smile, Okay, I'll reserve a seat for you at the auction. It doesn't matter if you're late. Gu Chongqing nodded calmly, then watched the other party leave. Boss, Manager Lu seems quite enthusiastic about you. Don't you have any interest in him? Meng Jing looked at Lu Riyun's graceful figure as she left and grinned. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure. What's more, she's a beautiful and wealthy woman with strength. Gu Chongqing ignored him and said, I have something else to do. Go back and ask Fang Baiyu to buy some sound transmission notes. We will meet at the clinic tonight. After saying this, he jumped off the carriage alone and walked towards a nearby restaurant. Seeing that Gu Chongqing acted in a mysterious way, Meng Jing did not dare to ask too much and immediately drove to do the business. Inside the restaurant, Gu Chongqing chose a private room on the 3rd floor by the window, glancing at the gate of Jinhai Pavilion from time to time. According to the surveillance footage transmitted by the Shadow Spider, Martin Yu and his group were now heading towards Jinhai Pavilion. A moment later, they arrived at their destination. However, due to the rules of Jinhai Pavilion, more than 10 guards could not all enter, so only Li Chao followed Martin Yu in. Little Spider, take a rest first. Gu Chongqing glanced at it obscurely, then recalled the Shadow Spider and replaced it with the Tiger Bee to monitor. Although the Shadow Spider is a monster, it is also a flesh and blood body. After tracking for a day and a night, it has already consumed a lot of energy. It's a good time to recuperate before dark. As night fell, many luxurious carriages were parked outside the gate of Jinhai Pavilion. As the largest auction house in Qingzhou City, the guests who come here are either rich or noble, and most of them are well-known figures. Gu Chongqing's mind moved, and he instantly switched to the auction hall in Tiger Bee's vision. The huge auction hall is luxurious and bright. Rows of seats are arranged in a fan-shaped pattern, surrounding the auction table in the middle. Looking around, the place was almost full and bustling. In every corner of the auction hall, there were many Jinhai Pavilion thugs patrolling around, which gave people a sense of security. After all, no matter where an auction is held, the most important thing is the strength of the organizer. Otherwise, there may be cases where some people bid randomly but have no money to pay, or even try to snatch the items from auction. Therefore, it would be difficult to hold an auction if the fists are not strong enough, and there is no deterrent power to maintain order. At this time, Martin Yu seemed to have made an appointment in advance and was arranged in an independent box on the top floor of the auction hall. There was a window on the outer wall, which allowed him to have a clear view of the bidding in the venue. The Tiger Bee sneaked into the box silently, hid in the dark corner, and waited for instructions. Li Chao, go call Lu Riyun over. Martin Yu said coldly. Just say that kid surnamed Gu is in my box. As he spoke, he poured Huan powder into one of the wine glasses and shook it gently. Yes, master. Li Chao understood and turned around and walked out of the box. Master, the prey is alone in a room. Should we take action? Upon seeing this, the Tiger Bee immediately sent a telepathic message. Gu Chongqing's mind raced, and he ordered, don't act yet. Find a chance to change the position of the wine glass. The colorful honey pills still need to make a lot of money through auctions. If someone dies, it will definitely end suddenly. Moreover, Martin Yu was wearing protective armor, making it difficult to complete the assassination in a very short time. Regardless of success or failure, the commotion caused will affect the progress of the auction. So until it's over, I can only restrain myself for the time being. After receiving the order, the tiger bee quietly crawled to the bottom of the table and calmly waited for the opportunity. The Liu family has always valued its reputation. If Liu Riyun loses her virginity to me tonight, she will have to marry me no matter how reluctant she is. That's a brilliant idea indeed. Martin Yu grinned grimly, then turned and walked to the window to look at the auction hall below, imagining which posture would be more powerful later. Little did he know that while he was distracted, the 2 glasses of red wine on the table had been secretly swapped by the tiger bee. Well done. Gu Changqing secretly praised in his heart. As long as this guy drinks the glass of red wine containing the Albizia julibrissin, the opportunity will come. Chapter 23, I Want a Woman. Master, Chief Steward Liu is here. The door opened, and Li Chao took Liu Riyun into the box. Didn't you say Dr. Gu is here? Liu Riyun looked around, and saw that Gu Changqing was not there. Her face suddenly became colder. Dr. Gu, Martin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. I thought that guy was from some unknown background, but it turns out he's just a small doctor. If I find out that he and the princes are not close friends, I will definitely arrest him and throw him into the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Liu Riyun frowned slightly, obviously unaware of the previous conflict between Gu Changqing and Martin Yu. Since Dr. Gu is not here, I have other things to do. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Martin Yu held up 2 glasses of red wine in both hands and quickly stopped Liu Riyun. On behalf of the Ma family, I would like to congratulate Miss Liu on the success of tonight's auction. If you don't drink, you're not giving face to our Ma family. He seemed to be smiling, but he held out the glass of red wine without the Hahuan powder in it towards Liu Riyun. Could he have made a mistake? Gu Changqing looked at this scene through the eyes of the tiger bee, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. If that's the case, wouldn't that be a complete misunderstanding? Dr. Gu is right. This guy really has bad intentions. Liu Riyun's eyes darkened, and she already had a plan in mind. Thanks to Gu Changqing's reminder, she had secretly taken the antidote for Hahuan powder when she came to the box. So at this moment, Liu Riyun did not refuse. Her eyes changed, and she reached out to grab Martin Yu's glass of red wine. The wine glasses of both parties were suddenly exchanged. Martin Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance at this action, as if it was exactly what he wanted. I've known for a long time that you're such a shrewd woman. Even with just a few tricks, I could easily control you. Martin Yu sneered inwardly. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. Thank you, Master Ma. I also wish you continued success. Liu Riyun raised her wine glass slightly and said with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Okay, cheers. Martin Yu watched Liu Riyun drink the wine, and he drank it all without hesitation, then stared at her expectantly. Seeing this, Liu Riyun couldn't help feeling a little surprised. If there was something wrong with that glass of wine, how could Martin Yu dare to drink it? There seemed to be nothing wrong with the cup I exchanged, and I didn't feel anything unusual in my body. However, at this moment, Martin Yu's body shook slightly, and he suddenly felt dizzy and hot all over. How come she's okay? He looked at Liu Riyun in surprise, but saw that the latter remained calm and did not react at all. Could it be that the wine I drank was drugged? Thinking of this, Martin Yu was shocked and his vision gradually blurred. He knew very well that Hahuan powder was an extremely powerful aphrodisiac. No matter how chaste a woman is, her mind will be devoured in the blink of an eye, and she will become an uncontrollable slut. Even an impotent eunuch would become a pervert if he was poisoned by this drug. Moreover, after taking it, if the yin and yang are not combined as soon as possible, the skin will be torn and bleeding from all 7 orifices will cause death within half an hour. Martin Yu suddenly felt scared and broke out in cold sweat. I didn't expect that the drinks I designed in advance would be the ones that got me hooked. Master Ma, what's wrong with you? Liu Riyun looked at Martin Yu in confusion, unable to understand what was going on. Do you drink alcohol knowing it's problematic? Miss Liu, the more I look at you, the more itchy my heart becomes. Martin Yu had gradually lost consciousness. Looking at Liu Riyun in front of him, under the effect of the drug, he suddenly became lustful and pounced on her. Liu Riyun's eyes turned cold, and she immediately turned away, then shouted, "Someone come here." The next moment, several strong men pushed open the door and rushed in aggressively, protecting Liu Riyun behind them. Miss Liu, if you obey me, this young master will definitely make you feel like you are in heaven. Martin Yu's face flushed red, as if he was drunk, and he even started to take off his clothes. Oops. Li Chao frowned, having already seen the clue. Did the young master drink the wine containing Hahuan powder himself? Isn't this courting death? Li Chao suddenly felt something was wrong, and hurriedly carried Martin Yu and rushed out of the box. You reap what you sow. A playful smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. Then he turned his gaze to the gate of Jinhai Pavilion. Li Chao and a group of guards took the unconscious Martin Yu and hurriedly ran to the nearby Yahangyuan. If you can't find a woman to have sex with within half an hour, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shadow Spider, Tiger Bee, it's time to move. Gu Changqing withdrew his gaze and immediately gave the order to carry out the assassination. As soon as the words fell, two black shadows quickly rushed into Yihong Courtyard. Woman, I want a woman. In Yihong Courtyard, Martin Yu was now in a state of madness, shouting nonstop, attracting everyone's attention. He looks like a young master from a wealthy family, yet he's so impatient. You don't understand. He took an aphrodisiac. It would be strange if he wasn't impatient. But this thing is usually used on women. This guy probably failed to set a trap and ended up being tricked himself. TSK, TSK. The clients all looked stunned, but some veterans smiled knowingly. Fortunately, places like Yahangyuan are not short of women, and soon a prostitute was arranged into the private room. Everyone, keep a close eye on us and don't let anyone get close. Li Chao closed the door and stood at the door, shouting coldly at the guards. Soon, bursts of panting sounds were heard in the house. Martin Yu's mind was completely occupied by lust at this moment. He took off all his clothes and even threw his protective armor on the ground. Zhu, that's a pretty fierce stance. How about we spar some other time? Tiger Bee stared at the two people entangled together on the bed with fiery eyes and suddenly transmitted a message. Get lost. The Shadow Spider's cold gaze was always fixed on Martin Yu, and its scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent. It took out the isolation talisman prepared by Gu Changqing from the system space and ignited it directly. As the talisman light flowed, a translucent light curtain suddenly flashed out and suddenly covered the entire box. When the Shadow Spider activated the isolation talisman, the Tiger Bee stopped talking and instantly entered a killing state. Swish, swish, swish. Its tail vibrated slightly, and several poisonous stingers shot out rapidly. But at this moment, the two people on the bed happened to change positions, and the prostitute became a meat shield and was directly stabbed in the buttocks by the poisonous stinger. Oh! The prostitute's moans suddenly turned into screams, and she fainted on the spot. It feels great. After venting his anger, Martin Yu collapsed on the bed with convulsions all over his body, and the effect of the medicine gradually wore off. Unaware of this, a spider silk thread had quietly wrapped around his neck and then suddenly tightened. Instantly, the larynx made a crackling sound as it was strangled by the spider's silk. Martin Yu was so frightened that he woke up instantly, struggled madly, and rolled off the bed, making a suffocating hoarse sound. Li Chao, save me. However, the light curtain of the isolation talisman had already blocked the entire room, and his voice could not be heard at all. Just at this moment, the Tiger Bee rushed out from the shadows. The tail needle flashed with a cold light and pierced his throat. Chapter 24 Body Scale Armor. Faced with the attack of the Tiger Bee, Martin Yu's pupils trembled violently, and it was too late to dodge. Laugh. The next moment, the poison needle accurately pierced his throat, and the nerve-paralyzing toxin instantly spread throughout his body. Martin Yu screamed in horror and pain, fell heavily to the ground, and twitched uncontrollably. The Shadow Spider crawled up quickly like a ghost and bit the opponent's throat with its two poisonous fangs. Suddenly, under the crazy erosion of the two toxins, Martin Yu's whole body convulsed violently, as if he was electrocuted. He made a gurgling sound in his throat, but couldn't even let out a complete scream. Just as he was about to die, Martin Yu finally saw the mysterious assassin who attacked him. His eyeballs bulged, and the tiny bodies of the Shadow Spider and the Tiger Bee were reflected in his pupils. How is it possible? Martin Yu's eyes were filled with fear, and he immediately became unable to breathe and died of poisoning on the spot. Ding! Congratulations on killing a postnatal realm warrior. Reward, 50 energy points. Then, the Shadow Spider swung its claws, cut off Martin Yu's middle finger, and took away the storage ring. Tiger Bee turned and flew to the foot of the bed and grabbed the silver soft armor. After collecting the spoils, they quickly evacuated and rushed out of the window. Strange, why is there no movement inside? Outside the door, one of the guards laughed and joked. It seems the young master is also a quick shooter. Something's wrong. Li Chao's eyes darkened, and he rushed in. When he saw Martin Yu who had died of poisoning, his face suddenly changed, and his right hand holding the sword couldn't stop shaking slightly. Then he rushed to the window and looked outside sharply. Under the cover of night, apart from the pedestrians on the street, no suspicious people could be found. Hateful. Veins popped up on Li Chao's face, and he was extremely shocked and angry. I was on guard against everything, but I never expected that the assassin would take advantage of me at this moment. Young master is dead. The guards who followed into the house were all shocked when they saw this. They immediately rummaged through the drawers and smashed any tables and cabinets where they could hide, and they almost tore down the walls. Don't waste your time. The assassin who assassinated the young master this time is definitely not an ordinary person. It's impossible for him to still be hiding here. Li Chao shook his head and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ashes on the ground out of the corner of his eye. He reached out and picked up some, put it to his nose and sniffed a few times, and quickly concluded that it was the residue of the burning talisman. No wonder there was no movement in the room just now. It turns out that the assassin used an isolation talisman. Li Chao's face was solemn, and he finally understood the reason. Then he squatted down and carefully examined Martin Yu's body. He was shocked to find that the wound on his throat was not caused by a sharp weapon, but more like a bite mark from some animal. In addition, Li Chao also found the stinger of the tiger wasp remaining on his throat. The sting of a wasp. Li Chao frowned, his eyes full of shock. He really couldn't believe that the assassin who assassinated the young master was most likely some kind of mutated poisonous insect. In this regard, Li Chao couldn't help but recall the last time when they chased Meng Jing's carriage. Their horses were suddenly attacked, and all died of poisoning. The means of attack was this poisonous sting, and it seemed that it had already been targeted at that time. Only a top assassin could carry out such a carefully planned assassination. If I were the other party's prey, I would probably not escape death. Thinking of this, Li Chao took a deep breath and felt a chill down his spine. Knock off. Inside the restaurant, Gu Chongqing looked at the tiger bee and shadow spider who had returned to his side and rewarded them with 2 roast chickens each. Then he took out 2 pieces of trophies from the system space. The silver armor is light and thin to the touch, with fine scales and mysterious runes engraved on it. During the assassination attempt last night, the shadow spider's attack failed, which shows how strong silver armor's defense is. Its defense level has undoubtedly reached the level of spiritual treasure. When Gu Chongqing put it on, the runes on the silver armor began to glow and then began to shrink rapidly. In a blink of an eye, this layer of scales was tightly attached to the skin, just like tailor-made underwear. He wore a black coat, and it was impossible to tell that he was wearing a protective armor underneath. Not bad. Gu Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. For him, it is undoubtedly an extra trump card to save his life. Afterwards, Gu Chongqing picked up the golden storage ring and quickly probed his mental power into it. When he saw the supplies stored inside, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. I have to say that the Ma family is indeed wealthy. Martin Yu, the legitimate son, actually carried around 1,000 spirit stones. There are still more than 50,000 taels of silver notes. This wealth is like timely help to Gu Chongqing's current situation. After all, whether it was creating monsters or establishing an intelligence network, he had already squandered all his assets. This harvest has undoubtedly filled the gap in a timely manner, and at least can raise the overall strength to a higher level. The auction should be starting soon. It's a good time to go see the bidding price for the 7-colored honey pills. Gu Chongqing completed the assassination mission and felt extremely relaxed at the moment. He even wanted to join in the fun. If there are any suitable Zerg editing materials, you can also buy them. Gu Chongqing moved his mind slightly, and the tiger bee and shadow spider were instantly collected into the system space. He then walked straight towards Jinhai Pavilion, but was stopped by a waiter as soon as he reached the door. Sorry, the auction has already started and ordinary guests are not allowed to enter. If you want to go in, please show us your VIP card. The waiter had a polite smile on his face, but there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. He looked at Gu Chongqing's plain clothes and laughed in his heart. This guy probably hasn't even seen what a VIP card looks like. Gu Chongqing flipped his palm lightly, took out a pure gold VIP card with his fingertips, and handed it over directly. This? The waiter was stunned as he looked at the VIP card in his hand, and was immediately blinded by the golden light. Dear guest, please come in. In a blink of an eye, the waiter was holding the VIP card in both hands and returned it to Gu Chongqing very respectfully. My last name is Gu. Your chief steward Lu has reserved a spot for me at the auction. Please lead the way. Are you Mr. Gu Chongqing? Seeing Gu Chongqing nod calmly, the waiter was slightly stunned and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't show any negligence on the surface, otherwise it would be terrible. Dr. Gu from Tianming Medical Clinic? At this moment, a light voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing looked back. But I saw a girl in a light-colored dress standing quietly in the moonlight. Her fair cheeks set off her breathtakingly beautiful face. It was the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Shuang. Chapter 25, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Who are you? Looking at the girl in white in front of him, Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly, and he recognized Lu Shuang'er at a glance. However, last night's meeting was a form of voyeurism, so he could only pretend not to know her. My aunt is Chief Steward Lu of Jinhai Pavilion. Lu Shuang'er's clear eyes flickered as she softly murmured, "So you were the one who made the 7-colored honey pill. Nice to meet you." Gu Changqing smiled and nodded, looking at the other person briefly. She has a slim figure and delicate facial features, which are somewhat similar to Lu Ruyun, but the latter is a mature and beautiful queen. Lu Shuang'er gives people a pure and elegant temperament. It is not difficult to see that almost all the women in the Lu family are beauties. My aunt said that there would be an auction of 7-colored honey pills tonight, so I came here specially to take a look. Lu Shuang'er pursed her red lips and said, "If I have the chance, I hope to win this." Gu Changqing smiled faintly and said, "With the financial resources of your Lu family, it shouldn't be difficult." "That's not necessarily true." Lu Shuang'er muttered to herself, "I don't have much money." "Miss, the auction room box you reserved is still available. Please come this way." The waiter came over warmly and said respectfully, "If Dr. Gu doesn't mind, you can come with me to the box to watch the auction." Lu Shuang'er raised her beautiful eyes and invited Gu Changqing. Hearing this, the waiter next to him was a little surprised. In his impression, the eldest lady has always been cold and aloof and rarely talks too much with men. But at this moment, he not only took the initiative to talk to Gu Changqing, but even invited him to share the reserved box at the auction house, which was completely different from the past. Good. Gu Changqing did not refuse. It was naturally the best thing to have a beautiful woman by his side. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Shuang'er's eyes, and she was secretly delighted. If I fail to bid for the 7-colored honey pills later, I can still ask Gu Changqing to buy a few privately. Don't miss it. Afterwards, the two came to the luxurious box on the top floor of the auction house. The interior is spacious and bright, and the entire wall has been converted into floor-to-ceiling glass windows, providing an excellent view of the entire auction venue. There were also various exquisite pastries and juices on the table, and the service was thoughtful and meticulous. The entrance fee for this box alone would cost at least several thousand taels of silver. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel emotional about this. These children from wealthy families are born with a silver spoon in their mouths and enjoy the abundant material resources of their family. Even if ordinary people work hard all their lives, they may only be able to barely reach the other party's starting stage. After taking his seat, Gu Changqing turned his gaze towards the auction table below. The auction was nearing its end, and various items were displayed on the stage: swords, martial arts techniques, spiritual materials. Each item has a number on it, and it is obvious that they all have owners. Gu Changqing took a quick look, but did not see any colorful honey pills. All the lots scheduled for tonight's auction have been sold. Congratulations to all the winners. Just as Gu Changqing was puzzled, the middle-aged host's loud voice suddenly rang out. Next, we will present the last special item, but it is not included in tonight's auction list. At this point, he paused deliberately, whetting everyone's appetite. The reason we added the auction at the last minute is because our chief steward Lu spotted it yesterday. Anyone who obtains it will definitely get more than their money's worth. The middle-aged host's deliberately suspenseful words immediately aroused the curiosity of most people in the audience. What could be so valuable? Chief Steward Lu has always had a sharp eye, and she's also an expert appraiser. The item she chose must be something extraordinary. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. Amidst the discussions, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot down from the rune sculpture on the ceiling, illuminating a corner of the auction table. The whole place was silent for a moment, and all eyes turned to the place. Lu Ruyun walked gracefully towards the auction platform following the moving beam of light. She wore a tight red dress tonight, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure, with a curvy figure and full of sexiness. Lu Ruyun. It turned out that it was Lu herself who personally presided over the last-minute auction of the item. It's been a while since I last saw you, but you seem to have become even younger. Your skin is smooth and delicate, just like a young girl. Such a stunning beauty. I wonder which prince will be the lucky one in the future. TSK, if I could spend a night with her, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. As Lu Ruyun appeared at the auction table, there was an immediate commotion in the venue. Especially those men. All of them looked at Lu Ruyun with fiery eyes, their eyes full of desire. With her personally handling the matter, the bidding for the 7-colored honey pills should be stable. Gu Chongqing nodded secretly, but he didn't know how Lu Ruyun should promote it to everyone. Lu Ruyun had already walked onto the bidding platform, holding a small hammer in her hand, and struck the golden bell gracefully. There was a clang sound, and the place gradually became quiet. I'm sure all the guests are curious about what this extra event is. Lu Ruyun chuckled softly. I won't keep you in suspense. It's just a few pills. As soon as he finished speaking, the waitress walked up to the auction table with a silver tray. However, the waitress had freckles all over her face and her skin was slightly dark, so everyone's attention was focused on the items on the silver tray. After a closer look, they discovered that they were actually 8 7-colored pills. The object was so tiny, as small as a grain of rice, that the guests who were further behind could hardly see it clearly. What? That's it. It's so small. Can it be considered a pill? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. What a joke. Seeing this, everyone showed a look of surprise and laughed one after another. If it weren't for Lu Ruyun's status and position, she would not have lied, and they might have left long ago. Listening to the doubts in the audience, Lu Ruyun didn't care. After all, when she first saw the 7-colored honey pills, she was also skeptical. If she hadn't experienced it herself, it would be hard to believe. Although this pill is small, it has the effects of detoxification, healing, and beautifying, and it has no side effects at all. Lu Ruyun smiled and said, especially the beauty effect. It's definitely beyond your imagination. Hearing this, the old men sneered and seemed to have no interest at all. However, the female guests in the room suddenly became excited. They looked at Lu Ruyun and felt that she was highly credible. No wonder manager Lu was not young anymore, but his complexion still looked so young. Words are not enough, let me show you the effect live. After Lu Ruyun finished speaking, a guard came over holding a transparent crystal box. Gu Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a black and white poisonous snake coiled in the box. What is this for? Everyone present was slightly surprised, and then remembered the detoxification effect that Lu Ruyun had just mentioned. Lu Ruyun turned to the pale waitress and said softly, don't be afraid, everything will be fine. The waitress suppressed her fear and slowly reached out to the crystal box with a trembling hand. Hiss! As soon as the hand reached into the box, the poisonous snake suddenly jumped up and bit it fiercely. Oh! The waitress screamed in pain and pulled her hand back with a pale face. 2 bleeding holes were seen on her wrist caused by the fangs. The surrounding skin quickly turned purple-black and the poison spread very quickly. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. No one expected that Lu Ruyun would test the poison directly on real people instead of using animals as a substitute. I see. Gu Chongqing looked calm, having already guessed Lu Ruyun's strategy. After all, how can we truly demonstrate the beauty-enhancing effects of the colorful honey pills by using animal experiments? This trick can really kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 26, It Was Her. Lu Ruyun took out a colorful honey pill and fed it into the waitress's mouth. The moment the honey pill entered the mouth, it suddenly turned into a stream of colorful light and instantly flowed throughout the body. After a few breaths, the waitress's face gradually turned rosy, and the wound caused by the poisonous snake bite was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the poison dissipated without a trace. What's even more amazing is that the freckles on her face melted away like ice and snow, and her skin became refreshed, white and translucent. The overall appearance has suddenly improved a lot. This effect is amazing. There was an uproar in the room, especially among the female guests, whose eyes were almost sparking. Detoxification? Healing? They don't care. What really drives them crazy is this incredible beauty effect. A fat, wealthy woman with freckles all over her face couldn't hold back and rushed directly to the auction table, leaning close to the waitress's cheek to examine her carefully. This little pill is even more effective than any other skincare ingredient. She was trembling with excitement, her eyes full of surprise. Lu Ruyun raised her red lips slightly, not surprised by everyone's reaction. Although there are pills on the market that can heal wounds and detoxify, there are almost no pills that also have beauty-enhancing effects. This is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation for women. How amazing! In the box, Lu Schwanger's eyes flashed, and her beauty-loving heart was instantly captivated by the colorful honey pills. I'm sure you've all witnessed the effectiveness of this pill, so there's no need for me to elaborate further. Lu Ruyun took advantage of this atmosphere and immediately announced, the bidding will begin now. The starting price for 7 pills is 10,000 taels of silver. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience boiled. This is too cheap. Gu Chongqing was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Because this price is not even the cost price. However, the next bid suddenly filled his mood with sunshine. 15,000, 30,000, 50,000. The bidding sounds in the venue came one after another, and the price soared all the way, breaking through the 50,000 mark in the blink of an eye. Even men have joined the battle, determined to buy some for their wives. However, at this time, the group bidding the most crazily were undoubtedly the female guests. Some of them even stood up and shouted, regardless of their own image. "Keep going, don't stop." Gu Changqing's heart was pounding, and the bidding sounds in the venue sounded like the sound of nature in his ears. Lu Riyun on the side was calm and composed. She did not bid during the process, as if she was waiting for something. 60,000, 65,000, 68,000. As the price soared rapidly, the momentum in the market showed no signs of slowing down, and the bidding was still fierce. But some who lacked financial resources were quickly defeated. Just like that, when the bidding approached the 100,000 mark, the rhythm in the field seemed to be broken, with only sporadic bidding sounds remaining. Finally, the fat rich woman shouted, 100,000, and no one continued to bid. Gu Changqing felt relieved as he saw the momentum gradually fade away. This price is undoubtedly a sure win. If you want to be beautiful, it depends on who has more strength. The fat rich woman looked very proud, and immediately raised her huge buttocks from her seat, ready to go on stage to receive the colorful honey pills. 150,000. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, a cold female voice suddenly rang out. The fat rich woman froze and looked hurriedly in the direction of the sound. However, the glass wall of the box is a one-way mirror, and it is impossible to see the people inside clearly. It's actually her. Gu Changqing turned his head and looked at Lu Shuang'er beside him, and couldn't help but click his tongue. The price was raised from 100,000 to 150,000. You said before that you didn't have much private money, so how can you call this little? It's too troublesome to bid little by little. It's better to just raise the price sharply. Lu Shuang'er smiled faintly and said, "This is my bottom line. I can't do anything more." Hearing this, Gu Changqing secretly rejoiced, wishing that the other party would be as powerful as possible. 150,000 for the first time? Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Lu Riyun paused briefly, and seeing that no one was bidding, she continued according to the rules. 150,000 for the second time. 15,000 for the third time deal. The gavel fell, and Lu Riyun looked towards the box with a strange look, as if she had recognized Lu Shuang'er's voice. Congratulations to the VIP in Box 08 for successfully bidding on 7 colorful honey pills. Please trade with me privately. As soon as the words fell, it also meant that tonight's auction came to a successful conclusion. Afterwards, Lu Riyun personally came to the box with the colorful honey pills. When she saw Gu Changqing was also here, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Aunt." Lu Shuang'er giggled and winked at Lu Riyun. "Lu girl, I guessed it was you." As soon as she entered the room, Lu Riyun gave Lu Shuang'er a cold look. "Auntie is so discerning that nothing can be hidden from you." Lu Shuang'er affectionately took Lu Riyun's arm and asked softly and coquettishly, "Can I buy on credit first?" "Don't try that." Lu Riyun laughed and scolded. "Aunt, I tried every possible way to create momentum at the auction, trying to get everyone to bid, but you, on the other hand, actually bid for your own item. If I had known this, I would have asked Mr. Gu to sell it to you privately." Lu Shuang'er explained. "As you know, I'm going to the 7th Profound Martial Academy in a few days, so I decided to take some photos and send some to my senior sisters." Although Lu Riyun was angry, she didn't say anything more and looked at Gu Changqing beside her. "Mr. Gu, according to our store's rules, after deducting 20% commission, there is still 120,000. Lu Riyun took out a stack of gold notes and said, "This is the price you deserve." "Thank you." Gu Changqing took it calmly. The 8 colorful honey pills he provided had a cost price of only 200 energy points, equivalent to 20,000 silver coins. This time the profit was a whopping 100,000. "Mr. Gu, if you have 7 colored honey pills next time, you are welcome to come to Jinhai Pavilion again." Lu Riyun invited enthusiastically. As a businessman, the most important thing is profit. In just half an instant stick of time, Jinhai Pavilion earned a commission of 20,000 yuan, so she naturally had to seize the opportunity. And according to the enthusiastic trend of tonight's auction, those wealthy women who didn't win the bid will definitely prepare enough money to bid next time. Refining the 7-colored honey pill is not an easy task. I'll consider it later. Gu Changqing shook his head and did not agree on the spot. After all, the pollen needed is from spiritual plants and is not so easy to obtain. The garden of the Lu family's ancestral home had been harvested by tiger bees last night. If they were to visit again, the spiritual plants would surely wither and die. Of course, this is only secondary. Gu Changqing actually has selfish motives. The auction house of Jinhai Pavilion is held only once every 10 days or half a month. Although it creates great value and profits, its efficiency is too slow. So it would be better to sell it in your own clinic and make a steady profit. Chief Steward Liu, young Master Ma, was assassinated in Yihong Courtyard just now. At this time, a strong man hurried in to report. Lu Riyun's expression suddenly changed when she heard this. Is the information accurate? Absolutely true. The Ma family's guards have rushed to the government office to put pressure on them. It seems they are going to conduct a thorough investigation of the assassin organization lurking in the city. Listening to the strong man's narration, a trace of solemnity flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. This is not good news for him. Chapter 27 Swarm Summoning. And, could it be that the person who was assassinated was Martin Yu? There was a hint of surprise in Lu Shuang'er's tone. Yes, that's him. Lu Riyun frowned slightly. His father is an official appointed by the imperial court. He will definitely not give up. Qingzhou City has been a bit unstable lately. Lu Riyun was quite concerned about this. After all, strictly speaking, it was because of her that Martin Yu had the accident, which led him to go to Yihongyuan to vent his anger and eventually be assassinated. If Earl Ma were to investigate, he might bear a grudge against the Lu family. Given the old fox's vindictive nature, it would certainly not be easy to resolve this matter. Mr. Gu, I have things to do. We can work together again some other time if we have the chance. Lu Riyun had no intention of continuing to entertain Gu Changqing at this time, and smiled politely. Gu Changqing nodded calmly, and took the opportunity to say goodbye. Now that he knew the government would take action next, he had to make thorough preparations in advance. Lu Riyun stared at Gu Changqing's departing back and suddenly asked, Shuang'er, when did you and Dr. Gu come? Not long after, it was time to take the extra shot of the 7-colored honey pills. Lu Shuang'er looked at the other party in confusion and told the truth. Hearing this, Lu Riyun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She remembered that today, outside the Lu family's ancestral home, Gu Changqing and Martin Yu had a conflict. After that, he sent her to Jinhai Pavilion, but he made an excuse not to enter. But now he appeared at the auction, and then the news of Martin Yu's death came. This time Gap made her feel inexplicably strange. It was just a quarrel. It shouldn't lead to any loss of life. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Lu Riyun shook her head secretly and put this ridiculous idea behind her. You know, Martin Yu is not only surrounded by dozens of elite guards, but also by Li Chao, a master of the Xiantian realm, who follows him everywhere. Unless he is a top assassin, who can take his life without anyone noticing. How could a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded be an assassin? Aunt, you kept looking in the direction where Dr. Gu left. Lu Shuang'er blinked and jokingly said, Are you interested in him? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes widened, and then she paused for a moment. I always feel that he is different from others and difficult to see through. Lu Shuang'er was slightly surprised. Anne has been in the business world for many years, yet there are still people you can't see through? There are always people who are better than you. Lu Riyun smiled faintly and said, Do you think the person who could refine such a miraculous elixir as the 7-colored honey pill could be an ordinary doctor? I'm just a little curious about his style of doing things. Lu Shuang'er's eyes flickered as she suggested. In that case, let's go to the Tianming Medical Clinic some other day. Perhaps we'll find something interesting. Lu Riyun's expression changed slightly, as if what she said touched her heart. At this time, Gu Changqing had already walked out of Jinhai Pavilion and was wandering in the ancient streets. When passing by Yihongyuan, they saw that the store had been blocked and several Yamen runners were standing outside to guard it. I heard that the man who died was the eldest son of the Ma family in the capital. What a sin. A distinguished earl's son died in a brothel. The Ma family is utterly disgraced. What's even more bizarre is, that assassin is truly amazing. He was able to assassinate him without even realizing it, right under the noses of so many Ma family guards. Yes, not only did they not catch the assassin, they didn't even see the shadow of the assassin. The onlookers were whispering to each other, and when the mysterious assassin was mentioned, they were all shocked. Gu Changqing stopped for a moment, and after not hearing any useful information, he chose to leave. In his opinion, the government had to go through the motions and give an explanation to the Ma family no matter what. So the next step must be to send people to conduct a thorough investigation throughout the city. However, the underground assassin gang in Qingzhou City now only has one base, the Tianming Medical Clinic. If the black market middlemen leak any information, they will definitely be tracked down. Although there are many ways to protect yourself, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, Gu Changqing has always believed that whoever has the harder fist will win. Then his mind moved slightly, and all the spirit stones in the storage ring were converted into energy values. Ding! Conversion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1070 energy points, which has accumulated to 1600. System, open the enhancement panel. As the thought came to his mind, a light screen panel suddenly appeared in front of him. The enhancement template has been opened for the host. Please select the pet upgrade and enhancement. The levels of Shadow Spider and Tiger Bee are both intermediate. To upgrade to advanced level, the required energy value is 1000 points each. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and immediately selected the Tiger Bee as the strengthening target. The last time Tiger Bee advanced and strengthened, he gained the skill of making 7-colored honey pills, which made him a lot of money. I don't know what unexpected surprises there will be this time. As the operation was completed, the system's mechanical sounds suddenly rang out. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations on your Tiger Bee receiving a high-level enhancement, and its combat power has been fully improved. Unlock new skills, Swarm Summoning. Strength Assessment, early stage of the Xiantian realm. Upgrading to the extraordinary level requires 10,000 energy points. It's increased tenfold again. When he saw the upgrade amount, Gu Changqing felt the pressure doubled. The further you go, the more money you will have to spend. Immediately afterwards, Gu Changqing moved the light downwards and stopped at the unlocked skills column on the panel. Bee Swarm Summon. Instantly summon 100 bee soldiers to assist in battle, time limit 30 minutes. Gu Changqing's eyes lit up and he felt quite curious. Tiger Bee, come out and show off. The moment the command was given, the Tiger Bee suddenly swooped out and flew into the sky. It only uses its skills when it is far away from the block. Calling the swarm. In an instant, a billowing black gas quickly spread out from the Tiger Bee. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Swarms of bee soldiers suddenly roared out from the black fog, forming a dark mass. Immediately afterwards, the data information of hundreds of bee soldiers also flashed on the panel. Their combat power is not high, only half of that of Tiger Bee's. In terms of skills, it only inherited the Tiger Bee's Stinger critical attack. Even so, this scale is completely a hornet army and should not be underestimated. Moreover, Gu Changqing was surprised to find that he and this group of bee soldiers also shared perception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the night sky, the swarm of bees quickly spread out, each hovering above the city. No matter which block, as long as it is within the bee soldier's sight, it will be projected into Gu Changqing's mind in real time. As shared perception was fully activated, the light and shadow in his mind suddenly became overwhelming, just like a large monitoring room, controlling everything that happened in the city. Interesting. Gu Changqing was greatly impressed. Let's not talk about the combat level of this swarm summoning skill for now, but at least it will be a great advantage for him when he tracks prey in the future. Chapter 28 Scapegoat. Gu Changqing captured the movements at the government office through the all-round vision of the bee swarm. His mind moved slightly, and he immediately controlled one of the bee soldiers to monitor secretly. Under the cover of night, Captain Li led a group of Yamen runners out of the gate and quickly shuttled through the blocks. Anyone who looked suspicious was arrested on the spot. Boss, is it okay to arrest people randomly like this? A young Yamen runner couldn't help but say. With their abilities, they don't look like assassins. Idiot. Captain Li glared at the other man and shouted, regardless of whether they are similar or not, let's arrest some hooligans and take them back. At least we can give an explanation. Could it be that you really have the ability to catch the assassin? Hearing this, the young Yamen runner was slightly startled and quickly shook his head. No. That's it. Captain Li scoffed. Asking us to catch an assassin? You're asking us to get killed. Sometimes we have to be flexible. Besides, these thugs don't do anything good on a daily basis. When they're tortured, they can just find a scapegoat to get away with it. The young bailiff suddenly understood and gave Captain Li a thumbs up. It turns out that old ginger is still spicy. Afterwards, Captain Li led the Yamen runners and headed straight for the slums in the north of the city. Almost all the people living here are low-level people with no background, and they are undoubtedly the best choice for scapegoats. Drive. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage came towards them, passing through the alley full of sewage. The driver wore a mask on his face and was tall and strong. There is no doubt that this person is Meng Jing. I was just worried about finding a suitable scapegoat. This one is absolutely perfect. Captain Li glanced around and couldn't help but grin when he saw Meng Jing's mysterious attire. Stop him. Dozens of Yamen runners understood what he meant and quickly rushed forward to stop the carriage. My dear officers, please go ahead. Meng Jing looked at them with a puzzled look, then parked the carriage to the side, making room in the aisle. We're not going there, we're going to catch you. Captain Li approached and sneered. You'd better surrender yourself, or you'll suffer. Meng Jing frowned. What crime have I committed? Stop talking nonsense and come with us to the government office first, and you'll find out. Captain Li suddenly drew his long knife and shouted angrily. If you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy. A group of Yamen runners also drew their weapons and surrounded them with ferocious looks. Seeing this situation, Meng Jing realized that something was wrong. He had originally followed Gu Changqing's instructions and asked Fang Baiyu to buy some sound transmission talismans on the black market. He was now preparing to take them to Tianming Medical Clinic, but he didn't expect to encounter this situation. Meng Jing, these guys obviously want to make you a scapegoat. At this moment, Fang Baiyu's deep voice came from the carriage. It will be terrible if we get caught by them. Rush over. Damn it. So that's how it is. Meng Jing's eyes turned fierce. He suddenly tightened the reins and then blew a whistle. In an instant, the black horse under his crotch suddenly stood up and kicked hard with its front hooves as big as bowls, knocking the two Yamen runners who were approaching to the ground. Then it dragged the carriage and tried to break through the crowd. Court death. Seeing this, Captain Li's eyes turned fierce and he suddenly ran out at high speed. At the same time, the long sword in his hand, under the infusion of Yuan Jin, the blade suddenly glowed coldly, and he suddenly swung out a sharp sword energy and slashed fiercely at the black horse. Call out. At the critical moment, the bee soldier who was watching secretly quickly shot out a poisonous stinger, which accurately pierced into the palm of Captain Li's knife-holding hand. Ah! Captain Li screamed in shock and pain. His long sword fell out of his hand, and his entire right arm swelled and turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boss, what's wrong with you? The Yamen runners were shocked by the sudden change. But before he could finish his words, a sharp and intense buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up subconsciously, and their pupils suddenly shocked. I saw a large group of hornets swooping down like a dark cloud. They shook their tails and simultaneously unleashed their stinger-like critical attack skills. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless tiny poisonous stingers poured down like a rain of arrows. The Yamen runners were so frightened that they hurriedly swung their swords to block, but were still hit by some of the poisonous stingers, and severe pain instantly swept through their bodies. Oh! For a while, there were endless shrill screams. What a fierce poisonous bee! Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu were both shocked. But to their delight, they discovered that the poisonous bees did not seem to attack them, as if someone was controlling them behind the scenes. This stinger, could it be that assassin? Captain Li pulled out the poisonous stinger from the back of his hand, and his scalp instantly went numb. Because this is exactly the same as the poisonous stinger on Martin Yu's body. Thinking of this, Captain Li felt a chill in his heart. He dared not continue to look for scapegoats and ran away tumbling and crawling. Seeing that their leader had run away, the Yamen runners also fled in panic. Withdraw. At this time, Gu Changqing, who was far away in the East City district, gave orders in a low voice. The bee soldiers hovering above the carriage quickly evacuated like a whirlwind. Baiyu, these poisonous bees are not here to save us, are they? Meng Jing looked up at the swarm of bees that were gradually moving away and asked in disbelief. Nonsense, we were the only two who were fine with that attack just now. He must have been protecting us. Fang Baiyu's eyes narrowed. Besides, that person can control so many wasps. He must be a top-level beastmaster. We are so lucky to have met such a chivalrous martial arts master. Meng Jing smiled awkwardly and said, if I get the chance in the future, I must thank him in person. TSK, you can't meet a master like that just because you want to. If you work hard to improve your cultivation, maybe you'll still have a chance. Fang Baiyu curled his lips and said, our current goal is to help the boss make the assassins bigger and stronger. As long as we have money on hand, we can buy spiritual materials for cultivation. Meng Jing nodded seriously. He also had a burning desire to practice martial arts. After what happened in the slums tonight, this place is probably no longer habitable. Fang Baiyu sighed inwardly, then kicked Meng Jing's butt and urged him, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go to Tianming Medical Clinic to find the boss. You little bastard, don't really think you're the customer of my cart. If you kick my ass again, I'll throw you out of the cart. Meng Jing glared at Fang Baiyu angrily, then pulled the reins and drove the carriage forward quickly. Little did they know that the hornet that had been lurking in the dark suddenly flew out and quickly flew towards the area where Gu Changqing was. After confirming that Meng Jing and the others were not in danger, Gu Changqing cut off the shared vision and hid his achievements and fame. Nowadays, the Destiny Killer Group is expanding and becoming stronger, and these two are the main force and no accidents can happen to them. After the recent things are done, it seems necessary to improve their cultivation strength. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and decided to collect some martial arts resources to train the two of them. Although they met by chance this time, he secretly helped them out of the crisis. But what about next time? Therefore, the most important thing is to enhance your own strength. Moreover, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu have excellent martial arts talents. Even though they were born in the slums, they can reach the peak of the Qi condensation realm with their meager resources. If there are sufficient resources for cultivation, there will be rapid progress. Chapter 29 Shadow Shuttle. Receive. Gu Changqing gave an order. The hundreds of bee soldiers hovering in the night sky suddenly turned into black mist with a puff, sound, and disappeared. Then, the tiger bee flew above the block where he was, flapped its wings suddenly, and swooped down. It was so fast that it landed steadily on Gu Changqing's shoulder in the blink of an eye. At this moment, its speed, strength, and defense have all reached a high-level enhanced state. The 6 legs are like claws made of fine steel, and the 2 pairs of wings are as hard as iron, with sharp cold light flashing on the edges. It is not difficult to imagine that if you are scratched by this pair of iron wings, their sharpness is no less than that of a dagger, and can cut through the skin and flesh in an instant. Although the wings are small, if they cut into a person's eyes or throat, the damage caused will be extremely serious. After one more advancement and strengthening, the tiger bee should be able to sweep away all human warriors within the Xiantian realm. Gu Changqing thought secretly, then looked up at the starry night sky, with a hint of longing in his eyes. He is very clear about his current position. Although the world outside is vast and the resources are abundant, we still have to continue to live in this small piece of land until it develops. Master, you are partial. I also want to be strengthened. At this moment, Shadow Spider's resentful voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Don't be afraid, Zhu. If you're in danger in the future, I'll protect you. Tiger Bee responded in a very cocky way. Who needs your protection? I want my master. The Shadow Spider's tone was full of disgust. If it couldn't defeat the Tiger Bee, it would have come out to spin silk. Gu Changqing smiled silently at the verbal attacks of his 2 pets. There are 600 energy points left. I'll give you a boost when I get 1,000. Gu Changqing smiled and nodded, then hired a carriage on the street and headed towards Tianbeifang. He now has about 170,000 yuan in funds, which is enough for the Shadow Spider to complete high-level enhancement. Dear guest, you are finally here. As soon as he walked into Tianbeifang, the shop owner recognized Gu Changqing at a glance and immediately came forward to greet him warmly. Young master, do you want to sell those 7-colored pills? The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together. His eyes narrowed into a smile. However much you sell this time, I will take it. No ambiguity. He was still brooding over the missed opportunity last time, but now that Gu Changqing came to him on his own initiative, how could he miss it again? I'm not selling pills this time. I want to buy some low-grade spirit stones. About 1,500. Upon hearing this number, the shop owner's originally depressed mood suddenly felt like a ray of hope. Okay, that's enough. He quickly took a sack and filled it up. By the way, our store just got some pollen from the cold spirit flower today. Would you like some? Remembering that Gu Changqing had purchased this kind of material before, he quickly took the opportunity to promote it. This is the last batch for late autumn, a full 3 pounds. As he spoke, the shop owner took out an iron box from under the counter. As it opened, the icy pollen immediately came into view, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air. Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. This pollen was enough to make 6 batches of 7-colored honey pills, which is 30 pills. Even if there are no assassination missions for the time being, the funds can be maintained for a period of time. If you want them all, plus the price of spirit stones. The shopkeeper tapped his fat fingers on the abacus and said with a smile, I'll round off the amount for you. The total is 160,000 silver coins. Gu Changqing didn't bargain and paid the full amount. But after completing the transaction, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The assets that were quite abundant just now became stretched in the blink of an eye. System, select Shadow Spider for enhancement. After walking out of Tianbeifang, Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he suddenly opened the upgrade panel. Then, he converted all the spirit stones he had purchased into energy values. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations on completing the high-level enhancement of your Shadow Spider, and its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Unlock high-level skills, Shadow Shuttle. Strength assessment, early stage of the Xiantian realm. Upgrading to the extraordinary stage requires 10,000 energy points. As the information on the panel suddenly changed, a brand new pet encyclopedia flashed out. The Shadow Spider's Zerg form changed, and spiderweb-like silver patterns appeared on its originally black shell. The 8 spider legs exude a cold metallic luster, and the hooked claws at the end of the limbs are as sharp as needles. Shadow Shuttle. Gu Changqing's attention was completely focused on Shadow Spider's new skills. By retrieving information, we learned that this is a dark spatial displacement skill that combines the three characteristics of stealth, surprise attack, and dodge. However, you must touch or be close to the shadow area to shuttle. And you have to jump between shadows within your sight, and the limit of movement is within 100 meters. Isn't this skill like teleportation? Gu Changqing's eyes flashed. Although it is not as free and easy as teleportation, its ability is also very impressive. Owner, Shadow Spider's excited voice echoed in his mind. I've learned shadow travel. As soon as he finished speaking, a Shadow Spider suddenly appeared at Gu Changqing's feet. Then it used Gu Changqing's body shadow as a shuttle point, and the next second it appeared in the shadow of a corner not far away. Sharp. Gu Changqing praised him sincerely and felt extremely envious. If I also have this shadow shuttle skill, it will undoubtedly be an extra life-saving trump card. Unfortunately, the shared perception set by the system did not allow him to acquire the skills of the Shadow Spider. After a brief sigh, Gu Changqing quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, the improvement in Shadow Spider's strength is undoubtedly equivalent to the enhancement of the combat effectiveness of its entire team. Then, he checked the remaining energy value, which was 1,100 points. It is more than enough to refine 6 batches of colorful honey pills. Immediately, Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he directly put all the pollen into the system space and started operating. Ding! All the colorful honey pills have been successfully produced, energy value minus 600. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 colorful honey pills. Gu Changqing took out a jade box from his storage ring and put everything into it. Although there are only 30 pieces, reselling them will definitely bring in a considerable profit. Everything is done, it's time to go back. Gu Changqing looked around, but could not see the carriage that had been parked on the street. This place is dozens of kilometers away from Tianming Medical Clinic, and he can walk back. Master, I can take you on a shadow shuttle. Do you want to try it? Gu Changqing's eyes lit up when he heard the Shadow Spider's voice. Can you actually play it like this? Gu Changqing suppressed his excitement and asked cautiously, are there any side effects? Don't worry, Master. It shouldn't happen. After receiving Shadow Spider's affirmation, Gu Changqing immediately ordered, then let's get started. Call out. In an instant, an almost transparent spider silk came rushing over and quickly wrapped around his body. Master, hold on to my silk. As soon as Shadow Spider finished speaking, he suddenly used his Shadow Shuttle skill. Chapter 30 Understanding the Artistic Concept. Whoosh. Gu Changqing only felt that his eyes went dark and then bright again. In just a blink of an eye, he was surprised to find that although he was still standing, he had appeared in the shadow of the corner of the wall dozens of meters away. It's done. Gu Changqing's heart was filled with excitement. This was simply an excellent skill to hide one's whereabouts. Master, how do you feel? Shadow Spider's concerned voice came from his mind. Gu Changqing quickly checked his body and found nothing abnormal. No problem, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Spider took him and disappeared in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In this way, the man and the beast quickly shuttled through the shadows and the streets. Gu Changqing felt as if his body was being pulled by a strange dark force, flowing rapidly along the veins of shadow. Every cell in the body seemed to merge into the darkness and move quickly along with it. At a certain moment, Gu Changqing seemed to have grasped something, but it suddenly disappeared in an instant, and he was unable to clearly grasp the mystery. In response, he simply closed his eyes and carefully savored the strange feeling of traveling through the dark space. Darkness is not nothingness, but a flowing vein. Gu Changqing immersed himself in it, and as his understanding deepened, he gradually gained some understanding in his heart. Every time he shuttled through, he clearly found that his body was instantly swallowed by darkness. When released again, the shuttle is completed. But in the process, it wasn't just a simple spatial jump, but a resonance with the darkness and the shadows, until it completely merged into the darkness. Gu Changqing's heart was shocked, and he vaguely touched some mysterious, artistic conception. You know, in martial arts practice, artistic conception is a higher level of perception that transcends pure power. If a warrior can comprehend a certain artistic conception, he can create his own unique martial arts and unleash combat power far beyond that of his peers. But at this moment, Gu Changqing had only touched the threshold and had not actually stepped in. Realizing this, he immediately ordered the Shadow Spider. Speed up the shuttle, don't stop. Although Shadow Spider was doubtful, it still accelerated suddenly as instructed. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, afterimages flashed through the streets like lightning. Any area with shadows will become a springboard for Shadow Spiders. As it shuttled at such an extreme speed, a gust of air suddenly swept out. Strange, why does it feel so chilly tonight? Yes, and these romantic trends seem to have no rules. The pedestrians on the street looked surprised and looked around in amazement, finding it quite unbelievable. At this time, Gu Changqing was completely immersed in the darkness. Except for the spider silk wrapped around his body, he seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. This time, he no longer passively accepted the shuttle, but actively released his perception and even tried to guide the shadow spider's shuttle path. Master seems to be affecting my shadow travel. The shadow spider was quite surprised to find that Gu Changqing's thoughts could actually slightly change its direction of travel. In response, Shadow Spider did not forcibly block it, but cooperated very tacitly. As the control progressed, Gu Changqing's vision was no longer as pure darkness as before, but there were countless fine veins flowing, like blood vessels interwoven into a network. Is this the trajectory of the shadow? Gu Changqing was shocked and tried to touch these veins with his mind. Boom. In an instant, Gu Changqing's mind seemed to be pulled into deeper darkness, and an unprecedented enlightenment exploded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is experiencing a dark state of mind. Current progress of comprehension, 5%, 10%, 15%. Just at this moment, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. However, when the progress of comprehension reached 20%, the dark space suddenly collapsed. Puff. The shadow spider's energy was exhausted and the shadow shuttle was forced to stop. Gu Changqing's body shook, and he suddenly broke away from the dark state of mind, and his consciousness returned to reality. Although it's a pity, at least I've stepped into the door. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Master, my energy is exhausted. Shadow Spider lay tiredly at Gu Changqing's feet and said apologetically. The high-intensity and rapid shuttle just now obviously consumed a lot of its energy. No problem, I'll take you this time. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he took the initiative to guide the true energy in his body, imitating the Shadow Spider's shadow shuttle, trying to resonate with the surrounding darkness. Buzz! His body trembled slightly, and the shadow under his feet seemed to be pulled and twisted strangely. Gu Changqing sensed the pulse of the dark mood, then took a step forward, and his body slowly merged into the shadows. Then, his steps quickened, and his figure suddenly turned into a series of black afterimages, quickly moving among the shadows in the streets. Although this footwork is far inferior to the Shadow Spider's shadow shuttle, it is a kind of shadow step created by borrowing the artistic conception and mystery of it. Martial arts practice is truly unfathomable. Gu Changqing didn't feel much in his heart. He knew very well that he had just stepped into the threshold and had only grasped a hint of the dark realm. It would not be so easy to truly control the darkness. After all, the function of the system is mainly to create Zerg monsters. As long as the energy value is sufficient, it can be continuously advanced and strengthened. As for his own way of cultivation, he still has to rely on himself to explore. Only in this way can one increase lifespan and even achieve the long-desired immortality. Gu Changqing didn't want to wait until the fake killer business developed, and he became an old man whose oil lamp was about to run out. Master, work hard to earn more money, and then give me a few more upgrades and enhancements. Maybe I can create a pill that can prolong my life. The tiger bee seemed to sense Gu Changqing's thoughts and said with a smug look on his face, Master, don't listen to its nonsense. It should strengthen me so that I can always protect your safety. Shadow Spider had obviously been fighting with Tiger Bee recently, and he immediately retorted, Zhu, what you said is not right. I can protect my master, and I can also protect you at the same time. Tiger Bee, however, started to flirt. You haven't seen me transformed into a humanoid monster. I'm so strong and powerful. If you don't believe me, Master, please let me show you my skills. As soon as the words fell, it slipped out of the system space and circled around Gu Changqing. If it weren't for the owner's instructions, the Tiger Bee would have transformed and shown off on the spot. Stop talking nonsense. Your existence cannot be exposed for the time being. Gu Changqing laughed and scolded the Tiger Bee, then put it into the system space. In order to prevent this guy from making trouble again, he specially set up a ban in the system space to temporarily suppress the Tiger Bee. Master, when do you plan to create the third monster? Shadow Spider's curious question immediately piqued Gu Changqing's interest. The intelligence network of the current Destiny Killer Group has been fully handed over to Feng Baiyu to manage, and he will also introduce an agent, Zhao Rong, when the time comes. Once the scale is reached, the most needed personnel in the killer industry are assassins. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing felt that it was indeed necessary to form a monster killer team. But when creating the third monster, which type of Zerg should I choose? Chapter 31. What do you mean? In Gu Changqing's view, although the Zerg are small, they also have strong and weak divisions. Moreover, each species has unique innate abilities. Just like the mantis's attack method, it mainly relies on its sickle-like forelimbs to hunt ferociously. There are also beetles. Regardless of their offensive capabilities, their defensive capabilities are extremely strong. If they are evolved into Zerg monsters, they will definitely be the backbone of the team's shield. Insects are easy to choose, but the materials are a bit difficult to come by. After thinking for a while, Gu Changqing murmured and sighed softly. After all, the materials needed to edit the Zerg cannot be synthesized by just randomly finding some, as that will only lower the monster's potential limit. Although it can be advanced and strengthened through energy value in the later stage, the operation process is really troublesome. Therefore, not only should you select editing materials that correspond to the unique abilities of the Zerg, but you should also pay attention to high-level materials. Master, for a killer Zerg, I recommend choosing a mantis. At this moment, Shadow Spider suggested through voice transmission. Before I was edited and strengthened, I was almost eaten by a mantis, and then I hid in the master's clinic. The mantis's blade limbs are very powerful and have always been a hunter-killer in our insect world. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. I actually think the mantis is pretty good, and the choice of materials is not difficult. Just get a high-quality long sword. Zhu, you are very short-sighted. How can that thing be called a hunter-killer? When I was surviving in the wild, I once killed a small praying mantis. There was a hint of disdain in Tiger Bee's tone, and he boasted about himself at the same time. Oh, you know it's a baby mantis. If you had encountered a full-grown mantis, would you still be alive today? Shadow Spider sneered in disdain. Gu Changqing ignored their bickering and checked the system panel, which showed only 500 energy points left. With this little balance, even if he wanted to catch a mantis to edit the monster, he would not be able to do so. All ideas can only be considered after the task reward is received and the colorful honey pills are successfully sold. Gu Changqing gathered his thoughts, and as the true energy in his body circulated, he suddenly increased the speed of his shadow steps. Every move and shift makes this movement more handy. The night wind whistled in his ears, and soon, Gu Changqing arrived at the West City District. Look, the boss is here. Outside the door of Tianming Medical Clinic, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu had already been squatting there waiting. When they saw Gu Changqing appear not far away, they immediately stood up. Because he had been in trouble with Captain Li and his men in the slums before, Meng Jing had already taken off his mask and even parked his carriage at a nearby post station. This point is done with extreme caution. Boss, this is the sound transmission note you requested. Fang Baiyu stepped forward quickly and took out a large stack of talismans from his arms. Without the convenience of a storage ring, these talismans were inevitably wrinkled when he carried them close to his body. It should cost a lot of money, right? Gu Changqing took them casually and estimated that there were at least 50 or 60 of them. Free. Fang Baiyu grinned. These are all made by Sister Rong herself, so there's no need to spend money. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in surprise, she is a rune master? Strictly speaking, not really. Fang Baiyu shook his head. Sister Rong has been a middleman for many years, dealing with various forces in the black market all day long, and her sound transmission notes have been consumed a lot. But this thing has always been monopolized by the shops of ancient martial arts families, and the price is ridiculously high. To save money, Sister Rong dedicated herself to studying it for a while and finally figured it out. Hearing this, the surprise in Gu Changqing's eyes immediately turned into strong interest. In order to make an isolation talisman, he had even secretly learned Lu Riyun's method and tried to copy it. He knew very well that it was extremely difficult to make an inscribed talisman. I didn't expect that Zhao Rong, an outsider, could teach herself and copy so many sound transmission notes. This is truly a talent. If she could be recruited into the Destiny Killer Company, not only would we have an agent, but with a little training in the future, we might even be able to train her into a rune master. Boss, don't worry. Sister Rong said these sound transmission notes are all finished products, and the sound quality is absolutely clear. Seeing Gu Changqing remain silent, Fang Baiyu smiled confidently and said, I'll give it a try, and you'll know. As he spoke, he took out 2 sound transmission talismans, mobilized the true energy in his body to inject them into the talismans, and then handed one of them to Meng Jing. Keep as far away as possible. Meng Jing understood and ran quickly into the depths of the alley, stopping only when he was several hundred meters away. Laugh. Fang Baiyu immediately ignited the sound transmission node in his hand, and then muttered in a low voice, idiot. The next moment, a fire suddenly lit up at the entrance of the alley in the distance. The sound transmission node in Meng Jing's hand suddenly caught fire, and then Fang Baiyu's voice instantly came into his ears. "You son of a bitch! How dare you call me an idiot? You're dead!" Deep in the alley at night, Meng Jing's roar suddenly echoed. Then, he rushed towards us like a mad beast. "Don't be impulsive. I'm just demonstrating the sound transmission effect to the boss." Fang Baiyu immediately admitted his mistake and begged for mercy with a playful smile. "For the boss's sake, I'll let you go this time." Meng Jing snorted coldly and suppressed his anger. Gu Changqing couldn't help but smile as he looked at the two funny guys in front of him. "If there's an emergency in the future, we'll use the sound transmission note to communicate." He took out half of the talismans and gave them to Meng Jing and the others. "Also, take this ring and use it. Remember to replate it." Gu Changqing turned his wrist and handed Martin Yu's storage ring to Fang Baiyu. Storage ring. Fang Baiyu's eyes lit up, and his mental power quickly probed in, and then he took out two martial arts secret books from it. Ma's Boxing and Ma's Sword Manual. Looking at the words on the cover, Fang Baiyu's pupils suddenly shrank and his whole body froze. You should know that this is a martial art inherited only by wealthy families. It is equivalent to an exclusive secret and is generally not passed on to outsiders. The Ma family's skills, could it be? His heart was shocked, and he suddenly thought of the news that Martin Yu was assassinated in Yahangyuan tonight, and suddenly he understood. It turns out that the mysterious top assassin is actually his own boss. No wonder it needs to be repainted. Isn't this simply selling stolen goods? Hee hee, but it suits my taste. Fang Baiyu blew on the golden ring and smiled flatteringly. Take these two manuals and practice them privately. Gu Changqing glanced at the two of them and said, "Try not to show off outside. Do you understand?" Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing exchanged a glance, then nodded in understanding. "Thank you, boss. By the way, what has your sister Rong thought about it?" After entering the clinic, Gu Changqing couldn't help but ask. After learning about Zhao Rong's abilities, he could no longer hold back his desire to recruit her. If his character is decent, he would be a rare talent. Neither refused nor agreed. Fang Baiyu shook his head and sighed softly. "Although Sister Rong is reluctant to speak out, I also know her difficulties." Meng Jing's expression tightened when he heard this. "What do you know?" "Don't worry, Sister Rong is fine." Fang Baiyu pushed away Meng Jing, who was approaching him, turned to look at Gu Changqing, and said calmly, "Speaking of this matter, it is actually related to you, boss." "What do you mean?" A hint of doubt flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. As for Zhao Rong, he had no recollection of ever having any contact with her. Chapter 32, Obstruction. If there is no intersection, how can they be unrelated? Gu Changqing was puzzled. "It's just because of one person, Chen Kuei." Fang Baiyu said meaningfully, "Some time ago, Chen Kuei made a harsh statement in the black market, forbidding any middlemen from getting involved in any of his assassin organizations, including the Tianming Killer Company. If anyone dares to disobey, he will issue a kill order on the black market." Hearing this, Gu Changqing frowned. It seemed that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. He knew very well that there must be interests involved. But what does it have to do with him if his own assassin gang recruits an agent? This approach is clearly an attempt to strangle the Tianming Killer Gang, preventing them from becoming bigger and stronger, while forcing them to continue working for them to make money. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing's eyes became even colder. "If you want to strangle me, the Killer Gang, I'll have to break your claws first." Gu Changqing said in a cold voice, "Baiyu, first secretly investigate where Chen Kuei's lair is and who his men are." Fang Baiyu's eyes flickered as he asked curiously, "Boss, are you going to attack him?" "Begin with courtesy, then use force." Gu Changqing said calmly, "Be prepared for everything. If we can't reach an agreement, we can strike first." Fang Baiyu's expression was serious, and he nodded solemnly. "Okay, leave it to me. Also, please spread the news." Gu Changqing instructed. "Just say that the 7-colored honey pills that will be auctioned at Jinhai Pavilion tonight will be sold at Tianming Medical Clinic starting tomorrow." 7-colored honey pills. Fang Baiyu was slightly stunned and stared at Gu Changqing in disbelief. After the auction ended tonight, the wealthy nobles and shops in the city were asking around the city for the channels to get the 7-colored honey pills, and they were extremely enthusiastic. However, in the huge Qingzhou city, it is difficult to find a pill, which is even scarcer than the Foundation Establishment pill. But right now, Tianming Medical Clinic will open for sale tomorrow. "Boss, could it be that you are the person behind the sale of the 7-colored honey pills?" Fang Baiyu suppressed his inner fluctuations and couldn't help asking. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. Although he didn't respond, It was considered as his tacit agreement. My dear. Fong Baiyu couldn't hide the excitement on his face and said excitedly, I heard that the 7 colorful honey pills at the auction tonight were sold for a high price of 150,000 silver coins. That means the price of one pill starts at least 20,000. We are rich now. Meng Jing, who was standing next to him, was completely confused and had no idea about the 7 colored honey pills. In terms of intelligence, he was obviously not as well informed as Fong Baiyu. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of this. Just wait and get paid tomorrow. Fong Baiyu patted his chest and said confidently, then led Meng Jing out of the clinic. Looking at the two figures walking away, Gu Chongqing's mouth curled up slightly. With these two capable assistants, I feel a lot more relaxed. I don't have to do some tedious chores myself. If Zhao Ron can be successfully recruited, the prototype of the Destiny Killer Group will be truly established. Once we have enough funds, it seems necessary to move to a more spacious place. Gu Chongqing looked around, sizing up the space inside the store, and pondered in his mind. After all, once the killer organization expands in size, this small clinic will obviously not be enough. Dr. Gu, please help us take a look. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the door, interrupting Gu Chongqing's thoughts. Captain Li and a dozen Yamen runners were seen supporting each other and staggering into the store. These people all had pale faces and purple lips, obvious symptoms of being poisoned. Gu Chongqing was clear about this and naturally knew that this must have been caused by the previous bee swarm attack. Fortunately, it was not the stinger shot by a tiger bee, otherwise these guys would not even have the strength to walk to the clinic. Captain Li, what's going on? Gu Chongqing stepped forward quickly and asked in surprise. While we were chasing the assassin, we were attacked by a swarm of poisonous bees. Captain Li slumped in his chair and angrily said, I don't know what species those poisonous bees are. They're very ferocious. My hand was stung by a poisonous stinger, and it's still burning with pain. He raised his swollen and purple right hand and gritted his teeth. However, Captain Li's injury was relatively minor. In contrast, the condition of the Yamen runners was even worse. Some of them had shiny swollen faces and their eyes were narrowed into slits. The most seriously ill one had a thicker neck, and even his breathing was rasping. It turned out to be a bee sting. This kind of poison is not difficult to treat. Gu Chongqing smiled indifferently and started to work calmly. His technique was as fast as lightning. He picked out the thorns, let the blood, and applied medicine in one go. As the medicine seeped into the wound, Captain Li suddenly felt the burning pain recede like a tide. The complexion of the other Yamen runners also gradually improved, and their spirits obviously recovered a lot. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly amazing. Captain Li moved his arms, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although I still felt a little numb and weak, the pain was no longer as unbearable as before. Please, Dr. Gu, write me a prescription. The medical expenses. He paused before saying, lowering his voice, you can increase the price by 30%. Gu Chongqing casually wrote out a medical bill of 300 silver coins and said with a smile, Captain Li fights violence and protects the good people every day, and it really works hard to protect the peace in this area. If you accept this bill, the treatment fee will be waived. Captain Li raised his eyebrows, took the medical bill, and gave Gu Chongqing an admiring look. This kid is really smart. Captain Li, I just heard you were hunting down an assassin. I wonder what big event happened in the city. As Gu Chongqing asked, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to the person who has eaten one's food. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of and perhaps get some information out of him. Just one homicide. Captain Li said calmly, but the man who died was the legitimate son of an earl from the Ma family in the capital. Gu Chongqing continued to ask questions with a look of surprise on his face. In that case, this is a serious matter. So have you caught the assassin? Catch the ass. Captain Li snorted angrily. The Ma family's guards haven't even seen the shadow of the assassin. How can we arrest him? The higher-ups have issued a death order, giving us 3 days to find the murderer and even the mastermind behind it. Fuck it. It's easy to talk without any pain in your back. If you have the guts, let them try it themselves. Speaking of this, Captain Li became irritated and suddenly kicked over the wooden chair next to his feet. Chapter 33, Unruly. Inside the clinic, following Constable Li's lead in complaining, the Yamen runners also began to grumble. Boss is right. If we want to arrest someone, we need to provide some facial features so that we can have a direction. If you keep running around like a headless fly, you might even offend someone. That's right, and the deadline is 3 days. Even if a detective came, it would probably be difficult. They were all filled with righteous indignation and looked resentful. It is indeed too difficult for you to do this. Gu Changqing nodded sympathetically and asked, "If we don't catch the assassin within 3 days, won't you be punished?" "That's not necessarily true." Captain Li sneered. "In 3 days, we will completely clean up the black market in Qingzhou City. Especially the underground assassins hiding in the city, root them out completely. Even if we can't catch the murderer, we can at least give an explanation to our superiors." Gu Changqing's eyes darkened, and then he pretended to be surprised. "Where is the assassin organization hiding in the city? I usually go out for medical treatment, so it's better to stay away from them." Upon hearing this, Captain Li waved his hands irritably. "If I had known, I would have brought people to take him down. But it doesn't matter. We can catch a few black market middlemen and torture them to get clues." Gu Changqing smiled and nodded. "That's very good." After asking the question, he didn't say anything more and turned around to pack up the medicine box. "Dr. Gu, I will remember your kindness tonight." Captain Li put the medical bill into his pocket and said with a deep smile, "If you have any trouble in the future, just let me know." "Okay, thank you, Captain Li." Gu Changqing bowed and clasped his hands, then watched them walk out of the clinic. It was not until Captain Li and others had left that his eyes suddenly became cold. "Little Spider, you watch in secret. Anyone who provides information about the clinic to the government will be killed." The moment the order was conveyed, Shadow Spider immediately used its Shadow Shuttle skill and followed quietly. After closing the shop, Gu Changqing was not bothered by this matter. In his opinion, as long as the government has not yet discovered the existence of the Tianming killer group, everything is under control. As for the middlemen in the black market, he has no worries about anyone getting caught. After all, those guys are all smart people, and they might have almost disappeared by the time they got the news. So, unless someone deliberately leaked the information to the government. Otherwise, it would be difficult to know that the Tianming Medical Clinic is actually an underground killer gang. Gu Changqing simply washed up, then sat cross-legged on the bed, breathing in slowly and exhaling slowly. As his mind calmed down, he gradually entered a state of cultivation. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, he dares not slack off in the slightest, and is even less willing to become a stepping stone for others. If you want to be the meat-eating wolf on the pyramid, you have to do your best to become stronger. The next morning, Gu Changqing was awakened by a loud noise. He looked at the slightly bright sky outside the window and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It felt like I had only been practicing for a short while, but it was already dawn so quickly. It really proves the saying that time has no meaning in cultivation. At this moment, a bright voice sounded outside the store. Everyone lined up before the clinic opened. "Here, no matter what your status is, you must abide by the rules. Anyone who dares to break the rules will be disqualified from purchasing immediately." Gu Changqing's ears moved slightly, and from the voice, it was obviously Fang Baiyu. "What's this kid up to?" Gu Changqing walked quickly towards the door with full of doubts. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. There was a long, winding queue in front of the clinic, stretching all the way to the corner of the street. There were at least 100 people in the queue. Looking around, most of the people in the team were rich people dressed in luxurious clothes. The Tianming Medical Clinic is open. Could this young man be the Dr. Gu who made the 7-colored honey pills? "You're so capable at such a young age. It's really suspicious. Yeah, you won't cheat, right?" Gu Changqing then appeared, and everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. Although some people expressed doubts, he was reluctant to leave the team for fear of missing the opportunity. "Boss, is my publicity okay?" Fang Baiyu moved closer to Gu Changqing, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Well, the effect is pretty good." Gu Changqing praised with great satisfaction. "However, with so many people here, do you have enough colorful honey pills to sell?" Fang Baiyu looked at Gu Changqing and asked in a low voice. "No problem." Gu Changqing smiled indifferently and said calmly. He now has only 32 colorful honey pills on hand. For the people in the scene, although supply is insufficient to meet demand, this is the kind of hunger marketing they want. As long as some people cannot buy them, the popularity of the colorful honey pills will spread, leading to a stronger advertising effect. "Do you have the 7-colored honey pills? If you have one, make an offer." Some people were already impatient and shouting loudly, especially the fat rich woman who lost the bidding to Lu Shuanger at the auction last night. At this moment, she was squeezed in the crowd with her big butt and urged in a sharp voice, "Handsome boy, quickly take out the colorful honey pills, and I'll give you enough money." Seeing that the atmosphere was about the same, Gu Changqing winked at Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu. "Go get a rope and separate the people after the 30th person in the line." Fang Baiyu understood what he meant and immediately took action with Meng Jing. However, as soon as the rope was pulled up, the people behind started to question. "What do you mean? Are we going to treat them differently?" Could it be that those who are at the back of the queue are not eligible to buy it? No, we came here early in the morning to line up. Why can't we buy it? Suddenly, dissatisfied discussions arose one after another. These people are almost all wealthy aristocrats who live a life of luxury. How could they swallow this humiliation? Amidst the commotion, Gu Chongqing said calmly, "Everyone, please be patient. Due to the limited number of colorful honey pills in our store, we can only provide 30 today. Each person is limited to one, and the price is 20,000. Of course, customers after the 30th place are not disqualified from purchasing." Gu Chongqing paused for a moment, then continued, "You can collect the reservation coupons in turn, and you will have priority to purchase the 7-colored honey pills when they go on sale next time." After hearing this, most of the people's dissatisfaction subsided. However, a young man with a pockmarked face pulled off the rope and rushed to the front of the team in a domineering manner. "I want it today. You have to sell it even if you don't want to." He looked at Gu Chongqing and sneered arrogantly. "You just want money, right? This young master has plenty." Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly and was not moved. "Is it so great to be rich? So what if we don't want to sell it to you?" Seeing that Gu Chongqing ignored him, Fang Baiyu understood and walked up to him and scolded him. But soon, two thugs stopped him ferociously. "If you want to do something, come find me." A loud shout was heard, and Meng Jing's iron tower-like figure suddenly rushed forward. Faced with Meng Jing's sturdy figure like an ox, the two men's pupils suddenly shrank and their eyes dodged wildly. Fang Baiyu's eyes darkened, and the energy in his body was quickly activated, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He took the 7-colored honey pill given by Gu Chongqing 2 days ago, which not only detoxified him, but also cleansed all the impurities in his tendons and veins. His current cultivation strength has already broken through to the acquired realm. Gu Chongqing shook his head, indicating that Fang Baiyu and the others did not need to use force. He has many ways to deal with this unruly dude. Chapter 34, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. "Boy, Captain Li and I have a very close relationship. If you're smart, you'd better give me a 7-colored honey pill as a token of your respect." The pockmarked young man stared at Gu Chongqing and said gloomily, "Otherwise, I will make sure your small clinic has no place in Qingzhou City." Gu Chongqing ignored this threatening tone. Then he glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "As I said before, we only have 37-colored honey pills. If this person cuts in line, it means that one of the 30 customers ahead will lose the right to purchase." At this point, Gu Chongqing looked at the people in the front row with a hint of amusement on his face. "I wonder if anyone among you is willing to give up their place?" As soon as these words came out, those people's expressions suddenly tensed up and immediately exploded. "Are you kidding? I won't let you. I recognize this man. He's from the Zhou family in the city, but he's just a playboy from a third-rate family. A mere third-rate family thinks you can bully others by taking advantage of your power? You're simply overestimating your own abilities. Is Captain Li so awesome? I'm even best friends with the city lord's wife. That's right, from now on, your Zhou family's rice shop will never buy from my Li family again." All of a sudden, everyone unanimously attacked the pockmarked young man, spitting at his mouth. Especially the fat rich woman was even more domineering and directly cut off the Zhou family's business channels. Zhou Tao's face turned pale at the sudden change, and he stared at the scene in disbelief. He never thought that he only threatened Gu Chongqing, but ended up offending so many powerful people. Killing with a borrowed knife. This trick of the boss is really brilliant. Fang Baiyu's eyes flashed, and his heart was full of admiration. "Rebellious son, you are truly bringing shame to our Zhou family." At this time, a middle-aged man came over angrily and slapped Zhou Tao twice. "Why don't you kneel down and apologize to everyone?" Immediately afterwards, he was forced to his knees by the middle-aged man's big hands and scolded angrily. Zhou Tao finally came to his senses from his panic and realized that this was his father finding a place for him to maneuver. "I was wrong. I was shameless. I shouldn't have grabbed the purchase quota. Please be kind and don't cut off your business with the Zhou family because of my mistake." Zhou Tao's face was full of sincerity as he kept begging for mercy and apologizing to those powerful people. However, despite his behavior, he did not apologize to Gu Chongqing. It was obvious that he was just afraid of offending the powerful. Gu Chongqing didn't care about this. As long as the effect is achieved, it's fine. "Get out of here quickly and don't get in the way." Fang Baiyu snorted coldly and drove him away without any courtesy. Seeing that no one was pursuing the matter anymore, Zhou Tao quickly stood up and walked out of the crowd. But before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Gu Chongqing, his eyes full of viciousness. Gu Chongqing noticed the other party's cold gaze and completely ignored it. As the boss behind an underground assassin gang, Would he be afraid of the revenge of a playboy? If this guy thinks his life is too long, he doesn't mind sending him to death early. But right now, making money is undoubtedly the most important thing. Afterwards, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing were responsible for distributing appointment forms to the team members and registering their names. Instead, Gu Changqing took out 30 colorful honey pills and did the simple task of collecting money and selling goods. Soon, all the colorful honey pills were swept away. The total income is exactly 600,000. After deducting the cost price, I made a huge profit of over 500,000. Boss, this pill is really easy to make money. Fang Baiyu couldn't hide his excitement and whispered excitedly. If we can refine more, we can make a fortune just by selling this. Why would we still do this illegal business? Meng Jing stood aside and nodded silently. Although he didn't understand the twists and turns of business, he felt really good about the fact that he had earned more money in less than half a day than he could have earned in his entire life pulling a horse-drawn carriage. This can only make some money in the early stages, but it's not a long-term solution. Gu Changqing said calmly. Among the people who just bought the 7-colored honey pills, some of them will definitely give them to the alchemist for research. As long as they can refine a similar medicinal effect, there will definitely be a lot of finished pills on the market, and the price will drop significantly soon. Fang Baiyu frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, it does make sense. In the past, whenever something new came onto the market, similar imitations would appear, driving down prices. Meng Jing also nodded, agreeing with this. After Gu Changqing dispelled their fantasies, he didn't say anything more. In fact, there is another point that he did not make clear. This is because the tiger bee's ability to make colorful honey pills is not as endless as a machine's. Pollen material is secondary. The key is the cooling time of the skill. Only 10 batches of 7-colored honey pills, or 50 pills, can be produced every month. Over the past few days, he has produced 8 batches in succession, and only 2 batches are left. Therefore, whether it is the impact of counterfeits on the market or the time limit for skill cooling, the colorful honey pills can only be used as a way to make money in the short term, and it is difficult to maintain real long-term benefits. Boss, I found Chun Kuei's spy among the crowd just now. Fang Baiyu glanced at the street outside the door and said in a low voice, I guess he has left. Gone. Gu Changqing frowned slightly, feeling confused. Generally speaking, Chun Kuei must have learned that Martin Yu was successfully assassinated, and he should have sent someone to deliver the mission reward. However, instead of doing that guy had someone secretly monitor him? Boss, you made so much money selling the 7-colored honey pills today, it must have aroused the envy of many forces. Fang Baiyu said seriously, you must be careful recently, including that Chun Kuei. This person has always been greedy. If he knew that the 7-colored honey pills were made by the boss, he would most likely try to find a way to get a piece of the pie. Gu Changqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly, you are right about this point. He is already here. After saying that, Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked towards the door of the clinic. Who? Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu were slightly stunned, and they both followed Gu Changqing's gaze and looked outside. Chapter 35 Come prepared. On the sign of Tianming Medical Clinic, a tiger bee is quietly dormant. Through the vision of the tiger bee, Gu Changqing saw a short and fat middle-aged man walking along the street. Behind him followed 2 black-clad warriors, their eyes like knives and their steps steady and powerful. There is no doubt that the short middle-aged man in the lead is Chun Kuei. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are becoming more and more impressive. When Chun Kuei walked into the store, his eyes fell directly on Gu Changqing with a smile on his face. Before he finished speaking, his gaze had already swept to Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu beside him. When his eyes met Fang Baiyu, a barely perceptible strange color flashed in Chun Kuei's eyes. Boss Chun, how are you? Fang Baiyu spoke first, with a faint smile on his lips. When facing outsiders, his face was completely devoid of his usual cynicism. I didn't expect Brother Fang would come to Tianming Medical Clinic. Chun Kuei narrowed his eyes and asked with a half-smile, what's wrong with you? Fang Baiyu responded non-committally. Anyway, it's not the incurable disease that Boss Chun has. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you still haven't changed your bad mouth. Chun Kuei sneered, and the coldness in his eyes grew thicker. Gu Changqing was not surprised by the 2 people's sarcastic way of speaking. He had known for a long time that Fang Baiyu had a feud with Chun Kuei when he was selling intelligence on the black market, and the attack and poisoning he suffered last time was most likely the work of the latter. However, Fang Baiyu was no pushover and secretly sabotaged several of the other parties' dirty deeds. But there is no evidence, so on the surface, the 2 sides have not completely torn their faces apart. But there are inevitably some tit-for-tat in the words. Boss Chen, you came here specially today. Did you bring enough money for the consultation? Seeing that the two of them had stopped arguing with each other, Gu Chongqing asked directly. Don't worry, Dr. Gu won't lose a cent of the money he deserves. Chen Kuei smiled and nodded, then changed the subject. It's just that cash is not convenient to turn over lately. Can you use spirit stones instead? As long as the value is comparable, of course it's fine. Gu Chongqing agreed readily. This trading method was exactly what he wanted, saving him the trouble of going to Tianbeifang to exchange spirit stones. However, Chen Kuei did not pay the reward immediately, but glanced at Meng Jing meaningfully. Gu Chongqing didn't care. It doesn't matter, we are all family. Chen Kuei laughed solemnly upon hearing this and said, the government has been investigating very closely lately, so we need to be more cautious in everything we do. Since you are one of us, I won't bother you. As he spoke, he took out a large wooden box from his storage ring. The reward this time is 100,000 silver coins, which is equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As usual, after deducting the 20% commission, you should get 800 coins. Gu Chongqing glanced at the spirit stones in the box and found that the number was obviously more than 800, at least thousands. Boss Chun, this reward seems too much. Gu Chongqing stared at Chen Kuei with puzzled eyes, unable to guess what the other party meant. There are a total of 2,000 spirit stones in this box. Chen Kuei said with a smile. Dr. Gu is not only a skilled doctor, but his medicine-making skills are also amazing. I, Chun, am interested in cooperating. The extra spirit stones can be considered as my investment. Gu Chongqing sneered in his heart. Fang Baiyu was right. This guy really had ulterior motives and was already coveting the benefits of the 7-colored honey pills. However, with 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, you want to jointly sell the 7-colored honey pills? No way. Gu Chongqing did not respond, but took out the number of spirit stones he deserved from the box. Dr. Gu, what do you mean? Seeing this, Chen Kuei said with a forced smile, if you think this price is not suitable, we can negotiate. Fang Baiyu sneered. Before, Tianming Medical Clinic was not making money, and you even felt it was a luxury to come and walk around. Now that you see the colorful honey pills are making money, you're trying to get your own. You're really calculating. Chen Kuei stared at Fang Baiyu coldly and said gloomily, Dr. Gu and I are discussing business cooperation. Why are you, an outsider, butting in? Oh, that might disappoint you. He is my boss now. Fang Baiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, looking smug. Chen Kuei's eyes darkened, and he looked at Gu Chongqing in surprise. He knew very well that Fang Baiyu usually sold intelligence in the black market. Now that he was recruited by Gu Chongqing, it would undoubtedly allow the Tianming killer group to master the ability to collect intelligence. If they recruit another agent, the entire killer organization can operate on its own without relying on him as a middleman. Want to work alone? That depends on whether you have the ability. Chen Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered in his heart. Because he had previously made a harsh statement in the black market that no middleman would be allowed to take over any killer organizations he represented, including the Destiny Killer Company. In Chen Kuei's opinion, without the support of channels and connections, the Tianming killer gang would not be able to perform any tricks even if they just hired an agent from outside. What he really cares about is the business rights of the 7-colored honey pills in Gu Chongqing's hands, and he is determined to get it. This clinic is just a small business, and we don't plan to cooperate with others. After Gu Chongqing collected 800 spirit stones, he calmly refused. Today, you have sold 600,000 in sales thanks to the 7-colored honey pills. Chen Kuei immediately became furious. You call this a small business? Gu Chongqing said without hesitation. Thanks to the hype created by the Jinhai Pavilion auction, I was just lucky. In his opinion, Chen Kuei had so many informants that he probably knew the ins and outs of the 7-colored honey pills a long time ago. So there is no need to hide this matter. Since Dr. Gu is unwilling to cooperate, I will speak quickly and ask you for a recipe for refining pills. Chen Kuei looked up at Gu Chongqing and said solemnly, just name your price. Hearing this, Fang Baiyu frowned and sneered. If you take the prescription, it will be obvious that you are trying to steal our business in the future. Shorty Chun, do you really think our boss is so easy to fool? Chen Kuei glanced at Fang Baiyu and said coldly, you have to choose the right time to speak. Some things should be said, and some things shouldn't be said. You'd better restrain yourself. If you keep talking nonsense like this, you'll end up dying without knowing how. Bang! Meng Jing slammed the table and shouted angrily, if you dare to touch my brother, I will kill you. However, the next moment, two fierce auras suddenly locked onto Meng Jing. The powerful Yuan Jin formed a tangible vortex of light and suddenly swept towards him. Meng Jing groaned, and was immediately shocked back several steps before he could barely stand still. Innate Realm Warrior. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the two black-clad warriors behind Chen Kuei. He is just a middleman in the black market, but he can recruit innate realm warriors as thugs. It is obvious that he came prepared this time. Chapter 36. Breaking Up. I'm discussing business with Boss Chun. Please be quiet for now. Gu Changqing waved his hand, signaling the two not to be impulsive, his young face still calm. Yes, boss. Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing nodded respectfully, but when they looked at the two black-clothed warriors, they did not show any fear. After all, it was broad daylight, and they were in a clinic on the street. No matter how arrogant Chen Kuei was, he would not dare to act rashly. If anything unexpected happens, the two of them have even made plans in secret to protect their boss at all costs. Little did they know that Gu Changqing didn't take the two black-clothed warriors seriously at all. With the presence of tiger bees and shadow spiders, even if two more innate realm warriors come, they will not be enough. Since you want to buy the recipe for the 7-colored honey pill, it's not impossible to negotiate. Gu Changqing held up 3 fingers and said, "Then this is the price. 300,000 silver coins." Chen Kuei's eyes lit up and he agreed without hesitation. No problem. Seeing this, Fang Baiyu was slightly stunned and felt quite incredible. The boss sold the prescription for 300,000. Is he giving in? Today, I sold 600,000 of the 7-colored honey pills alone. Do you think this is a reasonable price? Gu Changqing said calmly. I never do business that loses money. Chen Kuei stared at the 3 fingers Gu Changqing was pointing at, frowning slightly. You mean 3 million? He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, as long as Dr. Gu is willing to provide a prescription with the same effect, 3 million is enough. After saying this, he couldn't help but snort in his heart. You're selling this prescription to me for 3 million? You really dare to ask for it. However, when he thought about the fact that Gu Changqing had sold 37 colored honey pills today and made hundreds of thousands of dollars, he felt relieved. By then, I will have the prescription in my hand and can make hundreds of pills, which will definitely make me a profit. Chen Kuei was daydreaming, but found that Gu Changqing remained indifferent. It seems that you are not satisfied with the price. I want 30 million. Gu Changqing's smile gradually faded, and he said calmly, if Boss Chun is really sincere, you can pay now. While what? Chen Kuei stared at Gu Changqing in astonishment and shouted angrily, you're kidding me, aren't you? A prescription is priced at 30 million. Why don't you go and grab it? Seeing this scene, Fang Baiyu's expression couldn't help but become more amusement. The boss's tactic of retreating to advance is really amazing. Just now you told me to name my price, but it's not right for you to say that now. Gu Changqing crossed his legs and looked at the other person jokingly. The colorful honey pills made by the system are generated with just one click, and there is no material formula at all. Of course, even if he had it, he wouldn't be able to sell it. Chen Kuei suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, Dr. Gu, there are some things in this world that you can't keep just because you want to. Sometimes, if we generously share with others, we may be able to live a stable life. Oh, Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Boss Chen, are you threatening me? You are a smart person. You should understand what I mean. Chen Kuei slowly stood up, smiling with a dagger hidden in his face. I, Chun, have been in the black market for many years, and I have plenty of connections and means. I come here today with sincerity, hoping that Dr. Gu will consider it carefully, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, the 2 black-clad warriors behind him took a step forward at the same time, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. What else? A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth. At the same time, the tiger bee had quietly crawled to the wall behind Chen Kuei. If this smiling tiger dares to take action, he doesn't have to worry about revealing his cards. Chen Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a grim expression, otherwise, this prescription will probably fall into my hands in another way. Gu Changqing's eyes were stern, and he said in a cold voice, if you have the ability, go ahead and give it a try. After saying this, he suddenly stood up without giving in. Seeing that his threat failed, Chen Kuei's eyes changed. I originally thought that by specially recruiting 2 masters of the innate realm, I would be able to intimidate Gu Changqing and force him to compromise. But in the end, Gu Changqing looked calm and composed from beginning to end, as if he was hiding some trump card. Chen Kuei found this quite incredible. Because he knew everything about Gu Changqing. His ancestors were a family of ancient martial arts, but since the family fell into poverty, it has never recovered, and the Gu family has been hiding in the tiny city of Qingzhou for generations. Even though Gu Changqing founded the killer gang, it was just a second-rate organization. To put it bluntly, this guy is just a small-time person with no resources or background, and he uses this as a money-making tool at his will. Thinking of this, Chen Kuei's eyes became even colder, and he took out a scroll of paper from his storage ring. Dr. Gu, do you know what this is? This is a record of all the missions that the Destiny Killer Group has undertaken in recent years, including the details of Zhu Dafu, who assassinated Yuan Tang last time, and the Ma family's eldest son last night. As he spoke, Chen Kuei put the scroll back into his ring and said with a forced smile, "What do you think would happen if I handed this thing over to the government?" Gu Chongqing frowned, and his face turned cold in an instant. I didn't expect this guy to break the rules of the industry and resort to such despicable and shady tricks. Shorty Chen, you are despicable and shameless. Fang Baiyu was furious. We are all in this together. Even if you leak the secret to the authorities, you will still be held accountable. That may not be the case. Chen Kuei shook his head and said solemnly, if I dare to do this, I will naturally have a way to escape. As for the consequences, it depends on what the attending physician decides. Gu Chongqing did not respond, and his expression showed no emotion. However, the cold, murderous intent that was gradually growing in his eyes could no longer be concealed. I know what you're thinking. Chen Kuei glanced at Gu Chongqing and said confidently, if I make any mistakes, my trusted aides will immediately submit the evidence to the authorities. So, Dr. Gu, don't do anything you'll regret for a little bit of profit. Gu Chongqing's heart sank. This old fox actually has a backup plan. He's quite cautious. Before noon tomorrow, I want to see the complete formula for refining the 7-colored honey pills. There must not be the slightest error. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. There was a strong thread in Chen Kuei's words, and he turned and left. The young warrior in black even made a provocative gesture of swiping his throat towards Gu Chongqing, and then left the clinic with a mocking look on his face. Little did they know that just as they stepped out of the door, a black hornet had already followed them quietly, secretly following and monitoring them. This is really too much. Meng Jing clenched his fists, his anger having no place to vent. Fang Baiyu's eyes flashed coldly. I'm going to go to the black market and hire an assassin to kill him right away. No need, don't alert the enemy yet. Gu Chongqing waved his hand to stop him and said calmly, we are in this business. There is no need to do this. Fang Baiyu asked in a low voice, Boss, what are your plans? Before dark, find out the information about his close associates and their whereabouts. Gu Chongqing's voice suddenly turned cold. If you want to kill, you have to kill them all. Hearing this, Fang Baiyu was slightly stunned and looked at Gu Chongqing in surprise. Is the boss really sure that he can assassinate so many people at the same time? Chapter 37, The Strange Blacksmith. Boss, I know what to do. After receiving the order, Fang Baiyu immediately left the clinic and carried it out quickly. Since the matter concerns the life and death of the Tianming Killer Group, he dare not slack off in the slightest and mobilizes the intelligence network he has built for many years with all his strength. Inside the clinic, Gu Chongqing sat quietly, his mind already connected to the shared perception of the two pets. Captain Li, who was being monitored by Shadow Spider, did not find anything unusual. His attention was mainly focused on the vision of the Tiger Bee. Through the perspective of the Tiger Bee, Chen Kuei's every move can be seen clearly. He moved in a mysterious manner, first entering an inn and apparently changing his clothes. Then he went back into the tavern, and when he came out he had changed his clothes again, wearing a black cloak and a hat, wrapping himself tightly. As for the two Xiantian realm warriors, they mingled among the pedestrians on the street, following behind at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. From this we can see that Chen Kuei is extremely vigilant and has very strong anti-detection capabilities. If it weren't for the Tiger Bees tracking and monitoring them at all times, an ordinary person would have lost them long ago. Should it be safe now? Chen Kuei looked back vigilantly, still feeling a little uneasy. Even though he had always looked down on the assassin industry, after the two recent assassination missions, he felt that Gu Chongqing seemed like a different person. I don't know where this assassin was recruited from, but his assassination ability is so powerful. Every time he manages to kill people without them being seen and escape successfully. Even though he had a backup plan, he had to be extra cautious about this. So what if they're underground killers? As long as I have evidence in my hand, they're at my mercy. Chen Kuei's eyes flashed with greed. I want the prescription for the 7-colored honey pills. Unaware of this, the Tiger Bee had already quietly landed on the edge of his hat and relayed these words to Gu Chongqing's ears word for word. Handle. Gu Chongqing's eyes turned cold. I'm afraid it's a death warrant. However, Chen Kuei was indeed cunning. If it were not for luring out some of his confidants, Gu Changqing would have taken action long ago. To ensure that the plan goes smoothly, we can only wait patiently for the best time. In this way, Tiger Bee followed Chen Kuei all the way out of the city and came to a hidden manor. Afterwards, the two Xiantian realm warriors also arrived one after another. So he's hiding in the outskirts of the city. He's really cunning and calculating. Gu Changqing looked at the manor through the vision of the Tiger Bee and nodded secretly. As a black market middleman, it was indeed wise for Chen Kuei to choose the well-connected suburbs of the city as his base, so that he could quickly escape even if the government surrounded him. This place is nice. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. Wouldn't it be perfect if we could transform it into the secret base of the Destiny Killer and dig a few underground tunnels? Tiger Bee, keep watching and wait for my orders. Gu Changqing withdrew his perception and began to plan his next move. Now he has 600,000 silver coins and 800 spirit stones. This wealth is enough to create a third monster. After all, the Shadow Spider was responsible for monitoring the movements of the government, and the Tiger Bee was staring at Chen Kuei and could not get away at all. But in order to eliminate Chen Kuei's cronies one by one, new help is indeed necessary. Otherwise, if any fish slip through the net, there will undoubtedly be endless trouble. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing instructed Meng Jing beside him. Jing, go catch a mantis and bring it to me. Meng Jing was a little surprised when he heard this. Boss, why do you want a bug? You'll know later. Gu Changqing specifically instructed, remember, capture him alive. Okay, I'll do it right away. Although Meng Jing was confused, he immediately ran to the grass outside and searched everywhere. Gu Changqing was also busy. He also left the clinic and planned to look for some suitable materials for editing. The mantis's attack power is mainly in its forelimbs, which are shaped like a sickle. If there is a distinctive knife as editing material, the synthesis effect will definitely be better. After making up his mind, Gu Changqing went straight to a weapons store on the corner. When he arrived at the door of the store, a series of ding-ding-dang-dang sounds of metal knocking immediately attracted his attention. These strikes, with a steady and powerful rhythm, come together as if forming a musical score, crisp and pleasant to the ears. Gu Changqing looked in the direction of the sound and found that it came from the blacksmith shop next door. However, the store is dilapidated, with thick dust piled up at the threshold, and it seems that very few people come here on weekdays. Oh, I was just worried about not being able to find a blacksmith to forge a good longsword, and there happened to be one right here. If you don't want the materials in your hands to become waste, you'd better not go. At this time, two men in warrior attire stopped outside the blacksmith shop. What do you mean? Are the blacksmithing skills in this shop that bad? Not really. Master Mo has at least 30 years of experience in forging and even knows how to refine runes. It's just that his temperament is becoming increasingly eccentric, and he strives for perfection every time he forges. If there was even a small flaw during the forging process, he would not continue and would simply throw it away as scrap. Wow, forget it. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel curious as he listened to the two people's conversation. If this kind of weapon refiner who understands rune magic can forge equipment that can shrink freely, he can fully arm the shadow spiders and increase their combat power. Moreover, the materials used for mantis editing can also be obtained through this process. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop and pushed open the half-open wooden door. As I stepped into the store, a wave of heat suddenly hit me. The temperature was much higher than outside. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw an old man with a beard standing on the stone platform next to the stove, holding an iron hammer in his hand and constantly hitting the sword blank. Although the old man's face was full of wrinkles, his arms were extremely strong, and the veins on the surface of his hard muscles were bulging, as if they contained extremely terrifying power. Bang, bang, bang. He raised his hand and hammered down, and with every blow, the red sword blank instantly burst into countless flames. He looked focused and did not stop the work even when he noticed someone coming in. This person should be Master Mo. Gu Changqing watched secretly for a while without making any noise to disturb him, his eyes sweeping over the pile of discarded iron in the corner. Knives, swords, guns, axes, almost all of them are semi-finished weapons. Judging from its material and craftsmanship, it is even better than the quality sold in weapon shops, with only some minor flaws, uneven texture, or curvature deviation. However, even so, these semi-finished products are now regarded as waste and thrown into the corner. It can be imagined that this old man's pursuit of forging has undoubtedly reached the level of being obsessed with trivial matters. After a moment, the sound of the hammer stopped abruptly. He suddenly immersed the sword blank that had been hammered into shape into cold water. With a hiss sound, White mist rose instantly. Damn it, failed again. Master Mo carefully observed the sword edge, then cursed and threw it into the corner as if it were scrap. Then he glanced over and stared at Gu Changqing, the uninvited guest, with a sharp gaze. Chapter 38, The Secret. Master Mo, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Gu Changqing was the first to greet him and said with a smile, I want to forge. Before he could finish, Mo Xing's face was already stern and his voice was loud and clear. Let me be clear first, I don't make ordinary weapons here. No haggling, no rushing. If you think it's feasible, provide the materials. If you're not satisfied, get lost. Gu Changqing swallowed secretly. This old man's temperament was not only weird, but also very violent. With such a bad temper, it's no wonder that the store has no business. I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any materials with me. Gu Changqing told the truth and asked, Do you sell materials? You didn't bring anything? Mo Xing's eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly. Since you were polite enough not to interrupt me just now, I'll give you one. Third row of shelves on the left wall. See for yourself. Gu Changqing took a step forward and approached the row of rusty shelves. After a quick glance around, his eyes fell on a piece of dark red metal. Judging from its symmetrical texture, it was obviously a heavenly grade material. That piece won't do. Just as Gu Changqing was about to grab it, there was a sudden loud shout and explosion behind him. If you choose this kind of junk, I won't bother to forge it. Mo Xing sneered and said in a deep voice with an arrogant look. Gu Changqing's heart tightened and his movements suddenly froze. Even heaven-grade materials are not acceptable? He looked back at Mo Xing and couldn't help feeling a little confused. You should know that the poison needle used to edit the Tiger Bee before was the red rock iron of heaven grade. The fire poison properties in it were extracted to increase the attack power and reach the level of the acquired realm. And this piece of metal is also of heaven grade, so the strengthening effect should be quite good. In that case, help me choose one. Gu Changqing said nonchalantly. As long as you can offer something better, I will definitely not bargain. After saying that, he took a step and stood aside to watch. Mo Xing threw away the hammer and strode over. His calloused hands reached towards the corner of the shelf and grabbed a piece of inconspicuous blue-gray metal. Cold marrow black iron, black grade quality. Mo Xing grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Material of this caliber is only worth my effort. Shin level? A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. This material was even higher grade than the heaven grade. However, the piece of metal in Mo Xing's hand was blue-gray in color, with dull lines on it, and looked more like a lower-grade, earth-level material. Boy, your eyesight is so good that you can tell you're a rookie. Mo Xing shook his head and said solemnly, Everything we see with our naked eyes is often just superficial. The true value lies within. Before he finished speaking, he had already scraped off the blue-gray lines on the surface of the metal with a blade, revealing the emerald blue light lines on the inner layer. Immediately afterwards, an icy air emanated. Seeing this, Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. I never thought that this seemingly ordinary metal actually holds so much secrets. See, this is the cold marrow black iron. Mo Xing said calmly. When quenching, it will be able to condense frost patterns on its own. If it were refined into a weapon like a sword, it would seal the throat without bleeding. Gu Changqing became interested immediately after hearing this. The shadow spider is a dark-type poisonous insect, while the tiger bee is a war insect that contains fire poison. Creating a frost mantis that can cut the throat without bleeding is not bad. What weapon do you want to fight with? Hearing Mo Xing's question, Gu Changqing responded without hesitation. Any size of runing grave blade is acceptable. Mo Xing said cheerfully. Okay, the material and forging costs will total 300,000 silver coins. Any losses during the refining process will be borne by you. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand to take the money, leaving no room for negotiation. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and quickly weighed the pros and cons. The long sword is made of Xian-grade material and also has runes. The price in the weapon shop starts at least 500,000. Comparing the value, it is obviously more cost-effective to forge weapons here. But there are also unpredictable risks. After all, this old man has a strange temperament. If there is any mistake in the refining process, what he gets in his hands may be semi-finished waste. I have an urgent need before dark. Can you arrange for forging now? Gu Changqing hesitated and asked cautiously. He didn't have much time left. If he couldn't get the long sword today, he might as well buy a ready-made one. My rule is not to bargain or rush work. Mo Xing's voice was rough, but he suddenly changed the subject. But today, I can make an exception. He shook his wrist, and a cold light flashed in the storage ring. and a long sword suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade was azure blue all over, as slender as a willow leaf, emitting a faint cold light in the dim room. There's actually something ready. Gu Changqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw complicated and mysterious runes engraved on the blade. As the light flowed, a biting chill spread, and even the surrounding air seemed to condense a little. This sword is my masterpiece from my early years, named Frostblade. Mo Xing's rough fingers gently stroked the blade, and he smiled deeply. I've been itching to recast one lately, so I'd like to sell it for money. If you want it, pay the money and we'll give you the goods. Gu Changqing took out 300,000 silver notes without hesitation. After the transaction was completed, he took the long sword. It was extremely cold in his hand, but the blade was as light as a feather. He tried to inject a trace of true energy, and the blade suddenly emitted a cold blue light. The next moment, the temperature around dropped sharply, and a thin layer of frost condensed on the ground. Nice knife, Gu Changqing admired sincerely. The quality of weapons forged from Xian-level materials is indeed impeccable. Of course, it also depends on the person who made it, who can bring out its full potential. Not only does this knife perfectly suit Mandus's editing needs, its frost properties far exceed expectations. Immediately, Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he put it into the system synthesis space. After systematic scanning and testing, it was confirmed that the main material is indeed cold marrow black iron. The payment is made, you can leave now. Mo Xing turned his back and swung the hammer again with his big hand, obviously intending to recast a frost blade. Even the 300,000 silver notes were thrown aside by him casually. Master Mo, are you interested in refining Zerg weapons? Gu Changqing tentatively asked in a cryptic tone. For example, spiders, hornets, mantises, and other insects. And they can mimic humanoid monsters, so the weapons they forge must be able to stretch and retract freely. When Mo Xing heard this, he was stunned at first, then he showed an expression of disbelief and stared at Gu Changqing. Forget it, just pretend I never said anything. Seeing the other party's questioning expression, Gu Changqing simply stopped talking and turned to leave. Stop. But at this moment, Mo Xing suddenly shouted loudly, his voice as deafening as thunder. Before Gu Changqing could take a step, there was a loud bang and the door of the shop was slammed shut by an invisible force. Gu Changqing's heart tightened at the sudden change. Just as he was about to turn around, Mo Xing had already rushed in front of him with big strides. He grabbed Gu Changqing's shoulders, his eyes flashing with fanatical brilliance. Are you serious? Mo Xing's voice trembled, and his tone was full of uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 39 Frost Mantis. Tell me, are the Zerg in human form real? Seeing that Gu Changqing didn't say anything, Mo Xing's excited expression gradually became a little irritable. If this kid dared to tease him, he couldn't be sure he could control the hammer in his hand. Gu Changqing swallowed secretly. He didn't expect the old man's reaction to be so strong. Since he intended to ask the other party to refine Zerg weapons, there was no need for him to hide it, and he nodded silently. Call one out quickly. I need to see its joint structure with my own eyes before I can tailor-make a weapon for it. Mo Xing's breathing was rapid, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. After decades of refining weapons, he was already tired of the monotonous swords and armor, so he became obsessed with pursuing the ultimate forging skills. Therefore, at this moment, when he heard the unprecedented concept of Zerg armed forces, it was undoubtedly like a rebirth, and his blood was boiling. That feeling is even more thrilling than an old bachelor meeting a naked beautiful woman. I'm sorry, I'm just asking for someone else. I don't have the ability to summon Zerg. Gu Changqing smiled apologetically and secretly became more cautious. What? Mo Xing's face instantly turned as gloomy as iron. He swung the hammer in his hand violently and smashed it heavily on the anvil, sending sparks flying. How dare you play tricks on me? His eyes were wide open and he stared at Gu Changqing fiercely. After all this time, it turns out he's just asking questions, damn. If I play tricks on you, what good will it do me? Gu Changqing smiled calmly and added at the right moment. However, asking doesn't mean there is no hope. Upon hearing this, Mo Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. This is indeed true. If Master Mo can forge it, and the price is right, we'll consider it then. Don't think about it, it's free. Before Gu Changqing could finish his words, Mo Xing immediately interrupted him. Please help me pass on a message. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In just 10 days, I will show him what a true Zerg army is. All fees are free, just call him directly. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Good. Gu Changqing said nothing more and bowed to take his leave. After leaving the blacksmith shop, he immediately rushed to Tian Beifang and bought more than 2,000 spirit stones. Together with the 800 coins obtained from the mission reward, all converted into energy points, the total amount was 3,000 points. After everything was done, it was almost evening. When he returned to the clinic, Meng Jing was already waiting inside, squatting on the ground and teasing a green mantis with a grass stem. The mantis raised its sickle-like forelimbs and kept chopping the grass stems with very flexible movements. "Boss, do you think this one is okay?" Seeing Gu Changqing coming back, Meng Jing immediately stood up and grinned. "I specially picked a young and strong male mantis." "Good." Gu Changqing nodded with satisfaction, then grabbed the mantis and walked into the inner room. "Boss, are you planning to do some medicinal herb experiment?" Meng Jing looked confused and couldn't figure out Gu Changqing's mysterious behavior. "Ding, detected that the host has captured a mantis. Would you like to keep it as a pet?" Hearing the system prompt, Gu Changqing said silently without hesitation, "Yes." Then, he took out the bottle from the storage ring, poured out a drop of human blood, and put it into the editing interface. When the 3 editing materials are gathered, the system will instantly pop up a prompt. After scanning, it was determined that the material of the frost blade is Xian-grade cold marrow ice iron. The energy required for editing is 2,000 points. "Are you sure you want to confirm the operation?" Gu Changqing took a deep breath, stared at the system interface with a firm gaze, and confirmed without hesitation. "Confirm the operation." Ding. Consuming 2,000 energy points, the Zerg monster begins editing. "Congratulations on your successful edit. You've obtained a mantis monster. Please name it." Knife Beetle. After the naming was completed, the information on the light curtain panel suddenly changed. Knife Mantis. Owner, Gu Changqing. Level, Advanced. Combat Power Assessment, Innate Realm. Attack Skills, Arctic Slash, Mimic Ice Armor. Innate Abilities. The double-edged blades contain icy energy, adding a frost erosion effect when attacking, with armor-piercing power, can transform into a humanoid monster. Upgrading to the extraordinary level requires 10,000 energy points. Come out. Gu Changqing did not check the Zerg Atlas. He just summoned the mantis directly with a thought. The moment the light flashed, the mantis appeared before his eyes. Although its body did not grow larger, its sickle-shaped forelimbs were no longer the green color of ordinary mantises. Instead, it is translucent ice blue, with fine ice crystal patterns covering its surface. Its edges are as sharp as blades, flashing with a cold light. "Show me your transformed form." Then, under Gu Changqing's control, the mantis suddenly transformed. Its body expanded rapidly and instantly turned into a humanoid monster about 2 meters tall. Its limbs are long and slender, with sharp ice crystal barbs on the joints, and its head is a half-human, half-insect face, which is hideous and ferocious. The sturdy body is covered with an ice-blue breastplate with exquisite snowflake-like patterns on the surface. What attracted Gu Changqing's attention most was its pair of sickle-like forelimbs, which had now turned into 2 cold hand blades with a faint frost mist lingering on the blades. Compared to the evil charm of the shadow bee and the fierceness of the tiger bee, the monster appearance of the mantis is obviously more cruel, and it exudes a heart-pounding chill all over its body. This breastplate should be the skill Mimic Ice Armor. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the ice armor attached to the mantis body and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. It feels cold and extremely hard. In just a few breaths, a layer of frost covered Gu Changqing's fingertips, and a trace of coldness seeped into his skin. In the future, when the weather is hot, we won't have to worry about not having air conditioning. Gu Changqing nodded with satisfaction, an intriguing smile on his face. "Aging, did you put ice in the shop? It's so cool. I also feel strange that the temperature has suddenly dropped a lot." At this time, the voices of Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu were heard outside. "Where's the boss? I have something urgent to report to him. He just caught a mantis and brought it into the inner room. He seems to be refining some medicinal herbs." "Mantis? What can it do?" Fang Baiyu looked confused. Although he didn't go into peek, he moved his ears slightly, trying to eavesdrop on the movement through the wall. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he put the mantis into the system space. Then it disappeared, and the temperature in the store suddenly returned to normal. "It's really because of the boss." Noticing the sudden change in temperature, Fang Baiyu's eyes flashed, and he immediately guessed the clue. He immediately turned his gaze to the inner room, and saw Gu Changqing had already opened the door and walked out. "Have you completed everything I asked you to do?" Gu Changqing's eyes fell on Fang Baiyu, and he asked first. "Investigate them all thoroughly, leaving no one behind." Fang Baiyu nodded seriously, then took out 3 pieces of parchment from the storage ring. Chapter 40, Bloodless Throat. Only 3 people, not too many. Gu Changqing took the paper and saw that it contained detailed information about several of Chen Kuei's confidants, with their respective portraits attached. Their current whereabouts are in the gambling house, tavern, and East Street night market. These places are all surrounding the government office and have a huge flow of people. Obviously, Chen Kuei made such an arrangement on purpose. If something unexpected really happened, these people would definitely rush to the government office from different directions to report the news. Boss, what should we do now? Fang Baiyu's face was solemn, and he said in a low voice, if one of them fails in the assassination, the situation will be disadvantageous to us. I know my limits. Gu Changqing said calmly, it's nothing. You guys go have dinner first, and bring me a portion of braised chicken rice. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Fang Baiyu's eyes. At this time, the boss still has time to eat? He stared at Gu Changqing in surprise, completely unable to guess what the latter was planning. Boss, this is the isolation talisman Sister Rome gave me. She said it might be useful for you. Fang Baiyu took out a few talismans and handed them to Gu Changqing. Oh, Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. Zhao Rong's action surprised him. After all, these isolation talismans will undoubtedly play an extremely important role in the next assassination mission. After Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing left, Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the character information on the piece of paper in his left hand. Zhao Pan, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, is in the early stages of the acquired realm and is currently at the Yongla Casino. First, I'll start with you. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed and fell on the portrait at the bottom of the paper. This man was a bald, strong man with a black eye patch on his left eye and a face full of flesh. He looked like a bad guy. Mantis, come out to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the mantis flashed out, and then quickly drilled out of the window in its original form of a mantis. Gu Changqing unfolded the map of Qingzhou City, confirmed the location of Yongla Casino, and then controlled the mantis to fly towards the target direction. Quack! However, before it flew far, a low and shrill cry suddenly came. The mantis glanced upward sharply and found a crow circling high in the sky. It then swooped down, mistaking it for prey. The mantis ignored it, instantly increased its speed, and continued flying towards its destination. The crow missed its target and locked its scarlet eyes on the mantis, chasing after it relentlessly. Gu Changqing took in the entire scene through shared perception. Although the mantis is extremely fast and can easily get rid of the crow, being followed like this will inevitably affect the plan. This is a good opportunity to test the lethality of mantises. Quick victory. The moment it received the order, the mantis's eyes turned cold, and its originally speeding body suddenly changed direction in midair and rushed towards the crow. Quack! The crow let out a disdainful cry and suddenly opened its sharp beak, ready to strike a fatal blow. However, instead of dodging at all, the mantis increased its speed to the extreme. At the same time, its pair of sickle limbs flashed with ice blue light and instantly turned into sharp ice blades, unleashing the attack skill Extreme Cold Slash. Swish! A cold light flashed by, and the crow's neck was instantly cut by the knife. But there was no blood splattering from the wound. Instead, it was covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The crow trembled violently and tried to scream in pain, but its throat was frozen and it could only make a faint gurgling sound. As the frost eroded rapidly, in just a few breaths, its body gradually turned into an ice sculpture and fell from the sky. Bang! The crow fell heavily onto the street, its body, frozen into ice, instantly shattered into pieces. Oh my God, what's going on? The sudden noise frightened passers-by, and they cried out in surprise. When they saw the crow's body smashed into pieces, their pupils suddenly shrank and they looked upwards in shock. However, the mantis had disappeared at this moment and continued to fly towards its destination. Not bad. Gu Changqing praised him sincerely, and he truly experienced what it means to seal the throat without bleeding. Once it hits the target, the icy air will penetrate into the body. Although there will be no bleeding, the blood vessels and tendons in the body will gradually be frozen. This kind of lethality is much more terrifying than pure flesh wounds. Master, hunting this little bird is just a piece of cake for me. As if sensing Gu Changqing's inner shock, Tiger Bee's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. If you don't believe me, I'll catch one for you to try someday. The Tiger Bee continued to communicate telepathically, with a hint of jealousy. Stop talking nonsense and keep your eyes on your current prey. Gu Changqing laughed and cursed in his heart, but did not deny the strength of Tiger Bee. Although its main material is only heaven-grade red rock iron, which is one level lower than the mantis, after advanced strengthening, its combat power is not inferior to the mantis at all. They each have their own strengths. Afterwards, Gu Changqing closed his eyes and concentrated, and his consciousness reconnected with the mantis's visual perception. Under the cover of night, Yongla Casino. The mantis turned into a green afterimage and flew through the air. The moment its wings folded, its 6 hooked legs had already grasped the wood grain of the window frame precisely. The mantis quietly sneaked into the gambling house and secretly observed the environment inside. The gambling house was filled with noise and smoke. There are 6 gambling tables in the hall, and there are thugs standing guard around them. All of them are big and strong. Damn it, keep betting big this time. I don't believe this. A one-eyed, burly man sat at the dice table, shouting angrily with a red face. The mantis quickly glanced around, its cold eyes locked onto the other party. There is no doubt that this person is its prey, Zhao Pan. Buy it and leave it drive. 1, 2, 3, 6 o'clock. Kill the big and pay the small. Zhao Pan looked at the silver bills taken away from the gambling table, his face extremely ugly. Obviously, he didn't expect that his luck would be so bad tonight, and he lost every round. If Chun Kuei hadn't specifically instructed that he had to stay here tonight, he would have slammed the door and left. Master Zhao, your luck is not very good today. The dealer covered the dice cup with a fake smile and said with a hint of amusement, this time, do you want to continue betting on big? Bullshit. I'll go to the toilet and get rid of all the bad luck, and then I'll come back and make you suffer. Zhao Pan was so angry that he suddenly stood up and left the gambling table. The mantis's eyes flashed, and it immediately followed. Plop, plop. As soon as the wooden door of the toilet was closed, a burst of hearty excretion sounds came from inside. Damn it, I have to win back all the money I lost later. Zhao Pan squatted over the pit, cursing with gritted teeth. He was completely unaware that a layer of translucent light curtain had quietly enveloped the entire toilet. Isolation Talisman, activated and effective. Chapter 41, Clearing Obstacles. The moment the isolating light curtain appeared, the noise from the outside world came to an abrupt end. Strange, why is it suddenly so quiet? Zhao Pan frowned and found that the noisy noise in the gambling house seemed to disappear in an instant. Damn, is it time to end the show? Zhao Pan stood up suddenly and immediately became furious. I haven't even recovered yet. But soon, his impatient mood calmed down immediately, and he felt more and more that something was wrong. Because even if it was over, there wouldn't be such abrupt silence. Unless someone deliberately blocked the sound. Just as Zhao Pan was wondering, the temperature in the toilet suddenly dropped, and the air was filled with cold air. A mantis appeared behind the door. Its forelimbs had turned into ice-blue blades, and a cold air swept over like a tide. Oops! Zhao Pan's heart sank, and he finally realized that he had been ambushed. He immediately kicked the wooden door open. However, before he stepped out of the threshold, an ice-blue afterimage suddenly rose from behind the door and struck him like lightning. Zhao Pan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he caught a glimpse of the afterimage's attack from the corner of his eye, his body's reaction speed was too slow to dodge. He subconsciously raised his hand to block, but immediately felt a chill on his wrist. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the mantis's ice blade instantly cut off his right palm from the wrist. At the same time, the biting cold attached to the wound to form a thin layer of ice, and the blood vessels, tendons and bones inside were clearly visible. My hand! Zhao Pan's face turned pale as he looked at the severed hand that had fallen into the pit, feeling terrified. What was even more terrifying was that he was horrified to find that a stream of frost had invaded his body and was spreading wildly along his blood vessels like a poisonous snake. Wherever he passed, the flesh and blood on his arms froze inch by inch. Not only was the pain unbearable, but his body also gradually became stiff. Zhao Pan was horrified and hurriedly mobilized the true energy in his body to resist. Little did he know that the mantis had suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. With a swish sound, the ice blade pierced into the back of the head. The next moment, an extremely cold air rushed in, and in the blink of an eye, his entire head was frozen into an ice sculpture, and his face was distorted. Although he was dead, there was still a look of deep fear in his one eye. After completing the attack, the mantis flapped its wings, suddenly broke through the rune light curtain, and quickly headed to the next destination. The entire hunting process was fast, fierce, and accurate, without any drag. The second one is Zui Xianglu. Gu Changqing had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on the contents on another piece of paper. Qin Shu, nicknamed Beast, possesses ruthless and vicious methods, possessing the strength of a mid-stage acquired realm. He is currently located at Zui Xianglu on North Street. This man was fat and looked ferocious. There was a big black mole on the tip of his nose, so his appearance was not difficult to recognize. After a while, the mantis had turned back into an ordinary mantis and arrived at the target location. Zuexiang Lu is actually a brothel disguised as a tavern. For any guest who comes here, the store will arrange for women to accompany them for drinks and provide services to meet various alternative needs. Master Qin, do you like this wine tonight? The madam came to a wine table in a coquettish manner and gently stroked Qin Shu's shoulder. Not bad. Have you completed what I asked you to do? Qin Shu hugged the madam and kneaded her body with his big hands, with lustful light flashing in his eyes. He came to Zuexiang Lu not alone this time, but was accompanied by several thugs. Xiaohong and Xiao Zui are already waiting in the Tianzi room. I promise you will enjoy it to your heart's content. The madam smiled sweetly and sat on Qin Shu's thighs, twisting her still charming body restlessly. Okay, ha ha. Qin Shu stood up, reeking of alcohol, and said in a gruff voice, if I don't fight till dawn tonight, I'll be wasting the aphrodisiac wine I drank. You should also make arrangements for these brothers of mine. After saying that, he strode towards the second floor with a burning desire. Target confirmed. Gu Changqing locked onto Qin Shu's face through the mantis's vision. Follow me. After receiving the order, the mantis immediately flapped its wings and flew up to the second floor outside the tavern. With its keen sense of smell, it quickly tracked down Qin Shu's location, circled around the periphery, and quickly drilled in through the gap in the box window. The scene inside the box was immediately visible. Qin Shu had stripped down to his underpants and was hugging two half-dressed girls, his rough hands wandering over their bodies. Mr. Qin, you are so mean. My vagina is almost swollen from being pinched. Look how anxious you are. Yes, but you have a really strong body. The two beauties kept tempting Qin Shu, and he felt hot and uncomfortable all over. Ha ha, I'll show you something stronger later. Qin Shu grabbed their red belly bands with his big hands and ripped them off. Suddenly, the scenery became beautiful and everything was covered in white. Then, he suddenly turned over and pushed the two women down on the bed and started the main show. The bed shook violently, making a creaking sound as it couldn't bear the weight. Under the influence of the medicinal wine, Qin Shu acted like a madman, completely immersed in the pleasure, and did not notice the mantis that had quietly approached. It was like the god of death lurking in the darkness, slowly climbing up Qin Shu's back. Just when Qin Shu's muscles were tensed and his spirit was about to reach full excitement. The mantis is moving. Laugh. The ice blue blade flashed with cold light and pierced into his back accurately. And at the moment of penetrating the flesh, it suddenly releases a biting cold air, which quickly corrodes the heart and blood vessels. The heart that was originally beating violently was suddenly wrapped in frost and stopped breathing. Oh! Qin Shu screamed, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his body stiffly fell on the two beauties. Why did you stop, Mr. Qin? You're so cold. Hurry up and move. The two girls had not noticed anything unusual yet and were still twisting their bodies coquettishly, as if they were not enjoying themselves enough. After the assassination was successful, the mantis did not stop at all, but retreated quickly and silently, flying towards the next target location. Another one solved. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the only remaining list in his hand. As long as this last hidden danger is eliminated, he can settle the score with Chun Kuei without any scruples. If the Destiny Killer group wants to rise, they have to clear away all obstacles. Chapter 42. Angry at his lack of fighting. The lights at the East Street Night Market are as bright as day. In the bustling streets, the sounds of hawking can be heard one after another, creating a lively market atmosphere. However, at this moment, a mantis stood quietly at the highest point of the building, with its blade-like limbs raised slightly, overlooking the crowd surging below. Its cold gaze quickly and accurately scanned the faces of every pedestrian and vendor, trying to find its prey among them. This guy is quite good at hiding. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he scanned the crowd repeatedly through the mantis's compound eyes, but found nothing. The final target is named Sun Jiu. This man was a scheming man, skilled in the use of poison and disguise, and was famous for poisoning several warriors of the same level. Moreover, his strength is also the strongest among the three, having reached the peak of the acquired realm. I was targeted today. I think it must be a spy from the Destiny Killer gang. Next to the chaotic stall on the corner of the street, a ragged beggar squatted in the shadows, muttering to himself. He was thin, with a sinister face, and his triangular eyes stared at the surroundings like a poisonous snake. Now dressed like a beggar, I want to see how you can find me. As long as we can get through this night and wait for the boss to get the prescription for the 7-colored honey pill, it won't matter. Sun Jiu lowered his worn straw hat, A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he was quite confident in his disguise. However, he was completely unaware that his existence had been locked upon by a cold gaze. This beggar feels a little strange. Gu Chongqing used the mantis's vision to stare at Sun Jiu's figure and observe carefully. Generally speaking, beggars always beg on the streets to make a living. Even if they just squat in one place, they will humbly extend their hands to passers-by. But now this person just curled up in the shadows silently, neither begging nor looking up, as if he was an amateur. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after trying it. Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened slightly as he ordered, "Mantis, start." As soon as the words fell, the mantis suddenly swung its blade limbs, and the cold air instantly condensed into a sharp and tiny ice body, which suddenly shot out. The trajectory of his attack was exactly that of the beggar. Laugh. The ice body shot down quickly and landed precisely on the ground half a meter in front of Sun Jiu, making a slight sound. It's raining. Sun Jiu noticed something, looked at the water stains on the ground, and then subconsciously looked up at the night sky. The moment he raised his head, Gu Chongqing had already seen his entire face through the mantis's line of sight. It's him indeed. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed, and he finally confirmed the target. Not good. Sun Jiu's heart sank. Always vigilant, he immediately noticed something was going on. This method is obviously a test of me. Looking up means exposing my identity. At that moment, Sun Jiu stood up and left the wonton stall, blending into the crowd on the street. His walking route was treacherous. Sometimes he stopped, sometimes he took a detour, and he was extremely alert to avoid being followed. The mantis hovered quietly in the night sky, always keeping its distance, like a top predator, patiently waiting for the opportunity. Under such surveillance, Sun Jiu became more and more nervous as he walked. It felt like no matter how I changed my route, that cold gaze hidden somewhere would always keep biting me. Who the hell is that? Sun Jiu frowned and glanced at the people around him vaguely, but he couldn't find the source at all. Then he suddenly quickened his pace, and when he reached a nearby alley entrance, he immediately turned and rushed into a dim alley, preparing to take a shortcut to leave the night market. Just what I want. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Daomong, act according to the situation." The mantis swooped down suddenly and turned into a shadow as it swept into the alley. On the other hand, Sun Jiu was no longer just speeding up his pace, he was actually running at full speed. The sound of hurried running was particularly clear in the quiet alley. However, 2 legs cannot compare to the flying speed of a mantis. Laugh. As the distance got closer, the mantis suddenly accelerated, and like a ray of cold light, it struck Sun Jiu's back of the head. Court death. Sun Jiu was prepared and felt the cold coming from behind. He turned around suddenly, and the dagger hidden in his sleeve slipped into his hand, and he slashed at the mantis with precision. Clang! The moment the ice blade and the dagger collided, there was a sharp sound of metal clashing. The mantis suddenly stopped, but Sun Jiu was knocked back several feet by the powerful impact, and he barely managed to keep his footing. Why is it a praying mantis? Sun Jiu's pupils trembled violently, and he stared at the mantis in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. He never expected that the one who attacked him just now was actually a mantis, and it could even withstand his dagger. Moreover, under such a frontal impact, it was merely forced to stop and did not seem to be hurt at all. Such terrifying strength is comparable to that of a monster. The assassin who had been following me before turned out to be this. Sun Jiu stared at the mantis, his mind racing, and finally understood the reason. No wonder he didn't notice anything unusual about the people on the street. It turned out that he was being stared at by a bug the whole time. There must be a beastmaster secretly controlling it behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Sun Jiu's heart sank and he looked around nervously. When the mantis saw that the opponent was distracted, the cold air around his body suddenly surged and he pounced on him. Swish, swish, swish. The ice blade slashed continuously, and the flashing cold light instantly turned into countless sharp knife shadows, sweeping towards Sun Jiu. Sun Jiu retreated quickly, mobilized the true energy in his body, and poured it into the dagger in his hand, resisting hastily. However, the fighting power of the mantis is equivalent to the innate realm of a human warrior. With his cultivation at the peak of the acquired realm, he is completely unable to withstand it. The mantis's speed was astonishingly fast. In a blink of an eye, Sun Jiu's arms and shoulders were scratched with several bloody marks, and the wounds quickly condensed into frost. Then, it flapped its wings suddenly, its speed increased dramatically, and it circled behind Sun Jiu like lightning. No! Sun Jiu was shocked. Before he could turn around, the ice blade had already pierced through his back, and the extreme cold air instantly permeated his whole body. Laugh! The mantis swung its blade limbs violently, mincing the mantis's heart into pieces and killing him instantly. Afterwards, it quickly looted the corpse of valuables and flew away. As expected of the top insect hunter-killer, fast and ruthless. Inside the clinic, Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he secretly admired. In just half an hour, all 3 targets in the city were eliminated, with efficiency far exceeding his expectations. Without the threat of these hidden dangers, the obstacles for the next action will undoubtedly be cleared. Chen Kuei, now, it's your turn. Gu Changqing walked out of the clinic, looked up towards the outskirts of the city, and prepared to close the net. Boss, I've brought the braised chicken rice you requested. Just then, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu came over carrying lunchboxes. Gu Changqing took the lunchbox and put it into his storage ring to keep it warm. He planned to enjoy the dinner slowly after moving into Chen Kuei's manor. Boss, do you have any instructions? Fang Baiyu reminded him anxiously. Time is running out. If we delay any further, I'm afraid. But seeing that Gu Changqing was still calm and showed no signs of taking any action, he couldn't help but feel even more confused. Could it be that the boss really wants to hand over the recipe for the 7-colored honey pills to Chen Kuei? If this is true, it is too cowardly. As his mind turned, Fang Baiyu felt a breath of anger, angry that the other party did not fight back. Don't worry, come with me to a place first. Gu Changqing didn't reveal anything and calmly ordered, Jing, prepare the carriage. A moment later, Meng Jing drove the carriage steadily towards the city gate. Chapter 43 Citywide Manhunt. Under the cover of night, Meng Jing drove his carriage slowly through the streets. When passing by Zhuexianglu, I saw a lot of people gathered outside. What happened? Meng Jing pulled the reins to slow down and asked curiously. A murder occurred at Zhuexianglu. The victim was assassinated. His entire body seemed frozen, and his death was strange. Hearing this, Meng Jing was slightly startled. Just as he was about to ask further questions, someone else interrupted. Holy crap, I just heard a body was found in the toilet over at Yongla Casino, killed in the same way. Also, in the alley near the East Street Night Market, a beggar died. The deceased turned out to be Sun Jiao, a well-known figure in the black market. That assassin is truly formidable. He was able to assassinate 3 people in succession at different locations within such a short period of time. TSK. With all the serial murders in the city these past few days, those police chiefs at the government office must be completely overwhelmed. As the conversation started, the faces of the onlookers suddenly changed, and they became agitated. Inside the carriage, Fang Baiyu listened to the discussions outside and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Aren't these 3 people who died Chen Kuei's close confidants? He stared at Gu Changqing in surprise, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. Boss! Fang Baiyu's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice unconsciously lowered. Sun Jiao and the others were all your work. Although he had a guess in his mind, when he actually asked the question, his voice still trembled uncontrollably. Gu Changqing didn't say much, just said lightly. After getting the confirmation, Fang Baiyu took a deep breath and looked shocked. He had known that Gu Changqing had a group of mysterious assassins under his command, but he did not expect that they would act so swiftly and eliminate all 3 hidden dangers silently. Such thundering means are completely comparable to those first-class killer organizations. So, are we going to leave the city and hide now? Fang Baiyu asked cautiously as they were about to reach the city gate. He looked out the car window and found that the patrols on the streets tonight were much tighter than usual. Teams of security guards patrolled the streets and even searched house to house, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Our identities haven't been exposed yet, so why panic? You'll find out where we're going soon. Gu Changqing smiled faintly, as calm as a hunter closing his net. Although Fang Baiyu had some doubts in his mind about this, he did not ask any more questions and fell silent with complicated thoughts. As a small leader of the Black Market Intelligence Network, he knew almost everything about Gu Changqing's past. But since following Gu Changqing, he felt that this boss's actions were treacherous and unpredictable, as if all the previous deeds were done by another person, not the current Gu Changqing. In comparison, they are like 2 completely different people. Gu Changqing closed his eyes to rest, but in fact his consciousness was connected to the shared perception of the 3 pets. Mantises circled in the night sky, following quietly and waiting for instructions. Tiger Bee is still in the manor outside the city, secretly monitoring Chen Kuei's every move. At this moment, Chen Kuei was like a landlord, lazily leaning on the couch, with several maids massaging his shoulders and legs. It was obvious that he had not yet received the news that his 3 confidants had been killed. Shadow Spider was watching from the government office, but didn't notice anything unusual. Gu Changqing thought. Mantis, take the little spider and go to meet up with the tiger bee. Yes, master. After receiving the order, the mantis flapped its wings suddenly and swooped down towards the government office like an arrow. Soon, the shadow spider had climbed onto the mantis's back and quickly flew out of the city, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Stop. It's curfew. You need to be checked before leaving the city. When the carriage reached the city gate, a team of fully armed security guards suddenly blocked the aisle. Captain Li also came here with the Yamen runners to search for the suspect. He strode forward, glanced at Meng Jing, and then glanced sharply at the car window. Who is in the carriage? Captain Li had already placed his right hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and shouted in a deep voice, "Come down immediately." Master, this is Dr. Gu from the Tianming Clinic. He's going out to buy medicinal herbs. Meng Jing answered directly, holding the reins tightly with both hands, leaning forward slightly, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Although he didn't know why his boss insisted on leaving the city at this time, he was ready to force his way in if these officials insisted on making things difficult for him. Dr. Gu. Upon hearing this, Captain Li relaxed his guard slightly. The several Yamen runners behind him also lowered their hands, which were originally on the hilts of their swords, tacitly. After all, they had received a lot of benefits from Gu Changqing before, so such a financial sponsor should naturally be treated well. Captain Li, you're still searching for the murderer so late at night. The car curtain moved slightly, and Gu Changqing leaned out, revealing his young and handsome face. We can't help it. Another assassin killed 3 people tonight. It's very likely the murderer who assassinated the Ma family's eldest son. The city lord has issued a strict order for a citywide search. Captain Li frowned and shouted angrily. It's better not to let me find out who it is, otherwise I will have him tortured to death. He was called to the city gate for a strict inspection in the middle of the night. He was extremely depressed at the moment. You are on duty late at night for the safety of the people in the city. It is really hard work. As he spoke, Gu Changqing took out a silver note and handed it to Captain Li. This 500 taels of silver is my treat for you all to have a midnight snack. However, I am leaving the city this time to purchase some urgently needed medicinal herbs. I hope you can help me. Captain Li took the banknote and quickly put it in his pocket. He nodded with a smile on his face and said, Dr. Gu is treating patients and saving lives. How can we delay? Let him go. He turned around and winked at the Yamen runners behind him, who immediately understood and asked the security guards at the gate to step back. Meng Jing did not hesitate. He pulled the reins and immediately drove the carriage out of the city gate. Boss, Dr. Gu is really generous. A young Yamen runner came forward and grinned. Remember this carriage. If you see it again, let it pass. Captain Li smiled gravely. The 7-colored honey pills developed by Dr. Gu are now being coveted by many important figures. Let's give him a break, and there will naturally be benefits in the future. Upon hearing this, the Yamen runners and security guards exchanged glances with each other and nodded knowingly. That driver just now, why does he look a little familiar? At this moment, a stern figure slowly walked out of the darkness. His face was stern, with a long sword on his back. He stared at the carriage moving further and further away outside the city gate, as if thinking about something. This person is none other than Martin Yu's personal bodyguard, Li Chao, a swordsman master at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Ever since Martin Yu was assassinated, he has been staying in the city, vowing to find out the assassin behind the incident and report back. Since Meng Jing was not wearing a mask, his face reminded him of the scene where a carriage collided head-on the street a few days ago. At that time, more than a dozen guards were chasing on horseback, but in a blink of an eye, all the horses were injured by poisonous stings, exactly the same as the stings on Martin Yu's body. As long as we catch this groom, we will be able to follow the clues and find out who is behind this. Thinking of this, Li Chao's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly rushed out of the city gate. Chapter 44. Someone is following. The night is as dark as ink. Li Chao followed the traces left by the carriage, tracking it all the way, with a growing chill in his eyes. The true energy in his body was flowing, and his steps were as light as a swallow, and his speed was extremely fast. Boss, which way should we go next? Meng Jing looked at the fork in the road ahead and asked. To the left, there is a manor about 10 miles away. After saying that, Gu Changqing looked at Fang Baiyu meaningfully. With your intelligence ability, you should know where that is, right? Fang Baiyu was stunned at first, then seemed to think of something and asked in surprise. Boss, are you going to Chun Kuei's residence? Good research. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. The base of the Destiny Killer Company will be located there from now on. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Fong Baiyu took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the fluctuations in his heart. Even if his reaction was slow, he roughly guessed Gu Changqing's intention. Master, someone is following you. At this moment, the mantis's voice suddenly sounded in Gu Changqing's mind. His expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, how many people? 1. In the night sky, a mantis hovered above the manor, its ice-blue compound eyes looking towards the back of the carriage. I saw a black shadow following closely behind, getting closer and closer to the carriage. Gu Changqing also saw all of this through the mantis's vision. It's him. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he immediately recognized Li Chao. This person's cultivation has reached the peak of the innate realm, while I have just broken through to the initial stage. Although there are still Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu, their current cultivation level is only at the acquired realm. With such a gap, the chances of winning are only 50-50. Boss, what's wrong? Fong Baiyu noticed the change in Gu Changqing's expression and couldn't help but ask. A rat has followed us, a subordinate of the Ma family. Fong Baiyu was startled when he heard this and was about to look inside, but Gu Changqing raised his hand to stop him. Don't panic, let him follow. Meng Jing frowned and asked, should we change our route and get rid of him first? No problem, keep going. Gu Changqing looked calm and ordered, speed up. Okay. Meng Jing pulled the reins suddenly and drove away in the carriage. Li Chao saw this and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Did he get discovered? I've been following him all the way, so I've been very careful about my whereabouts. I didn't expect that someone would notice it. Li Chao's eyes darkened, and the true energy in his body surged like a river, instantly pouring into the tendons and veins of his legs. In an instant, his speed suddenly increased. He no longer cared about the noise he could make. With murderous intent in his eyes, he rushed straight towards the carriage in front. Blade Mantis, Shadow Spider, go and deal with him. Gu Changqing's mind moved. The moment the command was given, the Shadow Spider rode on the mantis and suddenly rushed over here. In just a few breaths, they had arrived above the area where Li Chao was. What? Li Chao suddenly noticed a slight sound of breaking air above his head and looked up suddenly. I saw a black Zerg shadow swooping towards me at an astonishing speed. Li Chao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he drew his sword with a sharp movement to block. Clang! The mantis's forelimbs collided with the sword blade, and a sharp metallic collision sound was heard. However, the Zerg form of the mantis only has the combat power of the early stage of the innate realm, and it can't gain any advantage against Li Chao, who has reached the peak. He was hit so hard by the sword that he was sent flying backwards. Mantis! Li Chao's eyes fixed, and although he was quite surprised, he did not stop his attack at all. He suddenly jumped up and stabbed the flying mantis with his long sword. Call out! At the critical moment, a spider silk suddenly shot out and instantly wrapped around the wrist holding the sword. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The toxins contained in spider silk are extremely corrosive. As soon as they come into contact with the silk, they burn the sleeves and emit pungent white smoke. Li Chao was horrified and quickly turned his sword to attack. Boom. The sword tip shook, and powerful true energy burst out, directly shattering the spider silk. After Li Chao landed on the ground, he immediately retreated several feet. Mantis and spiders? He stared at the two strange black shadows in front of him, and his heart was filled with turmoil. I saw the mantis flapping its wings and hovering in the air, its ice-blue compound eyes glowing faintly in the night. The shadow spider crawled on the ground, its 8 legs like blades, and its spider silk glowed with a poisonous purple light in the moonlight. What shocked him even more was that these two insect beasts had coordinated perfectly during the attack just now. One attacks and the other entangles, just like a well-trained killer. This is clearly a killing monster controlled by someone. Could it be an insect control master? Li Chao felt a chill down his spine. In the martial arts world, the insect-controlling lineage is a branch of the beast-controlling lineage and has been extinct for hundreds of years. If there is really someone who can drive the Zerg to fight, the background behind it is probably far beyond imagination. Just 2 bugs can't stop me. Li Chao snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand was surrounded by a wisp of vital energy. Although the Beastmaster can command his pets to fight, he has a fatal weakness. That is because the body is weak. Once the pet is lost, it is like a person with a broken arm, and the strength is greatly reduced. At this moment, we only need to kill these 2 poisonous insects to easily capture it. He stared at the carriage that was gradually moving away, murderous intent in his eyes. It has been confirmed that the mysterious assassin who assassinated Martin Yu was one of the people on the carriage. I, Li, have practiced for many years, but have never fought against the Zerg. Li Chao trembled the sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed. Today is a good day to test whether my sword is sharper or your shell is harder. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword energy suddenly condensed on the sword tip, pointing directly at the mantis and shadow spider. However, just as he was about to strike, the mantis's body suddenly twisted violently, and its entire body expanded rapidly, turning into a humanoid monster in the blink of an eye. I saw translucent insect wings extending from its back, and its arms turned into two sharp, long swords. Ice blue light flowed, emitting an extremely cold air that made people's hearts cold. Hiss! At the same time, the shadow spider instantly transformed into a Spider-Man monster, with eyes as red as blood, 8 spider legs clinging to its back, and its enchanting figure exuding an evil aura. What kind of monster is this? Li Chao's pupils trembled violently at the sudden scene, and his face was full of horror. Even though he thought he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a strange creature. What was even more terrifying was that he was shocked to find that after the mantis and shadow spider transformed, the fluctuations of their auras suddenly increased several times. Li Chao's hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, and cold sweat was already oozing from his forehead. He was no longer as confident as before. The master has ordered, kill. The mantis's eyes were cold as it locked onto its prey. The next moment, he flapped his wings and rushed forward. 2 ice blades tore through the air and slashed towards Li Chao at a fierce speed. Chapter 45, Mysterious Sword Shadow Slash. Boom! The moment the mantis rushed out, there was a sudden sound of an air explosion breaking through the wind. Li Chao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his naked eyes could only catch a glimpse of a shadow rushing towards him. He had no time to launch an attack, and could only swing his sword to resist. In an instant, 2 ice blue mantis knives slashed fiercely on the sword blade. There was a loud clang, and sparks flew everywhere. Li Chao's wrist trembled violently, and he instantly felt a terrifying force rushing into his body, and then he was uncontrollably pushed back several steps. What a powerful force! Li Chao was horrified, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Compared to before, he still has the advantage. However, now, the power of this mantis monster is actually greater than his own. The mantis pounced again, its blade limbs slashing as fast as lightning, and the attack was fierce, leaving it no chance to breathe. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment, the sound of dense metal collisions continued to ring out. Li Chao blocked and retreated at the same time, but the power of his sword was completely suppressed by Daolang, leaving him no chance to counterattack. What frightened him even more was that the sword in his hand, which was forged from heavenly grade rock iron, was already covered with cracks. And every time he blocked, a layer of frost would condense on the sword, and the cold air would spread along the sword to his arms, causing his sword power to suddenly become chaotic. Swish! A cold light flashed in Daolang's eyes. He seized the flaw and slashed fiercely on the opponent's left shoulder, suddenly cutting off his entire arm. Before the blood even splashed, it solidified into ice crystals in the cold air. Oh! Li Chao screamed and staggered backward, his face pale. When he looked at Daolang again at this time, his eyes were already filled with deep fear. If you keep fighting like this, I will definitely die. Li Chao gritted his teeth and urged all the true energy in his body to pour into the long sword frantically. In an instant, the sword body emitted a dazzling light and made a buzzing sound. Mysterious Sword Shadow Slash. With a loud shout, he shook his wrist suddenly, and the sword drew a strange trajectory in the air. In an instant, more than a dozen sharp sword shadows appeared out of thin air, each containing terrifying sword energy that was enough to tear apart metal and stone. Go to hell! Li Chao roared with a ferocious look on his face, the tip of his sword pointing directly at the mantis's vital points. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen sharp sword energies suddenly swept out. However, just as the sword energy was about to touch, the ice armor on the mantis's body suddenly lit up with strange frost patterns. The surface of those seemingly fragile ice crystals actually rippled like water waves, dissolving all the attacking sword energy into nothingness. How is this possible? Li Chao's pupils contracted violently, and his face turned ashen. Obviously, he didn't expect that the killing move he used with all his strength could not even break the monster's defense. Immediately, he retreated quickly and tried to escape. But just as he turned around, a huge spider web suddenly fell from above his head, binding him tightly. Li Chao was shocked to find that the shadow spider, which had not taken any action, had already stood behind to intercept him. That cold gaze seemed to be staring at the prey that was delivered to the door. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the toxic corrosion of the spider web, Li Chao's skin and flesh felt as if they were burned, emitting a pungent smell. Hateful. Li Chao roared in pain. The true energy in his body burned wildly, and the sword edge burst out with sharp sword energy, splitting the spider web abruptly. However, the next moment, the mantis appeared in front of him and slashed across with its mantis blade. Puff! Li Chao's head was cut off in an instant, and his body was separated. The mantis glanced at the corpse coldly, confirmed that there was no life, then put away its knife and turned back into its Zerg form. If you don't want this body, consider it a gift to me. Seeing the mantis turning back into an insect form, the shadow spider smiled evilly, then stretched out a leg, pierced into Li Chao's headless corpse, and began to devour the essence of flesh and blood. In just a few breaths, the corpse shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually turned into a withered corpse. Ding! Your mantis killed a Xiantian realm warrior, and was rewarded with 200 energy points. Inside the car, Gu Chongqing listened to the system prompt sound in his mind, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Through the shadow spider's vision sharing, he witnessed the entire battle process of the mantis. After transforming into a humanoid monster, its strength was much stronger than expected. Especially the two mantis blades, which combine the characteristics of cold marrow and ice iron, have extremely terrifying lethality and are simply unmatched in the same realm. Warm reminder, your shadow spider has received a storage ring and has placed it in the system space. Upon learning that there was spoils of war, Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows, immediately took out the storage ring, and probed his mental power into it. Although Li Chao was a guard of the Ma family, his status was not low. He carried more than 10,000 silver notes with him. There are also over 100 low-grade spirit stones and several bottles of healing pills. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. It's okay. Gu Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth, and naturally did not complain, and continued to count the supplies. Then he flipped his wrist slightly, and took out a jade slip from the ring, about the size of a palm. Among the flowing cloud patterns on its surface, the 8 seal characters, 7 Xuanwu Mansion, a registered disciple, were engraved. This guy is actually a registered disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Chongqing's eyes. I didn't expect that the guard I killed so easily had such an identity. You should know that the Kixuanwu Academy is a closed-door cultivation sect, and it never teaches martial arts to outsiders unless they are disciples of the sect. Although registered disciples have not officially entered the sect, they still enjoy some training resources and reputation. Many independent martial artists would rather spend a lot of money to get a name in one of the major sects so that they can find a good job outside. Boss, are you a registered disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion? Fang Baiyu glanced at the jade slip in Gu Chongqing's hand and could not hide his surprise. No, I killed a Xiantian realm warrior before and took it away. Gu Chongqing spoke in a calm tone and did not mention Li Chao. What? Fang Baiyu was stunned and looked at Gu Chongqing in shock. In this regard, he couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that the 7 Xuanwu Palace did not attach much importance to registered disciples. Even if a disciple is killed outside, it is usually not investigated further, otherwise the matter may cause big trouble. It is said that although the jade slip that records the disciple's name is a token of trust, it also contains the cultivation method. Fang Baiyu calmed down and asked tentatively, Boss, have you checked it? Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. There is actually a technique hidden in this jade slip. The levels of martial arts in the Tsungyuan continent are divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the entry level, and the 9th grade is the highest. Going further up, you will find the legendary spiritual martial arts. With this in mind, Gu Chongqing's mental power quietly seeped into the jade slip. Sure enough, it contained a sword technique, the mysterious sword shadow slash. This move transforms sword energy into shadows, condensing the void into reality. The more sword shadows there are, the more powerful it is. Although it is only a 3rd-grade martial art, if it is cultivated to perfection, it can even condense more than 100 sword shadows in an instant, and its lethality cannot be underestimated. The sword style that Li Chao just displayed should be this move. Gu Chongqing nodded secretly, feeling a little interested. After all, he came from a humble background, and the only moves he could use at the moment were the dark artistic conception he had previously comprehended. If this sword technique can be integrated with the dark realm, perhaps its power can be further enhanced. In a flash of inspiration, Gu Chongqing had the idea of creating his own sword moves. Boss, is there anything you can find in this jade slip? Seeing Gu Chongqing pondering for a long time, Fang Baiyu couldn't help but ask. There is indeed a set of 3rd-grade sword techniques. Gu Chongqing smiled calmly. Wait until I have thoroughly comprehended it, then I will give it to you and Meng Jing to practice. Thank you, boss. A hint of joy flashed in Fong Baiyu's eyes. He knew very well how precious the third-grade martial arts were, and it might not be worth mentioning to a behemoth like the Seven Profound Martial Palace. But for these independent martial artists without any sect or school, this is a rare opportunity. Boss, Chun Kuei's private estate is ahead. At this time, Meng Jing's voice came from outside the car. Stay here. If anyone sneaks out, kill them without mercy. Gu Chongqing jumped off the carriage and gave orders in a cold voice. You're going in alone? Fong Baiyu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Chun Kuei's manor has a lot of thugs, and there are 2 Xiantian realm warriors around him. This is too dangerous. I have my own plans. Gu Chongqing said calmly. You just need to guard the perimeter and make sure no one slips through the net. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the night like a ghost. As he performed the shadow step, he turned into a blurry black shadow and rushed towards the manor. Aging, what do you think of the boss? Fong Baiyu stared at Gu Chongqing's receding back and suddenly asked. Very good. Meng Jing answered without hesitation. He treats us like friends and never puts on airs. In that case, we must practice harder. Fong Baiyu's eyelids drooped slightly, and his voice became a little deeper. At least in the future, we can't become a burden to the boss. We can't have such a hard time catching up with him like tonight. After saying this, he clenched his fists and said no more. Meng Jing's heart trembled, and it felt like a burning breath was surging in his chest. Chapter 46, Ruthless and Talkative. Stop. In front of the manor gate, as Gu Chongqing approached, a loud shout was heard. Who are you? Tell me your name. The guard at the gate was a burly man with a beard. He stared at Gu Chongqing with vigilance. This is Master Chen's manor. If you don't have an appointment. Noisy. Gu Chongqing threw a punch, hitting the opponent's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the bearded man flew backwards, screaming and knocking open the door. Gu Chongqing walked straight in, and then, isolation talismans flew out from his hands and instantly ignited in the void. As the rune light bloomed, it suddenly gathered into a huge translucent light curtain, like an inverted giant bowl, covering the entire manor. In an instant, all movements here were completely isolated from the outside world. Rune array. Inside the hall, the eyes of the 2 innate warriors darkened as they sensed the energy fluctuations of the isolation talisman almost at the same time. What happened? Chun Kuei saw the 2 men's faces change suddenly and asked curiously. His cultivation level was at the Qi condensation realm, and his sensing ability was weak, so he obviously didn't notice anything unusual. Master Chun, someone has used talismans to seal off the manor. The black-clad warrior spoke in a low voice and turned to look outside the hall door, only to see a faint light curtain shrouding the void. In this Qingzhou city territory, is there anyone who dares to touch me? Chun Kuei's expression tensed, and he stood up suddenly, shouting angrily. You are simply courting death. Master Chun, someone broke in. One of his men hurried into the hall. He's Gu Chongqing from Tianming Medical Clinic. Chun Kuei was stunned when he heard this, then sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be him. When he learned that Gu Chongqing came so blatantly, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, real assassins always sneak in quietly, so how could they break in through the main gate in such a high-profile manner? What's more, he had the leverage over Tianming Medical Clinic in his hands, and even had 3 trusted aides stationed near the government office in the city, ready to take action at any time. With just one order, the evidence that is sufficient to sentence Gu Chongqing to death will be immediately handed over to the authorities. So, could it be that this guy has figured it out and personally brought the recipe for the 7-colored honey pills? Thinking of this, Chun Kuei's eyes flashed with greed. Gather everyone immediately and gather in the front yard. After saying that, Chun Kuei strode out of the hall with a confident look of victory on his face, as if he had already seen Gu Chongqing's embarrassed look as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. In the courtyard, Gu Chongqing looked coldly at the thugs rushing in from all directions, his face expressionless. Originally, this operation only required the tiger bees to take action, but scattering and chasing in that way would be time-consuming and laborious, and it was inevitable that some fish would slip through the net. It would be better to show up in person, lure out all the thugs in the manor, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, dozens of thugs gathered in the courtyard. They were holding machetes and iron bars, and surrounded Gu Chongqing with ferocious faces. How dare you, a fool, trespass into Master Chen's territory at night? You must be tired of living. My hands are itching to stab him today. I'm going to give him a few stabs later. That's right. This is a great opportunity to show off in front of Master Chen. We must beat him to death. The thugs stared at Gu Changqing fiercely, as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Little did they know that mantises, tiger bees, and shadow spiders had already been quietly lurking in 3 corners on the periphery, forming a siege. In their eyes, these guys are the energy required for advanced strengthening. Dr. Gu, your style of doing things is really unexpected. At this moment, Chen Kuei's sinister voice came from behind the crowd. The thugs immediately made way for an aisle, and Chen Kuei walked towards them with a forced smile. 2 innate warriors guarded him on the left and right, looking at Gu Changqing with cold eyes. What? Have you finally figured it out, and are you willing to hand over the recipe for the 7-colored honey pills? Chen Kuei stared at Gu Changqing with a playful look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. He was extremely confident in his own lineup. Not to mention that Gu Changqing was only in the early stage of the innate realm. Even if he was at the peak of his cultivation, it would probably not be that easy for him to escape. I have indeed figured it out, Gu Changqing said calmly. It took me a lot of effort to come find you. Chen Kuei raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? If you had bowed your head earlier, this wouldn't have caused such a scene. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Just give me the prescription. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, a sarcastic smile on his face. Laugh. However, at this moment, a mantis suddenly rushed out from the courtyard wall at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of cold light. The next moment, the palm that Chen Kuei had just stretched out was instantly torn into pieces by flesh and blood. The severed palm fell to the ground with a thud, and blood spurted out. Chapter 47. Stop him. My hand. Chen Kuei suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, staring at the severed hand in horror, his face distorted with pain. The thugs in the field were all stunned by the sudden scene and looked at Gu Changqing in disbelief. On his shoulder, there stood a mantis, its sickle-like forelimbs surrounded by an icy blue light. Could it be this mantis that just cut off Chen Kuei's palm? Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with disbelief. I didn't expect that a tiny mantis could have such terrible killing power. Protect Master Chen. The expressions of the 2 innate warriors changed suddenly. They were the first to react and shouted almost at the same time, quickly protecting Chen Kuei behind them. You damn bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? Chen Kuei looked at the mantis in horror, then turned his gaze to Gu Changqing, gritting his teeth and roaring. Whoever kills him, I'll give him 50,000 silver notes. No, 100,000. And that damn mantis must be chopped into pieces. When they heard the reward of 100,000 yuan, the thugs were immediately excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood and rushed towards Gu Changqing. Whoosh! The mantis rushed out from Gu Changqing's shoulder, moving around as fast as lightning, waving its 2 ice knives rapidly. Any enemy who approached Gu Changqing would have his limbs severed or his throat slit with screams. Although this group of thugs had the advantage in numbers, the strongest among them was only at the acquired realm. Facing the attack of the mantis, they had almost no ability to resist. What a powerful mantis. What kind of monster is this? Chen Kuei looked at the mantises protecting Gu Changqing with fear in his eyes, and was horrified. Zhang Hu, kill that bug. Upon hearing the order, the black-clad warrior guarding Chen Kuei's left sneered. Don't worry, Master Chen. It's just a mere ant. It will only take 1 or 2 sword strikes to kill it. After saying this, the man moved, and the long sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a sharp cold light. The sword blade tore through the air, locked onto the mantis's location, and suddenly stabbed forward. Die! A sinister smile appeared on his lips, and the image of the sword tip piercing through the insect's body even appeared in his mind. Buzz! However, at this moment, a black bee shadow suddenly shot out from the corner. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard, and the black-clothed warrior's sinister smile froze instantly, and he lowered his head to look at his chest. He was horrified to find that a hand that looked like a human but had a curved, sharp blade had pierced his heart. He turned his head with difficulty, trying to see who the attacker was. The tiger bee transformed into a humanoid monster, but did not give the opponent this chance. It suddenly grabbed the heart and pulled out its arm, bringing up a cloud of blood. The black-clad warrior trembled violently, screamed, and fell to the ground and died, his eyes wide open. So what if they're just Zerg? It's still just a matter of 1 move. The tiger bee's cold insect eyes swept over the corpse with disdain, and there was still lingering blood on its right paw. Monster, monster! Seeing this, the thugs around were all frightened and turned pale, and quickly stepped back in horror. Could this monster also be brought by Gu Changqing? Chen Kuei's pupils trembled violently, and the fat on his face couldn't stop shaking. The innate warrior standing next to him was also terrified at this moment. He had never seen such a terrifying creature. Run away. The strength of the mantis had already shocked the thugs, and the appearance of the tiger bee at this moment undoubtedly completely broke their mentality. No one dared to continue besieging Gu Chongqing. They fled in all directions and ran towards the exit of the yard. Trash. A bunch of trash. Seeing that his men did not come to protect him, but instead all ran away, Chen Kuei roared in anger. However, before he could finish his words, the three who ran fast suddenly screamed and were stuck in a huge spider web. I saw a spider web that had formed at the gate of the courtyard, blocking the exit. Moreover, this spider web was extremely tough and highly corrosive. The skin and flesh of those who were stuck on it quickly rotted away, making a hissing sound. The thugs running behind were so scared that they stopped immediately and looked at the scene in horror. Immediately afterwards, a seductive black figure slowly walked out from the shadows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several spider legs on her back suddenly stretched out, stabbing at the three thugs on the spider web, and began to devour the essence of their flesh and blood. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the three men screamed violently, and their bodies shriveled up quickly. This is a spider monster. The thugs who were closer were so scared that they pissed their pants and ran away in other directions. Want to escape? I'm afraid it's too late. The tiger bee sneered bloodthirstily and suddenly activated the skill of swarm summoning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, more than 100 bee soldiers swarmed out and started killing the fleeing thugs. Seeing that the situation was under control, Gu Chongqing, who had been standing still, fixed his eyes on Chen Kuei's short figure. I saw Chen Kuei, under the protection of the innate warrior, hastily hiding in the back hall. Gu Chongqing took a step forward, and his figure turned into a shadow, passing through the chaotic crowd like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the hall. Dr. Gu, we can discuss this. Don't be impulsive. I don't want the recipe for the 7-colored honey pills anymore. Let's work together and split the profits 40% to 60%. No, 30% to 70% is fine too. Chen Kuei looked at Gu Chongqing, who was approaching step by step, and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. As long as you spare my life, I will agree to any conditions, even all my property. He begged for mercy with a trembling voice, completely losing his previous arrogance. Leaving it for you to find a chance to take revenge on me. Gu Chongqing spoke in a cold tone, and with a slight flip of his wrist, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Stop him. Stop him now. Chen Kuei was horrified and retreated with a roar, pushing the black-clothed warrior beside him forward. Noisy. The black-clothed warrior's eyes turned cold. He suddenly shouted, turned around, and stabbed Chen Kuei with his sword. Puff. The tip of the sword pierced into the chest and instantly penetrated the heart. You? Chen Kuei's eyes widened as he stared at the man in disbelief. I've always treated you well. Why? Compared with Gu Chongqing's revenge, he felt that he was in the wrong, but he could undoubtedly not accept the betrayal of his subordinates. A man of insight is a hero, Master Chen. I'm sorry. The black-clad warrior's tone was full of viciousness, and he suddenly pulled back the blood-stained sword. I curse you, to die a miserable death. Chen Kuei looked at the black-clothed warrior with resentment, and then he couldn't breathe. His body twitched twice, and he fell to the ground and died. Seeing this, Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling quite surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that this guy would betray Chen Kuei. Dr. Gu, Chen Kuei is treacherous and greedy. He deserves death. The black-clad warrior knelt on one knee and said solemnly in a low voice, I am Zhao Bing. I am willing to follow you and serve you at your service. Gu Chongqing glanced at the other party and said calmly, I am not interested in disloyal subordinates. Who knows, one day, you might stab me in the back like this. The black-clothed warrior's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly explained, Chen Kuei has committed many evil deeds. I have long wanted to get rid of him. I just took advantage of the opportunity. Gu Chongqing smiled coldly. You should save this kind of words for Chen Kuei to explain. In that case, the black-clothed warrior's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he snorted coldly. Then you will die. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up from his kneeling position and stabbed Gu Chongqing with his sword. Laugh. Just as he imagined, the sword pierced into his chest instantly without any hindrance. But then, the black-clothed warrior's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was shocked to find that the Gu Chongqing in front of him was just a shadow. The long sword pierced into it, and the afterimage quickly dissipated. I was just saying you're unreliable, and it really came true so quickly. Gu Chongqing took a shadow step and appeared several feet away on the right. He ordered in a cold voice, Kill. Whoosh. The next moment, a black light flashed, and the shadow spider used Shadow Shuttle to flash out from the shadow behind the black-clothed warrior. Immediately afterwards, spider silks instantly wrapped around his hands, feet, and neck like poisonous snakes. The black-clad warrior panicked and struggled desperately, only to find that the spider silk was extremely tough. The harder he pushed, the deeper the spider silk cut into his flesh, and blood oozed out along the silk, causing him excruciating pain. Puff. The shadow spider approached with a cold expression, and the spider legs behind it suddenly spread out, with the tips deeply piercing the body of the black-clothed warrior, ready to suck the essence of his flesh and blood. No, don't. The black-clad warrior finally panicked and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Dr. Gu, don't kill me. I can tell you Chen Kuei's secret, which will definitely benefit you. Chapter 48, Sound Transmission, Jade Talisman. Oh, tell me about it. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, it had better be of some value, otherwise you know the consequences. The shadow spider stopped sucking tacitly, but its spider leg was still piercing the opponent's flesh. You must promise me first that you will spare my life. Seeing that Gu Changqing had taken the bait, the black-clad warrior started to talk about conditions. Well, go ahead. Gu Changqing responded calmly. My patience is limited. The shadow spider cooperated by pulling out its legs and waiting for instructions. The black-clothed warrior calmed himself down and said in a low voice, Chen Kuei has been secretly serving the imperial court for many years. Every time he completes a mission, he receives a generous reward. There's a sound transmission jade talisman in his storage ring that can be used to contact that person. Now that Chen Kuei is dead, you can take his place. Hearing this, Gu Changqing suddenly became interested. If we talk about the most generous financial sponsors, they are the officials in the court. In order to fight for power, they have always used any means necessary and will not be stingy with money. If you can catch this line, it would be a good choice. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing's gaze swept over Chen Kuei's body. The remaining left hand was empty, without any ring. Just now, Dowling cut off Chen Kuei's right hand, and the storage ring should be on that severed palm. Well, is this news important enough? The black-clad warrior noticed the change in Gu Changqing's expression and urged him smugly. Keep your word and let me go. Gu Changqing winked at the shadow spider, who immediately untied the spider silk that was wrapped around the black-clothed warrior. After removing the restraints, the black-clothed warrior glanced at Gu Changqing sinisterly, then quickly rushed to the door of the hall. Swish! However, just as he stepped out of the threshold, a cold light flashed. The mantis, transformed into a humanoid monster, raised its sword and chopped off its head. Gu Changqing looked at the head that rolled to his feet without a trace of pity in his eyes. If even one person leaks the information about tonight's operation, the Destiny Killer Group will no longer have a foothold in Qingzhou City. Keeping promises with the enemy? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Master, everything has been cleared out. Not a single one has escaped. Dowling walked into the hall with a cold expression and reported to Gu Changqing respectfully. Of course, with my bee army here, we can pull them out even if they hide in a crack in the ground. The tiger bee also walked in at this time and stood next to the mantis with a smug look on its face. Master, the ring on the broken palm should be a storage ring. Please see if there is anything good inside. He shook the bloody severed palm in his hand and handed it forward like a treasure. Gu Changqing took the severed palm, removed the blood-stained ring, and quickly probed inside with his mental power. The dazzling array of supplies in the storage space instantly made Gu Changqing's expression brighten. It has to be said that Chen Kuei's family property is very substantial, with more than 1 million in silver notes alone. In the corner of the space, more than 5,000 low-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked, emitting rich spiritual fluctuations. What is even more surprising is that all kinds of rare medicinal herbs, weapons and armor are displayed in different categories, and each one is very valuable. No wonder Chen Kuei can support such a large number of subordinates and such rich assets. Although he cannot compare with those wealthy families, he is completely comparable to the landlord-level tycoons. Not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. This windfall is enough to support the subsequent development of the Destiny Killer Company. Afterwards, Gu Changqing searched the storage space and finally found the sound transmission jade talisman and took it in his hand. This thing feels cold to the touch, and its material is like jade but not jade, yet it has a strange warmth. It obviously contains spiritual energy, and its surface is engraved with complex runes similar to sound transmission notes. Obviously, compared to the disposable paper sound transmission talisman, this sound transmission jade talisman can be used multiple times, which is much more convenient. Gu Changqing tried to inject a trace of mental power, and the patterns on the jade talisman suddenly emitted a light yellow light, pulling together with the mental power. Chen Kuei, how is the matter going? A deep and hoarse male voice came from the jade talisman, with a hint of urging in the tone. Gu Changqing was slightly stunned. This jade talisman could actually transmit sound in real time, just like the mobile phone in his previous life. Gu Changqing couldn't help feeling guilty about this and remained silent. After a brief silence, the other party suddenly sneered. Boy, Chen Kuei's things actually fell into your hands. Who are you? Gu Changqing's heart trembled. This guy was quite perceptive and guessed the clue immediately. Chen Kuei is dead. Now, I take over his business. Gu Changqing said calmly. Just you? Are you worthy? A contemptuous snort rang out from the jade talisman. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Gu Changqing said coldly and bluntly. If you are interested, you can meet with my agent to discuss it. Yu Fu suddenly fell silent, as if he was thinking about something. Gu Changqing did not cut off the voice transmission and waited patiently for a response. If I'm guessing correctly, you should be the boss behind the assassination. Interesting. After a long silence, the man's voice came from the jade talisman again, but this time the tone was obviously softer. Although I don't know what the feud between you and Chen Kuei is, killing my middleman will only delay my business. Now I give you two choices. First, complete Chen Kuei's unfinished mission, and I will forgive you and even consider working with you. Second, you can refuse, but at your own risk. The voice in the jade talisman contained an undisguised threat, yet also contained a hint of temptation. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened, and he tapped the sound transmission jade talisman with his fingertips. He said calmly without commenting. It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. I have no obligation to help Chen Kuei clean up this mess. If you want to cooperate with me, show some sincerity. The other party asked in a puzzled tone. What do you mean? Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. The meaning is very simple. This matter must be handled according to my rules. As long as the money is in place, everything will be easy. What? The voice from the jade talisman suddenly exploded with rage. Chen Kuei just took 30% of my deposit, and you still dare to ask for money? Stop talking nonsense. Gu Changqing said firmly. Send someone to Qingzhou City Zui, Xianglu with sincerity within 3 days, and I might consider taking over your dirty work. Otherwise, let's just leave it at that. After saying that, Gu Changqing directly cut off the jade talisman's voice transmission and secretly planned his next plan. After all, we don't know whether the other party is a human or a ghost, so we must be prepared in advance. Chapter 49, He is Sister Rong. Late at night, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing climbed onto the top of the carriage and looked at the manor in the distance, feeling nervous. It's been so long. Is there anything wrong with the boss? Meng Jing frowned slightly and asked worriedly. How about we go and check out the situation? Fang Baiyu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. The boss asked us to stay here, so he must have his own ideas. Don't act on your own. After hearing this, Meng Jing had to give up the idea. Buzz. Just when the two were feeling uneasy, Fang Baiyu suddenly sensed that the sound transmission note in the storage ring had moved. As soon as he thought about it, the sound transmission note flew out and burned rapidly in the void before his eyes. Gu Changqing's indifferent voice rang out. This manor will be the base of the Destiny Killer Gang from now on. Tell Sister Rong to come and meet me now. Hearing this, Fang Baiyu's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes were full of shock. How's it going? What do you want, boss? Seeing this, Meng Jing couldn't help but ask. Fang Baiyu calmed himself down and repeated Gu Changqing's exact words. Meng Jing's face was stunned, and he looked towards the direction of the manor in surprise. It hadn't been long since they'd actually taken over Chen Kuei's territory. It seems the boss's true strength is not as simple as we imagined. Fang Baiyu took a deep breath, his excitement barely concealed in his voice. With one move, the biggest middleman in the black market was destroyed in an instant. With such a powerful leader, it is undoubtedly just a matter of time before the Destiny Killer line becomes one of the top killer organizations. Don't be stunned, quickly notify Sister Rong. Meng Jing jumped up and rode on the horse. Fang Baiyu immediately came to his senses and turned over to get into the car. He then took out a sound transmission talisman and ignited it in his hand, saying excitedly, Sister Rong, our boss has already wiped out the absurd Chen's lair. Meng Jing, and I will pick you up now. Inside the manor, the originally messy place had now been cleaned up by the shadow spiders, and all the corpses had been cleared away. As the night wind blew by, the smell of blood lingering in the air gradually dissipated. Gu Changqing called up the system panel and found that the energy value reward obtained from tonight's killing had increased to 2,000 points. However, the energy required to upgrade tiger bees, shadow spiders, and mantises has risen to 5 digits. 3. That's 30,000. Even if the more than 6,000 low-grade spirit stones that had just been looted were all converted into energy, it would still not be enough. Since it's not enough, why not leave it for your own practice? Gu Changqing muttered to himself, having already made a decision in his heart. After all, as the behind-the-scenes leader of the assassin gang, no matter what, his own strength cannot be too bad. Otherwise, whenever there is a slight conflict with others in the future, you will have to rely on the mantises to take action, which will not only make you appear incompetent, but also expose your cards too early. After making up his mind, Gu Changqing took out all the spirit stones from the storage ring. With a flash of light, they piled up beside him like a small mountain. The shadow spiders and mantises looked at each other, and they all flew out of the hall tacitly, lurking in guard in various corners outside. This amount of spirit stones should be enough to improve my cultivation. Gu Changqing took a glance, then sat cross-legged and began to guide the flow of true energy throughout his body, releasing Yuan Jin to cover the pile of spirit stones around him. In an instant, more than 100 spirit stones on the top layer turned into powder. As the spiritual energy was extracted, it immediately turned into strands of pure spiritual power that surrounded the body, and then was absorbed into the body through the pores all over the body. Gu Changqing concentrated his mind and guided this energy to transform into his own true essence. In this way, time passed by minute. In this way, step by step, most of the spirit stone piles have been consumed. Spiritual energy continued to flow in, and the energy in Gu Changqing's body gradually became full, and a faint buzzing sound began to be heard in his meridians. These signs clearly indicate a breakthrough. Not enough. Gu Changqing suddenly took out all the remaining spirit stones at once. Boom! In an instant, a huge torrent of spiritual energy rushed into his body frantically. The swelling and pain in the meridians suddenly intensified, as if they were about to be torn apart. Gu Changqing did not stop, but instead increased his speed, eventually forming a vortex of energy in his Dantian acupoint, which surged wildly. Almost at the same time, his aura continued to rise until it reached the peak of the innate realm. More than 6,000 spirit stones can only elevate one's cultivation to the peak stage. It is not easy to completely break through the realm. Gu Changqing opened his eyes, and the gleam in his eyes quickly faded, but he was secretly sighing in his heart. To reach a certain realm of cultivation, a warrior must first condense his qi, and then temper it through acquired and innate methods. Once his foundation is completely solid, he can then try to climb to the Dao mortal realm. Strictly speaking, the Daofen realm can be called a true watershed. Once the breakthrough is made, the warrior's true energy will change from gaseous to liquid, and the body will undergo a transformation like a rebirth. Not only does their lifespan extend significantly, but they can also fly in the air for a short period of time, demonstrating their extraordinary abilities. However, if one wants to break through this realm, one must practice the 6th grade or higher martial arts techniques as a foundation, which cannot be easily achieved by simply piling up spirit stones. However, advanced skills at that level are almost all monopolized by major sects and ancient martial arts families. Without a special opportunity, ordinary warriors would probably find it difficult to cross this watershed in their entire lives. Master, 2 of your men are waiting outside the manor, and they have brought another person with them. At this moment, Shadow Spider's voice came in his mind, interrupting Gu Changqing's thoughts. His expression changed slightly, and he realized that the sound transmission talisman in the storage ring had already vibrated slightly. Boss, we're here. Are you available now? Gu Changqing casually waved the talisman, and the moment it flew out, Fong Baiyu's questioning voice followed. Since it is inconvenient for the shadow spiders to be exposed, they were left outside waiting. Gu Changqing immediately stood up and used Shadow Step to rush out of the hall. The sky outside was already bright. When the door opened, Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu came into view. Behind them stood a strange figure. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on that person. She was wearing a dark red long dress, had a graceful figure, and her long black hair was loosely tied up with a jade hairpin. But when his eyes moved to the other person's face, Gu Changqing's pupils suddenly contracted. This is clearly a man's face with sharp edges and corners. Under the rough, sword-like eyebrows, the pair of narrow eyes were looking at him with a smile. This is Sister Rome. Gu Changqing suppressed his surprise and looked at Fong Baiyu and asked. Yes, he is Zhao Rong. Fong Baiyu grinned oddly and said, He's the brother Meng Jing, and I have been since we were little. Oh no, brother and sister. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing took a deep breath. All along, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing have always referred to Zhao Rong as Sister Rong. I never expected that the so-called Sister Rong was actually a she-male. Chapter 50 Devoted. Boss Gu, I've heard a lot about you. Zhao Rong slightly parted her red lips, her voice low and with a hint of femininity. Nice to meet you. Gu Changqing swallowed secretly, and his calm tone fluctuated rarely. The sudden contrast made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Afterwards, Gu Changqing led them into the manor without saying anything more. Along the way, Zhao Rong looked around and keenly noticed the bloodstains remaining in the corners. And Chen Kuei's subordinates were completely wiped out. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes at this. It seems that what Fang Baiyu said was true. Gu Changqing's methods were indeed amazing. He wiped out Chen Izi's lair overnight. If you can follow it, it might be a good choice. In the hall, Gu Changqing sat upright in the main seat and raised his hand to let them do as they pleased. Zhao Rong sat down directly, crossed her legs in a seductive manner, and her skirt slid down, revealing her muscular calves. Gu Changqing suppressed the twitching of his mouth and quickly looked away. Boss Gu is indeed extraordinary. The gap between his intelligence and the information I have is quite large. Zhao Rong's eyes wandered as she asked tentatively, I wonder why you invited me here today? What advice do you have for me? Gu Changqing took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state. Then he got straight to the point. I'm sure Meng Jing and the others have already mentioned to you that I intend to have you serve as an agent for the Tianming Killer Company. That's natural. Zhao Rong smiled softly. Boss Gu's public identity is a doctor, and he doesn't want to reveal his identity outside. Now that there are no middlemen, the Destiny Killer Company must have an agent who can operate openly. And with my connections in both the black and white worlds, it's undoubtedly just the right fit. At this point, he paused slightly, then changed the subject. But I want to know, what is your true strength? Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he naturally understood the other party's implication. It was obvious that he wanted to find out what cards he had in his hand. As an agent of the assassination team, I must be aware of the power of the assassin team in the organization. Zhao Rong lifted her foot and shifted her sitting position, saying softly, Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to accept missions on the black market, let alone assess the degree of risk involved. For example, if we want to assassinate a martial arts master above the Daofin realm, can our assassins from the Destiny Killer clan do it? Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. So, you want to see the assassin's abilities? That's about it. Zhao Rong nodded and stared at Gu Changqing expectantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared silently on his shoulder, and the cold blade was already against his neck. The sudden chill made Zhao Rong's muscles tense instantly, and she dared not move. Before he could even glance at it, the mantis had already been taken into the system space by Gu Changqing. What's going on? Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing looked around in confusion. However, the mantis's figure flashed by so quickly that even the two of them did not notice it, as if it had never appeared like a ghost. A trace of cold sweat seeped out of Zhao Rong's forehead, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Not to mention how the mysterious assassin approached. We didn't even see his shadow. He came and went without a trace. How? Gu Changqing said calmly. He's just one of the assassins under my command. However, they have always been secretive and unwilling to reveal their whereabouts. Zhao Rong took a deep breath when she heard this. If there were more than one such mysterious and powerful assassin, how terrifying would that be? Afterwards, he calmed down and forced a smile on his red lips. Boss Gu is indeed a man of hidden talents. It seems I was worrying too much. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Since you have confirmed my strength, then, the matter of the agent. My two younger brothers are now under your command. So how could I not come? Zhao Rong agreed without hesitation. I agree. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. Gu Changqing looked at the other party silently and did not rush to agree. My two younger brothers have been obsessed with martial arts training since they were young, but unfortunately, they have always suffered from a lack of resources. Zhao Rong said gently. So, I hope you can cultivate them more and not bury their talents. Hearing this, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing felt warm in their hearts and were deeply moved. I originally thought Sister Rong was going to discuss the profit-sharing conditions with the boss, but unexpectedly, she was considering the two of them. That's not much of a condition. Gu Changqing smiled slightly. Actually, that's exactly what I meant. So, you can make one more request. Hearing this, Zhao Rong's heart suddenly trembled. She stared at Gu Changqing's generous and calm demeanor in a daze, and was a little dazed for a moment. He bit his red lips lightly and raised his eyelids slightly. The more he looked at Gu Changqing, the more he liked her. Not good. Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing exchanged glances. As friends who grew up together, they were very familiar with Zhao Rong's expression. Whenever her eyes narrowed slightly, and she bit her red lips unconsciously, it meant, "Since you are so generous, I will venture to make another request." Zhao Rong suddenly leaned forward, her voice even softer than before. "I want to move into this manor and live with you. It will be more convenient when I report on my mission in the future." Upon hearing this request, Gu Chongqing's breathing suddenly stagnated. The hairs on his body instantly stood up, and he subconsciously tightened the anus under his butt. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. "If Sister Rong likes this place, then you can stay here." Gu Chongqing smiled awkwardly but politely and said, "I usually have to see patients in the clinic and rarely come here. The manor is empty anyway." "Thank you, boss." Zhao Rong pursed her red lips, a complex emotion flashing across her eyes. "Wow, master, you are so manly." Tiger B's teasing voice suddenly rang out in Gu Chongqing's mind. "I can guarantee that this agent will absolutely work for you wholeheartedly from now on." "Shut up," Gu Chongqing cursed in his heart. He then coughed lightly and quickly got to the point. "Now that the assassination agent matter has been settled, let's get down to business. In fact, Chen Kuei has been secretly doing business with people in the imperial court, but now, I have already established contact with him. They are expected to send people to Qingzhou City for negotiations within the next 2 days." When Fang Baiyu and others heard this, their eyes flashed, and they could not hide their admiration on their faces. "If we can take over this channel from the imperial court, it will be an inexhaustible business. That's how it is." Gu Chongqing turned his gaze to Zhao Rong and instructed, "You will meet with that person privately and negotiate the price according to the industry rules. If we can't reach an agreement, leave immediately. Do you understand?" Zhao Rong nodded solemnly. "Boss, don't worry, I know what to do." Buzz. At this moment, Gu Chongqing sensed some unusual movement in the storage ring, and the source was the sound-transmitting jade talisman. Then he took it out, and a deep voice suddenly sounded. "My people are already waiting at Zhuexiang Lu, in box number 3. Chapter 51, Tianji Pavilion. If your agent doesn't show up within an hour, this matter will be dropped." As soon as he finished speaking, the transmission from the jade talisman was interrupted. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Chongqing's eyes. He didn't expect that the employer behind the scenes would act so quickly. "I thought I would have to wait 2 or 3 days, but people arrived in Qingzhou City just 1 night later." From this we can see that the man obviously takes this illegal business very seriously. Unfortunately, there was too much task information in Chen Kuei's storage ring, and he didn't know which one it was. Otherwise, you can make adequate preparations in advance. "Boss, has the employer sent someone over?" When Zhao Rong saw Gu Chongqing take back the jade sound transmission talisman, she asked. "Yes, it's in the Zhuexiang Lu in the city, box 3. You will be in charge from now on." After saying that, Gu Chongqing looked at Meng Jing and ordered, "Take Sister Rong over now." "Yes." Meng Jing nodded respectfully and immediately followed Zhao Rong out of the hall. "Boss, what about me?" Seeing that he was not assigned, Fang Baiyu took the initiative to ask, "How about I wait outside Zhuexiang Lu? If anything unexpected happens, I can be ready to respond at any time. You are in charge of the affairs of the intelligence team, so stay out of it." Gu Chongqing shook his head and refused, then asked, "How wide is the coverage of your current intelligence network?" After a brief pause, Fang Baiyu responded, "I have spies in all the major cities of the Great Yong dynasty. However, they are all ruffians, and usually you need to pay money to bribe them to get information." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing was slightly stunned. Isn't this just a transaction of intelligence, not power under one's control? To put it bluntly, the information that the Destiny Killer Group knows can also be obtained by other forces by paying money. I've always been short of money, so I don't have the funds to recruit people. So I can only resell the information on the black market and make a profit. Fang Baiyu grinned, as if seeing through Gu Chongqing's thoughts, and immediately explained the reason. Gu Chongqing felt that this was reasonable and logical, and did not show any contempt for it at all. After all, an orphan born in the slums who can survive in this world until now and even cultivate to the level of a postnatal warrior is a rare talent. If he is given enough resources, he will surely soar to the sky. "Boss, you won't be disappointed in me, will you?" Seeing Gu Chongqing silent, Fang Baiyu asked cautiously. "No." Gu Chongqing smiled calmly. "Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are born with special talents? I believe in your ability." Hearing this, Fang Baiyu pursed his lips and nodded solemnly. This feeling of being valued made him feel uneasy for a long time. "You will personally recruit a group of intelligence members for the Destiny Killer Gang. After Gu Chongqing finished speaking, he took out 500,000 silver notes and handed them to Fang Baiyu. Use this money for circulation first. As the saying goes, a towering building starts from the ground. Although the main force of the killer organization is the assassins, the intelligence network is also crucial. Otherwise, if we can't even find out the identity of the assassination target, what's the point? Therefore, Gu Chongqing will not save a penny on the necessary expenses in the early stage. 500,000. Fang Baiyu took the thick stack of banknotes, and his eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. This amount of money is enough for him to make a big splash in the black market. Boss, don't worry. Within 6 months, I will have my intelligence network cover the entire Great Yong dynasty and even foreign countries. Fang Baiyu, who now had a huge sum of money, promised with a solemn oath. Also, we can recruit a new group of assassins. As his mind turned, Gu Chongqing said calmly, codenamed Darkblade, the members must be above the acquired realm. The scale of the Destiny Killer group has now taken shape, and he doesn't want to have to do all the tasks himself in the future. Unless you encounter a particularly difficult task, let the Shadow Spiders take action. Fang Baiyu was startled when he heard this and asked curiously, don't you have a mysterious assassin group under your command? Just do as I tell you. Gu Chongqing did not give any unnecessary explanations, and his tone was full of unquestionable command. Yes, I'll do it right away. Fang Baiyu nodded in awe and immediately turned and left. Gu Chongqing was not idle either. With the help of the Shadow Spider, he shuttled through the shadows and suddenly disappeared in the manor. When Meng Jing drove his carriage into the city, he had already returned to the clinic and opened the shop as usual. The Shadow Spider was secretly controlled and quickly headed towards Zui Xianglu. After arriving at the destination, Gu Chongqing immediately activated shared perception. Through the Shadow Spider's compound eyes, it could only see that the windows and doors of box number 3 were closed, and it was impossible to see who was inside. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Gu Chongqing did not let the Shadow Spider sneak in, but let it lurk quietly in the shadow of the corner. Soon, Meng Jing's carriage stopped outside the gate of Zui Xianglu. According to industry regulations, only an agent can come forward. You just wait here. Zhao Rong gave some instructions to Meng Jing, then walked into Zui Xianglu alone. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Rong knocked on the door a few times and said, I'm here. A deep male voice soon came from inside. Come in. Zhao Rong pushed the door open and walked in. The Shadow Spider immediately followed closely behind her and then quietly crawled to the corner of the wall. Following its line of sight, Gu Chongqing finally saw the person inside. Zhao Rong was also looking at the other person. He was wearing a black cloak and a dark golden mask on his face, and he looked extremely burly. Regarding the masculine features on Zhao Rong's face, this person's eyes were indifferent and there was no fluctuation at all. This made Gu Chongqing secretly admire him. Coupled with the other party's mysterious attire, he feels more like a well-trained assassin. Sit. The man in black had a low and hoarse voice, as if he had deliberately disguised it. However, Zhao Rong did not rush to close the door, but carefully looked at every corner of the box. Don't worry, I'm the only one here. The other party obviously saw through Zhao Rong's thoughts and said coldly, Crunch. The door closed and Zhao Rong sat down across from him at the table. Are you the agent? The man in black got straight to the point and asked, which assassin organization? Sky. Just as Zhao Rong was about to respond, there was a sudden movement from the storage ring in her hand. Immediately afterwards, a sound transmission note suddenly flew out. Gu Chongqing's voice suddenly rang in Zhao Rong's mind. The Destiny Killer Company has changed its name to the Tianji Pavilion. Zhao Rong was startled by the sudden secret voice transmission. He couldn't help but glance around out of the corner of his eye. Could it be that everything going on in the box is under the boss's observation? Why? It's inconvenient to disclose. The man in black's eyes darkened slightly, and he said in a cold voice, My master said that if we want to cooperate, both parties must show some sincerity. Zhao Rong smiled softly. Don't misunderstand. I was just reporting some information. In the black market, our organization is called Tianji Pavilion. Hearing Zhao Rong change her words, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the names of Tianming Killer Shop and Tianming Medical Clinic are really similar. He is not as stupid as the original owner, who came up with such a similar store name for convenience. If someone with ulterior motives were to secretly investigate, the existence of the clinic would undoubtedly be the most suspicious. Moreover, the name of the Destiny Killer Gang was already known to many people in the black market, and was even labeled as inferior. Now that he has established a secret connection with the imperial court, he must change his appearance and add a bit of mystery. Tianji Pavilion? Sure enough, when the man in black heard the name, a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. He had never heard of the name of this killer organization in the black market. Could it be a newly emerging killer organization? Your pavilion master is quite capable. The man in black looked at Zhao Rong and said meaningfully, although Chen Kuei is a middleman, he does have some influence in the black market. However, the Tianji Pavilion was able to eradicate it completely overnight, making it completely leak-proof. Even now, there is no news on the black market that Chen Kuei is dead. Zhao Rong chuckled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Since you are aware of the capabilities of our Tianji Pavilion, are you interested in cooperating during this meeting?" As she spoke, Zhao Rong glanced at the black ring on the black-clothed man's hand, as if inadvertently. After taking a quick look, he quickly looked away. Chapter 52C, Who Can Endure? Cooperate. The man in black paused for a moment, then sneered, "The point is, if I tell you the assassination location, I'm afraid you'll back off." Zhao Rong pursed her red lips and smiled without saying a word. Having been in the black market for many years and seen countless people, how could he not see through such a trick? Are you trying to provoke me? You're still young. If you don't tell me, I won't ask. Let's see who can endure it. Time passes slowly. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Seeing that Zhao Rong remained silent, the man in black was obviously unable to sit still. I thought the other party would boast about the ability of Tianji Pavilion, ask about the location of the assassination, and then take on the task with a solemn vow. In this way, he can gain a dominant advantage and lower the remuneration price. I didn't expect that this Shimale could be so patient. To be honest, the mission location is in the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. The man in black spoke first. Also, the assassination must take place on the day of the recruitment examination. Zhao Rong's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. You must know that the 7 Xuanwu Mansion is a sect-level behemoth, the only existence in the Great Yong dynasty that is not subject to legal control. Not to mention that ordinary forces dare not provoke him. Even the royal family has to be a little wary of him. However, the other party stipulated that the assassination must be carried out openly on the territory of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion and on the day of the recruitment examination. Even if a top assassin is very powerful, if he goes there, regardless of success or failure, the outcome will definitely be disastrous. How is it? Are you scared? The man in black smiled gravely. If that's the case, I'll have to reevaluate the capabilities of the Tianji Pavilion. That's not necessarily true. Zhao Rong pretended to be calm and asked, the main thing is the assassination target's cultivation strength. What level is it? The man in black responded without hesitation, peak of the Xiantian realm. On the day when the 7 profound martial palace recruits disciples, this person will go to take the test. When Gu Chongqing heard that this was the only level of strength, he suddenly felt that there was something to be done. Although the assassination location is quite tricky, given the abilities of the shadow spiders, there is still hope of escaping unscathed. Immediately, he took out the task list stored by Chen Kuei and quickly searched according to the clue of Xuanwu Mansion. Soon, he drew out a hit list. The information on it just matches perfectly. Pray Ma Xiao. Status, Ma family's heir. His father is the Earl of the current dynasty. Strength, peak of the Xiantian realm. Location, Daong Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Recent whereabouts, participating in the recruitment examination for the 7 Xuanwu Mansion next month. Mission requirements. Complete the assassination on the day of the assessment. Remuneration, 250,000 silver notes. At the bottom of the paper, there is a portrait of the target person. His appearance is somewhat similar to Martin Yuke, who was assassinated last time. According to their identity information, they are brothers from the same family. However, this time the Ma family's eldest son has a significantly higher status and position. With a sudden change of mind, Gu Chongqing decisively took out a sound transmission talisman and instantly ignited it in his hand. I'll accept the mission, but the reward is 500,000. Just when Zhao Rong was undecided, Gu Chongqing's sound transmission note came at the right time. After hearing what was said, he felt as if he had taken a reassurance pill, and his eyes instantly brightened. If the boss dares to take it, it means he has enough confidence. Thinking of the elusive assassin at the manor before, Zhao Rong had no doubt about Gu Chongqing's decision. Your task is really difficult. Zhao Rong shook her head. With the capabilities of our Tianji Pavilion, we are confident that we can complete it. However, this price is required for the reward. At this point, Zhao Rong held up a finger and said, 1 million. What? No matter how calm the man in black was, his tone suddenly became sharp. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but be amazed by the sudden price increase. He had never expected that Zhao Rong would be even more ruthless than himself, when she spoke. Chen Kuei only asked for 250,000 yuan, but you want so much. The man in black frowned and snorted coldly. You guys from the Tianji Pavilion have quite a big appetite. Zhao Rong raised her red lips slightly. Chen Kuei is Chen Kuei, but for our Tianji Pavilion, it is indeed worth the price. At least I can guarantee that I can definitely complete the task. The man in black's eyes changed rapidly as he said in a low voice, 500,000, not a cent more. Make a deal. Little did they know that Zhao Rong agreed immediately and readily. This time, the other party was surprised. Although the price has been cut in half, I still feel mixed emotions at the moment. It's not a good feeling. Well done. Gu Changqing exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. In the past, when accepting tasks, the price was always determined by Chen Kuei. He never took the initiative to set the remuneration like he does now, which directly increased the profit by a large margin. Cool. So cool. Since the deal is done, let's pay half of the deposit first. Zhao Rong extended her hand without hesitation and said lightly. The man in black came back to his senses, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Money is not a problem. But it's best to complete the task at a limited time and place, otherwise. I will make sure that your Tianji Pavilion will never be able to gain a foothold in the black market again. Before he finished speaking, his body shook and a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. Boom! A powerful aura swept over, overturning the surrounding tables and chairs. Half a step to the mortal realm. Zhao Rong's expression changed, and her originally frivolous eyes instantly became serious. Just the subordinates who come forward to endorse the product have such strength. Isn't the employer behind the scenes even more powerful? Chapter 53: The Conspiracy Behind. Half a step to becoming a mortal Taoist means that one has already stepped half a foot into the threshold of the mortal Taoist realm. At this level, the black-clothed man's strength is almost invincible. At this moment, he deliberately displayed his cultivation with an undisguised threat and deterrence. Oh, I'm so scared. Zhao Rong raised her hands to her chest and looked timid. This gesture, which should have been disgusting, made the man in black feel shocked. You know, even a warrior at the peak of the Xiantian realm would feel like he was carrying a heavy burden under such pressure. But Zhao Rong in front of him remained calm, as if she was not affected at all. Tianji Pavilion is indeed not simple. The man in black took a quick look and then slowly restrained his aura and stopped probing. Then he took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to Zhao Rong. Each banknote has a face value of 10,000. 250,000 deposit, not a cent less. Zhao Rong quickly counted the items with her fingertips and said with a smile, It's a pleasure to work with you. The intelligence information Chen Kuei possesses must have been intercepted by your pavilion master, so there is no need for me to do any more. I'll settle the balance after completing the task. The man in black snorted coldly, then turned and left. If the mission information had not been stolen, why would we have asked Tianji Pavilion to take over, and even accept the malicious price increase? Otherwise, once the news leaks, the entire plan will be affected. After the man in black left, Zhao Rong did not go to Tianming Medical Clinic immediately. In order to avoid being followed, she reported the matter via a sound transmission note. Inside the clinic, Gu Changqing stared at the assassination list in his hand, thoughtful. 2 consecutive illegal operations targeted the Ma family, which must be no coincidence. However, he did not care about the undercurrent of power in the court. As long as the reward is paid, I will kill you without hesitation. Anyway, those aristocratic families have always exploited the common people and are greedy by nature. Most of them are not good people. Check all the information about the Ma family's heir, including his recent whereabouts, and make sure there are no mistakes. Gu Changqing ignited the sound transmission note to notify Fang Baiyu, and then secretly planned his next move. The recruitment and examination for the 7 Xuanwu houses will not officially begin until next month, so there is still plenty of time. But in the meantime, he must be fully prepared. The most crucial point is to strengthen the combat power of the Shadow Spiders. Master Mo made a promise before, so it's a good opportunity for him to build a few sets of Zerg weapons to test their effects. With this in mind, Gu Changqing did not delay any longer and quietly left through the back door of the clinic. When he appeared on the street again, he was wearing a bronze mask on his face and a black hat on his head, and walked straight towards the blacksmith shop. Almost at the same time, in the imperial capital, the underground secret room of the Ma family mansion. Master Patriarch, news just came from Qingzhou City that the mission has been entrusted to Tianji Pavilion. The old butler bowed slightly and reported respectfully. However, the reward has been increased to 500,000 silver notes. In the shadows, a slender figure slowly turned around. The flickering candlelight illuminated half of the middle-aged man's face. It was the head of the Ma family, Ma Tianxiong. No problem. His voice was cold and hard. As long as the task is accomplished, the cost is irrelevant. The old butler sighed softly. Why do you have to do this, sir? That's yours. You think I want to? Ma Tianxiong suddenly interrupted and said gloomily. But if we don't do this, how can we force the 7 Xuanwu mansions to join in? As long as such an incident happens on the day of the assessment, especially if it is my Ma family's eldest son who dies, the 7 Xuanwu mansions will be furious and will investigate thoroughly. At this point, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Given the current situation in the court, the third prince's faction must be the primary suspect. By then, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will only need a little guidance to use the power of the Martial Palace to cut off the third prince's momentum. The old butler's Adam's apple rolled and his voice trembled. But the young master is your biological son after all. That's why his life is so important. Ma Tianxiong smiled coldly. When His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ascends the throne, my Ma family will be the most meritorious official and will be granted the title of nobility and appointed as Prime Minister. Hearing this, the old butler fell silent, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He never imagined that in this game of imperial power, the head of the family would cruelly use his own flesh and blood as bargaining chips. Ma Tianxiong looked indifferent and said in a low voice, Go and prepare first. On the day of the Wufu assessment, collect Shower's body. Be sure to hold the funeral according to the highest standards of the family. At the end, his cold and hard voice trembled slightly, and he could not hide a trace of grief after all. Blacksmith shop. Gu Changqing pushed the door open and walked in, and a wave of hot air immediately hit him in the face. In the light of the fire, Imo Xing was sweating profusely as he hammered a piece of red-black iron. Master Imo, a friend of mine recommended you to me. I heard that you can forge Zerg weapons. Gu Changqing deliberately lowered his voice, and his walking posture also changed. Mo Xing's work was interrupted by the sound. He was about to get angry, but when he heard the Zerg armed, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Imo Xing strode towards Gu Changqing with a hammer in his hand. Are you the Beastmaster who can summon insect monsters? His eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he didn't care about Gu Changqing's mysterious attire at all. He said in a rough voice, Stop talking nonsense and quickly summon one out for me to see. Since he had concealed his identity this time, Gu Changqing had no more worries. As the thought came to his mind, 3 tiny Zerg figures suddenly appeared in front of him. That's it. Imo Xing frowned and looked at the shadow spiders with suspicion. Aren't these just spiders, mantises, and hornets? But what's so special about them? However, when he looked closer, he saw that the mantis's forelimbs were as sharp as knives, and the surface was glowing with an ice-blue glow. Especially the icy aura emanating from the blade limbs, which is exactly the same as the cold marrow and icy iron. On the other hand, shadow spiders and tiger bees are obviously much stronger than ordinary insects. Just as Imo Xing was secretly surprised, lights suddenly flashed on their bodies, and they completed the transformation in an instant. Boom! In an instant, 3 extremely violent Zerg auras suddenly swept over like a tide. Imo Xing was shocked and found to his horror that the small insect in front of him had turned into 3 hideous humanoid monsters. Immediately, he instinctively took several steps back and couldn't help but clench the hammer in his hand, looking extremely nervous. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he immediately ignited the isolation talisman in his hand, covering the entire blacksmith shop. Since creating these monsters, this was the first time he had exposed them to the public without carrying out an assassination. What a terrifying Zerg creature! Imo Xing's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were fixed on the shadow spiders. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. How? Gu Changqing asked calmly. Are you sure you can arm them? Imo Xing recovered from his shock and said in a deep voice, I have been casting tools for 40 years, and I have never seen such a strange monster. To be honest, their shells are as hard as iron, and their blades are incredibly sharp. They're simply natural-born weapons, and any kind of armament would be superfluous. He shook his head, his tone full of emotion and even more of amazement. In that case, it doesn't matter. Gu Changqing smiled faintly and did not force it. Otherwise, it would be superfluous and affect combat effectiveness. While there's no need for external armaments, why not simply engrave runes on them? Imo Xing muttered to himself when a sudden idea struck him. If I use the secret rune technique to directly imprint them, I can specifically enhance certain potentials. Yes, that's it. As his mind changed, a fanatical light flashed in his eyes, and he felt that this idea was more feasible. Chapter 54, Triggering Bloodline Mutation. Branding Runes. Gu Changqing was stunned when he heard this, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. But on second thought, if the engraving fails, wouldn't the shadow spiders be useless? Don't worry, I only engraved amplification runes. There will be no side effects. Mo Xing seemed to see through his concerns and said confidently, the results will definitely surprise you. Gu Changqing didn't agree immediately and silently said in his heart, System, can my pet's injury be treated? Warm tips. The host can heal the pet's injuries by consuming energy. With the system's guarantee, Gu Changqing no longer had any worries and said to Mo Xing decisively, Okay, let's give it a try. Readily. Mo Xing exclaimed in admiration and couldn't wait to try it, but he quickly suppressed the impulse. Before that, I need to extract their blood and fuse it with the materials to refine it before I can complete the rune imprint. As he spoke, Mo Xing looked at the shadow spiders and tiger bees with fear. Without Gu Changqing's control in advance, he didn't dare to bleed on his own. If you anger these monsters, the consequences will be disastrous. They won't hurt anyone without my order. Gu Changqing said calmly, just do as you say. Afterwards, Mo Xing carefully used a special silver needle to extract a drop of blood from each of the shadow spider, tiger bee, and mantis. What is amazing is that after leaving their bodies, the blood slowly wriggles in the jade bottle on its own, as if it has life. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. He didn't expect that the blood of the Zerg monster would be so strange. Under such scrutiny, Mo Xing took out a bottle of liquid material and poured it into the containers containing insect blood. Laugh. The moment the material liquid and insect blood mixed, a strange light suddenly burst out, and the color of the liquid suddenly changed. The shadow spiders is black, the tiger bees is dark red, and the mantises is ice blue. Their blood actually has its own special powers. Amazing! Mo Xing's beard trembled with excitement as he exclaimed in ecstasy. This way, the power of the branded rune can be increased by at least 80%. After hearing this, Gu Changqing naturally knew the attributes of the three Zerg monsters. The material that Shadow Spider originally edited was a dagger made of nether-eating iron, from which he extracted its dark properties for synthesis. The stinger of the tiger bee is red rock iron, so the attribute power in its blood contains dark red fire poison. As for the mantis, it undoubtedly combines the characteristics of cold marrow ice iron and contains the coldness of ice. Then, Gu Changqing also sat down on the spot, intending to observe how Mo Xing operated. He had seen Lu Ruyun draw talismans before, but he was still quite curious about branding the runes on flesh and blood. Mo Xing just glanced at Gu Changqing lightly and didn't say much. Then he snapped his fingers and 3 bottles of liquid material floated up. Immediately afterwards, Mo Xing's hands suddenly flashed with fire and then burst out, turning into a ball of almost translucent flame. Spiritual fire. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he clearly sensed an extremely strong mental power from the flames. He knew that this was a kind of strange fire that could only be born from the concentration of mental power to the extreme. The weapon-making masters in the martial arts world would all practice this skill in order to forge magical weapons. After unleashing the spiritual fire, Mo Xing controlled it to split into 3 balls of flame, each wrapping 3 bottles of material liquid. SHHHHH. Under the burning of the spiritual fire, the 3 liquids boiled instantly and quickly evaporated the impurities in them. When it was almost time, Mo Xing stretched out his hand, and the invisible mental power suddenly pulled out the black liquid. He was seen using his fingers as if they were his arms, quickly sketching in the air and gradually condensing it into a complex and mysterious circular rune. Melt. With a rough shout, the rune instantly turned into a beam of light, shooting at the shadow spider's body and imprinted in its flesh and blood. Ring-shaped runes automatically emerged and moved across the surface of the shadow spider's skin like living things, eventually forming 7 black secret patterns. Bite. Detected that your shadow spider has successfully fused runes and is activating hidden talents. Activation successful. Congratulations to Shadow Spider for unlocking the new skill, Stealth. This skill can make the body completely invisible in any environment. The duration is proportional to the energy consumed. As the system prompt sounded, the 7 black secret patterns on the Shadow Spider's body suddenly shrank, as if being sucked deep into the body. The next moment, its figure gradually became blurred under the gaze of Gu Changqing and Mo Xing, and finally disappeared completely. Invisible. Gu Changqing's heart moved, and he immediately understood what was going on from the system prompt. This skill not only makes the body invisible, but also suppresses the fluctuations of breath to the extreme. It is simply the standard of a natural assassin. Although there is no advanced upgrade, it is still pretty good to have an extra skill. The spiritual fire in Mo Xing's hand trembled violently and almost got out of control. He widened his eyes and frantically scanned the location where the shadow spider was originally located with his mental power, but he could only detect a faint energy fluctuation. If it weren't for his extraordinary mental strength, he probably wouldn't be able to detect anything at all. Looking at the shadow spider that reappeared in front of him, Mo Xing took a deep breath and gradually came back to his senses from the shock. I just branded a rune to amplify the power, but I didn't expect that it would actually trigger the monster's invisibility. This is not a monster, it's a demon. Master Mo, the amplification effect of this rune is indeed beyond our expectations. Gu Changqing grinned, praised him out loud, and raised his hand to signal him to move on to the next one. Mo Xing didn't say much, but turned his gaze to Tiger Bee, and the spiritual fire at his fingertips rose again. As he pulled the dark red liquid material, the runes gradually took shape. Melt! With a deep shout, the rune penetrated the Tiger Bee's chest like a meteor. In an instant, spiderweb-like blood-red lines began to appear on the Tiger Bee's strong body. Bite! Your Tiger Bee has successfully fused runes, triggering a bloodline mutation. Chapter 55 Awakening the Killing Gene. The Tiger Bee bloodline is mutating. Zerg Queen Bee bloodline detected. Activation begins. As the system prompt sounded, the blood-colored lines on the surface of the Tiger Bee suddenly burst into a dazzling dark red light, as if magma was flowing under the skin. Its body swelled rapidly, and its already strong physique became even more powerful and taller, with its arms covered with barbs at the joints. Then, with a swish sound, four insect wings suddenly broke out of the body from the shoulder blades, with flame-like energy ripples lingering on the wing membranes, and the shape was ferocious. Boom! The Tiger Bee flapped its wings and hung in the air, and its violent aura instantly swept through the entire blacksmith shop. As the heat wave surged, the light curtain barrier activated by the isolation talisman suddenly vibrated violently. Ding! Royal bloodline successfully activated. Congratulations on your Tiger Bee's advancement to the extraordinary rank. Its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Unlock new skill. Explosive Poison Needle. The attack is accompanied by fire poison, and it triggers a secondary explosion after hitting the target. This is advanced. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. This time the rune increase clearly exceeded expectations. No energy consumption is required. It is pure bloodline advancement and strengthening. At that moment, Gu Changqing immediately called up the system panel and found that all the data of Tiger Bee were being refreshed frantically. The most crucial thing is the combat power assessment. The value soars to a level comparable to that of a human warrior in the Dao mortal realm. It's really incredible. Mo Xing stood aside. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but take a breath. The shadow spider's invisibility ability was already surprising enough to him. However, he never expected that the Tiger Bee, with the help of amplification runes, could directly trigger mutations in the Zerg bloodline in its body. The energy fluctuations emitted were countless times stronger than before. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a creature with such terrifying potential. Mo Xing muttered to himself, trembling with excitement. Noisy. Tiger Bee's eyes were bloodthirsty and ferocious. He glanced at Mo Xing coldly, full of dominance. But when it turned its gaze towards Gu Changqing, it immediately put on a flattering expression. Master, am I majestic? Gu Changqing burst out laughing. Although the upgraded Tiger Bee looks much more powerful, its flaunting nature has not changed at all. Xiao Dao, don't be envious. The wasp swung its stinger proudly and grinned at the mantis. It's your turn soon. Dowling had a cold expression and didn't pay any attention at all. He stood beside Gu Changqing in silence, like a sword-wielding guard. Master Mo, you can continue. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he gestured for Dowling to step forward. As the cold air approached, Mo Xing's heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately turned his gaze to the mantis. I wonder what kind of amplification effect this mantis monster will have. He looked at it meaningfully for a few seconds, his curiosity growing even stronger. Old man, stop dawdling. Tiger Bee urged bluntly. Hurry up. We don't have time to watch you dazed. Mo Xing didn't care about the Tiger Bee's rudeness and nodded with a smile. He had to admit that he did lose his composure briefly amidst this series of shocks. After calming down, Mo Xing spread his arms and suddenly released spiritual fire from his palms. Then he pulled out the last bottle of liquid material and quickly condensed a rune seal in the void. Melt! Mo Xing shouted, and without hesitation, branded the rune on the mantis. After doing all this, he stared at the next changes of the mantis with burning eyes. Laugh. In an instant, the rune on the ice armor on the mantis's body spread rapidly like a living thing. Ice blue lines meandered across its carapace, eventually condensing into two spiral ice crystal lines on its blade limbs. Ding! Your mantis has successfully fused runes, awakening the Zerg killing gene. The system's mechanical voice sounded, and a cold light suddenly burst out from the mantis body, and fine frost instantly condensed on the surrounding ground. The burning stove in the blacksmith shop was instantly extinguished by the cold air. Although the mantis's body shape did not change significantly, its pair of blade limbs extended by half a meter, and its entire body glowed with a sharp ice blue luster. The chilling cold air that permeated the air seemed to reveal endless murderous intent. Ding! The Zerg killing gene has awakened successfully. Congratulations on your mantis's advancement to the extraordinary level, and its overall combat power has been enhanced. Unlock new skill, Frost Prison Slash, which releases a killing field that freezes space when slashing. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed as he looked at the skill description that appeared on the system panel and was greatly shocked. This is no longer a simple physical attack, but a terrifying power that touches the level of laws. It's truly abnormal that he can actually summon cold air to form his own territory. Mo Xing took a deep breath and looked around in surprise. The entire blacksmith shop was attacked by the cold air. All the tools were frozen into ice sculptures, and even the isolating light curtain was covered with a layer of frost. It's okay, you can just barely keep up with me. The tiger bee shook off the ice on its body and made a joke. However, before it could finish speaking, Gu Changqing had already put it into the system space, including the mantis. Crack! At this moment, the isolating light curtain covered with frost suddenly made a crisp sound and completely collapsed. In an instant, the cold air in the store swept out like a wave and suddenly rushed to the street. Oh my god, why is it so cold all of a sudden? The pedestrians on the street shuddered suddenly and looked surprised. Master Mo, thank you for your help today. Gu Changqing clasped his hands and expressed his sincere gratitude. The transformation of the three Zergs will undoubtedly increase the chances of success for the upcoming assassination operation at the Seven Xuanwu Mansion. I am just the icing on the cake. Mo Xing exclaimed with emotion. The fact that you can cultivate such a Zerg pet is truly eye-opening. Then he changed the subject. Don't worry. I swear on my honor that I will not reveal a single word of what happened today. Gu Changqing smiled calmly and said nothing more. From the hidden fear in Mo Xing's eyes, he had already concluded that the other party must have guessed something. After all, it is not difficult to imagine that the several murders that occurred in the city during this period correspond to the special abilities of the three Zerg. For example, the sting of the tiger bee and the icy air of the mantis both left traces on the corpse. However, Gu Changqing had no intention of killing to silence the witness. He nodded slightly, thanked her, and then turned and left decisively. As the night deepened, the number of pedestrians on the streets thinned out. Gu Changqing rushed into a dark alley, and when he walked out of the alley again, he had changed into white clothes. Just as he was about to return to the clinic, the sound transmission note in the storage ring suddenly made some unusual movements. Then it ignited, and Fang Baiyu's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Boss, I just received news that the Tianming Clinic is surrounded by government runners. You'd better not go. Chapter 56, it's all over now. The Yamen runners surrounded my clinic? Gu Changqing frowned, puzzled. Logically speaking, the threat posed by Chun Kuei has been eliminated, and no one should reveal the secrets of the Tianming killer group. Do you know what happened? Gu Changqing immediately activated the sound transmission note to ask. The Lord of Qingzhou City has personally approved a search warrant to conduct a thorough investigation of the clinic for prohibited medicinal materials. Gu Changqing's heart sank as he listened to Fang Baiyu's report. I have never had any connection with the city lord. Why did he suddenly do this? Then he changed his mind and understood the clue. Searching for contraband medicinal materials? His motive was obviously to get the recipe for the 7-colored honey pills. This game was done too roughly. We just got rid of Chun Kuei, and now here comes the city lord. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? There was a hint of coldness in Gu Changqing's eyes. Tiger Bee, go and take a look. At a command, the Tiger Bee suddenly swooped out and flew quickly towards the Tianming Medical Clinic. After advanced enhancement, its speed is astonishingly fast. In just a few breaths, it had arrived at its destination and was hovering above the area where the clinic was located. The moment shared perception was turned on, Gu Changqing had a clear view of the situation below. I saw a group of Yamen runners surrounding the clinic. The door was even forced open, and a batch of medicinal materials were taken out from the store. Most of them are slightly toxic traditional Chinese medicines, which is totally nitpicking. Dr. Gu has always been a lifesaver, so this wouldn't be the case, right? Captain Li frowned when he saw someone had put a seal on the door. The city lord has given the order, and there is nothing I can do. The Yamen runner who had put the seal on the place lowered his voice and said, "Only in this way will Dr. Gu come in person to ask the city lord to remove the seal. By then, won't the city lord have the final say on any conditions?" Upon hearing this, Captain Li cursed inwardly, "Son of a bitch." Looking at this scene, Gu Chongqing's eyes became even colder. "Master, should I go and kill the city lord?" The Tiger Bee sensed Gu Chongqing's mood swings and immediately asked for instructions. "No need," Gu Chongqing said calmly. "Killing the city lord for such a small profit will do us no good. A mere clinic is not worth mentioning at all with his current assets. Besides, the original intention of opening a store was nothing more than to conceal one's identity, so it would be fine to reopen it in another location. The location of this assassination mission is in the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. The journey is long, and the nearest destination is the imperial capital." Gu Chongqing's eyes flickered slightly, and he had already made a plan in his mind. "If I want to reopen the store, I naturally have to choose the most prosperous location. The imperial capital is where ancient martial arts families gather. Maybe I can even find a 6th grade martial arts technique." Thinking of this, Gu Chongqing felt that this was a good idea. After all, his current cultivation has reached the peak of the Xiantian realm, and it seems that he is only one step away from the Daofan realm, but in fact it is like a chasm between us. Without the guidance of the 6th grade martial arts secrets, even if one takes drugs to force a breakthrough, it will be difficult to break free from the shackles. In a border area like Qingzhou City, not to mention the 6th grade martial arts, even the 5th grade ones are rare. The imperial capital is undoubtedly an excellent choice for this trip. But Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes and looked coldly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Before setting off, we should ask the city lord for some money. Then he flicked his fingertips, and a sound transmission note instantly ignited. "By you, I need a detailed map of the city lord's mansion within half an hour. Bring it to me at the manor." The moment the sound transmission talisman burned to ashes, Gu Chongqing moved, suddenly performed the shadow step, and disappeared into the shadows of the street corner. About half an hour later, Gu Chongqing was already in the manor outside the city, sitting in the main seat in the hall. Zhao Rong, Fang Baiyu, and Meng Jing stood respectfully at the foot of the hall. "Boss, are you really going to take us to the imperial capital?" After hearing Gu Chongqing's ideas, Fang Baiyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The imperial capital is the power center of the great Yong dynasty, and the business opportunities are endless. Zhao Rong's eyes gleamed as she suggested, "If we can open a restaurant in the imperial capital and secretly gather intelligence from all over the place, it will undoubtedly be much easier." Hearing this, Fang Baiyu couldn't hide his excitement. Sister Rong is right on target. Meng Jing shook his head and grinned. "Wherever you go, I will go." Gu Chongqing smiled calmly. "Since everyone has no objection, we will set off tomorrow." After saying that, he unfolded the paper in his hand. This is exactly the layout map of the city lord's mansion that Fang Baiyu brought just now. East Warehouse. Gu Chongqing took a quick glance, and his eyes fell on a punctuation mark on the drawing. That is where the treasury of the city lord's mansion is located. "Boss, you're not going to kill the lord of Qingzhou, are you?" Seeing this, Zhao Rong couldn't help but remind him. He just closed the clinic. If something happens now, it will be too conspicuous. Besides, this man is an official appointed by the imperial court after all. Once a thorough investigation is launched, Tianming Medical Clinic will inevitably be implicated. Even if we travel to the imperial capital in the future, it will be difficult to avoid being discovered. Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing's expressions tensed, and they stared at Gu Chongqing in surprise. "Who said I wanted to kill someone?" Gu Chongqing raised his eyes and looked at the 3 people in front of him, and said meaningfully, "This time it's just a joke, just to collect some interest." After hearing this, Fang Baiyu and the others were slightly stunned, and felt even more confused. No one could guess what Gu Chongqing was going to do. Little did they know that Shadow Spider had actually been lurking in the city lord's mansion at this time, waiting for orders. "Little Spider, it's your turn." Gu Chongqing's mind moved, and he gave orders secretly. "Yes, master." After receiving the order, Shadow Spider immediately used its skills to hide its tracks and took quick action. At this time, in the hall of the mansion. "How's it going?" The lord of Qingzhou City leaned lazily on the rosewood chair, looking at the advisor who came to report. "Sir, I have already sent people to seal off the Tianming Medical Clinic as per your instructions." The master bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It's just that the doctor surnamed Gu has not shown up yet." The clinic was closed, but he went into hiding? The Lord of Qingzhou frowned slightly and snorted coldly. "You are quite patient. Keep waiting. I don't believe he can still sell the 7-colored honey pills without a clinic." The master rolled his eyes, smiled flatteringly, and came closer. "Your Excellency is wise. When he's desperate and comes to you for help, a 30/70th split. No, a 20/80th split will be a bargain for him." 28. The Lord of Qingzhou City said with disdain, "I want him to kneel down and hand over the formula." When he thought about the business that would make him a fortune in the future, he couldn't hide the greed in his eyes. Report. Just then, a guard rushed into the hall in a panic. "How is it? Has Dr. Gu arrived?" The Lord of Qingzhou City raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile of confidence appeared on the corner of his mouth. "No, no." The guard's voice trembled. "All the silver and treasures in the treasury have been stolen." "What?" The lawyer beside him was shocked when he heard this. The Qingzhou City Lord's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief. "Say that again." "I just went to the treasury for a routine inspection and found the door intact, but everything inside was gone. Not even a penny of silver was left." The guard reported tremblingly. "Asshole." The city lord's face was filled with shock and anger. He shouted angrily, "Where are the guards? Where did all the guards in the treasury go?" They all said they didn't see anyone coming in or out. There were no traces at the scene. The guard lowered his head in fear, and his voice became smaller and smaller. "It's stored in the treasury, but it's the 1 million silver tribute that needs to be handed over to the court this year. Now it's all over." The Lord of Qingzhou City turned pale and collapsed to the ground in despair. Chapter 57. Fusion of Artistic Conception. It turns out that making money through illegal means is the fastest way. Inside the manor, Gu Changqing took the storage ring handed to him by Shadow Spider, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When his spiritual power probed into the ring, he found 20 iron and camphor wood boxes neatly arranged, all filled with real gold and silver, not paper banknotes. A full 1 million silver taels. This is equivalent to the total tax revenue of Qingzhou City in 1 year. This plunder was enough to make the Lord of Qingzhou City lose his mind for a while. "Well done." Gu Changqing put away the storage ring and stroked Shadow Spider's little head with his fingertips. "When we get to the capital, I'll use this money to buy spirit stones to help you advance and strengthen." Tiger bees and mantises have both been promoted to the extraordinary level under the effect of rune amplification. The only exception is the Shadow Spider. Although it has gained the ability to become invisible, it has not been upgraded synchronously. Naturally, it needs more light. "Thank you, Master." The Shadow Spider responded softly, hooking its claws around Gu Changqing's fingers and interacting with them briefly. "Boss, the carriage is ready." At this time, Meng Jing stood in front of the hall to report. Bai Yu and Sister Rong still have some matters to deal with. They said they will rush to the imperial capital to meet up with us later. Gu Changqing nodded slightly, his eyes calm. "Okay, let's set off first." Qinji Pavilion had just been established, and as the core agent, Zhao Rong had to deal with various forces in the black market and open up business channels. As for Fang Baiyu, he has to build a dark intelligence network and recruit elite assassins, so he is obviously very busy. A moment later, a luxurious carriage slowly drove out of the manor gate. The horse is still the dark horse that Meng Jing had chosen before. But now that he is rich, the carriage has been completely renovated, and the gilded carved decorations sparkle in the sun. Meng Jing was dressed in black, sitting at the front of the carriage, holding the reins with his hands, looking very energetic. Since following Gu Changqing, his fate has changed like this carriage. Inside the car, Gu Changqing leaned lazily on the cushion, looking at the scenery outside the window and eating melon seeds. Qingzhou City is located on the northern border, 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital. Even if we travel day and night, it will take at least 10 days to arrive. After eating the melon seeds, Gu Changqing took out the jade slip that symbolized his status as a registered disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. This jade slip does not have a name engraved on it. Gu Changqing was playing with the jade slip in his hand when a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. If I can comprehend the third-grade technique Mysterious Sword Shadow / recorded within it, perhaps I can disguise myself as a registered disciple of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. Not only can I sneak into the 7 Profound Martial Palace, but I might even be able to steal a set of 6th-grade martial arts secret techniques. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that there was more hope. As the thought came to his mind, his consciousness had already sunk into the jade slip. Lines of ancient text immediately emerged in my mind. The mysterious sword splits the shadow, transforming into form with energy. The sword emerges like a shadow, splitting the air silently. Although this mysterious sword shadow slash is a third-grade martial art, the sword chi shadow splitting technique contained in it is extremely exquisite. If one can master it, one sword can instantly transform into hundreds of sword shadows, which are difficult to distinguish between real and fake, and are specifically designed to destroy the body's protective true energy. Gu Changqing immediately focused his mind and began to comprehend the true meaning of the sword technique in the Jade Slip. 5 days passed in a flash. Gu Changqing has already mastered the theory of swordsmanship, and the next step is to put it into practice. The valley under the night sky. Meng Jing was harvesting grass nearby to feed the horses, while Gu Changqing was standing by the campfire, holding an iron sword in his hand. The sword shone with a cold light under the firelight. The mysterious sword splits the shadow, transforming into form with its energy. Gu Changqing recited the mantra in his mind, and the vital energy in his body quickly flowed along specific meridians. Immediately, he poured his true energy into the sword in his hand and slashed it fiercely into the void. Laugh! The moment the sword blade cut through the air, only a vague afterimage was left before disappearing without a trace. Although the first attempt was unsuccessful, Gu Changqing quickly adjusted his state. The key to transforming sword energy into shadow is the frequency of the oscillation of Yuan Jin within the sword body. In other words, the faster the vibration, the more sword shadows will split. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and the true energy in his body surged like a tide, forming high-frequency oscillations in his meridians. He shook his wrist lightly, injecting the shock force into the iron sword continuously. Buzz! A clear trembling sound was heard, and visible ripples appeared around the sword blade. As the sword was swung out, the sword energy, under the superposition of the true essence vibration, instantly condensed into 6 sword shadows and suddenly slashed towards the rock. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the rock exploded instantly, sending debris flying everywhere. What was even more shocking was that the surface of each piece of gravel was covered with fine cracks, obviously destroyed from the inside by the force of the shock. It's quite powerful. Gu Changqing nodded secretly, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Hearing the sudden noise, Meng Jing hurried over. When he saw the iron sword in Gu Changqing's hand and the broken rock, his face was stunned. What a powerful swordsmanship! Raymond's eyes flashed, and he asked eagerly, "Boss, what kind of sword move is this? How did you do it?" "The third-grade martial art I mentioned to you last time, the mysterious sword shadow slash." Gu Changqing flipped his palm lightly, took out the jade slip and handed it to Raymond. "I still have a use for this jade slip. Please copy the sword techniques in it 3 times and give them to Bai Yu, Zhao Rong, and the others." "Okay, thank you, boss." Meng Jing's face was filled with ecstasy, and then he carefully held the jade slip and jumped into the carriage as if he had found a treasure. Then, I saw this big and strong young man picking up his pen and writing. Gu Changqing did not rest either, and began to study how to incorporate dark artistic conception into his sword style. Although the power of the black sword shadow slash is extraordinary, it is ultimately only a third-grade martial art. In a duel at the same level, perhaps he could match everything. However, once it encounters a martial arts master above the Daofen realm, its power seems to be insufficient. Therefore, if one can integrate the dark artistic conception into the foundation of swordsmanship, one will surely break through the shackles of martial arts. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing kept deducing the connection point between artistic conception and sword energy in his mind. The key characteristics of darkness are devouring, concealing, and eroding. If it is to be integrated with swordsmanship, it is not a simple superposition, but the sword shadow must have these characteristics. As his understanding deepened, Gu Changqing's thinking became clearer. The black sword shadow slash that evolved in his mind was no longer a pure vibration of sword energy, but countless sword shadows wrapped in black mist. I don't know how much time passed. Gu Changqing suddenly opened his eyes, sword intent flowed in his pupils, and a gleam of brilliance flashed by. Immediately afterwards, a dark state of mind suddenly erupted, and the light golden true energy in the body formed streams of black energy, which madly poured into the sword in his hand. Laugh! The moment the iron sword was slashed out, the sword tip trembled and split into 9 black sword shadows like lightning, suddenly slashing towards the rock wall. Bang! The sword shadow passed by, and 9 cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the rock wall. And around the sword mark, black fog was spreading and eroding wildly, and the shock force contained in it caused a terrible destructive effect. Boom. In an instant, the entire rock wall collapsed suddenly and turned into powder. Before the dust dispersed, it was swallowed up by the black fog, leaving no trace. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Meng Jing was stunned and couldn't help but gasp. When he was copying the sword techniques just now, he already had a general understanding of the sword styles. I didn't expect that after the boss's changes, it would be so powerful. Even a warrior at the half-step Dao mortal realm would probably find it difficult to withstand such a slash head-on. It works pretty well. Gu Changqing put away his sword and stood there, feeling quite satisfied. With this killer move, when we arrive at the mixed crowd of good and bad people in the imperial capital in a few days, even if we don't use the shadow spiders, we will still have a trump card to show. Alert! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly echoed in the valley. Gu Changqing and Meng Jing looked slightly sternly as they looked in the direction of the voice. Chapter 58 Sixth Prince, Chu Linyuan. There's someone ahead. Protect the sixth young master. Under the moonlight, a team of carriages suddenly stopped at the entrance of the valley. More than a dozen strong men drew their weapons and looked at us with vigilant eyes. Obviously, the shadow slash that Gu Changqing had just used accidentally startled them. Boss, do you want me to explain? Seeing this, Meng Jing jumped off the carriage. No need. If they are afraid, then just keep waiting. Gu Changqing raised his hand to stop them, saying calmly, I don't know where those guys came from. Trying to explain will only cause more trouble. Meng Jing thought for a moment, nodded, sat down, and added a few pieces of firewood to the campfire. In the light of the fire, Gu Changqing had taken out a few pieces of raw beef from the storage ring. Then he placed an iron pan on the fire and grilled the meat as if nothing had happened. With a sizzling sound, the fat churned and the aroma of meat gradually filled the air. Meng Jing sat aside, his eyes never leaving the caravan at the valley entrance. There were about 20 people on the other side, wearing uniform black clothes. They held weapons in their hands and seemed not to dare to act rashly, but just kept vigilance from a distance. Moreover, their positions were staggered and coordinated with each other, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary caravan guards. Boss, these people are not simple. Meng Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Looking at their posture, they seemed like well-trained elite soldiers. Gu Changqing said calmly, It's okay. As long as you don't provoke us, we can all live in peace. After saying that, he casually sprinkled some spices on the meat. In an instant, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the valley. Sixth Prince, there are only 2 people ahead. Beside the carriage, the burly man in the lead lowered his voice with a serious expression, but the sword energy just now is definitely not something an ordinary warrior can display. It's powerful. To be on the safe side, I suggest we change our route. Inside the carriage, a handsome young man in black slowly opened his eyes but ignored his subordinate's report. He stuck his head out, his nostrils twitching slightly, and when he smelled the aroma of meat in the air, his eyes suddenly lit up. Just smell it. This craftsmanship is definitely that of an expert. Chu Linyuan took a deep breath and exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. The guard leader's hand was still on his knife, and he almost staggered when he heard this. Sixth Prince, be careful. It's so hard to get out here, don't make a fuss all the time. Also, call me sixth young master outside. As he spoke, he had already jumped off the carriage. He who can roast such delicious meat must be a good person. No, I can't help it. Chu Linyuan swallowed his saliva and immediately walked towards Gu Changqing. The guards behind him nervously gripped their weapons and could only follow helplessly. Boss, they're coming. Meng Jing's expression tensed, and he stood up suddenly. Gu Changqing ignored him and continued to slowly turn the beef on the iron plate. However, Shadow Spider had already hidden himself and was lurking nearby, watching what was happening. Afterwards, a group of guards followed Chu Linyuan and came to the campfire. The burly man glanced sharply at Gu Changqing and Meng Jing, his eyes full of vigilance. His right hand was always tightly pressed on the hilt of the knife, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Meng Jing slightly tensed his body and stared at the opposing camp. However, the atmosphere on the field was the most relaxed among the 2 people. It was undoubtedly Gu Changqing who was grilling meat, including Chu Linyuan who was swallowing his saliva at this moment. Big brother, can you treat me to a barbecue? Chu Linyuan grinned and sat down opposite Gu Changqing without any hesitation. He stared at the sizzling beef on the iron plate and said, I've been traveling all day and I'm really hungry. Gu Changqing raised his eyes and glanced at him, then said calmly, As you wish. Wait a moment. The burly man's face changed drastically. He strode forward and took out a silver needle and poked it into the beef. Chu Linyuan did not say anything to stop this action. Sixth young master, you can eat now. Seeing that the silver needle did not turn black, the burly man respectfully stepped aside. You guys want to eat meat, but you're worried my boss will poison it? How ironic. Seeing this, Meng Jing snorted in displeasure. Gu Changqing didn't say much. Judging from their skillful poison testing just now, it seemed that they had encountered this kind of thing many times. Sorry, my men are more concerned about my safety. I apologize for the inconvenience. Chu Linyuan smiled apologetically, then stopped being polite and simply reached out to tear off a piece of fragrant beef and stuffed it into his mouth. The heat and spices are absolutely amazing. The moment the barbecue entered his mouth, Chu Linyuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Hey, big brother, which high-end restaurant are you the chef of? I'll come to you when I want to eat. He stared at Gu Changqing with burning eyes and asked excitedly. I'm not a chef. I just wanted to bake something for myself. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. It's a pity that one thing is missing, ice-cold beer. Beer? Chu Linyuan looked puzzled, then grinned and said, although I don't know what kind of beer you are talking about, I do have a collection of fine spirit fruit wines. He reached into the storage room and took out 2 jade wine jugs. As the cork is opened, the rich fruity aroma spreads instantly. Wine made from spiritual fruit. Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly, and he immediately became interested. He took the wine jug, and when his fingertips touched the body of the jug, he felt a cool sensation. Not bad, it's actually frozen. Gu Changqing tilted his head back and took a sip. The wine tasted as clear as spring water when it entered his throat, but it instantly turned into a hot and warm current when it entered his stomach. Immediately afterwards, this warm current spread across the chest and abdomen, subtly accelerating the flow of true energy in the body. Gu Changqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at the other person again. To be able to casually take out this kind of spiritual wine to entertain guests, his family background must be extraordinary. However, meeting is fate, and Gu Changqing doesn't care at all. As long as there is no conflict and there is wine and meat, it's fine. Where are you from? Why are you here so late at night? The burly man suddenly asked in a deep voice, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. His sharp eyes were always lingering on Gu Changqing, as if he wanted to see through him. Chapter 59 Valley Attack. How are we bothering you here? Faced with the burly man's aggressive questioning, Meng Jing directly retorted. You two are barbecuing here in this desolate wilderness late at night. Your behavior is truly suspicious. The burly man turned his gaze towards Meng Jing, his tone of questioning as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Meng Jing sneered and said without showing any weakness, That's none of your business. Presumptuous. Before he finished speaking, the burly man took a sudden step forward. In an instant, an invisible force burst out from the soles of his feet, like a python turning over the soil, carrying gravel and dust and rushing towards Meng Jing. This is the 4th grade martial art, Shock Mountain Power, passed down in secret by the army, which targets the lower body. An ordinary warrior who is hit by this attack will at least suffer severe injuries. Meng Jing's face suddenly changed. He suddenly activated his true energy and stepped heavily with his right foot. Bang! With a dull sound, the ground under Meng Jing's feet exploded instantly, forming a pit half a meter wide. Under the impact of the strong air wave, Meng Jing was shocked and took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. Although he suffered no substantial injuries, his blood and qi were surging violently, causing him to feel quite uncomfortable. You're only in the early stage of the acquired realm, yet you were able to withstand my attack. Your physique is quite good. The burly man narrowed his eyes and sneered. The next move won't be so easy. He clenched his 5 fingers together, and with the crackling sound of his joints, the aura of the peak of the innate realm was fully revealed. Xiaohu, stop! Chu Linyuan frowned, raised his eyes, and glared at the other person. The burly man did not dare to disobey, and immediately restrained his momentum. Is it stopping now? There was a hint of coldness in Gu Changqing's eyes. He attacked for no reason, but now he stopped so nonchalantly? There is no such cheap thing in the world. Gu Changqing used his finger to represent a sword, and the true energy in his body flowed, blending with the dark artistic conception. Laugh! The moment the sword finger lightly drew a line, the bonfire next to it suddenly dimmed strangely for a moment. Immediately afterwards, 9 miniature sword shadows wrapped in black mist tore through the air and slashed towards Zhao Hu with fierce sword force. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted at the sudden attack, and he drew his sword to block it. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a sharp collision sound suddenly rang out. Zhao Hu obviously had rich combat experience. He swung the blade quickly in front of him, barely blocking all the sword shadows. However, every time he received a sword shadow, it felt like being hit by a 1,000-pound hammer, causing his arm to hurt terribly. Zhao Hu was horrified to find that these sword shadows contained extremely terrifying shock forces. The strange black air lingering in it was like a maggot attached to the bones, madly corroding the true essence in the blade. As one side gained strength while the other lost, facing the successive attacks of 9 sword shadows, he was shocked and staggered back. His internal organs were churning violently and suffered varying degrees of injuries. Puff! The moment Zhao Hu stabilized his body, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Even the long sword in his hand was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. You're only at the peak of the Xiantian realm, but you were able to withstand my attack. You're quite capable. Black mist shrouded Gu Changqing's fingertips, and he returned all the words that mocked Meng Jing. Zhao Hu looked up in disbelief. This move is clearly the mysterious sword shadow slash. How could it be so powerful? Dark mood. When Zhao Hu noticed the black energy still lingering from Gu Changqing's fingertips, he was shocked. Could it be that he has incorporated darkness into his sword moves? Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back, and his eyes were full of shock. If the opponent had used a real sword instead of his fingers, I'm afraid the injuries I suffered would be more than just this. Protect the 6th young master. Seeing Zhao Hu being injured, the faces of more than 20 guards changed drastically, and they hurriedly protected Chu Linyuan in the middle. They stared at Gu Changqing warily, and the atmosphere was tense. I'm enjoying my barbecue. Why are you creating tension? Chu Linyuan's face was full of displeasure as he pushed away the 2 guards standing in front of him. He looked at Gu Changqing with a complicated look, and after a moment of hesitation, he bowed and said, "My men were the first to offend. I hope you can forgive me." Gu Changqing didn't say much, but he no longer had the interest to continue grilling. Aging, prepare the car. After hearing the order, Meng Jing glanced cautiously at Zhao Hu and others, then pulled the carriage over. Are you leaving? Chu Linyuan immediately stepped forward and asked, seeming to still be a little unsatisfied with the barbecue. Well, thank you for the wine. Gu Changqing smiled faintly and immediately jumped onto the carriage. Drive. Meng Jing pulled the reins and drove away in the carriage. What a bummer. Chu Linyuan frowned and glared at Zhao Hu, with obvious resentment in his tone. Then he said no more, turned around, and got into the carriage angrily. Under the cover of night, the mountain road is rugged. The 2 carriages drove out of the valley slowly, one in front and one behind, and then chose the same road at the fork in the road. Boss, they seem to be going the same way as us. Meng Jing glanced back and frowned. Don't worry about it. Just go your separate ways. Gu Changqing leaned against the car window, looked up at the night, and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of cold light passing by out of the corner of his eye. Whoosh! Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he saw an arrow as fast as lightning shooting towards the direction of the carriage. Finally, it hit the front of the carriage hard. The tip of the arrow dug into the ground, and the tail of the arrow trembled violently. Boss, there's an archery attack. Be careful. Meng Jing's pupils shrank suddenly at the sudden attack. He immediately tightened the reins, and brake the carriage slammed. However, this is just the beginning. Whoosh whoosh dash. In an instant, dozens of poisoned arrows shot out from the bamboo forests on both sides. Dense arrow shadows poured down like a rainstorm. The shooting range not only covered Gu Changqing's carriage, but also completely enveloped Chu Linyuan's convoy behind. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened, and he nimbly flipped over and jumped onto the roof of the car. The true energy of the sword in his hand surged, and he suddenly slashed out with the sword. Sword energy was everywhere, and more than a dozen black sword shadows intertwined into a net, bombarding the incoming rain of arrows at a fierce speed. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows flying over the carriage were all shattered in an instant. Although there were still a few that slipped through the net, they were not threatening at all and fell directly to the ground near the carriage. On the other hand, in the rear, the rain of arrows Chu Linyuan and his men encountered was obviously more intense. In a flash, several guards were unable to dodge and fell to the ground after being shot by arrows. However, just as the arrow was about to penetrate the main carriage, complex runes suddenly lit up on the surface of the carriage. As the golden light surged wildly, a hemispherical protective barrier suddenly formed. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of arrows hitting the barrier was endless, and all the arrows were bounced off by the light curtain. Chapter 60. If I don't kneel, what can you do to me? Boss, it seems the attack is directed at them. Meng Jing held a long knife in his hand. His eyes swept over the trajectory of the arrow, and he immediately saw the clue. Hurry up, otherwise it will be too late. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he found that in the bamboo forest not far away, dozens of black shadows were approaching like ghosts. Those people quickly spread out in the forest, forming a circle tacitly, trying to block all escape routes. Meng Jing immediately pulled the reins and drove the carriage forward at full speed, trying to break through by force. But at this moment, the second wave of arrows came over. Ouch! The black horse suddenly let out a mournful cry. A poisonous arrow had penetrated deeply into its neck. Despite this severe blow, Dark Horse managed to brake the carriage steadily using his muscle memory before falling to the ground and dying. Xiaohe, looking at the dying black horse, Meng Jing's eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot and grief and anger. Give it this 7-colored honey pill. Gu Changqing handed Meng Jing a colorful honey pill and gave him an order. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Since we have been involved in this attack, we must not sit idly by and wait for death. As the shadow step was performed, Gu Changqing turned into a black afterimage and suddenly rushed into the depths of the bamboo forest like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, shadow spiders, tiger bees, mantises, and the like all swarmed out in an instant. Under the cover of night, a frenzied killing began. Puff, puff. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed in the darkness. What followed was a series of screams of terror. Ding! Your shadow spider killed a postnatal realm warrior, rewarding 50 energy points. Your tiger bee kills a postnatal realm warrior and is rewarded with 50 energy points. Your mantis kills a Xiantian realm warrior and is rewarded with 200 energy points. Gu Changqing was hiding in a tree, watching the massacre in the field with cold eyes. Most of these attackers in black were martial artists at the acquired realm, with a few at the peak of the innate realm. With a total of more than 100 people, this kind of strength is enough to rival any small army in a conventional war. However, at this moment they were in the depths of the jungle, which was completely dominated by Zerg monsters. In the panic of fighting the enemy, they didn't even know who was attacking them. These guys are monsters. Quickly retreat. Faced with this ghostly and strange enemy, the surviving men in black were completely defeated. All of a sudden, everyone collapsed and screamed, fleeing in all directions like headless flies. In just a short moment, the bamboo forest returned to silence. So many people, and they don't even have a storage ring. Damn. Gu Changqing asked the shadow spiders to search the corpses one by one, but they got very few spoils. It can be seen from this that these people came here with a plan and did not carry anything with them except the necessary weapons. Even if he is dead, he won't leave any clues. It seems that the sixth young master's identity is even more complicated than I thought. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself thoughtfully. Then, he slashed a corpse with the iron sword, letting the blood stain the sword red, and then stepped out of the bamboo forest. At this time, on the official road outside the bamboo forest, Meng Jing was waiting anxiously. The black horse next to him had regained its vitality after being cured by the 7-colored honey pills. Why is there no movement? Zhao Hu and his guards stared at the direction of the bamboo forest, their eyes alert and puzzled, but no one dared to go forward to investigate. Those attackers were clearly coming for me, and you still have the nerve to just stand there and watch instead of helping. Seeing that Gu Changqing had not returned yet, Chu Linyuan frowned and scolded him coldly. Sixth Prince, I must protect your safety at all times and never leave your side. Zhao Hu lowered his voice, his face full of embarrassment. Besides, we don't even know that kid. If he insists on dying, what does it have to do with us? Why don't we take this opportunity to leave here as soon as possible? Bang! Before he could finish his words, a loud slap suddenly rang out. Chu Linyuan's right hand had already slammed Zhao Hu's face hard. The force was so great that it made the strong man at the peak of the innate realm stagger back, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Asshole! Chu Linyuan's eyes turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Take people into the bamboo forest immediately, and find the person alive or dead. How can this prince be a coward who only loves life and fears death? Zhao Hu's expression suddenly changed, and he said in awe, I obey your command. When he turned around, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. The sixth prince, who had always been cynical, did not expect that the pressure he suddenly exuded at this moment would be even more suffocating than that of his majesty. Sixth prince. Meng Jing's ears twitched slightly. Although the distance was far, he could still hear the titles in their conversation. He couldn't help but feel quite surprised about this. Let's go, follow me and kill them. Zhao Hu shouted loudly, and immediately took a long sword in his hand, and led a group of guards with great momentum. No need to bother. However, Just as they were about to leave, a faint voice was heard. Everyone was shocked and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Gu Changqing's figure walked out from the dim bamboo forest. In the moonlight, the blood-stained iron sword in his hand reflected the scarlet blood light. "Boss, are you okay?" In addition to shock, there was a hint of fanaticism in Meng Jing's eyes. "They are just a bunch of ants. Those who are still alive have all run away." Gu Changqing shook his wrist slightly, and the sword tip trembled, wiping away all the blood stains on it, giving a very compelling feeling. This is all solved. On the other side, Zhao Hu and the others all stood there in shock, gasping for breath. You know, there were at least dozens of attackers in that group, and they knew how to launch long-range attacks and suppress the enemy first. They were obviously well-trained killers. But this guy actually single-handedly defeated them and was completely unscathed. This strength is so terrifying. Chu Linyuan suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed solemnly, saying, "We mistakenly dragged you into this today. If you hadn't helped us, we would have been in great danger. I, Chu Linyuan, will remember this favor." Hearing this, Gu Changqing glanced at Chu Linyuan. Last name Chu. In the Daong dynasty, there was only one family with the surname Chu. That's the royal family. "Boss, I just overheard their conversation. This person's identity is the sixth prince." Meng Jing walked up to Gu Changqing and whispered, "So he's from the royal family, no wonder." Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not finish his words and looked at Chu Linyuan meaningfully. Since ancient times, the struggle for imperial power has been the most brutal and ruthless, with constant fighting. The so-called family ties and blood ties are as fragile as thin paper when facing the lofty dragon throne. Chu Linyuan was ambushed this time, so he must have a certain power in the court. Since you already know the sixth prince's identity, why don't you kneel down and salute him? Zhao Hu's eyes darkened and his tone was full of authority. Oh, a hint of coldness appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. "If I don't kneel, what can you do to me?" "You." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's eyes widened in anger. "Do you really think that just because you helped us, you can be so impertinent and rude?" Gu Changqing said indifferently, "Your master hasn't said anything yet, and you, a guard, are so majestic. If the previous lesson wasn't enough, I don't mind letting you experience it once more." After saying this, Gu Changqing shook the sword in his hand, and instantly a thick black aura spread out. Chapter 61. Are you worthy? What a crazy tone. Zhao Hu was furious. "If I hadn't been completely unprepared, how could I have been hurt by you?" He stared at Gu Changqing with a gloomy expression. "I even seriously suspect that tonight's ambush was set up by you. Otherwise, with your mere peak Xiantian realm cultivation, how could you possibly repel so many attackers alone?" As soon as these words were spoken, the guards around seemed to wake up from a dream and looked at Gu Changqing with suspicion in their eyes. Zhao Hu stopped talking nonsense. Chu Linyuan's eyes darkened. If he really wanted to harm me, why would he bother with so much trouble? Just bring people to kill me, and you can easily take me down. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing couldn't help but look at the other person again. Although the sixth prince's words and actions seemed unruly, his thinking was not foolish. "That's right." Meng Jing sneered and mocked him bluntly. "Just because you're not as skilled as others, don't try to make excuses by putting the blame on my boss." Zhao Hu turned a deaf ear to Meng Jing's sarcasm. Instead, he leaned closer to Chu Linyuan and said in a low voice, "Sixth Prince, I'm afraid someone is deliberately setting up a trap to get close to you with ulterior motives. Think about it. When we were in the valley tonight, he started deliberately making noises to attract our attention, and he happened to be traveling the same way as us. Then he was attacked by a killer, but he was able to repel the enemy single-handedly and win your trust." At this point, he paused meaningfully and said, "This is all too much of a coincidence." "Oh." Gu Changqing looked at Zhao Hu with a half-smile and said in a playful tone, "Then according to your opinion, what should I do next?" Zhao Hu glanced at Gu Changqing and sneered. Of course he wants to use this favor to get a job and curry favor with the powerful. Bullshit. Meng Jing could no longer hold back and said in a gruff voice, "My boss is such a great man. How could he be so servile as a slave like you and rely on such petty favors for rewards? If you dare to slander my boss again, I'll tear your stinking mouth apart first, even if it costs me my life." His eyes were wide open and his fists were clenched. Zhao Hu's face suddenly darkened, and he pressed his palm heavily on the hilt of the knife, and the blade came out of the sheath half an inch with a clang. As a fifth-rank sword-bearing guard of the royal family, his status was even higher than that of the local county magistrate. However, at this moment, he was contradicted by a mere commoner, and murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Zhao Hu stepped back. Chu Linyuan finally spoke at this time. Although his voice was soft, it carried an unquestionable command. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Chongqing and asked with a smile, "Are you a businessman?" Gu Chongqing said calmly, "Well, I'm going to the imperial capital this time, and I plan to find a shop to do some business. Could it be opening a restaurant?" Chu Linyuan's expression changed. With that barbecue skill just now, coupled with a pot of good wine, business will definitely be booming. If it really opens, I will be the first to come and show my support. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly and shook his head. The imperial capital is a prosperous place, and every inch of land is worth a lot of money. I haven't made any specific plans yet. Chu Linyuan grinned and said, "It's not difficult at all. I'll take care of the shop and find you a prime location." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing was secretly happy. The imperial capital is the territory of the royal family. As the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan wants to open a few shops, which is just a piece of cake. Sure enough, when you go out, you still have to rely on your connections. More friends, more ways out. Well, thank you in advance for this. Gu Chongqing bowed and clasped his hands towards Chu Linyuan with the etiquette of a warrior. Seeing this, Meng Jing on the side could not hide the excitement in his eyes. I didn't expect that I would have the support of a noble person before even arriving in the imperial capital. The boss is really awesome. Sixth prince no? Zhao Hu frowned slightly and glared at Gu Chongqing. This person's origins are unknown. His words and actions are suspicious. How could you trust him so credulously? Chu Linyuan snorted coldly. Does this prince need your approval to do anything? I don't dare. Zhao Hu's forehead was covered in sweat, but he still insisted. But it is my duty to warn you. If I rashly help an outsider with unknown origins, it might be inappropriate. I'm willing to guarantee with my character that this guy is definitely not a good person. As he spoke, he suddenly knelt on one knee. Your Highness, please understand. Gu Chongqing's expression remained calm, and he saw a hint of something fishy. This person always speaks in a targeted manner and seems extremely reluctant to Chu Linyuan getting too close to him. As a guard, this move was obviously illogical. After all, the master wants to make friends with others, so why should you say anything? Just like the guards around, they remained silent throughout the whole process, unlike this guy who was obstructing them in every possible way. On the other hand, it means that the other party has something to hide. Since you are so sure, how about we make a bet? As Gu Chongqing spoke, he bent down, picked up a poison arrow, and gently turned it between his fingers. What's the bet? Zhao Hu's eyes darkened, and he stared at Gu Chongqing vigilantly. Don't you suspect I have ulterior motives? Gu Chongqing smiled coldly. How about this? If I can find out who is behind this, you kowtow and apologize. How about I leave it to you? As soon as these words were spoken, the guards looked at Gu Chongqing in surprise. Chu Linyuan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know who it is?" Just a guess. Gu Chongqing's tone was calm, making it difficult to read through. Zhao Hu's face was gloomy, and he was secretly calculating in his mind. His original intention was to make the sixth prince suspicious of Gu Chongqing, so as to avoid any interaction between the two sides. After all, Gu Chongqing's mysterious methods really made him feel scared. But I didn't expect that this guy would dare to take the initiative to propose a bet. If I don't dare to bet at this moment, it will make me look guilty. But if I accept the challenge, what if this guy really has some tricks up his sleeve? Those who ambushed you tonight acted with precision and excellent timing. They clearly knew your whereabouts very well. Gu Chongqing turned his gaze towards Chu Linyuan and said calmly, "So, if there hadn't been an insider tipping off, how could they have set up an ambush so easily? Unfortunately, they overlooked me, a passerby." Hearing this, the guards were shocked and looked at each other suspiciously. You mean, there's a mole among me? Chu Linyuan frowned and glanced at the men beside him. Asshole, how dare you slander us? Zhao Hu's face instantly turned pale, and he shouted angrily. Sixth prince, this person has ulterior motives and is clearly trying to sow discord. Immediately afterwards, he drew the long sword in his hand suddenly, and the blade pointed directly at Gu Chongqing. Play off. Gu Chongqing raised his lips in a mocking manner. Are you worthy? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his wrist, and the poisonous arrow in his hand suddenly changed direction and shot straight at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu's pupils shrank, and he quickly swung his sword to block. The poison arrow bounced off the blade with a ding, leaving a bloody mark on his cheek. When Zhao Hu felt the blood on his face, he was instantly shocked. The wound quickly turned a strange purple-blue color, and the poison spread along the blood vessels like a spider web. Brother Tiger, this arrow is poisonous. The guards' expressions suddenly froze, and they all looked at the wound where Zhao Hu was shot. No one expected that Gu Chongqing would suddenly attack after just a verbal dispute, and he used a poisoned arrow. Is this your basis? Chu Linyuan frowned and looked at Gu Changqing, saying in a low voice, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Chapter 62. This child is not simple. The boss is really serious? Seeing that the situation was not right, Meng Jing's Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. However, he did not worry about anything unexpected. After all, the efficacy of the 7-colored honey pill is to cure all poisons. The boss must have a backup plan to dare to test it like this. If I'm guessing correctly, the poison on the arrow should be heart erosion powder. Gu Changqing sniffed the arrowhead and said calmly, this poison is extremely potent. Without an antidote, you'll definitely die within half an hour. So, to prevent being accidentally injured by poison arrows, the traitor will always carry the antidote with him. He looked at Zhao Hu calmly and asked, do you think what I said is reasonable? Heart-eating poison. Upon hearing this, the guards looked at each other and then looked at Gu Changqing in disbelief. This is clearly a test with a poisonous arrow, using a tough attitude to force the traitor to confess. If I can't come up with it, wouldn't my life be in vain? Chu Linyuan's expression changed slightly, and he already understood the intention of Gu Changqing's action. Nonsense. How would I have the antidote? Zhao Hu staggered back, his face pale. You are framing me. He stared at Gu Changqing intently, with resentment in his eyes almost overflowing. Gu Changqing smiled coldly. It doesn't matter. If you'd rather endure the heart-wrenching pain and die, you don't have to give me the antidote. Hearing this, Zhao Hu trembled all over and was terrified. He couldn't figure out where he had revealed his flaw. At this moment, as the toxins in his body erupted, Zhao Hu was horrified to find that the true energy in his meridians had become disordered and could no longer suppress the toxicity. The black poison was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, raging wildly in his body. In a blink of an eye, it spread throughout his body and headed straight for his heart. Puff! The excruciating pain, like thousands of ants gnawing at his heart, made him break out in a cold sweat, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of turbid blood. Brother Tiger. Several guards who had a good relationship with him immediately stepped forward to help. Gu Changqing watched all this coldly from the side, but in fact he was not very sure in his heart. If the judgment is wrong, not only will a colorful honey pill be wasted, but the shop in the prime location of the imperial capital will probably be ruined. Chu Linyuan had a complicated expression, but he never stopped Gu Changqing's behavior, as if he was also holding a gambling mentality. After all, no one would want to have a traitor with ulterior motives hiding around them. Boy, you are so cruel. Zhao Hu glared at Gu Changqing with gritted teeth, then reached into his collar with trembling hands and pulled out a small Celadone bottle. However, just as he was about to uncork the bottle, Gu Changqing suddenly raised his leg and kicked, and the porcelain bottle flew into the air and landed steadily in his palm. Give me back the antidote. Zhao Hu's face changed drastically, and he roared anxiously. Gu Changqing looked around at everyone, his gaze finally landing on Chu Linyuan. At this point, I guess there's no need for me to say anything more, right? The guards were stunned, especially those who were supporting Zhao Hu. They immediately stepped back and stared at Zhao Hu in disbelief. Why? Chu Linyuan frowned and asked in a cold voice, do I owe you anything? Zhao Hu's face was ashen as death. He smiled bitterly and said, you have indeed been kind to me, but all this is far from enough. You are a prince, gifted with extraordinary talents, yet you are unruly and have no ambitions. We followers can't even get a decent official position. He staggered to his feet, his eyes flashing with madness. His Highness the Fourth Prince has personally promised that after this is accomplished, not only will I be promoted to a first-rank guard, but I will also be granted the title of Marquis of Wuan. At this point, Zhao Hu had nothing to fear and told everything. Fourth brother, is it really him? Chu Linyuan's eyes darkened slightly, and he took a deep breath slowly, not knowing what he was thinking. You beast. The sixth prince treats us well, yet you betrayed him for a title? Damn it. A guard was furious and kicked him to the ground. Kill this traitor. You ungrateful bastard. The other guards also surrounded him and beat and kicked him angrily. Sixth prince, please spare my life. Zhao Hu struggled to stretch out his hand and pleaded in a hoarse voice. Chu Linyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his stern face showing no emotion at all. Until Zhao Hu died, the sixth prince's expression never changed. It is completely different from his previous cynical image. Gu Changqing looked at him obscurely for a few times and shook his head secretly. It seems that this sixth prince is no ordinary person. As for Zhao Hu, it can only be considered that he was unlucky. Gu Changqing originally didn't want to get involved in these power struggles, but that guy was targeting him everywhere, which was undoubtedly his own fault, and he deserved it. Thanks to your keen eyesight today, otherwise I would still be kept in the dark. Chu Linyuan turned his gaze to Gu Chongqing, his tone quite grateful, without any airs of a member of the royal family. It's just a small favor. Gu Chongqing smiled indifferently and nodded politely. Chu Linyuan shook his head. No, I will remember this favor. When I get to the imperial capital, I will definitely thank you well. He paused, then suddenly asked curiously, but who are you? Ordinary businessmen don't have such skills and vision. My name is Gu Chongqing. As for the rest, Gu Chongqing said meaningfully, if we have business dealings in the future, you will understand. Chu Linyuan was stunned when he heard this, stared at him for a moment, then grinned and said, okay, I appreciate your mysterious and pretentious look. In the blink of an eye, the sixth prince returned to his unruly nature. Although Gu Chongqing couldn't see through it completely, he didn't care. As long as they have no ill will towards you, why bother thinking so much? Sixth prince, we should not stay here for long. Let's continue on our journey. The guards nearby had already prepared the carriage and gave a respectful reminder. Brother Gu, since we are on the same path, why don't we travel together for the rest of the journey? Chu Linyuan obviously wanted to make friends, so he invited with a smile. No, my horse was injured just now. Let it rest for a night before continuing on our journey. Gu Chongqing politely declined, but how could he not know the other party's little thoughts? Not only do I help you once, but you also want me to be your bodyguard? Come on. In that case, I'll take my leave first. We'll meet in the imperial capital. Chu Linyuan looked at Gu Chongqing meaningfully, then turned around and jumped onto the carriage. Inside the car, Chu Linyuan murmured to himself, Old Shi, what do you think of this person? As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient bronze ring on his finger suddenly glowed. Then, an old voice sounded in Chu Linyuan's mind. He is calm and composed in the face of difficulties, but ruthless and decisive when taking action. This boy is not simple. Chapter 63 Interception. Master Shi, do you think he is worth winning over? Chu Linyuan looked at the bronze ring on his hand and asked in a low voice. It's hard to say. After all, this person's origins are unknown, and his methods are even more treacherous and unpredictable. The faint light on the ring flickered, and the old voice was heavy. If you rashly try to win him over, I'm afraid you'll end up in trouble. But there's no need to deliberately distance yourself from him. You'll meet him again when you return to Beijing, and I can observe him secretly then. Chu Linyuan nodded silently, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. Then, the old man in the bronze ring suddenly asked, what do you think of tonight's game? This matter is strange. I don't think it was done by fourth brother. Chu Linyuan frowned and said coldly, fourth brother has always been very cunning and has done everything perfectly. This crude method seems like someone is deliberately framing him. Haha, it seems that these years of experience have made you see things more clearly, not bad. The bronze ring glowed dimly, and Shi Lao's smile was filled with a hint of relief. Then, do you have any plans for dealing with this? I have no intention of fighting for the throne, but since someone is secretly plotting against me, I will just go along with it. Chu Linyuan's eyes shone coldly as he said, that person should be made aware of the price of dragging me into this. Well, that's great. After Shi Laochen laughed, the bronze ring dimmed and returned to silence. Under the night, Gu Chongqing watched Chu Linyuan's convoy disappear at the end of the official road, then slowly withdrew his gaze. Boss, are we really not going to follow? Meng Jing looked up and said thoughtfully, the sixth prince was clearly trying to win you over. Perhaps. What? Get caught up in the murky waters of the royal family's struggle for succession. Gu Chongqing shook his head and said meaningfully, if the fourth prince really wanted Chu Linyuan's life, he wouldn't have sent such a lousy person. Meng Jing looked confused. What do you mean? Think about it. The attack just now seemed dangerous, but it couldn't even break the rune barrier of Chu Linyuan's carriage. Gu Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. How can this be murder? It's clearly acting. Meng Jing was slightly stunned. You mean, the sixth prince is directing and acting in this drama himself? Gu Chongqing glanced at him sideways. Idiot. Who is he performing for in this desolate wilderness? Meng Jing was stunned when he heard this, but then he realized, I understand. Those people were deliberately putting on an act for Chu Linyuan to see. That's about it. Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. However, these people may not be the fourth prince's men, but there may be other people behind the scenes. He paused and continued. Even Zhao, who was probably kept in the dark. Until the moment of his death, he probably didn't know that the person he was loyal to was not the real fourth prince at all. There was a flash of surprise in Meng Jing's eyes, and he was quite puzzled. What is the intention of the mastermind behind this? He looked at Gu Chongqing in confusion, completely unable to understand the twists and turns. Of course, they're just sitting back and reaping the benefits. Gu Chongqing said meaningfully. After this, Chu Linyuan and the fourth prince will definitely become enemies, while the real person behind the scenes can sit back and watch the fight. He had seen too many palace dramas in his past life about 9 princes vying for the throne. This kind of borrowing a knife to kill someone was just an old trick. As for who was the mastermind behind the scenes, Gu Chongqing was too lazy to speculate. What does the change of the throne have to do with me? The key is to live freely and comfortably. Of course, if he could catch a few fat fish in this muddy water, his assassination business would be happy to take over. I see. Meng Jing suddenly realized and looked at Gu Chongqing with admiration. Boss, with your strategy, it would be a shame if you didn't become a military advisor. Stop it. Gu Chongqing rejected it outright, sneering. Serving as a military advisor to those princes and nobles, how could I be as carefree as I am now? That's true. Meng Jing thought about it and nodded in agreement. Although the military advisor has a high status, he is ultimately working for others and is servile. How can it be as satisfying as making decisions on his own? Afterwards, Gu Chongqing got into the carriage and fell asleep lazily. With the shadow spiders guarding secretly, he didn't need to be on guard at all. Meng Jing cut some wild grass nearby and took good care of the black horse. After a night's rest, the black horse not only regained its spirits, but also seemed to have become stronger. When it pulled the carriage again, its steps were obviously more steady and powerful than before. This change was obviously due to the full efficacy of the 7-colored honey pills, which stimulated the potential in the body. In order to avoid Chu Linyuan's convoy, Meng Jing deliberately changed the route. Although the journey is a bit long, it is safer. At least I don't have to worry about encountering something like last night. The changed route is close to a small mountain range. The mountain road is winding and the forests are getting denser around it. Meng Jing drove the carriage steadily forward, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly from time to time. 2 days passed in peace and tranquility. When the carriage reached the middle of the mountains, it suddenly stopped. Boss, there seems to be someone blocking the road ahead. Hearing Meng Jing's voice, Gu Chongqing lifted the car curtain and stared. At the entrance of the mountain road ahead, several young men in military uniforms stood proudly and imposingly. 7 circular patterns of different colors were embroidered on their lapels, which were the symbols of the 7 Xuanwu mansions. A disciple of the 7 Xuanwu mansion? Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, if these people are not practicing in the martial arts academy, why would they appear in such a remote place? Just as he was wondering, a young disciple suddenly moved, using some mysterious footwork, and in a few steps he arrived next to the carriage. Qi Xuanwu Mansion is handling matters. The mountain road ahead is blocked. Anyone outside, please detour immediately. He glanced at Gu Chongqing and Meng Jing and shouted coldly. We were just passing by, why is it blocked? Meng Jing glanced into the depths of the forest and couldn't help asking. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to cause trouble, leave now. The young disciple snorted coldly, his tone arrogant. Just at this moment, a ferocious beast roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Oh! The roar was extremely violent, like a tiger's roar, shaking the mountains and forests, startling countless birds into flight. Then, another round of fierce fighting sounded in the forest, accompanied by several rapid shouts. Quick! Set up a formation to stop it. Don't let it into the cave. Damn it, this beast is stronger than expected. Hearing this, the young disciple who was blocking the road's way had his eyes lit up. Senior brother, they found it. Then he looked at the other 3 people. Let's go over and help. But this carriage. Don't worry about it. They are just 2 ordinary people. The young disciple glanced at Gu Chongqing and the others with disdain, then quickly flew into the depths of the forest, hunting ferocious beasts. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Chongqing's eyes. The beast that could make the 7 Xuanwu Mansion disciples mobilize so many troops must be no simple beast. Looking at the eager and excited looks of those people, it seemed as if what they were hunting was not some dangerous beast, but rather a treasure that was within their reach. Aging, you go ahead and wait for my sound transmission talisman outside the forest. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed slightly, and he jumped off the carriage after he finished speaking. Boss, those guys from the 7 Xuanwu Mansion are not easy to mess with. Meng Jing hurriedly dissuaded him. If we get discovered, it will be very troublesome. I know my limits. Before he finished speaking, Gu Chongqing had already taken off the mask on his face and quietly disappeared following the movements in the depths of the forest. Now that I've come across it, I have to take a look no matter what. Seeing this, Meng Jing had no choice but to obey Gu Chongqing's orders and immediately drove away in the carriage. Chapter 64, taking the opportunity to pick up the leak. In the mountains and forests, Gu Chongqing's figure shuttled between the trees like a ghost, and the sound of fighting in the distance gradually became clearer. Soon, he approached the area where the sound came from. Gu Chongqing hid in a big tree. Through the layers of tree shadows, he saw more than a dozen disciples of the Seven Xuanwu Mansion forming a sword formation, trapping a huge monster in the center. However, when Gu saw the appearance of the ferocious beast clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. The monster looked like a tiger, its body was pitch black, it had 6 wings on its back, and its fangs were sharp. But the strangest thing is that its body is constantly twisting and deforming, sometimes turning into a python, sometimes turning into an iron-horned bull, as if it has no fixed form. Then it suddenly let out a sharp scream, and its body squirmed violently, transforming into the appearance of a disciple of the Seven Xuanwu Palace. Even the breath was exactly the same. Gu Chongqing was shocked. Who would have thought that this monster's abilities were so bizarre? Not only could it change into 1,000 forms, it could even imitate humans perfectly. If all the 7 Xuanwu Palace disciples were not guarding their positions at this moment, once it sneaked in, the consequences would be unimaginable. I thought this phantom beast was a cub, but I didn't expect it to be in disguise. The long-haired young man leading the team said solemnly, "Adult phantom beasts are the strength of 5th-level demon beasts. Everyone must be careful." However, the other young disciples were not surprised but happy, with greed flashing in their eyes. Isn't this even better? The demon core of an adult phantom is priceless. That's right. If we can kill it and bring it back to the Wu Mansion, we will be able to exchange it for rich resources. Let's work together now and destroy it in one fell swoop. Afterwards, more than a dozen young disciples quickly mobilized their true energy and continuously injected it into the formation along with the long swords in their hands. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the center of the formation, forming a series of sharp sword lights that intertwined into a net and enveloped the phantom beast. Bang, bang, bang! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded. Roar! In the smoke and dust, the phantom beast let out a shrill roar, and its huge body was torn into a bloody mess by the sword formation. Its 6 wings were broken, and black blood splattered. However, its scarlet animal eyes suddenly burst out with a demonic light, and black mist surged around it, stirring up a violent airflow. No, it's trying to break the formation by force. The long-haired young man's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly made hand gestures to strengthen the sword formation. But it was too late. The phantom beast suddenly expanded, transforming into a 3-meter-tall giant ape. Its palms, brimming with terrifying energy, slammed heavily onto the sword formation's light curtain. Boom! The sword formation collapsed instantly, and the long-haired young man and others were attacked by the backlash of the formation. They all groaned, vomited blood, and retreated with horror on their faces. The phantom beast took the opportunity to transform into a black snake, quickly burrowed into the grass, and fled into the depths of the mountains. The opportunity has come. On the treetops in the distance, Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed, and he shouted without hesitation, "Tiger bee! Mantis! Stop it!" The leaves trembled slightly, and 2 insect shadows shot out like lightning. At the same time, Gu Chongqing used the shadow spider's shadow to shuttle through, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The phantom beast had just suffered heavy damage from the sword formation, and had forced its way through the formation. Now it was at the end of its strength, and it was the perfect opportunity to pick up the spoils. If we can seize its demon pill and then find an insect to edit it, we will definitely have another Zerg general. Chase it. We can't let it escape. The long-haired young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked around anxiously, but was shocked to find that the phantom beast had disappeared. At that moment, he immediately led a dozen brothers to disperse and conduct a carpet search in the mountains and forests. Little did they know that Gu Chongqing had already firmly locked onto the traces of the phantom beast with the keen sense of smell of the tiger bees and the mantises. But he did not rush the tiger bees to attack, but always kept a safe distance and chased them closely, thereby consuming their physical strength and aggravating their injuries. After all, the strength of a 5th-level monster is comparable to that of a human warrior in the Daofan realm, and an adult monster is even close to a Yuandan realm master. What's more, there are disciples from the 7 Xuanwu Palace nearby who are eyeing them covetously. Any rash action will only alert the enemy. After secretly tracking for several miles, the phantom beast finally collapsed on the grass due to excessive blood loss and severe injuries. Whoosh! Gu Chongqing walked slowly out of the shadows and looked at the dying phantom beast. This guy is no longer able to maintain his transformation at this moment. Looking at his true form, he is just a black ball of flesh. The shadow spider circled quietly and approached, and suddenly spread out its 8 legs. Countless spider silks covered it like a dragnet, wrapping it tightly. Roar! The dying phantom beast let out a shrill roar, and its fleshy body squirmed wildly, trying to transform again and break free from the restraints. Swish! At the critical moment, a cold knife light suddenly flashed. The mantis's ice blue blade limbs chopped down accurately, and the monster that was about to transform was instantly split in half. As the body split open, a fist-sized black demon pill rolled to the ground. I succeeded. Gu Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, picked it up quickly, held it in his hand, and looked at it curiously. The shape of this demon pill is extremely strange and is surrounded by black mist. The beast patterns that appeared on the surface seemed to be made up of the characteristics of various monsters, which was creepy. Master, someone is coming. At this time, the voice of the tiger beast sounded in Gu Chongqing's mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, 3 figures rushed out from the dense forest. Shadow spiders, mantises, and tiger bees all hid in the nearby grass at the first opportunity. That's the corpse of the phantom beast. When they saw the black ball of flesh cut in half, the 3 people's pupils suddenly shrank. The leader was the long-haired young man. He had a gloomy face and stared at the black demon pill in Gu Chongqing's hand. Obviously, they didn't expect that the phantom beast that they had spent so much energy to encircle and suppress would be taken advantage of by the mysterious man in front of them. The long-haired young man stared at Gu Chongqing coldly and shouted angrily, "Put down the demon pill and get out." Gu Chongqing's eyes under the mask were as calm as water. He ignored the other party and directly put the demon pill into the storage ring. In these wild mountains and wilderness, the monsters and beasts are ownerless. Whoever can hunt them will own them. If I hadn't intercepted it myself, it would be hard to say whether the phantom beast could be hunted down by these people. You bastard. Seeing Gu Chongqing take the magic pill, another disciple was furious. You are looking for death. The long-haired young man raised his hand to stop his companions, saying in a cold voice, "We are disciples of the 7th Profound Martial Palace. If you hand over the demonic beast's demon core, the 7th Profound Martial Palace will forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." These words clearly show an attempt to use one's own background and power to overwhelm others. Chapter 65, Seizing the Demon Pill. Oh, Gu Chongqing raised his eyes to look at the long-haired young man and said calmly, "Can the 7 Xuanwu mansions rob others of their things? The phantom beast was originally ours to hunt down, so how could it be snatched?" The long-haired young man had a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "You'd better think it over carefully. Don't lose your life because of greed." His eyes were like knives as he stared straight at Gu Chongqing, his tone revealing an undisguised threat. Gu Chongqing smiled coldly. "I only know that the phantom beast is ownerless, and I killed it with my own hands. Everyone depends on their own ability. So this demon pill should naturally belong to me." Faced with the arrogance of these guys, his eyes remained calm, and he secretly summoned shadow spiders to crawl to his feet. "Yours? That depends on whether you're still alive enough to take it away." The young disciple snorted angrily, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand it over or not?" Gu Chongqing looked indifferent and did not respond at all. And at his feet, the shadow spider had already spit out a spider silk to wrap around his ankle. In that case, the long-haired young man narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his voice suddenly became gloomy. "Go. Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shook his wrist, and the sword edge instantly burst out with a dazzling cold light. Such a powerful sword force has reached the initial stage of Daofan realm. Although the other 2 disciples were only at the half-step Dao mortal realm, they cooperated well with each other, blocking Gu Chongqing's retreat on the left and right. A mere ant at the peak of the Xiantian realm dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and seek death. The long-haired young man had a fierce look in his eyes, and the sword energy surged out, aiming straight at Gu Chongqing's throat. However, in the blink of an eye, Shadow Spider suddenly used the skill of Shadow Shuttle. The next moment, Gu Chongqing's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the sword light passed straight through his afterimage. "Where are the people?" The attack missed, and the long-haired young man's pupils shrank suddenly. He was surprised and swung the sword in his hand suddenly. The sword energy swept around, but only cut off a few branches. Teleport. When the 2 young disciples saw this, shock appeared on their faces. Even the lord of the 7 Xuanwu mansion was unable to comprehend such mysterious and unpredictable body movements. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary cultivator could display such magical powers? This person must be hiding some treasure. One of them had a greedy glint in his eyes. If we can seize this opportunity, our cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Search separately. He must still be nearby. The long-haired young man's face turned pale as he said viciously, "Notify the rest of the brothers immediately and seal off the forest." The other two disciples immediately understood, and the three of them spread out in a triangle, rushing towards the surrounding area at a rapid speed. At the same time, sound transmission notes exploded. The Phantom Beast's demon core has been stolen. The thief is wearing white. Anyone who appears suspicious will be killed without mercy. However, just as they were launching a murderous siege, Gu Chongqing had already used the Shadow Spider's shadow to shuttle and quietly left the forest. On the small road outside the mountains, Meng Jing had just stopped the carriage when he suddenly heard a slight creaking sound coming from the carriage. Meng Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned around and lifted the curtain. He saw that Gu Chongqing had been sitting in the car without him noticing when, and he couldn't help but gasp. "Boss, when did you come?" Meng Jing's eyes widened, his voice full of disbelief. "Don't ask so many questions, just go." Gu Chongqing didn't explain too much and urged, "If we delay any longer, they will find us." Meng Jing was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Gu Chongqing in surprise, and immediately understood something. At that moment, he swung the reins without saying a word, whipped the horse, and drove the carriage at full speed. It's worth the risk this time. Inside the carriage, Gu Chongqing took out the Phantom Demon Beast pill from the storage ring, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although this action offended those people from the Seven Xuanwu Mansion, but as long as he could obtain this rare treasure, what did the enmity matter? System, collect this as editing material. Gu Chongqing's mind moved, and the demon pill in his hand disappeared instantly. Ding, storage successful. The demon pill is detected to be a 5th-level fantasy beast. Extract the material properties and edit the required energy value to 10,000 points. Hearing the system prompt, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but swallow. 10,000 energy points. This is equivalent to the cost of upgrading the Shadow Spider to the extraordinary level. However, the higher the energy value, the more amazing the potential of the Zerg after editing. If we find suitable insects to edit, we might be able to directly cultivate extraordinary combat power in the initial stage. The most crucial thing is that if we can extract the 1,000 transformation replicating ability of the Phantom Beast, it will definitely be a great help to future assassinations. Which insect should I choose next? Gu Chongqing muttered to himself, looking at the scenery outside the window, thinking secretly in his mind. Among the existing Zerg teams, mantises are good at strong attacks, tiger bees are good at wandering, and shadow spiders are mainly used for covert reconnaissance. The imitation characteristics of the Phantom Beast Demon Pill are obviously more inclined towards auxiliary abilities. Therefore, in his opinion, the preferred insects must be paired with Zerg with confusing characteristics in order to achieve a perfect fusion. Master, is there any need to think about it? Of course it's the ghost-faced moth. At this moment, Tiger Bee's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Ghost-faced moth. Gu Chongqing's heart moved. What's so special about it? Besides being ugly, he also has the ability to confuse people. The tiger bee quickly responded. They secrete a scent similar to that of bees, making them mistake them for their own kind, so they can steal the honey without being noticed. Gu Chongqing immediately became interested when he heard this. This ability to use smell to confuse the opponent is comparable to the mental illusion in the martial arts world. But right now, it is not easy for him to go out and find a ghost-faced moth. Master, this is a piece of cake, just leave it to me. The tiger bee volunteered, and after getting Gu Chongqing's tacit approval, it immediately rushed out of the system space like a wild horse. Buzz! The tiger bee flapped its wings and flew out of the car, turning into a black afterimage and soaring into the sky. The next moment, it suddenly activated the skill, Swarm Summoning. Boom! I saw a black mass of bee soldiers emerging in the air like a tide. After being promoted to the extraordinary level, the tiger bee's summoning skills were also strengthened. The number of bee soldiers has skyrocketed to 300, and the time limit has also been increased to 2 hours. The tiger bee flew high into the sky at this time, looking down at a large group of bees like a queen bee, looking majestic. Target ghost-faced moth. Guys, go. Follow it with a command. Hundreds of bee soldiers quickly scattered in all directions with dense, buzzing sounds, searching everywhere in the mountains and forests. Chapter 66. If you have the ability, why not fight? Soon, the swarm of bees had flown to all parts of the mountains and were moving quickly through the jungle. During this period, Gu Chongqing discovered through shared vision that several Bee soldiers had run into the disciples of the 7 Xuanwu mansion, including the long-haired young man who was leading them. They all had angry faces and were carefully searching for every suspicious trace, as if they would not give up until they achieved their goal. After all, it would be hard for anyone to accept that someone else got the fat piece of meat that is right in front of their mouth, let alone these arrogant and proud geniuses from the Wu Mansion. Since it would take some time to find the ghost-faced moth, Gu Chongqing was bored and sent out a Bee soldier to spy on it secretly. From their communication, we learned that although these people are outer disciples of the 7 profound martial palace, their strength should not be underestimated. Almost all of them have reached the half-step Dao mortal realm. The long-haired young man in the lead is the strongest, and his cultivation has reached the early stage of Daofan realm. His name is Li Changfeng. However, due to his age of 28, he had already exceeded the assessment standards for inner disciples, so he always felt humiliated and was extremely sensitive to any words. Even a well-intentioned reminder would be regarded as a mockery by him. To put it bluntly, this is psychopathy. They can't even find a casual cultivator at the Xiantian realm. What a bunch of rubbish. Seeing that no one had found any clues about Gu Chongqing, Li Changfeng's face turned pale and he shouted angrily with gritted teeth. Senior brother Li hasn't been found either, so isn't that just as useless? One of the young disciples couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Swish! But before he could finish his words, a sharp sword energy suddenly attacked. Ah! The young disciple screamed in pain as his right shoulder was instantly pierced by the sword energy and blood splattered everywhere. He staggered back a few steps, knelt on the ground with a pale face, and hurriedly took out a hemostatic pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. Senior brother Liu. When the others saw this, they gasped and their eyes were filled with fear. Li Changfeng sheathed his sword and swept a cold gaze over the crowd. Who else has any objections? Those outer disciples were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. Keep searching, Li Changfeng shouted angrily. That thief must still be nearby. If we encounter him, we will kill him on the spot. Yes. The disciples did not dare to complain and could only pretend to be busy and continue searching. After all, this place is not the Kixuanwu mansion. There are many ways to kill people. If you really anger this fickle-minded senior brotherly, I am afraid that falling off a cliff will be considered a good ending. As for harming fellow disciples, there are even more excuses to shirk responsibility. You can just make up a story about encountering a monster or being a hostile force of the Wu Mansion to get away with it. At this moment, the scene in front of him was seen by the Bee soldiers lurking on the treetops, and the picture was transmitted to Gu Chongqing's mind. Even fellow disciples took action. That's quite cruel. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly and locked onto Li Changfeng's figure through the compound eyes of the Bee soldier. If such a vindictive person is not eliminated, he will definitely be a hidden danger in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Chongqing already had murderous intent in his heart. After all, the imperial capital is adjacent to the 7 Xuanwu mansions. Instead of encountering them and being tripped up when the time comes, it is better to take this opportunity to resolve the issue in advance. However, those other outer disciples were a considerable obstacle. Shadow Spider, Mantis, and Tiger Bee, 3 against 1, will definitely win. However, facing the addition of more than a dozen outer disciples who were at the half-step Dao mortal realm, there was almost no chance of winning if they fought head-on. Gu Chongqing frowned slightly, thinking quickly of a countermeasure in his mind. There is only one chance. If you miss it, it will be impossible. Even if it is impossible to kill it, at least half-cripple it, and let it lie in the 7 Xuanwu palace for a while. Master, the ghost-faced moth has been found. Just then, Tiger Bee's voice rang out. Gu Chongqing turned his gaze to the outside of the car window and saw a black shadow flying towards him quickly. In the blink of an eye, the hornet had already swooped into the carriage. Under its claws, it was holding a gray-brown moth, about 2 fingers wide. The markings on its back were both strange and hideous, shaped like a skull. Bite. The host has captured a ghost moth. Would you like to keep it as a pet? Gu Chongqing said silently without hesitation. Yes. Ding, storage successful. Afterwards, Gu Chongqing took out the jade bottle and poured out a drop of human blood to use as editing material. At this point, the 3 materials for editing the formula have been collected. The only thing missing is undoubtedly 10,000 energy points. 3,500 points, still 6,500 points away. Gu Chongqing called up the system panel and looked at the current energy value, thoughtfully. Since killing someone is difficult, robbing them shouldn't be too much of a stretch, right? After thinking about it, he quickly came up with an idea, and an intriguing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Whether in the secular world or in the path of martial arts, one is constantly fighting with others. Fight for reputation, fight for wealth, fight for resources. Therefore, Gu Chongqing did not feel anything wrong about this. If you don't fight or compete, are you waiting to starve to death? The so-called moral kidnapping is nothing more than begging for mercy from the weak. If you have the ability, why not fight? With this in mind, Gu Chongqing decisively ordered, Shadow Spider, Tiger Bee, and Mantis, move out. Hee, Master, you have blood. I like this. Tiger Bee smiled evilly, then followed Shadow Spider and Mantis out of the car window and rushed towards the mountains again. Boss, if we cross the mountain road ahead, we'll be not far from the Imperial City. Outside the carriage, Meng Jing was still driving the carriage on his way while reporting the road conditions, completely unaware of Gu Chongqing's various secret actions along the way. Let's find a place to rest for a while. Gu Chongqing immediately gave orders to control the speed of travel and ensure that they would not be too far away from the shadow spiders. Because the range of perception he and his pets share is not infinite. Instead, it has a limit of about 2,000 kilometers. Once this range is exceeded, perception transmission will be lost. Okay. Seeing that it was getting dark, Meng Jing didn't think much about it and immediately found an area near the river to park the carriage. Gu Chongqing sat in the car, always paying attention to the visual field of the three pets. The bee soldier that was previously withdrawn was still lurking on the treetops, secretly monitoring the movements of everyone in the 7 Xuanwu mansion. After searching in vain, they gradually lost their patience and were looking for places to slack off. Only Li Changfeng, driven by anger, remained energetic. He walked deeper and deeper into the mountains, until finally, he was the only figure left wandering through the woods. All the wild beasts he encountered along the way became the targets of his anger, and were hacked into a bloody mess by his sword. Damn it, you'd better not let me find you. Otherwise I will tear out your tendons and skin you, and refine you into a corpse puppet. Li Changfeng glanced around with a sinister look, and he was on the verge of going crazy. Little did he know that his whereabouts at this moment were being quietly locked by 3 cold gazes. Chapter 67 Burial Ground. It's the wild boar again. Damn beast. In the dense forest, roars of extreme anger rang out. Li Changfeng looked like a madman, waving the long sword in his hand, and the sharp sword energy cut a wild boar in half. Such a violent commotion naturally attracted the attention of the martial arts disciples outside, and they could not help but look at each other in confusion. Senior brother Li is going crazy again. Seeing that Li Changfeng had walked away, a disciple lowered his voice and said, every time he feels that he has suffered a loss, his temperament will change drastically. Isn't it? Another person, filled with righteous indignation, chimed in. Junior brother Chun was severely injured by him just now. Next time, even if the elders give me an order, I will definitely refuse. That's right. Who knows if going out to train with a lunatic like this might cost you your life. As the disciples chatted, they were all still in fear and secretly made up their minds. However, their every move was now under the surveillance of Gu Chongqing. With the all-round surveillance of 300 bee soldiers, there was almost nothing he didn't want to know. Seeing this situation, Gu Chongqing did not rush to order hunting. Although Li Changfeng has left the team, the noise he made will still attract the attention of the Wufu disciples. The distance is still too close. We must go further away. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment and temporarily suppressed the urge to give the order to take action. Given Li Changfeng's current condition, the crazier he becomes, the better. Only in this way can the disciples of the Wufu get accustomed to it and gradually weaken their vigilance. In this way, the shadow spider followed quietly all the way, and the mantis waited for the attack order. The tiger bee lies dormant halfway and is responsible for covering the rear. After several assassination attempts, they now have perfect understanding and work together seamlessly. Waiting like this is not a solution. How about we secretly return to Wu Mansion first? Hearing the noise getting farther and farther away, a young disciple finally couldn't contain himself anymore and stood up suddenly. But if we go back like this, how will we explain this to the deacons and elders? The other person hesitated. Isn't this simple? Just say that senior brother Li is determined to continue his training, and we can't persuade him, so we have no choice but to return home first. If we speak with one voice, the deacons and elders probably won't impose a penalty. Great! After hearing this proposal, the others' eyes suddenly lit up and they nodded in agreement. Since everyone has no objection, then it's settled. The disciple who spoke first made the final decision, and everyone immediately got ready. Before leaving, they all subconsciously glanced into the depths of the dense forest. There was another loud noise of falling trees, accompanied by Li Changfeng's hysterical laughter. Is this what they call being deserted by everyone? With the help of the bee soldier's vision, Gu Chongqing looked at the dozen or so figures that quickly left and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Being such a failure as a human being is Li Chongfeng's own fate. Get ready. Seeing that the time was ripe, Gu Chongqing suddenly gave an order in his mind. He would have no mercy on such an irritable person. If we don't take this opportunity to completely resolve it, it will definitely become a disaster in the future. After all, this person could even severely injure his own junior fellow apprentice just for a complaint. As an outsider, wouldn't I feel unsatisfied even if I were cut into pieces? However, at this moment, Li Chongfeng's angry roar stopped abruptly. Are they all gone? Deep in the dense forest, Li Chongfeng stopped, and there was a strange calmness in his voice. At the same time, the madness in his eyes receded like the tide, replaced by a deep calmness. Finally got rid of these burdens. Li Chongfeng quickly flew to the top of the tree, staring at the direction where his fellow apprentices were evacuating, and the sneer on his lips gradually widened. Then he put away his sword, took out a piece of cloth from his bosom, and slowly wiped the remaining blood on the sword. His movements were graceful and calm, completely different from his previous madness. Something's wrong. Gu Chongqing's heart trembled. Could it be that this guy's madness is fake? Is he deliberately forcing those fellow apprentices away? This discovery sent a chill down Gu Chongqing's spine. If Li Chongfeng has been pretending all along, then what is his purpose? This sudden turn of events was completely beyond Gu Chongqing's expectations. Surprised, he immediately ordered the shadow spiders to hold back for the time being and decided to wait and see what this guy was planning. Now it's time to go get my chance. Li Chongfeng muttered to himself, with greed glittering in his eyes. Then he flipped his wrist and took out a yellowed parchment from the storage ring. There was only a simple map drawn on the paper, and looking at the geographical features, it was exactly this mountain range. Li Chongfeng took a quick glance, and his eyes fell on the valley in the lower left corner. There was a vague animal head mark painted there, and a line of small ancient seal characters next to it. The burial place of the Lin family's ancestor, Xianyang Sword King. Although it is impossible to determine which ancestor of the Lin family left it, it is also unclear how many years it has existed. But the value of the 4 words Xianyang Sword King alone is enough to make Li Chongfeng's heart surge. In the realm of martial arts, the realm between the Xiantian realm and the Daofan realm is a crucial watershed on the martial artist's path of cultivation. Once you break through the Daofan realm, the subsequent realms are Yuandan, Xianin, Xianyang. Li Chongfeng knew better than anyone that with his 25-year-old bone age and average qualifications, being able to condense a Yuandan in this lifetime was already his limit. However, if he could obtain the martial vein inheritance of the Xianyang Sword King in the ancient tomb, his cultivation path would surely advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even have the hope of being promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, for this training trip, the deacons and elders of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion actually arranged for more than a dozen new junior brothers to join them. These troublesome guys followed him closely, making it impossible for him to find a chance to explore the ancient tomb alone. In desperation, Li Chongfeng had to rely on everyone's strength to encircle and suppress the phantom beasts entrenched near the ancient tomb. However, Gu Chongqing's sudden appearance was completely unexpected. Although Gu Chongqing successfully took away the demon pill, this gave him a great opportunity. He deliberately vented his anger and forced those disciples away. A mere phantom demonic beast demon pill. What does it count for? Li Chongfeng sneered. When I obtain the martial vein inheritance of Xianyang Sword King, not to mention becoming an inner disciple of the 7 profound martial palace, even the position of a martial palace elder will be easily within reach. Then he suddenly turned his head to look at the shadow of a tree, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Have you seen enough? I know you're here. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's heart trembled violently. Discovered. His eyes darkened slightly, but then he felt something was amiss. The shadow spiders have never been exposed from the beginning to the end. How could they be discovered? Just as Gu Chongqing's mind was racing, the shadow spider, mantis, and tiger bee suddenly tensed up, ready to attack. Wait a minute. Gu Chongqing suppressed his inner fluctuations and observed calmly through the shadow spider's compound eyes. Li Chongfeng was seen standing there with a sword in his hand, his sharp eyes sweeping across the layers of tree shadows around him. After more than 10 breaths, Li Chongfeng sneered, then rushed towards the burial site. It turned out that the behavior just now was just a test to confirm whether someone was following. What the hell? I thought you were so sharp, but you're just playing tricks. Seeing this mysterious move, Tiger Bee couldn't help but curse inwardly. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath and gave the order, follow. The shadow spider swung out 2 spider silks, entangling the tiger bee and the mantis respectively, while causing the shadow to shuttle. The next moment, they suddenly disappeared from their original position, following Li Changfeng's trail all the way. Chapter 68. What the hell is this? The shadow spiders continued tracking like this for about half an hour. Li Changfeng's figure finally stopped in front of a steep rock wall. The place is full of thorns and weeds. The most striking feature is the shape of the rock wall, which looks as if it was cut by a knife, and the entire rock presents a perfect triangular outline. This is it. Li Changfeng looked at the triangle mark on the map, his eyes flashing with excitement. He then turned to the back of the map, where 2 lines of ancient, small characters were written. Descendants of the Lin family. Dripping blood on the rock wall can activate the rune formation and open the entrance. Those who are destined to come here must go to the center and kowtow 12 times facing the wall until they bleed. Only then will the door open. Li Changfeng frowned, as if he was quite unhappy with the way of kneeling and kowtowing. But he is not the descendant of the Lin family, so this is the only way. To ensure that he was not being fooled, he bit his index finger and tentatively smeared the blood on the triangular rock wall. Buzz! The moment the blood touched the surface of the rock wall, it suddenly trembled slightly. The originally mirror-smooth rock surface now appeared with densely packed crimson runes, flowing in a winding manner. However, when the blood was completely absorbed, the runes suddenly dimmed and disappeared. Obviously, no blood matching that of Lin's descendants was detected. It really works. Seeing this, Li Changfeng was secretly ecstatic. Although the entrance was not successfully opened, it means that the second method should be feasible. After all, who would be so idle as to lay runes on the rock wall in the wilderness? At that moment, he took a few steps back, knelt down in the middle of the rock wall, and kowtowed heavily. Boom, boom, boom. To show his sincerity, Li Changfeng's moves were deep and powerful. Gu Changqing was quite confused by the visual images transmitted by the shadow spiders. Is it possible to open the entrance to a tomb by just bowing your head? Boom, boom, boom. There was a bloody mark on Li Changfeng's forehead at this time, but his eyes were full of fanaticism. When the 12th kowtow hit the ground heavily, blood immediately seeped into the cracks in the rock. The next moment, the rock wall vibrated violently, and there was a clicking sound of the mechanism operating. It's done. Li Changfeng looked up suddenly and saw runes lighting up on the surface of the rock wall again, moving as quickly as a python. Immediately afterwards, a dark crack spread downwards from the top of the rock wall. The shadow spider, tiger bee, and mantis instantly tensed their bodies, staring intently at the crack, as if something terrifying was hidden inside. Because what seeped out of the crack was not the decaying smell of the ancient tomb, but an extremely cold and gloomy energy. What's going on? Gu Changqing sensed the abnormality of the shadow spiders and immediately sent a voice message to inquire. Master, I don't know either. The energy fluctuations emanating from the crack make us feel instinctively fearful. Gu Changqing couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Shadow Spider's slightly fearful voice. Shadow Spider is currently the lowest level, so it is perhaps understandable that it is afraid of some unknown energy. However, even the tiger bees and mantises, whose strength is comparable to that of the Daofan realm, had such a reaction. From this, it can be seen that if there really is some terrifying existence in that crack, how terrifying would its strength be? On the other hand, Li Changfeng could no longer suppress his greed. He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the crevice that was slowly opening. But when he was less than 3 feet away from the rock wall, something strange happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black tentacles suddenly shot out from the cracks, as swift and fierce as poisonous snakes. Li Changfeng was caught off guard by the sudden change, and his limbs were instantly entangled by these strange tentacles. What's going on? Li Changfeng's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly circulated his true energy and poured it into the sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword's edge glowed coldly, and a sharp sword energy suddenly burst out, slashing towards the black tentacles, but only leaving a few shallow white marks on the surface. This result horrified Li Changfeng. He frantically mobilized the true energy in his body to try to break free, but the tentacles only tightened around him. What was even more terrifying was that the sharp barbs on the tentacles had pierced his flesh and began to greedily suck his blood and essence. Even the true energy in his body was being rapidly devoured. What the hell is this? Looking at this scene, Gu Changqing's pupils shrank, and he was shocked to find that those black tentacles were not plants, but were condensed from pure, dark energy. Gu Changqing watched in fear. He didn't expect that even though Li Changfeng had the cultivation level of Daofan realm, he was powerless in front of these terrifying tentacles. His body was dragged towards the crack little by little, and his desperate screams echoed in the mountains and forests. No, don't. At this moment, Li Changfeng finally felt the real fear. He regretted it deeply. If it weren't for his greed that forced his fellow disciples to retreat, perhaps someone would still be able to help him now. At the critical moment, Li Changfeng stretched out his hands with all his strength and held on to the edge of the rock wall tightly. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he was dragged into it by these black tentacles. Boom! But at this moment, the crack in the rock wall suddenly closed without any warning. Puff! Blood splattered, leaving only 2 broken arms falling to the ground below the rock wall, a shocking sight. The runes on the rock wall dimmed in an instant and returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Only the 2 broken arms and the remaining pool of blood proved that the horror just now was not an illusion. It's really too brutal. Gu Changqing took a deep breath. Although he was watching the horrifying scene from a distance, he was still frightened. If Li Changfeng had not triggered the trap first, the shadow spiders would have been swallowed up. After a moment, Gu Changqing confirmed that there was no movement, then controlled the shadow spider to fly away cautiously. Hiss! The spider silk rolled up and directly snatched the storage ring from one of the severed hands. After the shadow spider succeeded, it did not stop and immediately used the shadow shuttle technique. Its body turned into a shadow and disappeared under the rock wall. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. After all, even Li Changfeng, a martial artist at the Daofen realm, was killed instantly when faced with such a strange existence. How could Gu Changqing dare to let Shadow Spider and the others take the risk? Otherwise, if there is any mistake, the 3 Zerg monsters he carefully cultivated will probably be wiped out. Call. Just as the Shadow Spider left the rock wall with the storage ring, a cold wind suddenly blew, making the leaves rustle. Immediately afterwards, a figure covered in a black robe stood in front of the rock wall. With a little trick, you can lure greedy people to their deaths. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and low, and his bony fingers gently stroked the bloodstains left on the rock wall. These guys can serve as nutrients for refining blood puppets. It can be said that their deaths are well-deserved. Gu Changqing's heart was shocked, and he stared at the man in black robe in surprise through the mantis's eyes. From beginning to end, the shadow spiders didn't even notice this person approaching. The black-robed man suddenly turned his head, and 2 scarlet dots lit up under his hollow hood. Young friend, why don't you show yourself? Before he finished speaking, 3 black rays shot towards the hiding places of the shadow spider, tiger bee, and mantis. This time, unlike Li Changfeng, he didn't try to be mysterious, but actually discovered 3 Zergs. Chapter 69, Not Good. Retreat quickly. Call out. 3 black rays instantly tore through the air and shot towards the shadow spiders with precise trajectories. The mantis reacted the fastest, suddenly leaping out of the grass and slashing at the black light with its blade-like limbs. Clang! At the moment of collision, there was a sudden sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. The hornet shook its tail slightly and shot out a stinger to attack. The moment the poisonous stinger touched the black light, it exploded suddenly. The shadow spider's silk instantly formed a defensive web, blocking the black light. Only then did Gu Changqing see clearly that the black light was actually a black bone nail engraved with runes. However, the spider web could only hold back for less than a blink of an eye, as the runes on the bone nails suddenly lit up, and the silk web was immediately corroded with charred holes. But taking advantage of this gap, the shadow spider used Shadow Shuttle and disappeared on the spot. The man in black robe let out a light, obviously not expecting the mantises to be able to block the attack. Then his sleeves fluttered, and more black light poured out like a rainstorm. No, retreat quickly. Gu Changqing's pupils shrank, and he shouted in his heart. The shadow spider immediately shot out spider silk to entangle the tiger bee and mantis, and used the Shadow Shuttle skill to make them retreat rapidly. If you fly into the sky at this moment, you will definitely be shot into a sieve by the dense black bone needles. Want to leave? The black-robed man sneered in a low voice, his voice full of teasing, like a cat playing with a mouse. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched his fingers together and a burst of light appeared, forming a black cage that blocked the entire area. Bang! The shadow spider's shadow shuttle hit the light curtain barrier and was immediately repelled. Oops! Gu Changqing's heart sank, and he was shocked and anxious. This mysterious man in black robe is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also has strange and unpredictable methods. With the current combat power of the shadow spiders, if they fight head-on, they will definitely be in great danger. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, those black bone needles were already shooting down like an overwhelming force. Faced with the life and death crisis, the The mantis, shadow spider, and tiger bee no longer hide their abilities and suddenly transform into humanoid monsters. Boom! In an instant, 3 violent Zerg auras suddenly swept over. "I'll defend, you break the barrier," Mantis said coldly. Immediately, its body flashed, and it suddenly rushed up, swinging its ice-blue blade arm rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. With a flash of cold light, ice blades burst out crazily, sweeping out like a whirlpool, freezing and shattering all the attacking blackbone needles. The aftermath of the ice blades swept across the surroundings, and the trees within a radius of 10 feet were instantly cut in half. At the same time, the shadow spiders and tiger bees were also constantly attacking the black barrier. The 2 poisonous substances intertwined and penetrated each other, and suddenly a hissing sound was heard. Especially the tiger bee's stinger explosion, which is the most powerful and effective. The moment the stinger hit the barrier, it suddenly exploded. Under the impact of this attack, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the surface of the black barrier. It's just a bug, but it can actually transform into a human form. How interesting. The black-robed man laughed deeply. If we capture it alive, we might be able to refine it into a higher-level insect puppet. As he spoke, he slowly walked forward, and his withered hand stretched out from his sleeve. Black mist emanated from his fingertips and instantly formed 5 tentacles that wriggled strangely. Sizzle. The tentacles of the black mist twisted and extended like living things, causing the grass and trees to wither and decay instantly wherever they passed. It contained an extremely strong corrosive force. Bang! At this time, the tiger bee and shadow spider had successfully blasted a hole in the barrier. The mantis stared coldly at the 5 black tentacles that were extending rapidly. If it turned around and rushed towards the crack in the barrier, it would definitely be entangled by it. Therefore, the only way to escape this attack is to fight hard. Cold prison slash. Blade Mantis crossed his arms, and his ice-blue blade arms suddenly burst out with a biting cold air, and he directly unleashed his strongest killing move. In an instant, all objects around it were frozen by ice, forming an extremely cold area, and within the area, there was an endless aura of murderous intent. When the 5 black tentacles entered this extremely cold area, they were instantly covered by frost, and their speed slowed down. The murderous intent in the mantis's eyes grew stronger, and he suddenly swung his sword to chop. Swish! A huge ice-blue blade light suddenly broke through the air, and the 5 black mist tentacles were instantly frozen into black icicles as soon as they touched the blade light. Then with a crack, it broke into pieces. But this is not the end yet. The thick, cold air surged wildly, following the trajectory of the black fog and quickly approaching the man in black robe. This is actually a field attack. The man in black robe was shocked and hurriedly cut off the black mist on his fingertips. He never imagined that such a strange Zerg monster actually understood the domain laws of human martial arts. It was really incredible. Walk! Gu Changqing issued another order. Shadow spiders, mantises, and tiger bees took advantage of this opportunity and quickly flew out of the gap in the barrier. Don't even think about escaping the insect puppet I've set my eyes on. The man in black robe came to his senses and suddenly shouted coldly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, a black swarm of bees flew in from all directions. A bunch of ants. The black-robed man waved his withered hand, and black mist surged out from his palm like a torrent, instantly engulfing the swarm of bees. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bee soldiers were wiped out. Because of this brief obstruction, the shadow spiders had already disappeared into the dense forest. To be able to control such intelligent insect beasts, it seems the person behind this is not simple. The man in black robe stood where he was, with a cold look in his eyes, and finally gave up the idea of continuing the pursuit. This place has been discovered by the insect control master. We must find a new place to lure blood food. Muttering to himself, he turned and walked towards the rock wall, lightly stroking it with his fingertips. Laugh! In an instant, the runes suddenly lit up, and the cracks on the rock wall appeared again. But this time, no tentacles emerged. The man in black robe slowly stepped inside, and his figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness. Roar! Soon, a terrifying and ferocious roar came from the crevice in the rock. Under the pressure of this sound wave, all the birds and beasts in the mountains and forests were frightened and fled in panic. In midair, the tiger bees heard the noise but showed no curiosity. They suddenly increased their flying speed and flew towards the direction of the carriage. What's that sound? The 7 Xuanwu Mansion disciples who had just walked out of the outskirts of the mountains suddenly stopped and turned back in unison. That cry just now didn't sound like that of a wild animal. It sounded a bit alien. Senior Brother Li is there alone. Could something have happened? Let's go and take a look. During the brief exchange, everyone felt that something was wrong, and they immediately moved and returned the way they came. Chapter 70, Triggering the Ban. It's good to be back. Gu Changqing looked at the three pets getting into the carriage, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Thinking back to the thrilling scene in the mountains just now, he was still frightened. Originally, he just wanted to get rid of the hidden danger of Li Changfeng and rob him of his wealth and treasures. Unexpectedly, he accidentally discovered the conspiracy of the man in black robe, who used the treasure hunt in the ancient tomb as bait to lure and kill the monks to refine blood puppets. Moreover, the black-robed man's strength is unfathomable, and his cultivation has reached at least the Xianin realm, and he may even be a terrifying existence in the Xianyang realm. If it weren't for the Shadow Spider's tacit cooperation, it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Meng Jing set off immediately. Gu Changqing knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, so he gave instructions to Meng Jing, who was about to build a bonfire. Meng Jing was stunned when he heard this, and the firewood in his hand fell to the ground with a rustle. I had previously instructed us to rest here, but now we have to hurry on. What is the boss up to? Although Meng Jing had some doubts about this, he did not ask any questions. He immediately jumped onto the carriage and whipped it. Gu Changqing lifted the car curtain and glanced vigilantly at the distant mountains and forests behind him. After confirming that the man in black robe was not chasing him, he completely let down his guard. After all, it's still too weak. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and slowly let out the depression in his heart. Although this encounter was a bit embarrassing, it further ignited his inner desire to become stronger. Whether it is creating Zerg monsters or improving one's own cultivation, one must speed up the pace. After calming down, Gu Changqing picked up Li Changfeng's ring. As an outer disciple of the Seven Profound Martial Palace, this guy must have a lot more in stock compared to those registered disciples. As soon as he thought about it, Gu Changqing's mental power had already penetrated into the storage ring. The items inside are neatly displayed. The first thing that caught attention was a pile of spirit stones. Each grain was crystal clear, with a light green halo flowing on the surface. They contained purer spiritual energy fluctuations than ordinary spirit stones. Judging from its color, it is obviously a mid-grade spirit stone. After some detection, there are more than 600 of them. Sure enough, they're stock. Gu Changqing was secretly happy. The value of these mid-grade spirit stones is 10 times that of low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there are various types of elixirs such as qi and blood pills, condensation essence pills, healing pills. Although they are of low quality, they are practical and are all common necessities for warriors to train outside. If this kind of medicine were put on the market, it would be worth a lot of money. Then, Gu Changqing flipped his wrist slightly and took out a jade slip. The front is engraved with 4 seal characters, Qi Xuanwu Mansion. On the back is Outer Disciple, Li Changfeng. There is no doubt that this is the identity token of the outer disciples of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. The jade slip representing the registered disciple that was looted last time contained the technique of mysterious sword shadow slash. At this moment, Gu Changqing skillfully mobilized his mental power to probe into the jade slip. Laugh! At the moment when the mental power seeped in, the jade slip suddenly lit up with dazzling rune light, and a hot force rushed straight into his sea of consciousness along the mental connection. Gu Changqing was shocked and quickly cut off the mental connection. In his dazed state, he took a long time to calm down before the dizziness gradually subsided. There's actually a rune restriction in this jade slip. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Changqing's eyes. It seems that the 7 Xuanwu Mansions treat outer disciples much more seriously than registered disciples. If he hadn't reacted quickly to this restriction, his soul would have been damaged by now. Almost at the same time, in the Fu Ling Hall of Xuanwu Mansion, thousands of jade slips were quietly hanging, each one engraved with the identity information of the disciples in the mansion. Suddenly, a jade slip in the outer disciple area trembled slightly and suddenly lit up with a crimson light. The jade slips stored with the outer disciples seem to have been restricted just now. Quickly check whose ID token it is. A patrolling deacon noticed the commotion and immediately ordered the errand disciple to go and check it out. Reporting to the deacon, he is the outer disciple Li Changfeng. The errand disciple picked up the trembling jade slip and hurriedly reported. Li Changfeng. The deacon frowned. I remember he applied to go out for training a while ago, and the elders even arranged for some new disciples to go with him. Not good. The deacon's face suddenly changed. His years of experience made him understand what this meant in an instant. The rune restriction was triggered, indicating that the identity token had fallen into the hands of an outsider. In other words, it is very likely that Li Changfeng has met with an accident. As the senior brother leading the team, if something happens to Li Changfeng, the new disciples accompanying him will probably be in danger as well. Notify the law enforcement hall immediately. The deacon's face was solemn. He suddenly activated a sound transmission talisman and said in a low voice, "Outer disciple Li Changfeng is suspected to have been murdered. The restriction on his identity jade slip has been triggered. The situation is urgent." At this time in the carriage, Gu Changqing repeatedly tried to break the jade slip restriction, but to no avail. It's not that his mental strength is insufficient, but that this restriction is too mysterious. Whenever he mobilized his mental power to attack, the restriction would produce layers of golden ripples, completely dissolving his power. After repeated forceful impacts, cracks began to appear on the surface of the jade slip, as if it would burst at any time. Faced with such a situation, we can only give up. It's best not to be greedy for this kind of identity token with a name engraved on it. Gu Changqing looked at the jade slip in his hand, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Since it cannot be used, keeping it will cause hidden dangers. It is better to discard it as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing threw the jade slip in his hand directly into the rushing river outside the window. Without any worries, he silently said, "System, transform all spirit stones." Byte. 650 mid-grade spirit stones detected, converting. Congratulations on the successful transformation, gaining 6,500 energy points. Warm tip. The host's current energy value has accumulated to 10,000 points, and 2 options can be activated. The moment the system's mechanical sound rang out, a panel suddenly appeared in front of Gu Changqing's eyes. Options. Shadow Spider Advanced Enhancement. Consume 10,000 points. After completing this option, Shadow Spider can be promoted to the extraordinary level, and its combat power will be comprehensively improved. Edit Ghost Moth. Consumes 10,000 points. Complete this option. The Ghost Moth can be genetically modified. The effect is unknown. May trigger special evolution. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and stared at the information on the panel. Before he could make a choice, Shadow Spider suddenly spoke. "Master, my advancement can be postponed. Prioritize editing the ghost-faced moth." At this point, it paused and added, "More partners, more strength." "Oh-huh. Spider is so considerate. I love it." Tiger Bee screamed, not trying to hide the deep love she felt. "I've decided. The next time I get a chance to advance and strengthen, I'll give priority to the spider." Hearing this, Dowling was stunned for a moment. It reacted immediately, glanced at the Tiger Bee coldly, but said nothing more. Because no matter what decision is made, the master has the final say. It is not this guy's turn. In that case, choose the second one. Gu Changqing smiled slightly and said to himself, "Start editing." In fact, he couldn't wait to edit and merge the Phantom Beast Demon Pill and the Ghost-Faced Moth. Byte. Successfully extracted the characteristics of the Phantom Beast Demon Core. Monster editing begins. Chapter 71, the 4th Zerg Monster. Ding. Editing successful. Congratulations to the host for creating the 4th Zerg Monster. Please give it a name. Ghost Moth. After Gu Changqing finished naming, a brand new system panel suddenly appeared. Ghost Moth. Sequence 004. Level Extraordinary. Combat Power Assessment. The Zerg form is comparable to a human warrior in the Dao mortal realm. Attack skills, mental illusion, mimicry. Innate abilities, immune to toxins, can cast illusions to confuse enemies and cause mental damage, can imitate any living being seen. Upgrading to elite requires 100,000 energy points. Looking at the information displayed on the panel, Gu Changqing's eyes flashed slightly, and he was filled with surprise. The ghost-faced moth's edited innate abilities have indeed perfectly inherited the characteristics of the Phantom Beast's Demon Pill. Then he lowered his gaze to the 2 illustrations at the bottom. The Zerg form on the left is a moth with a dark body and wings covered with strange patterns. The skull markings on its chest and back became even more hideous and evil, as if one would be bewitched and attracted by it if one looked at it for even a second longer. Gu Changqing turned his gaze to the illustration on the right, and what came into view was a stunning yet creepy humanoid creature. It has a slender body, and its skin has a pale, translucent texture that is morbidly beautiful. Its face is covered with delicate black bone armor, forming a ghost mask that seems to be smiling but not smiling. At the edge of the mask, 6 slender moth whiskers extended out, trembling gently with breathing. The strangest thing is the ghost moth's wings. When they flutter gently, phosphorescent scales fly out, condensing into all kinds of distorted illusions around its body. And those plump breasts, the waist that can be held in one hand, and the perky buttocks, All these body features are obviously female. Not bad. Gu Changqing nodded secretly. Then he summoned it out with a thought. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black moth flapped its wings out of thin air and landed lightly on the windowsill. Its wings trembled slightly, emitting a dim luster in the moonlight. Master, what can I do for you? The slightly feminine voice of Ghost Moth suddenly rang in his mind. Show off your mimicry skills. Gu Changqing's eyes fell on the Ghost Moth, and he gave an order. Yes, master. The Ghost Moth's dark eyes swept over the shadow spider, the mantis, and the tiger bee. The next moment, its body was seen twisted and deformed in the black halo, and in an instant it turned into the form of a shadow spider. The 8 legs are as sharp as blades, the body is hard, and even the lines on the surface are exactly the same. There was a gleam in Gu Changqing's eyes, but before he could express any surprise, the Ghost Moth had already turned into a mantis. Its pair of ice-blue blade limbs were lightly raised, and its body exuded a cold aura. Both its appearance and temperament were exactly the same. Immediately afterwards, the Ghost Moth transformed into a giant tiger bee with a black and yellow body and a cold poisonous sting on its tail. Even the buzzing sound made when its wings vibrate is exactly the same as that of a real tiger bee. I'll go. The tiger bee's pupils shrank, and it immediately circled around the Ghost Moth, looking at itself in surprise. You are female, and I am male. Can you imitate that thing? It lowered its body and approached the bottom of the Ghost Moth with a wretched look, wanting to get a clear look at the big guy that thought he was so majestic. However, at this moment, the black halo surged again, and the Ghost Moth's body twisted rapidly like liquid. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into Gu Changqing's appearance, and even his clothes were perfectly replicated. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing sat opposite each other. Master, how about this? The corners of Gui Mo's mouth curled up slightly, and his indifferent tone was exactly the same as Gu Changqing's. This? The tiger bee next to him suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the fake master in front of him in disbelief, because it was surprised to find that the Ghost Moth not only imitated Gu Changqing's appearance, but even his soul fluctuations were replicated. Shadow Spider and Blade Mantis instinctively tensed their bodies, because the people standing before them were no longer their companions, but 2 rulers who exuded an oppressive feeling. Interesting. Seeing this, Gu Changqing exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. He reached out and pinched his chin, his fingertips touching the skin, gently grazing the bulge of the Adam's apple, and stopping at the carotid artery. Under the warm skin, even the frequency of the pulse beat was exactly the same. The Ghost Moth obediently raised its face, allowing its master to examine every detail. It can even simulate body temperature. After careful observation, Gu Changqing was greatly shocked. This is not an imitation, it is absolutely genuine. As far as the naked eye can see, it is basically another living self. With the imitation skills of Ghost Moth, if I am busy in the future, I can use it as a stand-in. Besides appearance, can you imitate the original's abilities? Gu Changqing looked at the Ghost Moth in front of him and asked curiously. Ghost Moth shook his head. Master, mimicry can only replicate the body's appearance, but cannot imitate the other party's inner thoughts and potential. For example, human martial arts techniques require contemplation and hard practice before they can be used. Even if I were to assume your form, I wouldn't be able to perform the techniques you possess. After hearing this, Gu Changqing felt that it made sense. After all, if one could imitate anyone and replicate all their abilities, that would be too incredible. But on second thought, if Gui Moth was allowed to practice the martial arts according to the techniques he had mastered, this flaw could be made up for. In other words, it will work for others as well, or at least it won't be so easy to be exposed. Thinking of this, Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he suddenly activated shared perception, and his consciousness was instantly connected with the Ghost Moth. The essence of the black sword shadow / technique and the profound understanding of the dark artistic conception suddenly poured out like a rushing river, pouring into the Ghost Moth's consciousness without reservation. In this way, the Ghost Moth sat cross-legged in the human form of Gu Changqing, closed his eyes and concentrated in the shaking carriage, and began to absorb the endless martial arts insights. Thanks to the direct sharing of the original consciousness, its understanding of the mysterious sword shadow / has made great progress. Every trace of sword intent and every ray of dark artistic conception quickly merged into the depths of its spiritual consciousness, like spring rain moistening the soil. This went on day after day, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the carriage, the Gu Changqing, transformed by the Ghost Moth, suddenly opened his eyes, and a dark sword light flashed in his pupils. It was obvious that he had digested all the skills that Gu Changqing had learned during this period. Go try it outside. Gu Changqing smiled indifferently, somewhat curious about the progress of the ghost moth. Yes, master. The ghost moth nodded respectfully, then turned into a ghost-faced moth, crawled out of the carriage, landed in a remote meadow, and then turned into Gu Changqing's appearance again. I saw it clench its right hand, and an iron sword suddenly appeared in its palm. Whoosh! Ghost moth shook his wrist slightly, and the sword's edge shone brightly, suddenly splitting into 12 afterimages, and slashed fiercely towards the rock not far away. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and the dark artistic conception exploded with a shocking force, and the rock instantly exploded into countless pieces of stone. This dark shadow slash move was exactly the same as Gu Changqing's. It's done. Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with surprise. This is not mimicry, it's clearly cloning. Without system control, Ghost Moth would be just another self. Gu Changqing didn't feel any horror at this. Because the system creates monsters in a way that makes them 100% loyal, and they will never have any intention of rebellion. Then, the Ghost Moth transformed into an insect form and flew towards the carriage. Whoosh whoosh. Just at this moment, a strong sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the distant sky. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed as he looked through the eyes of the Ghost Moth. I saw dozens of huge black shadows of birds appear in the air and approaching the carriage rapidly. 7 Xuanwu Palace stewards are on patrol. The carriages below must stop immediately. Chapter 72. Are you Gu Changqing? 7 Xuanwu Palace deacons? Hearing the noise, Meng Jing looked up suddenly and his pupils shrank. I saw dozens of black shadows flying down from the sky. They were 12 giant blue eagles with a wingspan of more than 5 meters. The third-level monster, the Green Wind Eagle. And on the back of each eagle sat a deacon wearing a black-patterned martial robe. 7 Xuanwu Palace stewards are on patrol. Stop the carriage below immediately. The middle-aged deacon in the lead shouted coldly, his voice carrying unquestionable majesty. Boss, what should I do? Meng Jing turned around hurriedly and asked Gu Changqing in a low voice. Stop. Gu Changqing lifted the car curtain and looked up calmly. Although he felt a little guilty about the sudden arrival of the deacons from the 7 Xuanwu Palace, he didn't kill Li Changfeng himself, so why should he be afraid? Have you seen any disciples from the 7 profound martial palaces along the way? The leading deacon looked down at Gu Changqing and Meng Jing with a sharp gaze. If it really is because of Li Changfeng and his men, it seems they have discovered something unusual. Gu Changqing's heart sank, and he thought to himself. Meng Jing subconsciously held his breath and glanced at Gu Changqing beside him. With the boss present, he naturally knew his limits and chose to remain silent. Everything is decided by the boss himself. A disciple of the 7 Xuanwu mansion? Gu Changqing pretended to be thoughtful and paused for a moment, then suddenly said, Indeed, I have seen him. 5 days ago, when I passed through the mountains in the north, I met a disciple from your house. About 14 people. The leading deacon nodded slightly when he heard this. This number matched the number of people in Li Changfeng's team. Walk. At the command. 12 green wind eagles flapped their wings at the same time, and the strong wind they created blew up clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, they were rushing towards the distant sky. Gu Changqing looked at the giant flying bird that was quickly flying away, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. These deacons of the 7 profound martial palaces travel in great style, all riding flying mounts. If I have the chance in the future, I should get one for myself to save myself the trouble of traveling a long distance. Boss, didn't you have a feud with those people in the mountains before? Seeing the stewards of the 7 profound martial palaces walking away, Meng Jing couldn't help but ask, is it inappropriate to tell the truth about the location? Gu Changqing smiled calmly. If I don't tell you, the route we're taking now will actually arouse suspicion. Do you really think they are just asking questions? In fact, they are testing you. A hint of surprise flashed in Meng Jing's eyes. You mean, they already knew the whereabouts of those disciples? Gu Changqing said non-committally. It's just a guess, but one must be on guard against others. Sometimes, when the truth needs to be told, it's time to speak it all. Half-truths and half-lies make it even harder to distinguish reality from fiction. Hearing this, Meng Jing was stunned at first. Then he suddenly realized and stared at Gu Changqing with admiration. However, even if they try, facing that terrifying black-robed man, those outer disciples will probably all die. Gu Changqing pondered in his heart, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If that's true, then the mysterious man in black robes has indirectly helped me. After all, several outer disciples saw me when we were trying to steal the Phantom Beast's demon core. If I die without any evidence, it would save me some trouble. Then the carriage continued to move forward. As evening approaches, the outline of a huge city finally appeared at the end of the field of vision. Boss, the Imperial City is just ahead. Meng Jing straightened his back suddenly, his tone unable to hide his excitement. After he finished speaking, he suddenly cracked the whip, and the carriage immediately sped along the official road. After driving for more than 10 days, he just wanted to find a restaurant to eat meat and drink. Is it almost here? Gu Changqing's eyes flickered slightly, but he was not as excited as Meng Jing. Because the imperial capital is completely different from small border towns like Qingzhou City. This place is a mixed bag of people, with complicated clan connections and various forces intertwined overtly and covertly. If you are not careful, you will inevitably get into trouble. The tiger beflapped its wings and flew out of the carriage, circling in the air, staring at the imperial capital not far away. In the twilight, the entire city's outline looked like a dormant giant beast, entrenched on the earth. Extending the sight back, one can see a building complex built against the mountain 100 miles outside the imperial capital. It is particularly eye-catching, like an independent small town. That is where the 7 Xuanwu Mansion is located. Since the Xuanwu Mansion is not open to the public on weekdays, the young people who come to take the test can only stay in the city temporarily and wait. When the carriage arrived at the Tianzhonghai city gate, Gu Changqing noticed that the soldiers' swords were engraved with fine runes, and there was a faint spiritual power flowing on the blades. Even the ordinary soldiers defending the city are equipped with such high-quality weapons. It seems that the defense of the imperial capital is indeed extraordinary. Gu Changqing calmly withdrew his gaze, but heard a sudden commotion coming from the city gate. All the carriages lined up in front to enter the city were stopped. Everyone on any carriage entering the city must dismount and be inspected. Those who disobey will bear the consequences at their own risk. A captain of the guards wearing light silver armor shouted loudly. Seeing this scene, the carriage passengers in line all got off tactfully and lined up to enter the city. When the captain of the guards checked the carriage where Gu Changqing was, he couldn't help but take a second look. Where are you from? The captain looked at Gu Changqing with a sharp gaze and asked, What's the matter with you coming here? Qingzhou City, Gu Changqing said indifferently. I came to the imperial capital this time to do some business. The captain's expression changed when he heard this, and he asked, What's your name? Gu Changqing's eyes darkened slightly, and he was secretly alert. After all, why is it necessary to ask such detailed questions when checking people entering the city? Just as he was thinking, the captain suddenly lowered his voice. Are you Gu Changqing? Gu Changqing was slightly surprised, then nodded indifferently, already having a guess in his mind. Because in this imperial capital, there is only one person who can have any intersection with him. That is the 6th prince, Chu Linyuan. Chapter 73, Someone is Causing Trouble. Master Gu, you are finally here. The captain of the guard confirmed Gu Changqing's identity, and his expression immediately became respectful. He looked around obscurely, then whispered, The 6th prince has already instructed me to give this to you if you enter the city. As he spoke, he carefully took out a land deed from his arms and presented it with both hands. This is... Gu Changqing's eyes fell on the contents of the land deed, which clearly read Xianlu. It was located in the most prosperous street in the south of the imperial capital, and even the official seal was stamped on it. This is the restaurant title deed that the 6th prince prepared for you. The captain of the guards smiled broadly and flattered. As long as you sign and put your fingerprint on it, this restaurant will be yours from now on. Hearing this, Meng Jing was stunned. Isn't this 6th prince too generous? He actually gave me a restaurant as a gift. Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. I thought it was just a polite remark, but I didn't expect the other party to fulfill their verbal promise so quickly. Gu Changqing calmly put away the deed and said with a smile, Thank His Highness for me. Seeing this, the captain of the guards looked at Gu Changqing in disbelief. You know, Xianlu is a shop in a prime location in the imperial capital, so it is not an exaggeration to say that it makes a fortune every day. If an ordinary person received such a generous gift from the 6th prince, he would have been so excited that he would have knelt down to express his gratitude. But the man in front of him looked calm, as if he had accepted nothing more than an ordinary land deed, and he didn't even have any respect for the imperial power. Now, can I go into town? Gu Changqing's calm question brought the captain back to his senses. Of course. He quickly waved his hand, signaling the guards to let them pass. Then, the carriage slowly drove into the city gate and passed through the spacious streets. This imperial city is indeed worthy of its reputation. Gu Changqing looked through the car window and couldn't help but sigh. The city was brightly lit at night, with buildings lining both sides of the streets and a bustling crowd of people and cars. The people coming and going were all dressed in luxurious clothes, and there were also many warriors with a strong aura walking among them. With such a level of prosperity, it is worthy of being the most powerful city in the Daong dynasty. Boss, shall we go to Xianlu now? Meng Jing asked excitedly, holding the whip. Well, it's a good opportunity to see what the environment is like. Gu Chongqing responded indifferently, but his eyes fell on the deed in his hand. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to those who have helped him. In his opinion, Chu Linyuan's generous gift was quite meaningful. To put it bluntly, the friendship between the two sides has been completely established. But no matter what, they now have a foothold in this huge imperial capital. After asking for directions, Meng Jing drove the carriage around the streets, and after about an hour, he finally arrived at his destination. Not bad. Gu Chongqing got off the carriage and looked at the 6-story building in front of him, feeling quite satisfied. In terms of scale, it is at least 100 times better than the Tianming Medical Clinic in Qingzhou City. Wow, this Zuiyun Tower is really impressive. Meng Jing's eyes lit up and his tone was filled with amazement. However, Gu Chongqing and the others soon noticed something unusual. It was dinner time, but the front of the building was deserted, without even a trace of a guest. In contrast, the restaurant across the street was a completely different scene, with a constant flow of guests. The two restaurants are only 10 feet apart, but the gap in business is like a chasm. Boss, the contrast is too great. Meng Jing was stunned and shook his head in disbelief. No problem. Gu Chongqing looked calm. As long as the store is ours, it won't be a problem. As he spoke, he walked calmly into Zuiyun Tower. With the experience from his previous life, it was not difficult for him to revitalize this restaurant. But the most important thing right now is to completely clear out the garbage in the store. Not only do we need to give the restaurant a facelift, but we also have to be wary of spies from other forces who may be hiding there. After all, this will become the killer organization's secret base, and the people used must be their own people. Moreover, it has to be redecorated, the internal structure has to be adjusted, and several hidden secret passages have to be added to ensure that this place can be concealed from the public and can respond to emergencies at any time. Gu Chongqing had just stepped into Zuiyun Tower, but there wasn't even a servant to greet him. The tables and chairs in the lobby were askew, and the cups and plates were scattered all over the place. A few guys were gathered in a corner gambling with dice. Their coarse cloth shorts were stained with oil, and they looked extremely sloppy. Guests are arriving. Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, Meng Jing couldn't help but shout loudly. The guys who were in the middle of gambling didn't even raise their heads at the sudden noise. The boss has ordered no guests today. The pockmarked waiter swung a greasy rag and shouted nonchalantly, "Please move to the restaurant across the street." Before he finished speaking, he swung his right hand, and the sound of dice shaking was heard again in the porcelain bowl. I finally understand why this store has no business. Meng Jing frowned and said angrily, "This is simply a den of snakes and rats. It would be a wonder if any customers would come to visit." Gu Chongqing had an indifferent expression and walked slowly towards the counter. "Call your shopkeeper out." Although the sound was soft, with the blessing of true energy, it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Several gamblers trembled all over and suddenly looked up at Gu Chongqing. "Who do you think you are? Our manager Lu is not someone you can just see whenever you want." The pockmarked man who was the dealer stood up, glared at Gu Chongqing, and shouted, "Because my boss is the new owner of this restaurant." Meng Jing strode out, his burly body like an iron tower approaching the pockmarked man with great power. "New owner?" The pockmarked man and others were stunned and looked at Gu Chongqing in disbelief. "Just you." After a brief moment of stunned silence, they began to sneer, not taking Gu Chongqing seriously at all. "Our shopkeeper Lu is the nephew of the 6th prince's wet nurse. He has always been in charge of Xianlu. How can there be a new owner? Go back to where you came from right now, or don't blame us for being rude." The pockmarked man was full of disdain and acted arrogantly, relying on his connection with the royal family. "You bastard. You're the one who should get out." Meng Jing snorted angrily and slapped the other person hard in the face. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and the man with the pockmarked face staggered back, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth, and fell to the ground wailing. You dare to hit me?" The pockmarked man covered his swollen cheek and pointed at Meng Jing in shock and anger. "This is the 6th prince's shop. Dian your mother." Meng Jing's eyes widened, and he grabbed the pockmarked man's collar with his big hands and lifted him up like a chicken. "What are you going to do? Let me go." The man with the pockmarked face lifted his feet off the ground and struggled in fear. However, With his small body, he was no match for Meng Jing and was thrown out of the door. Bang! The pockmarked man rolled several times on the street before he stopped, lying on the ground with his body broken apart and screaming in pain. The restaurant fell into dead silence in an instant. Meng Jing's brutal move shocked the entire audience. The other guys were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats, and the dice in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. It's fine if you're just gambling on dice, but you're also making a fuss. Do you want to die? At this time, a bloated middle-aged man walked down the stairs with an impatient look on his face. He had his left arm around a heavily made-up prostitute, and in his right hand was a half-full jug of wine, his eyes hazy with drunkenness. "Shopkeeper Lu, someone is causing trouble." One of the guys seemed to have seen his savior and quickly spoke out to report. Chapter 74. Be cruel when you need to be cruel. Which blind bastard dares to cause trouble on my territory? Shopkeeper Lu, with his round belly sticking out, looked around the lobby angrily, and his eyes soon fell on Gu Chongqing and Meng Jing. Just these two young boys. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was full of contempt. "Master Lu, didn't you say that this Zuiyun Tower was a gift from the Sixth Prince? How come someone dares to act wildly here?" The prostitute smiled sweetly and snuggled into the arms of Manager Lu, but her eyes secretly glanced at Gu Chongqing, obviously intending to add fuel to the fire. "I want to see what kind of arrogant abilities you have." This added fuel to the fire, and Manager Lu suddenly became furious. He smashed the wine jug in his hand to the ground, sending porcelain shards flying everywhere. "Drunk Cloud Tower is supporting a bunch of parasites like you. No wonder the Sixth Prince gave the restaurant to me." Gu Chongqing glanced at Manager Lu and others indifferently, without saying anything more, but slowly spread out the deed on the counter. Under the candlelight, the bright red official seal was particularly eye-catching. On it, there is also the seal of the Sixth Prince, Chu Linyuan. "Open your eyes and take a look. This is the land deed that the Sixth Prince gave to my boss." Meng Jing shouted gruffly. "From today on, my boss is the new owner of Zunlu." When these words were spoken, the waiters in the restaurant were shocked. Land deed. Manager Lu's fat body suddenly stiffened. He sobered up instantly and stumbled to the counter, staring at the deed. This is impossible." When Manager Lu saw the 3 vermilion seals of Chu Linyuan, the flesh on his face twitched constantly. "How?" A hint of amusement appeared on Gu Chongqing's lips, and he was too lazy to waste words with this parasite. "From beginning to end, I didn't receive any notification. How dare you forge a land deed?" Shopkeeper Lu's face flushed red, and under the influence of alcohol, he rushed to the table, grabbed the deed, and was about to tear it up. He had already made up his mind. His cousin was the Sixth Prince's wet nurse, so even if this matter became a big deal, it would only be labeled as a drunken misconduct. Not to mention, this new owner is just a young boy. If we don't give him a warning today, who will have the final say in Zuiyun Tower in the future? Sizzle. Before the crisp sound of the deed being torn apart had subsided, a deep sound suddenly exploded. Bang! Meng Jing's iron fist had already hit Manager Lu's face hard. In a flash, the guy flew backwards like a meatball, knocking over 3 wooden tables before he came to a stop, with a mouth full of broken teeth and blood foam all over the floor. Murder. The prostitute was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she ran out of the restaurant screaming. You dare to touch me?" Shopkeeper Lu curled up on the ground, his voice trembling with fear as he said, "My cousin is the Sixth Prince's wet nurse. You are rebelling." Gu Chongqing walked forward slowly, and the soles of his boots rolled over the broken porcelain pieces, making a harsh squeaking sound. He bent down to pick up the torn deed and said coldly, "A nursing mother-in-law can give you such a dog's courage. I don't know how you are still alive. Do you really think you can act so arrogantly in front of me just because you have some connections?" Gu Chongqing stepped on Shopkeeper Lu's chest, his tone light, but with a cold, murderous aura that made people's heart palpitate. "You seem to have chosen the wrong person." After he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force on his feet, and the force fell down like 1,000 pounds. Crack. There was a crisp sound of bones cracking, and before Manager Lu could even scream, his entire chest collapsed in an instant. Gu Chongqing controlled the strength of this kick just right. It makes them suffer excruciating pain without endangering their lives. At this moment, Manager Lu's face was pale and distorted with pain. He even lost the strength to wail. When the guys in the store saw this, they all gasped in fear. They looked up at Gu Chongqing, their eyes full of fear. In this imperial city, anyone who is related to the royal family will be given some face and generally will not quarrel with them in public. But this new boss in front of him not only has no scruples, but also acts ruthlessly and decisively. Take this fat pig and get out of my shop right now. Gu Changqing's tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable intimidation in his voice. Those guys were already scared out of their wits, and it was obvious that they were going to be driven away, but who would dare to linger here at this moment? At that moment, these people hurriedly carried Manager Lu and dragged him out, fearing that they would suffer the same fate if they were a step slower. Manager Lu collapsed like mud. The severe pain in his chest left him without the strength to struggle. He could only allow the waiters to drag him out of the restaurant like a dead pig. Oh my God, isn't this shopkeeper Lu? How did he get beaten like this? Seeing this scene, the crowd watching outside the door was already in an uproar, and some even felt gloating. In front of Xianlu, the originally deserted shop was now crowded with people watching the excitement, all of whom were filled with shock and disbelief. Who is this young man? What he's holding seems to be the deed to Zuiyun Tower. Could it be that Zuiyun Tower has a new owner? Among the crowd, there were some sharp-eyed businessmen and nobles. Their eyes flickered as they secretly speculated about Gu Changqing's identity. Anyone who can act so brazenly in the imperial capital must either have a powerful background or be a lunatic. What shocked them even more was that the torn-in-two-part deed in Gu Changqing's hand was actually transferred with the sixth prince's personal seal. From today on, I am the new owner of Xianlu. Gu Changqing glanced at the people outside the door, raised his lips slightly, and said slowly, "On the opening day, I hope you will all come and support us." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Xianlu's service has always been terrible. They can't even serve a decent signature dish. Their reputation has long been tarnished. Still want to open a business? This guy is probably just waiting to lose money. That's right. The most important thing for a restaurant is its reputation. What's the point of just having a background and connections? The crowd of onlookers talked a lot and then gradually dispersed. Before long, the storefront returned to its former deserted state, and even stray dogs were too lazy to come over. "Boss, the garbage in the store is finally cleaned up." Meng Jing stood behind Gu Changqing, grinning, his resolute face full of joy. "Although the noise just now was a bit loud, since I'm a newcomer, I have to be ruthless when necessary. Otherwise, others will treat you as a soft persimmon and anyone can dare to step on you, which will cause endless trouble." So at this point, Meng Jing admired his boss's decisive approach from the bottom of his heart. This is just the beginning. There is still a lot to do. Gu Changqing looked indifferent, his eyes slowly sweeping over the furnishings in the restaurant, thinking in his mind, "If you want to make this restaurant a secret base for the underground killer gang, you must make it lively. Otherwise, if a deserted store always has suspicious killers coming in and out, it would be strange if it didn't arouse suspicion." Chapter 75 Target Person Found. Dirty, messy, and Gu Changqing stood in the middle of the lobby, looking around the store, and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Although Xianlu has a large venue, the interior decoration is old, and there is an unpleasant musty smell in the air. In such an environment, if I were in his place, I would not come here to spend money, let alone those dignitaries who are particular about ostentation. It is conceivable that Manager Lu and his group of parasites are only concerned with lining their own pockets and have no intention of focusing on business operations at all. "Boss, what should we do next? Just give me your instructions." Meng Jing rolled up his sleeves and prepared to clean up. "No need," Gu Changqing said calmly. "Now go find a group of skilled craftsmen. Pay is not the issue, speed is key." Then he changed the subject. "Also, send a message to Feng Baiyu and Zhao Rong, asking them to rush to the imperial capital as soon as possible to reunite." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Meng Jing nodded seriously, turned around, and quickly left the restaurant. Gu Changqing stood alone in the empty lobby, his eyes solemn. There are only more than 20 days left before the assessment of the 7 Xuanwu palaces, and the imperial capital is the base, so the flow of people will definitely be packed. If Xianlu wants to make a name for itself, it must seize this opportunity to grab this wave of incoming visitors so that it can reshape its image in a short period of time and completely reverse its decline. Gu Changqing spent the entire night personally writing and outlining a renovation plan for the restaurant. The first-floor lobby has been rearranged, with additional private seating, which significantly improves the lighting and makes the entire space more transparent and bright. The second and third floors have been converted into private rooms, providing guests with privacy while retaining elegance. The fourth floor and above are designated as the killer organization's secret area, with hidden mechanisms and secret passages for secret communication between members of the organization. As for the top sixth floor, it is his private restricted area. It was not until the next day that Meng Jing summoned a large number of skilled craftsmen to Zuiyun Tower. Gu Changqing did not choose any auspicious day and started construction that day. Encouraged by the triple wages, the craftsmen were like chickens with their blood pumped up. They all worked with all their might. No one was lazy or slacking off, and they all worked hard to finish the work. With Meng Jing in charge of supervision, Gu Changqing no longer paid attention to these trivial matters and concentrated on handling his own affairs. At this moment, he was standing in front of the window on the top floor of Ziyun Tower, gazing at a luxurious mansion in the distant street. That is the Earl's mansion of the Ma family. Gu Changqing turned his wrist slightly and took out the assassination mission list from the storage ring. Pray Ma Xiao. Identity: the eldest son of the Ma family. His father is the Earl of the current dynasty. Strength: peak of the Xiantian realm. Location: Daong Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Recent whereabouts: participating in the recruitment assessment of Kixuanhua Mansion next month. Mission requirements: complete the assassination on the day of the assessment. Remuneration: 500,000 silver notes. The portrait at the bottom of the paper was of a young man with a sinister face and a hint of arrogance between his brows. Although the prey's strength is not very good, the assassination location is quite tricky. Gu Changqing stared at the information on the task list with a deep gaze, thinking about something in his mind. After all, the Kixuanhua Mansion is not an ordinary place, and it is full of masters. When carrying out an assassination there, every step must be carefully planned and no mistakes can be made. Ghost moth, searching for prey. Gu Changqing called out softly, already having a preliminary plan. Whoosh. After receiving the order, the ghost moth suddenly swooped out. Surrounded by black fog, it instantly turned into a small fly and flew quickly towards the Ma Mansion. Although the time for assassination has not yet come, it is necessary to find out Ma Xiao's background to ensure that there is no mistake. After a moment, the ghost moth sneaked into the Ma Mansion in the form of a fly. It shuttled between the courtyard corridors and overheard from the idle chatter of the people in the mansion that Ma Xiao lived in the north courtyard area. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Gu Changqing ordered the ghost moth to hide in the dark for the time being and watch quietly. Because, with the help of the shared perception of the ghost moth, he vaguely sensed several powerful auras hidden in the mansion, and it was obvious that there were masters in charge. It was not until night fell that the ghost moth flapped its wings and flew quietly to the north courtyard. As soon as he arrived at the north courtyard, Ghost Moth keenly detected something unusual. I saw a thin man carrying a bulging sack and sneaking into the master bedroom. Gu Changqing's attention was immediately drawn there. Judging from the outline of the sack, there was clearly a person inside, and the person was petite, seemingly a child. Then, the thin man walked to the training room next door and knocked on the door. Master, your toy for tonight has been delivered to the master bedroom. He bent over and whispered in a flattering manner. Well, back off. An indifferent male voice was heard from inside the room. His tone was indifferent, but revealed a bit of excitement that was hard to conceal. After the thin man left, the door opened and a young man in brocade clothes with a sinister face walked out. This person is none other than the eldest son of the Ma family, Ma Xiao. Master, target found. The ghost moth's eyes turned and immediately locked on Ma Xiao's figure. Continue to monitor and stay hidden. Gu Changqing's eyes flashed, and he gave an order. Yes, master. The ghost moth gently flapped its thin wings and quietly followed Ma Xiao into the master bedroom, taking in everything in the house. The sack that the thin man had just carried in was now placed next to the bed. Let me go, I want to go home. The sack trembled slightly, and a childish crying sound came out. Ma Xiao raised his eyebrows, as if intrigued by the crying, and walked over slowly. This toy is quite interesting. He chuckled, but the meaning of his words made Gu Changqing feel cold in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Xiao tore open the sack, and a little girl about 10 years old rolled out. She had delicate skin, exquisite features, and her beautiful big eyes were now filled with fear. Big brother, please let me go. The little girl's face was covered with traces of tears. She shrank back until her back hit the bed, and she had nowhere to retreat. Ma Xiao looked down at him condescendingly, and suddenly reached out and pinched the little girl's chin, forcing her to look up and look at him. Let you go? Sure. Ma Xiao smiled playfully and said jokingly, as long as you can survive tonight, I'll consider it. Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Looking at the scene before him, the murderous intent in his heart suddenly grew stronger. However, the assassination mission stipulated that the location and time of the assassination must be on the day of the assessment at the Xuanhua Mansion. If we take action at this time, we will definitely breach the contract. Gu Changqing frowned and quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Don't be afraid, big brother. I know how to be gentle and considerate to women. Ma Xiao casually took out a whip his eyes flashing with morbid excitement. He slowly approached the little girl huddled in the corner of the bed, just as the whip was about to swing. "Master, the head of the family has something urgent to discuss with you." Just at this moment, there was a sudden and urgent knock on the door, interrupting Ma Xiao's actions. He frowned. "Father? What do you want from me?" "They say there's a change in the 7 profound Martial Palace assessment, and they want you to go to the meeting room immediately." Hearing this, Ma Xiao immediately suppressed his inner desire and obviously did not dare to be negligent. "My little beauty, I'll play with you slowly when I come back." After saying that, he knocked the little girl unconscious with a palm and then dropped the whip in his hand. When the door opened, the thin man who had just been notified was standing outside the door with a hunched back, respectfully standing there. "Keep a close eye on me, or I'll come back and make you suffer." Ma Xiao glanced at the other party and gave orders with a gloomy expression. "Master, rest assured, I guarantee it with my life." The thin man nodded with a flattering smile on his face. However, just as Ma Xiao turned to leave, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 76. This is actually Ma Tianxiong's voice. "Ghost Moth, hurry up and try not to be discovered." Seeing that the tiger had been lured away from the mountain successfully, Gu Changqing immediately gave orders. There is no doubt that the thin man is the imposter transformed by the ghost moth. The ghost moth flashed into the house and quickly stuffed the unconscious little girl into a sack. When it walked out of the door, its body suddenly twisted and deformed. The next moment, it had turned into an eagle, with its sharp claws tightly clasped around the sack. It suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Bang! Soon, Ma Xiao kicked open the door angrily. Just on his way to the meeting room, he learned from the housekeeper that his father had not returned home yet, and he realized that he had been deceived. "Where are the people?" Ma Xiao stared at the empty room with a dark face. "Zhao Wu, get over here for me." His roar echoed in the north courtyard. In less than a moment, a thin figure appeared at the door, crawling and rolling. It was Zhao Wu who had carried the sack earlier. Seeing Ma Xiao was furious, the thin man looked nervous and had no idea what was going on. "Where's the person I asked you to look after?" Ma Xiao grabbed his neck, lifted him up, and questioned him harshly. Zhao Wu's legs were dangling in the air, his eyes wide with fear. "I don't know. I just delivered the goods to you, and then went back to rest." "Fart," Ma Xiao said gloomily. "It's obvious that you faked the patriarch's order to trick me into leaving, and then turned around and let that little girl go." The thin man was completely confused and said in panic, "I'm innocent. I'm loyal to you and would never dare to." Crack. However, before he could finish, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Ma Xiao, who was angry, used too much force and crushed Zhao Wu's larynx. In an instant, the thin body collapsed to the ground, completely silent. After Ma Xiao calmed down, he frowned and suddenly realized that something was very strange. Zhao Wu has always obeyed his orders, and he would not dare to falsely convey the orders of the head of the family, even if he had 10 times the courage. What's more, the little girl was abducted by Zhao Wu himself. If he really wanted to let her go, why would he go to such unnecessary trouble to lure the tiger away from the mountain? This logic doesn't make any sense at all. But the man just now, in terms of figure, voice, and even the scar on his right cheek, was exactly like Zhao Wu. No matter how powerful the disguise is, I'm afraid it can't be so authentic. It's a pity that I've killed him, otherwise I could have asked him about it. Ma Xiao glanced at the corpse. Although he felt doubtful, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. He's just a lowly slave. Just kill him. It's no different than killing a chicken or a duck. At this moment, a sack fell gently to the ground in the corner of the alley outside the government office gate. The eagle transformed by the ghost moth twisted and deformed in the moonlight, and in an instant shrank into a black fly, circling above. "Master, your instructions have been fulfilled. May I ask if you would like to continue monitoring the prey?" "Yeah, always monitor." Gu Changqing gave the order without hesitation. He stood by the window, looking at the Ma mansion in the distance, with a chill in his eyes. Gu Changqing doesn't consider himself a saintly bitch, nor does he consider himself a good person. But he really couldn't hold back on what happened tonight. Even if it violated the principle of spying secretly, he still had to rescue the little girl. If you are cruel and don't help, or even watch coldly, are you still a human being? Moreover, the most taboo in martial arts practice is to have a flawed state of mind. If he doesn't take action tonight, it will become a knot in his heart in the future, and may even evolve into a demon in his heart, hindering his improvement in martial arts. Being both evil and righteous, and acting according to one's heart, is the greatest tempering for a practitioner to break through the bottleneck. Whoosh! Then, the The fly transformed from the ghost moth suddenly flapped its wings and flew back into the high walls of the Ma mansion. It quietly passed through the corridor and suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from the main entrance. The aura was as thick as the abyss, far beyond the Daofan realm, at least a Yuandan realm powerhouse. The ghost moth immediately hid on the wall and looked in the direction of the scent. The main gate of the Ma mansion. A middle-aged man in a purple robe strode in, his face dignified and his eyes sharp. This person is none other than the head of the Ma family, Ma Tianxiong, master of the family. The old butler came forward hurriedly with a serious look on his face. Ma Tianxiong paused and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" The old butler whispered, "The young master just got furious, saying someone falsely conveyed your orders and tricked him into going to the meeting room." Ma Tianxiong's eyes flashed with coldness. Who is so bold in this mansion? The old housekeeper sighed. Zhao Wu, he is the young master's personal attendant. As a result, the young master was furious and killed him. Ma Tianxiong snorted coldly. A lowly slave, if he dies, he dies. But soon, he frowned slightly. How dare that servant lie to Xiao? What's his motive behind it? Master didn't tell me, so I don't know either. The old butler shook his head and then lowered his voice and said, "Could it be the Tianji Pavilion?" "Shut up," Ma Tianxiong shouted, his face suddenly gloomy. "Let's discuss this matter later. Let's go to the dark room. Immediately issue an order to seal off the mansion and thoroughly investigate all suspicious individuals. Also, assign more personnel to keep a close eye on the crown prince. The assessment of the 7 Xuanwu houses is imminent, and no complications can arise." After saying that, Ma Tianxiong suddenly flicked his sleeves and strode away. The plan was about to be implemented, and he would not tolerate any mistakes. Cold sweat broke out on the old butler's forehead. After looking around vigilantly, he hurriedly followed the head of the family to the dark room. Little did they know that the whole conversation they had just had was seen by the ghost moth. How did those two know about Tianji Pavilion? Gu Chongqing was stunned and filled with shock and doubt. The name of the assassin's gang, Tianji Pavilion, was just an organization name he made up temporarily when he was in Qingzhou City to deal with the handover between Zhao Rong and the employer behind the scenes. Logically speaking, although Zhao Rong, as an agent, could indeed spread the reputation of Tianji Pavilion in the black market, this is the imperial capital, and the speed of information transmission is abnormally fast. Unless there is something else hidden. Thinking of this, Gu Chongqing found it even more unbelievable. Because Ma Tianxiong is Ma Zhao's father. Now that he knows the existence of Tianji Pavilion, has he also heard the news that Ma Xiao is about to be assassinated? Buzz. Just as Gu Chongqing was thinking about it, the sound transmission jade talisman in the storage ring suddenly vibrated. As soon as the jade talisman was connected, a gloomy, questioning voice pierced the eardrum. "Have you, the Tianji Pavilion, already taken action without authorization? I have clearly emphasized repeatedly that we must wait until the day of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion assessment before we can carry out the assassination." The moment he heard this, Gu Chongqing's heart was shocked. This is actually Ma Tianxiong's voice. Chapter 77. Everything is ready. You must give me an explanation today. Listening to the aggressive tone from the other side, Gu Chongqing was able to confirm that the other party was Ma Tianxiong. For a moment, Gu Chongqing's thoughts were in turmoil and his heart was greatly shocked. Although I don't know the other party's intentions, hiring a killer organization to kill one's own son is truly outrageous. Why don't you speak? Ma Tianxiong on the other side of Yufu's voice was extremely gloomy. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "The target person has not been assassinated yet. Why do you want me to give an explanation? If you don't have any concrete evidence, don't use these groundless rumors to accuse Tianji Pavilion. Next time, investigate thoroughly before you come and bring charges. Stop bluffing here." Gu Chongqing spoke in a firm tone and directly cut off the jade talisman's voice transmission. Although tonight's action was incredible, Ghost Moth did not reveal any of its whereabouts during the entire process. He just disguised himself as Zhao Wu to trick Ma Xiao away and rescue the little girl quietly. However, now that Zhao Wu has been killed by Ma Xiao, there is no evidence to prove his guilt. So how can we talk about holding him accountable? In his opinion, Ma Tianxiong was simply worried that the plan might change and came to warn him. What was this person's intention when he assassinated someone on the day of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion assessment? Gu Chongqing looked at the sound transmission jade talisman in his hand, puzzled. If the intention was to sabotage the assessment, but to sacrifice one's own son's life for it, that's really unreasonable. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, He was too lazy to waste his time speculating and casually put the jade talisman into the storage ring. As long as the reward is high, he doesn't care who he kills. Gu Chongqing collected his thoughts, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to concentrate on practicing. Although he has no 6th grade martial arts secrets to help him, and it is temporarily difficult to break through the shackles of the realm, he knows very well that the foundation is the most important in the way of cultivation. Only in this way, when you find the secrets of the martial arts in the future, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and everything will come naturally. As his mind calmed, the true energy in his body flowed endlessly through his meridians, tempering his true energy over and over again, honing his muscles and bones, and condensing every bit of energy to the extreme. And so it goes, day after day. Gu Chongqing was completely immersed in cultivation, and his aura became increasingly solid. On the other hand, the ghost moth was still lurking in the Ma mansion in the form of a fly, almost never leaving, always monitoring Ma Zhao's every move. Perhaps it was because Ma Tianxiong had someone keep a close eye on his daily routine, so he had been much more well-behaved during this period and no longer looked for those so-called toys. During this period, Fang Baiyu and Zhao Rong also arrived in the imperial capital together. They also brought a group of intelligence personnel, including a dozen killers recruited on the black market. However, the business of Tianji Pavilion has not yet been fully launched, so these killers are temporarily arranged to use the identity of Xunlu store clerks as cover. As for those intelligence personnel, they used the trick of applying for servants to infiltrate the major families in the imperial capital one by one and secretly establish an intelligence network. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. The renovation of Xunlu has been successfully completed, and the overall image is brand new. On the top floor of the pavilion, Gu Chongqing stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, overlooking the bustling street below. As the assessment period of the 7 Xuanwu mansions approaches, the city becomes increasingly lively. Young warriors can be seen everywhere on the streets. All of them are full of vigor. Boss, all the furnishings in the store have been prepared according to your requirements. Meng Jing came over and asked, "Are we open today?" "Now that it's done, let's get started." Gu Chongqing smiled calmly, turned around, and instructed Meng Jing, "Remember, our store is launching a 7-colored honey pills raffle event. The first 20 customers to enter the store will have priority to receive the raffle tickets. From now on, guests will need to spend at least 2,000 silver coins before they can participate in the lottery." Meng Jing nodded solemnly. "I understand." As soon as he reached the lobby on the first floor, Fang Baiyu came up to him quickly and asked curiously, "Jing, why do you see an iron pot on every table?" What's even stranger is, Fang Baiyu pointed at the bottom of the pot and continued to ask, "There's a stove with fire runes engraved on it underneath. How do you eat this?" Zhao Rong, who was standing by, was also looking at all this with a confused look on her face. "Hot pot." Meng Jing grinned. "We only need to provide the ingredients and seasonings. We don't even need to hire a chef. It's not only convenient, but also allows diners to control the heat themselves and eat as much as they want." As he spoke, he casually lifted the lid of an iron pot, and hot steam rose up, carrying the aroma of spices. "Hot pot." Zhao Rong and Fang Baiyu looked at each other, and surprise flashed in their eyes at the same time. Meng Jing had followed Gu Chongqing a few days ago and had already tasted the deliciousness of this new and exotic food. But this was the first time they had heard of this way of eating. "By the way, please call me Manager Meng from now on." Meng Jing straightened his brand new shopkeeper uniform and winked at Fang Baiyu. "Let's go. The boss told us it's time to open." After saying that, he walked towards the store door with a few shop assistants with a smile on his face. TSK, look how proud he is, even more proud than me," Fang Baiyu said with a pout, but his eyes were shining with excitement. Zhao Rong covered her lips and chuckled, her eyes full of relief. After all, who would have thought that Meng Jing, who was an ordinary coachman not long ago, has now transformed himself into the owner of Xunlu, in the most prosperous area of the imperial capital. Moreover, this position is not simple. On the surface, he is the owner of the restaurant, but secretly it is an important hub between Tianji Pavilion and Zuyun Tower. After a moment, in front of Zuyun Tower, firecrackers rang out. A huge red silk cloth was unveiled, revealing a glittering golden signboard. Zuyunlu Grand Opening Promotion, Eat Ling Yan Hot Pot, draw colorful honey pills, and win a unique opportunity. Passers-by stopped and looked at the newly renovated Zuyun Tower in surprise. "Huh? Isn't this the same shabby shop from before? Why did it suddenly change? I heard that the company has a new owner, and the former manager Lu and his staff have all been fired." Outside the building, the crowd gathered more and more, and people were talking about it. 7-colored honey pills? What are those? This pill is incredible. It was extremely popular in Qingzhou City a while ago. It has healing, detoxifying, and beautifying properties. It even fetched a high price at the Jinhai Pavilion, a property of the Liu family. Yes, especially for beauty products. They work instantly. I never thought the new owner of Ziyunlu would have 7-colored honey pills. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Meng Jing shouted loudly, "Dear guests, our store is opening today. The first 20 customers who come into the store and spend money will be able to enter the lucky draw. Anyone who spends at least 2,000 silver coins can also enter the lottery. The 7-colored honey pill is a secret elixir from Zuiyun Tower. It can cure all kinds of poisons and beautify the skin. Some people have even used this medicine to break through the bottleneck of their acquired cultivation." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Both men and women were intrigued by the magical effects of the medicine. Is this true? One pill can have so many benefits. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. After all, the first 20 people to enter the store will get a chance to enter the lucky draw. If it's a scam, we'll smash this store. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated and rushed into Ziyun Tower. On the top floor of the pavilion, Gu Changqing listened to the questioning voices below and disagreed in his heart. The colorful honey pills are just a gimmick to attract customers. What can really drive customer flow is hot pot. He believed that this novel way of eating, coupled with his own secret sauce, would surely trigger a wave of enthusiasm in the imperial capital. Gu Changqing stood by the window and glanced around when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a luxurious carriage slowly approaching from the corner of the street. He was not unfamiliar with the shape of the carriage. It was the exclusive carriage of the 6th Prince, Chu Linyuan. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes. He was not very happy about the prince's arrival. After all, the closer the two sides get, the more likely they are to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives, and he doesn't want to be involved in the muddy waters of the struggle for imperial power. Chapter 78. Mr. Shi, what do you mean? Inside Zuixi Anglo. As the crowd poured into the store, plates of food were brought to the table. The runes at the bottom of the pot were activated, and a faint blue flame suddenly ignited. The rich soup was boiling in the pot, and soon the aroma filled the air. The first batch of customers who entered the store were all seated according to their assigned seats. "Why is there a pot of soup on the table?" a guest asked curiously. "This is the Spirit Flame Hot Pot," Meng Jing explained with a smile. "It uses animal meat and vegetables as ingredients, combined with a special medicinal soup base. It is not only delicious, but also nourishing to the body. Just pour the ingredients into the soup, whatever you want to eat." Everyone looked at each other in surprise, having never seen such a novel way of eating. The first 20 customers to enter the restaurant can dine first, and then enter the lucky draw after paying. As Meng Jing spoke, he placed the lottery box on the counter. "Don't dawdle. I want to draw the lottery now." A wealthy woman with spots all over her face snorted coldly. "Hurry up and arrange it. Money, this lady has plenty." After saying that, she casually took out a stack of banknotes and threw them on the table. Meng Jing glanced at the pile of banknotes and grinned. "Madam is generous, so I can make an exception." He turned around and picked up the lottery box, but his right hand pressed lightly on the bottom of the box, and the mechanism in the secret compartment quietly started. "Please." When Meng Jing handed over the lottery box with both hands, the secret compartment inside the box had been replaced with a special prize ball. These prize balls are all first prizes that can win you the colorful honey pills. The rich woman reached into the hole of the box, fiddled with it for a while, and finally took out a golden prize ball. "Congratulations, ma'am. You've won the prize," Meng Jing immediately announced loudly, as if everything was under control. "I'm so lucky." The rich woman's eyes lit up and her face was filled with excitement. But when she saw the colorful honey pills that Meng Jing took out, she was stunned. The pill was brightly colored, but as small as a grain of rice. If you didn't look closely, it would be difficult to notice. "This thing isn't even enough to fill a gap between your teeth. How can it be called a panacea?" The crowd immediately sneered. "It's really a trick to fool people." Fortunately, I was sensible enough not to compete for the top 20 lucky draw spots. There was booing in the lobby, and the scene was a little chaotic for a while. At this moment, Chu Linyuan's figure quietly appeared at the door of the store. Brother Gu's cooking skills are good, but this business philosophy. He looked at the chaotic scene and shook his head slightly. "It seems like it went wrong. Kid, don't judge things by appearances." A vicissitudes of life voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Chu Linyuan subconsciously looked down at the black ring on his hand. "Mr. Shi, what do you mean?" Chu Linyuan pondered in his heart, his eyes cast towards the colorful honey pill that was being laughed at by everyone. Could it be that that little pill really has some miraculous effect? Well, I just used my spiritual power to investigate. Although this pill is small, its medicinal properties are extremely pure. It is at least at the level of a 5th-grade spiritual pill. The old man in the ring said in a voice that was a little surprised. The ability to concentrate the medicinal power to this extent actually shows the skill of the refiner. It seems that Gu Changqing is not a simple person. Hearing this, Chu Linyuan's expression changed slightly, and he found it even more interesting. The rich woman took the colorful honey pill and finally came to her senses. She seemed to be oblivious to the doubts around her and was breathing rapidly with excitement. Because the legendary 7-colored honey pills are as small as rice grains. The rich woman trembled as she pinched the colorful honey pill and put it into her mouth without hesitation. The hall instantly fell silent, and everyone stared at her face. The moment the pill entered his mouth, something strange happened. The rich woman's loose facial skin began to tighten. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were gradually smoothed out, and even the spots on her face faded and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. I've become younger. I've become really beautiful. When the rich woman screamed in surprise in front of the bronze mirror, the crowd in the lobby was completely excited. This pill really works wonders. Seeing this scene, Chu Linyuan admired sincerely. I'm sure you all know the effect. Meng Jing stood next to the wealthy woman and spoke at the right moment. Those who want to participate in the lottery can come and draw the prize ball after eating. Whether or not you win depends entirely on your luck. As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd outside the store. Any customer who spends 2,000 silver coins in our store can also participate in the lottery. Opportunities are limited. First come, first served. Next, please enjoy our signature hot pot. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. 6th Prince. Meng Jing was startled, and his eyes suddenly fell on Chu Linyuan. Just as he was about to go up and greet him, Chu Linyuan smiled faintly and turned away, with no intention of entering the store. Oh my god, this is so delicious. Soon, the first group of guests finally started eating. When the tender slices of meat were dipped in the boiling soup and put into the mouth with the special sauce, their eyes widened instantly. It's refreshing and delicious, and the sauce is absolutely amazing. That's right, this soup base is fresh and spicy. The more you eat it, the more addictive it becomes. As the voices of praise rang out, the originally skeptical crowd was immediately mobilized and rushed into the store, fearing that they would not be able to grab a seat. In just a short moment, the lobby of Xianlu was packed with people and every table was overflowing. The boss's business strategy is really amazing. Fang Baiyu stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor, his face full of admiration. However, the cost of the hot pot's elixir soup base is not low. Can you really make a profit? When he learned the ingredients of the soup base, he shook his head secretly. Zhao Rong smiled softly. Based on this idea alone, you are not as far-sighted as the boss. What do you mean? Fang Baiyu looked puzzled. Isn't the purpose of doing business to make money? Zhao Rong lowered her voice and said, think about it. Once Xianlu's reputation becomes famous, the city's dignitaries and people from all walks of life will get used to dining here. Their every move will become a source of intelligence for the Tianji Pavilion. Fang Baiyu suddenly understood and admired Gu Changqing's strategy even more. Chapter 79. Who do you think you are? The second day of Xianlu's opening. The reputation of the 7-colored honey pills and spirit flame hot pot has spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial capital. The store, which used to be deserted, now has long queues outside even late at night. If it were an ordinary guy, he would probably be overwhelmed by such high-intensity work. However, the dozen or so shop assistants in Xianlu are not ordinary people. They are all killers who have reached the acquired realm and have strong physiques. For them, this kind of rough work is as easy as drinking water. But in the midst of their busyness, these killers couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Isn't I a killer? How did I become a shop assistant? At this time, in the hall on the top floor of the pavilion, Gu Changqing sat in the main seat, looking calmly at Fang Baiyu, Meng Jing, and Zhao Rong who came to report. From now on, the business of Xianlu will be handed over to Meng Jing. You two can assist secretly in your free time. Gu Changqing said calmly. I'm not in a position to be in charge of the newly recruited assassins. Zhao Rong will select some loyal and reliable members to form the Dark Blade and have full authority over their deployment. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Fang Baiyu and ordered. The intelligence network must be improved as soon as possible, and the mission information collected must not be missed in the slightest. Also, apart from the shady business at the 7 Profound Martial Mansion this time, you will make your own decisions on ordinary matters from now on. However, if you encounter any difficult matters, you must report them immediately. Meng Jing and the other two nodded respectfully. As you command. They naturally knew that the boss was going to be a hands-off boss. After all, Tianji Pavilion has now begun to take shape. On the surface, Zuiyun Tower serves as a central base, responsible for transmitting information. In secret, Fang Baiyu's intelligence network and Zhao Rong's Dark Blade operated on two fronts, one investigating and the other killing, complementing each other. If he hadn't encountered any tricky dirty work, Gu Chongqing, the leader behind the scenes, could have just laid back. Okay, that's it. You guys go get busy. Gu Chongqing waved his hand and said nothing more. After sending the three away, he stood up and walked into the inner room, reached out and gently pressed a blue brick on the wall. As the mechanism activated with a click sound, the wall slowly opened up, revealing a deep, dark passage. Gu Chongqing stepped in, and the wall behind him closed again. A moment later, his figure appeared in the back alley of Zuiyun Tower. Master, there are quite a few people around here secretly watching your shop. When he walked onto the street, Gu Chongqing suddenly heard the sound of a tiger bee in his mind. After hearing this reminder, he looked around calmly and indeed found something unusual. At the window of the tea house opposite, a thin man seemed to be sipping tea, but the teacup in his hand did not move for a long time, and his eyes kept glancing towards the gate of Zuiyun Tower. In addition, several passers-by who were strolling on the street were always lingering near Zuiyun Tower, and it was obvious that they had ulterior motives. So much eyeliner. Gu Chongqing's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Xianlu is so popular that it seems to have attracted a lot of attention. However, he didn't care about it. Most of these people are just spies sent by their peers, and they can't cause any trouble. Not to mention, the guys in Xianlu are all assassins who kill without blinking an eye. If there are any foolish people who dare to cause trouble, they can only wish for good luck. Afterwards, Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze and blended naturally into the crowd on the street, intending to go and buy some spirit stones to convert into energy points. Among the four pets now, Shadow Spider is the weakest. There are only 3 days left before the assessment of the 7 Xuanwu mansions. They must improve their overall combat effectiveness as soon as possible to increase their chances of winning. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with a mustache appeared where Gu Chongqing had just stood. A foreigner dares to steal our Juxiang Pavilion's business? The man with a mustache had a gloomy expression on his face. He stared in the direction of Zuiyun Tower and gritted his teeth. He turned around and said coldly to his men beside him, "Go check the background of the new owner of Zuiyun Tower. I want to see who that kid is." The subordinate quickly lowered his head and replied, "Yes, Chief Steward Wang. If you're just a clueless young man, don't blame me for being ruthless." Manager Wang's tone was filled with hatred, and a ferocious arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and strode towards Juxiang Pavilion. The Juxiang Pavilion, which is usually bustling with people, is unusually deserted tonight. Manager Wang walked to the front of his own shop and compared it with the bustling scene of Zuixianglu, his eyes almost spitting fire. Xianlu must be closed within 3 days. As the night deepens, the imperial capital remains prosperous. Gu Chongqing walked through the bustling streets and came to a shop called Wanbeilu. This is the largest spiritual material trading place in the city, with all kinds of spiritual stones, weapons, and talismans. As long as you can afford the price, you can even buy rare natural treasures. As Gu Chongqing stepped into the threshold of Wanbao Tower, he was greeted by a strong spiritual energy. The building was brightly lit. At a glance, all kinds of spiritual materials were displayed on sandalwood shelves, emitting a faint glow. However, when his eyes swept over the price tags, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The prices of spiritual materials here are all staggeringly high, starting at 6 figures at the lowest, and there are many that cost millions. Gu Chongqing subconsciously weighed the deposit in his storage ring. More than 1 million silver notes were enough for an ordinary person to live a life of ease and comfort. But in this Wanbao Tower, I'm afraid you may not be able to get even one piece of top-quality spiritual material. The martial arts profession is indeed a very expensive one. Thinking of this, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but sigh again. But on second thought, the background of Wanbeilu is really shocking. The value of the rare treasures displayed in the store alone is enough to buy an entire commercial street in the prime location of the imperial capital. "Sir, what can I do for you?" As Gu Chongqing was changing his mind, a waitress came up to him quickly with a professional smile on her face. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Gu Chongqing narrowed his gaze and spoke bluntly. As for the other rare treasures, he didn't even want to look at them. He could only wait until he had enough money in the future to select some suitable materials and edit new Zerg monsters. "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter bowed slightly, turned, and walked to the counter at the back. Just as Gu Changqing was waiting, several young warriors walked into the store. They looked at the dazzling array of spiritual materials and weapons with amazement in their eyes. The Lu family is indeed the most powerful family in the Great Yong dynasty. Even Wanbao Tower is just a drop in the bucket of the Lu family's assets. It is said that the Lu family's daughter, Lu Shuang'er, has been selected to be recruited by the 7 profound martial palaces. How enviable. If we can pass this assessment, we'll be senior and junior brothers and sisters from now on, hee. The chatter of those young warriors inadvertently reached Gu Changqing's ears. Hearing this, Gu Changqing's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't expect that Wanbao Tower was actually the Lu family's property. I wonder if this VIP card can be used here. Gu Changqing took out a gold card from the storage ring and thought to himself, when I first collaborated with Lu Ruyan to auction the 7-colored honey pills, this VIP card was specially given to me by her. If you can use this card to get a discount, it will undoubtedly be more cost-effective. After all, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones are worth about 1 million, which is not a small amount of money. Get out of the way. Don't you have eyes? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a long-haired young man, accompanied by 2 followers, rudely pushed aside several young warriors who were blocking the way at the store entrance. Asshole, who do you think you are? Hush, that man is Ma Xiao, the eldest son of the Ma family. It's best not to provoke him. One of the tall and strong men was full of blood and immediately glared at him, but his companions quickly reached out to stop him. The commander of the imperial capital's city guards, the hereditary earl, the Ma family. The tall and strong man's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and his aggressive attitude just now suddenly became weak. Feeling the fearful gaze coming from behind him, Ma Xiao's mouth corners slightly raised, with a sense of superiority. Then he stepped forward and walked straight towards where Gu Changqing was. In his eyes, there seems to be only a straight line forward, and everything that blocks the way is an eyesore. A good dog doesn't block the road. Seeing that Gu Changqing didn't move aside, the attendant beside him shouted, "Get out of here if you don't know what's best for you." Chapter 80, Whatever You fear will come true. Facing the followers' harsh rebuke, Gu Changqing did not move a step, but just glanced at Ma Xiao lightly. This guy, it's really a narrow road for us to meet each other. If the assassination mission had not restricted the time and location, Gu Changqing would not have let him survive until now. You're an eyesore, get out of here. Seeing that Gu Changqing remained indifferent, the follower shouted angrily and raised his hand to push him. However, just as his palm was about to touch Gu Changqing's clothes, he felt a strong breath coming. The vortex of energy surging around Gu Changqing's body instantly formed visible ripples and violently vibrated. Bang! The follower was suddenly hit hard. He staggered back several steps, his face full of horror. The peak of the Xiantian realm? Ma Xiao's eyes fixed, and he finally looked straight at Gu Changqing. Their eyes met, and Gu Changqing's expression remained unchanged, without any ripples on his face. Who are you? Ma Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but be more cautious. In his opinion, if an ordinary person didn't have something to rely on, how could he be so calm and composed? Gu Changqing said calmly, "A customer buying something. Playing deep with me?" Ma Xiao sneered in his heart. "This prince wants to see what financial resources you have." He looked at Gu Changqing arrogantly, but did not do anything extreme before he found out his true background. "Sir, here are the 1,000 spirit stones you requested." At this moment, the waiter came over with a bag of spirit stones. "You're lucky. This is the last batch of mid-grade spirit stones left in our store. Thank you for your patronage. The total price is 1 million silver notes." Seeing this, Ma Xiao was slightly surprised. With just one move, he can come up with millions of silver coins to purchase spirit stones. This financial strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Can this VIP card of Jinhai Pavilion be used here? Gu Changqing casually took out the gold card given by Lu Ruyan and handed it to the waiter. Jinhai Pavilion in Qingzhou City? The waiter looked at the unique pattern and location mark on the card, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I'm truly sorry. Although Jinhai Pavilion is also part of the Lu family's business, that's the auction house's VIP card and can't be used at Wanbao Pavilion." The waiter respectfully returned the VIP card with both hands, his waist unconsciously bent a little. After all, those who can hold this gold card are either rich or noble, and their status is extraordinary. Qingzhou City. Ma Xiao suddenly laughed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I thought you were from some important background, but it turns out you're just a country bumpkin from a remote place." Gu Changqing ignored Ma Xiao's mocking look and took out a stack of silver bills from his storage ring. Since the VIP card cannot be used, I can only pay the price. Wait. Ma Xiao glanced at Gu Chongqing and said, I want this batch of spirit stones. After saying that, he also took out a stack of banknotes and threw it to the waiter. Seeing this, the waiter suddenly looked embarrassed. She was naturally aware of Ma Xiao's identity as the Earl's son and must not offend him. But this guest has already reserved spirit stones in advance, and according to the rules of Wanbao Pavilion, it has always been first come first served. Unless the guest voluntarily gives up, the store rules must be followed. What? You dare not sell the things that this prince likes? Ma Xiao stared at the waiter with cold eyes, and his tone was full of undisguised threat. The waiter's face froze, and he looked at Gu Chongqing embarrassedly. That's fine. Give me 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened slightly. In order to avoid an open conflict with his prey, he could only endure it for the time being. Although low-grade spirit stones have more impurities, the price is comparable, and the system's energy value conversion mode will not change. As for high-grade spirit stones, they are rare spiritual materials monopolized by the royal family and the sect's martial arts academy, and are generally not sold on the market. The peak of the Xiantian realm? That's all. Seeing Gu Chongqing compromise in a different way, Ma Xiao sneered but did not continue to find fault. He then turned and walked towards the dazzling shelves, glancing at the various weapons and armor. The assessment of the 7 Xuanwu Palace is approaching, and he must carefully select the right weapons and make adequate preparations. Sir, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones are a large sum. Please proceed to the counter to withdraw. The waiter looked at Gu Chongqing gratefully, and then respectfully led the way. Gu Chongqing glanced at Ma Xiao's actions from the corner of his eye, and a thought came to his mind. Ghost Moth. Keep an eye on the equipment he chooses. If this guy buys defensive weapons, it will undoubtedly be difficult to deal with. I hope that is not the case. Yes, master. The Ghost Moth, which had been secretly monitoring Ma Xiao, was still hovering in the store in the form of a fly, its eyes always fixed on the other party. After buying the spirit stones, Gu Chongqing walked straight out of the Wanbao Pavilion and immediately activated shared perception. In an instant, the scene of Ghost Moth's vision at this moment suddenly appeared in his mind. Ma Xiao was seen standing in front of the shelf, his eyes wandering over several weapons. The waiter stood aside and patiently explained the performance of these weapons. That's it. Ma Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze finally fixed on a piece of defensive armor with flowing silver light. The entire body of the armor is as condensed as moonlight, and the scales are as fine as scales, with faint spiritual patterns flowing. Just by seeing it with the naked eye, one can feel its extraordinary defensive power. Fuck. Whatever you fear, it will come true. When Gu Chongqing saw this, his heart sank suddenly. With the armor protecting Ma Xiao, it would be much more difficult for him to assassinate him in public and make it a fatal blow. Chapter 81. If you want to find trouble, I will accompany you to the end. Master Ma, you have a really good eye. When the waiter saw Ma Xiao choose the silver armor, he immediately smiled and introduced it respectfully. This armor is forged from a fusion of black-grade meteorite iron and silver marrow. The material is tough, and each piece of armor is engraved with defensive runes. Once attacked, the armor can instantly activate triple protection, enough to withstand the full force of a Daofan realm warrior. Even a Yuandan realm master would find it difficult to break through in a short period of time. Ma Xiao's eyes flashed. How much is it? 5 million silver coins. The waiter quoted the price with a smile. If this defensive armor could be sold, the commission today would be quite a lot. 5 million. Hearing this amount, Ma Xiao took a breath of cold air. His entire private property was only about 3 million, and just now, in order to suppress Gu Chongqing, he had spent 1 million to buy spirit stones. The silver I have left now is not even enough to pay half the price of this armor. Oh, it seems that you are short of money. Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and through the vision of the Ghost Moth, he could see Ma Xiao's constipated expression clearly. But with the Ma family's background and Ma Xiao's status as the prince, it was not difficult for him to raise money to buy the armor afterwards. It's a pity that I'm not well off, otherwise I would definitely cut off his beard. Gu Chongqing stood at the corner of the street and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Dr. Gu. At this moment, a soft and pleasant voice came from behind Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing turned his head and saw Lu Ruyun in a red dress standing not far away, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Manager Lu, long time no see. Gu Chongqing smiled slightly, not surprised by this chance encounter. After all, the Lu family's businesses are spread all over the place, and the imperial capital is the economic center. As the general manager, it is natural for Lu Ruyun to inspect everywhere on weekdays. Dr. Gu, it really is you. Lu Ruyun walked forward gracefully, staring at Gu Chongqing with sparkling eyes. Ever since Tianming Medical Clinic was sealed by the Qingzhou City Lord, I have been trying to find out about you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. Would the manager of the Lu Trading Company go out of his way to find out his whereabouts? But after thinking about it, he understood. The motive is nothing more than to get the 7-colored honey pills. As expected, just as Gu Chongqing was pondering this, Lu Ruyun chuckled and said, I heard a few days ago that when the Xinlu in the south of the city opened, they were using 7-colored honey pills as prizes for the raffle. I originally thought it was just a gimmick and was planning to go see it myself, but now that I see you in the Imperial City, it seems the rumors are true. Her beautiful eyes showed the shrewd calculations of a businessman, but also contained some indescribable deep meaning. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed slightly, and he had a plan in mind. Manager Lu, I just saw a piece of defensive armor at Wanbao Tower, but I'm short of money. Gu Chongqing looked calm and asked with a smile, I wonder if you are well off now. Hearing that it was her own company's property, Lu Ruyun raised her red lips and smiled. Dr. Gu, there's no need to be so polite. I'll advance the 5 million for you. She flipped her wrist and took out a purple crystal card with her slender fingers. This is the purple crystal silver card of Lu's Trading Company. It can overdraw tens of millions of yuan. How about considering it as a deposit for my pre-order of the 7-colored honey pills? Lu Ruyun blinked her beautiful eyes, a sly glint flashing across them as she secretly rejoiced. Finally, I've gotten the chance to work with him. Make a deal. Gu Chongqing decisively took the purple crystal card, then turned around and walked quickly towards Wanbao Tower. I wonder what kind of armor it is that makes Dr. Gu so eager to buy it. Lu Ruyun looked at Gu Chongqing's urgent pace. A hint of curiosity arose in her heart, and she followed him immediately. At this time, inside Wanbao Tower. After weighing the pros and cons, Ma Xiao has made a decision. I want this armor. As he spoke, he took out a stack of banknotes and slapped them on the counter. Pay a 2 million deposit first, and the balance will be paid within 3 days. The waiter was startled when he heard this and said hesitantly, Master Ma, do you mean to buy on credit? That's right. This prince didn't bring enough money today, and I will send someone to deliver the rest when the time comes. Ma Xiao said indifferently, as if this kind of request was just a common occurrence for someone of his status. The waiter looked embarrassed. Master Ma, the rule of Wanbeilu has always been that payment is made before delivery. I'm afraid that buying on credit is a bit inappropriate. Presumptuous. The attendant beside him shouted angrily. My young master is the direct heir of the Ma family, the son of an earl. How could he owe you such a small amount of money? It's a blessing for you to be able to buy on credit at your Wanbeilu. These words were very powerful. Ma Xiao's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that they touched his heart. If you can't afford it, then don't try to be rich here. Gu Chongqing walked into the store with undisguised sarcasm in his words. It's you. Ma Xiao turned his head, and his eyes suddenly darkened. I was wondering who it was, but it turns out it's you, a country bumpkin again. He stared at Gu Chongqing with contempt and sneered. Can you afford it? Gu Chongqing glanced at the other person, and without wasting time talking to him, he directly handed the amethyst card to the waiter. I want this armor. The waitress's pretty face changed, and she looked at the purple crystal card in her hand with surprise. She said excitedly, This is a crystal card from Lu's Trading Company. It can overdraw tens of millions of silver. This is impossible. Ma Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and the arrogance on his face froze instantly. Even I don't have the Lu Company's amethyst card. How could this country bumpkin have one? It must be a fake. He stared at the purple crystal card with flowing purple light, and suddenly reached out to grab it. But the next moment, Gu Chongqing flicked his fingertips, and a wisp of energy suddenly vibrated and shot out. Ma Xiao sensed the incoming energy and his face changed drastically, and he quickly slapped it back with his backhand. Bang! The moment the palm force hit, Ma Xiao groaned and was shocked to retreat several steps before he could stabilize his body. How is this possible? The opponent is clearly only at the peak of the Xiantian realm, but his Yuan Jin is even more powerful than mine. Ma Xiao was horrified and felt his right arm go numb and his muscles and bones ached. Is Prince Ma planning to rob people in public? Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his eyebrows with a smile. If you don't believe the authenticity of this card, you might as well ask the owner of Wanbeilu to verify it personally. Since he deliberately prevented the other party from purchasing protective armor, conflict was inevitable. At this moment, Gu Chongqing was naturally no longer as tolerant as before. If you want to find fault, I will accompany you to the end. Chapter 82. Remember to bring enough money next time. You bastard. The attendant beside him was shocked and angry when he saw this. How dare you attack the Earl's son? You are really tired of living. However, although he was shouting, he didn't dare to get close to Gu Chongqing even a step. Who is making such a commotion here? At this time, an old man in purple robe heard the noise and walked out from the inner hall. Shopkeeper Wu. The waiter hurried forward and explained the reason in a low voice. I understand. Go and entertain the other guests first. Shopkeeper Wu nodded slightly, then took the purple crystal card and examined it carefully in his hand. When he looked up again, there was a bit more awe in his eyes when he looked at Gu Chongqing. Because there are only 2 people in Lu's trading company who have the authority to issue amethyst cards. They are the head of the Lu family and the chief steward Lu. This card not only symbolizes a noble status, but also allows an overdraft of tens of millions of silver coins across all of Lu's businesses. It would never be granted easily unless it is an important person who has a deep relationship with the company. From this we can see that this young man in front of us, who seems to be dressed simply, must be some low-key big shot. Master Ma, I'm really sorry for what happened today. As his thoughts raced, Shopkeeper Wu apologized to Ma Xiao, but this is our shop's rule. We never accept credit. If you are not busy, please come back another day. Hearing this, Ma Xiao's face suddenly became as gloomy as water. I am the son of an earl, but I am not as important as a few rigid rules. Old man, you are so ungrateful. Are you looking down on my young master? The attendant snorted coldly, glaring at Shopkeeper Wu with a bully-like glare. Believe it or not, my young master can make it difficult for your Wanbao Tower to gain a foothold in the imperial capital with just one word. Oh, Shopkeeper Wu was unhurried upon hearing this, and smiled gravely. This young man is quite arrogant, but... He glanced at Ma Xiao meaningfully. In all my life, this is the first time I've seen a servant make decisions for his master. These words were like a blow to Ma Xiao's face, and his expression instantly became gloomy. This was even more embarrassing than slapping him in public. Prince, I didn't mean that. The follower panicked and explained hurriedly in a trembling voice. But before he could finish his words, Ma Xiao slapped him in the face and shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" Seeing this, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This old shopkeeper was quite interesting, but he defeated the other party with just a few words. It turned out that the old man was the wisest. Boy, you are quite capable. Ma Xiao gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Chongqing fiercely. This prince will remember this shame of today. After saying that, he turned around and left abruptly. At this moment, he had lost all face and had no mind to continue buying equipment. The follower covered his red and swollen cheek and followed in embarrassment, not daring to say another word. Remember to bring enough money next time. Gu Chongqing's light words made Ma Xiao stop in his tracks just as he stepped out of the door, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. Sir, the armor is now yours. Do you need it packed? Shopkeeper Wu respectfully handed the purple crystal card back to Gu Chongqing and asked with a smile. Gu Chongqing said calmly, "No need, just take it directly." Shopkeeper Wu nodded, and the waiter immediately brought out the defensive armor with flowing silver light. Gu Chongqing reached out and gently stroked the nail plate, feeling the power of the runes contained in it, and nodded with satisfaction. This kind of Xian-grade quality scale armor would be a good choice if you could catch a suitable beetle to edit it. So it's Xian-level scale armor. No wonder Mr. Gu is so anxious. At this time, Lu Riyun walked into the store gracefully. Her beautiful eyes swept over the scale armor in Gu Chongqing's hand, and she smiled. Manager Lu. When they saw the newcomer, Shopkeeper Wu and the waiters were startled and quickly stepped forward to pay their respects. The customers in the store couldn't help but glance sideways, their eyes wandering over Lu Riyun's graceful figure. Gu Chongqing casually put the scales into his storage ring and said with a smile, I would also like to thank Chief Steward Lu for his timely help. Lu Riyun nodded slightly, but did not chat with Gu Chongqing for too long in the lobby. Instead, she invited him to the inner room for entertainment. The two sat down opposite each other, the aroma of tea wafting in the air. Lu Riyun personally poured a cup of tea for Gu Chongqing and whispered, Mr. Gu, don't forget what we just said about the 7-colored honey pills. Rest assured. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly and nodded. I will have someone send a batch to Wanbao Tower first. Naturally, he didn't want to owe anyone a favor for today. It was mutually beneficial for both parties, so there was no harm in it. After all, more friends means more ways out. Okay, then we have a happy cooperation. Lu Riyun smiled and nodded, with joy flashing in her eyes. Back then in Qingzhou City, the 7-colored honey pills had already caused a huge sensation. If this is the case in a small border town, what about the prosperous imperial capital? What is most abundant here is rich people. If Wanbailu can introduce the colorful honey pills into the store, it will definitely bring greater economic benefits. However, since you bought this scale armor today, I think you will become enemies with Ma Xiao. After finishing their business, Lu Ruyun gently reminded them, this person is vindictive. You'd better be careful when you go out. Thanks for the reminder. Gu Changqing looked indifferent and didn't say much. He paid no attention to the threats from a dying man. As long as that guy doesn't have the armor to protect him, the day of the assessment at the 7 Xuanwu mansion will be his death. By the way, I heard that Zuiyun Tower has changed its owner. Lu Ruyun suddenly changed the subject, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Changqing with a smile. Could that new owner be you? Her eyes flickered, and her smile deepened. This isn't just random speculation. After all, you're the only one who can make the 7-colored honey pill. On the day Xinlu opened, they used these pills as prizes for a raffle. Facing Lu Ruyun's temptation, Gu Changqing raised the corners of his lips slightly, neither denying nor admitting. But with Lu Ruyun's keen mind, how could she not guess the deeper meaning behind such silence? Since Mr. Gu doesn't want to say more, I understand. Lu Ruyun pursed her red lips and said, it's just. Gu Changqing said noncommittally, Master Lu, please feel free to speak. Lu Ruyun glanced at Gu Changqing meaningfully. It's just that Xianlu has been very popular recently, so it's inevitable that people will be jealous. Especially Juxiang Pavilion in the south of the city, its business has been hit the hardest. She paused and continued. The Wang family owns the Juxiang Pavilion. The Wang family has deep roots in the imperial capital and holds real power within the imperial guard. If it is not necessary, don't conflict with them easily. Gu Changqing's expression was indifferent, and he did not comment. Competition among peers has always been a thing since ancient times, and he knows this very well. If Xianlu is hesitant because of fear of business rivals, then it would be better for it to close down as soon as possible. What's more, doing business is all about your own ability. The Wang family is behind Juxiang Pavilion, but not Zuiyun Tower. The so-called underground killer gang is not comparable to those forces in the open. If we really want to fall out, the worst that can happen is to kill all our competitors, then open a new store in another place and come and go freely. Of course, if Mr. Gu is not the owner of Zuiyun Tower, then these words will be regarded as extraneous words and should not be taken to heart. Seeing Gu Changqing's calm demeanor, Lu Ruyun had some guesses in her mind, but she couldn't really see through him. It seems that everything that is about to happen will always be unexpected in the end. Chapter 83 Shadow Spider unlocks new skills. Mr. Gu, will you continue to run the clinic? In the reception room, Lu Ruyun filled Gu Changqing's tea and suddenly asked softly. Probably not. Gu Changqing replied without hesitation. Practicing medicine every day and facing all kinds of patients is really exhausting. If you take on a difficult illegal job, you will be too busy to handle it. In comparison, being a behind-the-scenes boss at Xinlu now only requires providing some business strategies, which is both easy and comfortable. What's more, the clinic is not suitable to be a secret base for the assassination team. Sometimes it feels like your identity is really hard to fathom. Lu Ruyun raised her red lips slightly and stared at Gu Changqing with a smile in her beautiful eyes. As people live in this world, their identities are constantly changing. Gu Changqing remained noncommittal and said calmly, my identity depends on doing what I like. Oh, Lu Ruyun's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. So what do you like to do? It's simple, make money. Gu Changqing raised the corners of his lips slightly, his tone casual but meaningful. As long as there is money to be made, my identity can change. This understated sentence was like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, causing ripples in Lu Ruyun's heart. For a moment, Lu Ruyun looked at Gu Changqing and couldn't help but be a little dazed. She couldn't help but stare at him blankly, and suddenly realized that she was eager to understand this mysterious man. It feels like there is a thin veil between the two sides. The more vague it is, the more people can't help but want to uncover it and find out what's going on. But every time she thought she was about to see clearly, a deeper fog would emerge from behind the veil, making it difficult to glimpse the true side. Gu Changqing didn't say anything more about this topic. Because of the system, he really needs to make money in order to continue to create Zerg monsters and strengthen his own strength. As long as there is money to be made, he can be a casual martial artist, a doctor, or the owner of Xinlu. However, no matter how many identities he has, Gu Changqing is always clear about his own position. That is the mastermind behind the Killer Pavilion. All actions are centered around this identity. Butler Lu, the fourth master, has sent someone to invite you to dine with him tonight. At this time, Manager Wu walked into the reception room with a hunched back and a respectful smile on his face. Return for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible coldness. Just say I'm not feeling well today and can't keep the appointment. Shopkeeper Wu was stunned and glanced at Gu Chongqing unconsciously. You must know that the fourth master is the current fourth prince. Is it possible that such a noble status is not as good as the guest in front of me? I heard that the fourth master booked the entire Ziyun Tower just for you. Shopkeeper Wu sighed softly. Since the steward is unwell, I will go and answer his question. Wait a moment. When she heard the name, Xinlu, Lu Ruyun's eyes flashed, and she immediately called out to the other party. Manager Lu, do you have any further instructions? Shopkeeper Wu bowed slightly and asked doubtfully. Tell the messenger that I will be there on time tonight. After saying this, Lu Ruyun looked at Gu Chongqing meaningfully with her beautiful eyes. Faced with this tentative look, Gu Chongqing's expression remained calm. Since Chief Steward Lu is busy, I won't bother you. Gu Chongqing smiled slightly, then stood up and said goodbye. Ziyun Tower is making a fortune these days, and if you want to rent the entire building, you'll have to shell out at least 300,000. Such huge expenses are hard to afford even for rich kids. However, the so-called fourth master was able to spend money like water, and it was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. Fourth master. Gu Chongqing smiled secretly in his heart, remembering that when he met the sixth prince Chu Linyuan before, his followers had respectfully called him sixth master. Based on this association, this fourth master is most likely a member of the royal family. I was indirectly trying to get him business, but he just left without even saying thank you. Lu Ruyun looked at Gu Chongqing's departing figure, her red lips curled slightly. What a strange guy. Before leaving, Gu Chongqing squandered the remaining overdraft limit on his amethyst card and bought up a large amount of spiritual plant pollen and spiritual stones. Only then did he leave Wanbao Tower with satisfaction. System, convert energy value. Afterwards, Gu Chongqing walked through the bustling streets, muttering to himself. The next moment, the spirit stones in the storage ring disappeared instantly. Ding. Conversion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 energy points, which can be used to upgrade and strengthen the pet. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent operating panel unfolded before his eyes. Gu Chongqing glanced around and chose Shadow Spider, without hesitation, turning on the advanced enhancement mode. Are you sure you want to enhance Shadow Spider? Confirm. Gu Chongqing's mind moved, and the system prompts sounded one after another. Ding. Strengthening successful. Your Shadow Spider has been promoted to the extraordinary level, and its combat power has soared. Unlock new skill, Shadowbound Spider Prison. Gu Chongqing's eyes focused, and he quickly called up the skill panel to view the details. Shadow Binding Spider Prison releases Shadow Spider Silk within a specified range, instantly wrapping around the target's shadow to form a strong bondage, and even controlling their limbs. This skill is simply an advanced version of spiderweb binding. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed, and his heart was pounding. The previous spiderweb restraint was equivalent to a physical attack visible to the naked eye. However, this new skill not only retains the control characteristics of the spiderweb binding, but can even directly act on the shadow of the attack target, achieving a more bizarre and powerful confinement effect. Awesome. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner shock. Shadow Shuttle, Concealed Whereabouts, Shadowbound Spider Prison. No matter which skill, it is a mysterious ability that is not inferior to the top martial arts. It has to be said that every time the Shadow Spider advances and strengthens, it always brings him surprises beyond his imagination. Unfortunately, the system stipulates that only one of each Zerg species can be edited. Gu Chongqing sighed secretly. Otherwise, if we could build a legion of shadow spiders, what a terrifying combat force that would be. Warm reminder. The host's current energy reserves cannot continue to strengthen the existing pet. Suggested plan. Gather editing materials and create new Zerg monsters to expand combat power. Hearing the mechanical sound of the system, Gu Chongqing thought to himself. Today, the shadow spiders, tiger bees, mantises, and ghost moths have all been upgraded to the extraordinary level. If you want to break through to the elite level, just to advance one beast, you will need a full 100,000 energy points. 100,000 points. Gu Chongqing stared at the remaining 20,000 energy points on the panel and shook his head secretly. This huge amount of money is undoubtedly a long and arduous task considering his current assets. Since it is temporarily impossible to improve the quality of existing Zerg monsters, increasing their number is also a strategy. This time, I must edit a Zerg monster with strong defense. Gu Chongqing thought to himself that he already had a clear direction. And right now, I just happen to have that Xin-level treasure armor as editing material, so I just need to catch an insect to do it. Master, the ones with the highest defense are naturally beetles. At this moment, the tiger bee's telepathic voice came up flatteringly. If conditions permit, I suggest giving priority to the queen. When the word mother insect was mentioned, this guy's intentions were obvious. Gu Changqing laughed in silence. Although he didn't say much, how could he not see the tiger bee's little thoughts? Master, don't be fooled by it. Shadow Spider immediately retorted. In terms of shell defense, male beetles have greater potential. Are you jealous? The tiger bee teased in a frivolous tone, then added seriously. Okay, I admit that male beetles are indeed stronger. However, the master's system upgrade function is not gender-specific. Both males and females can advance and become stronger. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. In that case, the task of catching the beetle will be left to you. Remember, I want the male one. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, the tiger bee did not dare to neglect. Then it quickly flew out of the system space and flew into the wild in a sullen manner. Chapter 84 The Fifth Zerg Monster, Thanos. Zueyun Tower, the top floor pavilion. Boss, great news. As soon as Gu Changqing came out of the secret passage, Meng Jing excitedly stepped forward to report. Someone wants to book our entire Zueyun pavilion tonight and make a net profit of over 200,000. Since he had already known about this, Gu Changqing was calm at this moment. If this fourth master is really the fourth prince, this business tonight will become a hot potato. People in the royal family have always been fickle and can get into trouble if they are not careful. Boss, you don't seem happy. Meng Jing noticed something strange and asked in confusion. It's okay, just do your best to follow the customer's request. Gu Changqing looked calm and said, remember, every step must be done carefully. He paused briefly and added, also, one of the guests tonight is Lu Riyun. When you meet her, be careful not to mention anything about me. Manager Lu? Meng Jing was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly he understood. It turns out the boss already knew about it. No wonder he was so calm. Then he pondered for a moment, carefully savoring the profound meaning of Gu Changqing's words. Tonight's guest specifically requested that the meat slices be cut into heart shapes, clearly a gesture of affection. It seems that the woman who was confessed to was Lu Riyun. If he told Manager Lu about the boss's affairs, it would inevitably arouse the suitor's suspicion and ruin the atmosphere. Boss, I understand. Meng Jing nodded solemnly, as if he understood, then turned around and went to do his work. Gu Changqing sat on the chair with a calm look. Unless necessary, he really didn't want to have too much interaction with the royal family. After all, with the current strength of Tianji Pavilion, it still needs to keep a low profile and cannot withstand any storm. Otherwise, if you are not careful, the whole situation will be ruined. The appearance of the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan, was unexpected. As for the fourth master, who was coming to Zueyun Tower tonight, no matter whether his identity was true or false, he would avoid him if possible and try his best to prevent anything from happening. Master, here I come. At this moment, a black shadow rushed in from the window, interrupting Gu Changqing's thoughts. I saw the tiger bee's 6 legs tightly grasping a dark rhinoceros beetle, and it landed steadily on the table. This is the mature male insect I carefully selected. The tiger bee loosened its claws as if to show off, raised its little head, and looked at Gu Changqing. The rhinoceros beetle did not run away. Instead, it opened its Y-shaped horns angrily and charged towards the hornet fiercely. Roll! The tiger bee waved its claws and knocked the rhinoceros beetle to the ground. If it hadn't deliberately restrained its strength, with its extraordinary strength, it could have torn the beetle in half with one claw. Gu Changqing reached out and pinched the struggling rhinoceros beetle and felt a hard touch with his fingertips. This thick and sturdy body is indeed outstanding among beetles. Then, he took out the Shin-level armor and the small jade bottle containing his own blood. System, start material editing. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the 3 materials in front of him were instantly stored in the system panel. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gathering the materials. The Zerg monster editing template has been opened for you. The scale armor material is detected to be Shin-grade meteorite iron. The energy required for editing is 2,000 points. Are you sure you want to confirm the operation? Yes. Gu Changqing recited silently, without hesitation. Congratulations on completing the confirmation. Editing of the 5th Zerg monster begins. Ding. Editing successful. Please name the new Zerg monster. Thanos. Gu Changqing thought for a moment and picked a name at random. In an instant, a brand new pet panel suddenly appeared. Thanos. Sequence 005. Level Advanced. Combat Power Assessment. Innate Realm. Skill Iron Wall Barrier. Can deploy a 3-meter defensive force field. Talent a power-type Zerg with extremely strong defense. While retaining the basic Zerg form, it can be transformed into a rhinoceros beetle-like humanoid monster. Upgrading to the extraordinary level requires 10,000 energy points. Gu Changqing stared at the system panel, tapped the Thanos option with his fingertips, and confirmed the advanced enhancement. Bite! A crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang out, and golden light flowed on the panel. Advanced successfully. Your Thanos has been promoted to the extraordinary level, and his combat power has increased dramatically. New skill unlocked. Concussive impact. Skill description. When the horns collide, a terrifying shock wave will be generated instantly, causing area damage plus 60% critical hit rate. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the monster encyclopedia on the system panel was changing dramatically. Its Zerg form is not as small as an insect, but suddenly expands to the size of a black bull. Its entire body is covered with an inky black iron shell, and the surface is covered with dark golden lines. The 6 thick appendages ended in serrated barbs, and the Y-shaped horns on the top of the head were as sharp as scimitars, with a cold metallic luster in the candlelight. In particular, the carapace on the back is slightly raised, forming a shield-like structure that can instantly deploy a defensive force field. Gu Changqing turned his gaze and looked at the humanoid monster illustration on the right. Thanos' body was as strong as an iron tower, but he still retained some Zerg characteristics. His head was covered with a half-shell mask, revealing only a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. Sharp shell blades extend from the outside of both arms. The back is covered with thick metallic shell. The skin all over the body is dark copper in color. The muscle lines are like forged from fine iron, and it contains terrifying explosive power. As expected of a power-type Zerg, just looking at this shape alone, it looks quite powerful. Gu Changqing looked at the oppressive form of Thanos on the system panel, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Come out. With a thought, a circle of dark golden ripples suddenly appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow nearly 3 meters tall stepped out from the void, and the heavy footsteps caused the floor to tremble slightly. Chapter 85 Master, it's cheating. Master, what do you want? In the hall, Thanos appeared in the form of a humanoid monster, his voice as low as thunder, full of oppression. Gu Changqing looked at Thanos in front of him and felt quite satisfied. This is exactly the defensive Zerg warrior he wants. My goodness, this physique. The tiger bee flapped its wings and flew up, circling Thanos several times, with a gleam of surprise in its compound eyes. Thanos' eyes flashed, and he glared at Tiger Bee fiercely. Despite having undergone advanced enhancements, it still retains memories of its insect-like state. In other words, it has not forgotten the beating it received when it was caught by the hornet just now. Don't look at me like that. The Tiger Bee's body flashed, and suddenly turned into a bee-man monster, and said with a sneer of fear, If I hadn't captured you and presented you to my master, would you have been transformed so completely now? Thanos looked down at Tiger Bee and said coldly, I am grateful for the master's training, but I have a lot of opinions about you. Oh, you want to fight? A cold light flashed in the Tiger Bee's eyes, and it swung its long tail stinger behind it. Newcomer, don't think that your size is great. I, Master Foam, am also at the transcendent level. Thanos' deep voice suppressed his anger. As long as the master allows, you can try it. Why not? Tiger Bee held its head high, pointed its stinger at Thanos, and showed its fangs in a grin. The tension between the two sides suddenly became so intense that it was on the verge of breaking out. If it weren't for Gu Changqing's permission, they would have done it long ago. Seeing this, Gu Changqing couldn't help but shake his head and smile. By retrieving the footage of Tiger Bee's previous capture, it is natural to understand why Thanos has such a strong prejudice against it. It was because Thanos was about to mate with a female rhinoceros beetle, but was rudely interrupted by the Tiger Bee and dragged away. Anyone would feel humiliated if faced with this kind of situation. Since you want to fight, let's go outside. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he raised his hand and put Tiger Bee and Thanos into the system space. This is a good opportunity to test the limits of Thanos' defense. However, it is obviously not appropriate to conduct the test in the Imperial capital, and a remote location must be found. After all, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this Imperial capital, and there are countless martial arts masters hiding there. If you are not careful, it will alert all forces. Shadow Spider, take me out of the city. Before Gu Changqing could finish his words, a spider silk had already wrapped around his wrist. Then with a whoosh, the whole person disappeared into the shadows in an instant. Under the cover of night, the Shadow Spider used Shadow Shuttle, and the surrounding scenery quickly retreated like flowing water. After being promoted to the extraordinary level, This ability of its has been significantly improved. Both the concealment effect and the shuttle speed are better than before. After a moment, when Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, he was already in a bamboo forest on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The surroundings are dimly lit and quiet. Here it is. Gu Changqing's mind moved, and the moment the system space opened, two insect shadows suddenly rushed out and landed steadily on the open space in the bamboo forest. The shadow spider crawled to the outskirts of the bamboo forest, monitoring the surrounding movements to prevent outsiders from approaching. Remember, just stop when you're done. Gu Changqing glanced at Tiger Bee and Thanos and gave orders in a deep voice. Come on, let Master Bee teach you the rules. The Tiger Bee flapped its wings and flew into the air, its scarlet eyes full of provocation, and the poisonous stinger on its tail trembled slightly, emitting a cold and eerie light. Bee Cub, if you can break my defense, you win. Thanos suddenly took half a step forward, and invisible energy swept over, causing the surrounding bamboo leaves to vibrate and rustle. Boom! In an instant, a dark golden energy barrier suddenly unfolded. It spread rapidly around with Thanos as the center, instantly forming a spherical defense area with a diameter of 3 meters. Mysterious light patterns flow on the surface of the barrier, and every energy pulsation causes the surrounding space to slightly distort. Iron Wall Barrier. Seeing this, Gu Changqing's expression changed slightly. This is obviously Thanos' initial skill. Within the defensive force field, he can resist any attack. Big guy, don't come crying and begging for mercy from your master later. The Tiger Bee swooped down, and its tail vibrated, lashing out countless black afterimages like a whip. Thanos remained motionless, allowing the Tiger Bee's attack to fall on the defensive barrier on his body. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, metallic collision sounds rang out densely. Under such a high-frequency attack, the surface of the defensive barrier shook violently, and ripples appeared, but it remained as solid as a rock. Why? That's all the strength you can muster. There was a hint of sarcasm in Thanos' tone. Didn't you eat? This sentence completely ignited the Tiger Bee's anger. It has always been unruly and has never yielded to anyone except Gu Changqing. I'll make you talk tough. A fierce light suddenly shone in the Tiger Bee's eyes, and its tail stinger suddenly burst out with a fiery dark red light, and the tip of the stinger condensed into a ball of fire poison energy compressed to the extreme. This is the new skill Explosive Poison Needle it gained after being promoted to the extraordinary level. The attack is accompanied by fire poison, which can cause an explosion after hitting the target, causing secondary damage. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the Tiger Bee suddenly flapped its wings and rushed out, and its tail stinger pierced Thanos' defensive barrier like a spear. Swish, boom. The moment the needle tip touched the barrier, the fire poison energy exploded instantly. A circle of red ripples exploded on the surface of the dark golden barrier, and violent waves of fire mixed with corrosive poisonous mist spread wildly. Crack. Thanos' defensive barrier was actually blasted with spiderweb-like cracks. The dark red fire poison energy flowed wildly between the cracks, making a teeth-grinding, sizzling sound. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the barrier did not collapse except for cracks. This turtle shell is really hard. Tiger Bee's pupils suddenly shrank, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Gu Changqing stood quietly aside, silently watching the amazing defensive power displayed by Thanos, and was quite shocked. Even a Yuandan realm expert would find it difficult to break through such a defense. One more strike, and it will definitely break. The wasp's tail suddenly tensed up, and it launched the exploding poison sting again. Boom! When the poison needle pierced the defensive barrier fiercely, the violent fire poison energy exploded instantly. There were dense cracks on it, and it was on the verge of collapse. Buzz! But at this moment, a wave of energy suddenly burst out from the horns on Thanos' head, and the cracks healed strangely quickly. Immediately afterwards, this energy poured into the barrier of the formation, forming a circular shock wave visible to the naked eye, which vibrated out from the barrier. What? Bang! The sudden shock wave caught the Tiger Bee off guard, and it was instantly thrown away by the terrifying force. It broke more than 10 bamboos along the way before it managed to stabilize its body in a panic. You lose. Thanos glanced coldly and said arrogantly, Cheating. Master, it's cheating. Tiger Bee's mentality was completely broken, and he became angry and embarrassed. We clearly agreed to just defend, but you suddenly attacked. Thanos said disapprovingly, My skills are both offensive and defensive, and can be integrated with each other. Gu Changqing ignored Tiger Bee and looked at Thanos thoughtfully, asking, Can the shockwave be released while in defensive mode? Yes, Master. Thanos nodded respectfully. When the defensive barrier withstands high-intensity attacks, it can not only repair the damage through shockwaves, but also convert the overflowing energy into counterattack force. Hearing this, Gu Changqing had an idea. The Xinjian Shadow Slash that he practiced used the vibration of Yuan Jin to cause the sword shadow to split, thereby increasing the power of the attack. If this shock force could be transformed into a protective shield, wouldn't it be both offensive and defensive? This unexpected discovery immediately made Gu Changqing's eyes light up. Master, someone is approaching this way quickly. At this moment, Shadow Spider's voice was heard. The opponent's body movements are extremely fast. He must be a martial arts master. Gu Changqing's heart trembled, and he immediately put Shadow Spider, Tiger Bee, and Thanos into the system space. Almost at the same time, a strong sound of breaking through the air came from outside the bamboo forest. Laugh! Bamboo leaves rustled down, and a black shadow rushed into the bamboo forest like a ghost, and then appeared in front of Gu Changqing. Chapter 86, Fragment Bait. As the black shadow stood still, Gu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could see the man's appearance clearly in the moonlight. The man was an old man in a purple robe, with long gray hair casually tied up with an ebony hairpin, but his face was as sharp as a knife. However, the most eye-catching thing is the embroidery on the chest of the robe, which is the emblem of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. Strange, there was clearly a powerful energy fluctuation here just now. How could it suddenly disappear? The old man in purple robe stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping around like lightning, finally locking onto Gu Changqing. Could it be that this young man caused the commotion? A hint of doubt flashed in the old man's eyes, and suddenly his sleeves moved without wind, and an invisible energy wave surged towards Gu Changqing like a tide. As soon as Gu Changqing reacted, he felt his whole body tighten. It was as if countless invisible tentacles were exploring his body, even trying to penetrate it. When the invisible tentacle-like energy was about to invade the meridians, Gu Changqing's true energy suddenly activated, forming fine shock waves that exploded. Boom! As the Yuan Jin vibrated, the air around Gu Changqing twisted strangely. Those invisible tentacles were like hitting layers of sword curtains. Every time they tried to invade and explore, they were bounced back by the high-frequency, oscillating Yuan Jin. Huh. The old man in purple robe was slightly surprised and looked at Gu Changqing in front of him in disbelief. From the detection just now, he clearly felt that this young man did not use any defensive skills, but rather used the shock characteristics of some offensive martial arts in reverse. Those seemingly scattered waves of energy actually conform to a certain mysterious rhythm, forming a shock net around the body that is both offensive and defensive. Why does this kind of shockwave force resemble our sect's third-grade sword technique, Mysterious Sword Shadow Slash? The old man in purple robe thought for a moment and quickly figured out the clue. A little friendly trick. The purple-robed old man stroked his beard and smiled. I am Sun Tong, the elder who teaches the skills of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. Gu Changqing did not respond, but stared at Sun Tong vigilantly. Master, this old man is not simple. Shadow Spider's voice echoed in his mind. His strength is not inferior to that mysterious black-robed man we met in the mountains. Gu Changqing nodded secretly. If a fight really breaks out, even with the help of 5 Zerg monsters, the outcome is hard to predict. I'm very curious. Could this shock defense layer of yours be derived from the mysterious sword Shadow Slash? Sun Tong looked at Gu Changqing and said meaningfully, this sword technique is a martial art passed down from the registered disciples of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion. I wonder where you learned it from. Gu Changqing's heart sank suddenly when he heard this. I didn't expect the other party's vision to be so vicious. He saw through the martial arts that he had modified in reverse at a glance. He is indeed worthy of being the elder who teaches martial arts in the 7 Profound Martial Palace. After a brief pause, Gu Changqing took out the jade slips that marked the identities of the registered disciples of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion in order to avoid raising Sun Tong's suspicion. Disciple greets Elder Sunday. Gu Changqing bowed and clasped his fists, facing Sun Tong with martial arts etiquette, neither humble nor arrogant. At this time, I can only pretend to be a registered disciple. Otherwise, you might end up talking too much and making mistakes. I see. Sun Tong's eyes moved slightly, and he smiled and nodded in realization. This makes sense. He's just a nominal disciple, but he's able to apply the unique characteristics of martial arts to other situations. He's a boy with excellent understanding. A hint of admiration flashed in Sun Tong's eyes. Although your shock defense just now is not fully formed, it has already taken shape. If it can be further improved, It may be possible to create a new defensive martial art. Gu Chongqing felt a little relieved, but he remained alert and said with a smile, "Disciple understands." But Sun Tong changed his tone and asked with a hint of meaning, "Did you just fight with someone here?" As he spoke, his eyes swept over the bamboos that were broken by the tiger bees, which were obvious signs of a fight. Gu Chongqing's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "I'm just practicing alone here, trying out new moves, and I'm not fighting with anyone." Sun Tong narrowed his eyes, but did not ask any further questions. Then he flipped his wrist slightly, took out a jade slip from the storage ring, and suddenly handed it over. Gu Chongqing was startled and immediately raised his hand to grab it. A jade slip of cultivation technique. He calmly mobilized his mental power to probe into the jade slip, and instantly dense golden runes appeared in his sea of consciousness. Each character is vibrating at a high frequency, constantly reorganizing and arranging itself like a living thing. Is this a dynamic technique? Gu Chongqing's heart was pounding, and he looked at the jade slip in his hand in surprise. Ordinary jade slips of skills below the 6th grade usually have fixed pictures and texts. However, the text in this jade slip of martial arts techniques will automatically evolve according to one's level of understanding. When his consciousness tried to capture a certain word and began to comprehend it, the character suddenly transformed into countless golden threads, interweaving into a three-dimensional array in the void. This is the introductory chapter of the 9-layered sky-shaking art, a 7th grade technique. Sun Tong smiled gravely. The way you just used your Yuan gene to deflect my probe is quite similar to the resonance force unloading technique. I see that you have extraordinary comprehension. Although the secret code contained in it is only a fragment, it should be of some help to you. 7th grade martial arts secrets. There was a gleam in Gu Chongqing's eyes. He is now stuck at the peak of the innate realm. The most core problem is that he does not have any martial arts techniques above the 6th level. Even though it's only a fragment, if one can comprehend this secret, one will surely be able to break through to the realm of half-step down mortal. If you want to obtain a complete 7th grade technique. Sun Tong looked at Gu Chongqing with deep eyes and said meaningfully, "As a registered disciple, you are not qualified to obtain it. If you can pass the Wufu assessment in 3 days, you can bring this jade slip to me to obtain the complete technique." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing was quite surprised. How could he not see the obvious intention to win him over? It was clearly using the incomplete martial arts technique as bait to lure him into participating in the assessment of the 7 profound martial palace. Gu Chongqing raised his eyes and looked at Sun Tong, who was smiling at him. Could it be that this old man has discovered something? Chapter 87. Someone is stealing the business. Gu Chongqing looked at the fragment of jade slip in his hand and pondered secretly. The complete secret of the 7th grade martial arts technique is indeed a great temptation for him to break through the current bottleneck of his cultivation. However, as the head of Tianji Pavilion, Gu Chongqing is inherently proud. If one wants a set of skills, he will have to join the Kixuanhua Mansion and become a disciple of other forces, kowtow and bow down to them. He really had no interest in this. But right now, there are benefits to be gained, so there is naturally no reason to refuse. I will definitely repay this gift someday. Thank you. An intriguing smile appeared on Gu Chongqing's lips, and he casually put the jade slip into his storage ring. Goodbye. Before he finished speaking, he flashed and used Shadow Step to rush out of the bamboo forest. Leaving now. A trace of surprise flashed across Sun Tong's eyes. He stared at the black afterimage that shuttled through the bamboo forest and stood there in a daze for a moment. He never expected that Gu Chongqing would leave so easily and neatly. You know, in the past, when those registered disciples met him, the elder who taught them the skills, they were all trembling with fear and trying to please him in every way possible. In comparison, Gu Chongqing's attitude is simply unbelievable. That's all. Sun Tong shook his head and smiled, muttering to himself in a low voice. This boy has extraordinary comprehension. If he can become a formal disciple of the 7 profound martial palace, he will be a talented person with great potential. I hope that the incomplete set of skills will not disappoint me. Little did he know that the gift he thought was a favor to his disciple would actually save his own life in the future. After leaving the bamboo forest, Gu Chongqing directly summoned the shadow spider and used the shadow shuttle technique and disappeared into the vast night in an instant. Master, that old man seems to think highly of you. Tiger Bee chuckled. Why not take this opportunity to sneak into the 7 Xuanwu Mansion? Furthermore, if you were present on the day of the assessment, it would certainly facilitate our assassination operation. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened slightly, and he weighed the pros and cons secretly. He naturally knew what Tiger Bee meant by convenience, which was obviously the absolute secrecy of the system space. Regardless of the success or failure of the assassination, with just a thought, they can be taken back into the system space without leaving any trace. After all, there are so many experts in the 7 Xuanwu mansions. Even if Shadow Spider and the others succeed in the assassination, they will be in great danger once their whereabouts are discovered. But if you go to the scene in person, you can control the situation at any time and truly leave no trace. It seems that I have to go there in person on this assessment day. Gu Chongqing's thoughts gradually became clear, and he had already made a decision. The 5 Zerg monsters were all created by him and have independent consciousness, just like partners. Making money is important, but it is unbearable to let them take risks. Master is mighty. Tiger Bee cheered, but then said slyly, "It would be even more perfect if I could beat up Thanos." Gu Chongqing laughed and scolded, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ask the 4 of them to deal with you together." Agree. Shadow Spider, Mantis, and Thanos all agreed almost in unison. Okay, I'll shut up. Faced with such a scene, the Tiger Bee instantly became intimidated and quickly fell silent. Master, there are assassins targeting our prey. However, at this time, Gue Moth, who was in charge of monitoring Ma Xiao far away in the imperial capital, suddenly sent a message. Assassin. Gu Chongqing's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that someone would steal his business. With a thought, he immediately activated the shared perception with the ghost moth, and his vision suddenly switched. The surrounding environment was a dark alley in the block. Ma Xiao walked alone in the alley, moving suspiciously as he went deeper into the alley. The ghost moth, in the form of a fly, hovered slowly above. Through its vision, it saw a black shadow following like a ghost not far behind it, with a cold glow of a dagger in its hand. The man was dressed in black and his aura was extremely concealed. He was obviously a well-trained professional killer. If it weren't for the ghost moth's keen sense of smell, it would be difficult to detect. Where is Ma Xiao going to sneak around in the middle of the night? Gu Chongqing frowned slightly. Are you going to do something dirty again? Thinking of the incident of kidnapping the little girl, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Master, do you need to intercept? Gue Moth's cold gaze had locked onto the black-clad assassin, and he suddenly spoke in a voice message. Gu Chongqing hesitated for a moment and responded coldly. No need, just keep watching. Although his business was robbed, he had no obligation to save people. However, in order to give an explanation to the employer, it is still necessary to notify in advance. Otherwise, if you are questioned afterwards, wouldn't it be a waste of time? With this thought in mind, Gu Chongqing took out the jade talisman for transmitting sound. As the light flashed, a deep voice came from the other side. What's going on? Besides our Tianji Pavilion, have you hired any other assassin organizations? Gu Chongqing asked directly. No, how can you say that? Ma Tianxiong's voice changed obviously, and his tone suddenly became tense. My informant just sent me information that Ma Xiao is being secretly followed by an assassin in a dark alley in the northern part of the city. Gu Chongqing said calmly. Before carrying out the assassination mission, Tianji Pavilion has no obligation to protect the prey. You can do whatever you want. After saying this, he directly cut off the sound transmission jade talisman without saying anything more. What? In the darkroom at this time, Ma Tianxiong suddenly clenched the jade talisman in his hand, his eyes full of surprise and suspicion. Obviously, he didn't expect that besides him, there was someone else who hired an assassin to assassinate Ma Xiao. Although he didn't know who Ma Xiao had offended, at this critical juncture, if Ma Xiao was killed, all the previous plans would fail. No one is allowed to touch him except me. Ma Tianxiong's eyes were stern and his tone was cruel. Then he strode out of the dark room, summoned many masters of the Ma family, and headed towards the northern streets of the city in a menacing manner. Chapter 88 Everything is Tolerable. Zueyun Tower, top floor lobby. In the shadow of the corner, Gu Chongqing used the Shadow Spider's shuttle skills and suddenly flashed out. His consciousness still maintained the sharing of Ghost Moth's vision, and he was always paying attention to the movements on Ma Xiao's side. It has to be said that Ma Xiao's vigilance was really worrying. The assassin had been following him for a long time, but he was completely unaware. In this regard, Gu Chongqing didn't care about Ma Xiao's life or death, and had no intention of helping him. Anyway, he has already received half of the mission reward, so any accidents that occurred during the period will not be considered as a breach of contract. Under such surveillance, the assassin was obviously very patient. He continued to follow quietly, waiting for the best time to strike. Afterwards, Ma Xiao stealthily turned into the depths of the alley, pushed open a dilapidated wooden door, and slipped into a low bungalow. Inside the house, candlelight flickered. A little girl with her hands and feet tied with hemp ropes was curled up in the corner and shivering. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth, and she could only make faint whimpering sounds. The ghost moth quietly landed on the window, taking in everything in the house. It's her again. Gu Changqing's pupils suddenly shrank as he saw the little girl's appearance clearly. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the little girl would fall into the clutches of the pervert Ma Xiao again and be secretly abducted here? In an instant, a cold, murderous intent surged up from the bottom of Gu Changqing's heart and instantly swept through his whole body. My dear, I've kept you waiting. Ma Xiao licked his lips, his eyes flashing with morbid excitement. Although I don't know how you slipped away last time, once I've set my sights on you, it's useless to run away anywhere. The little girl's eyes were blurred with tears, and her face was full of fear and despair. Don't be afraid. Brother will make you feel comfortable. Ma Xiao reached out and pulled out a whip, letting out a creepy laugh. Call out. At this moment, a cold light suddenly shot in from the window and hit Ma Xiao's head. Ma Xiao finally noticed the sudden attack. Frightened, he subconsciously swung the whip to block it. There was only a slight hiss sound. The whip was instantly cut off by the cold light and pierced into the back of his hand. Ah! Ma Xiao screamed and staggered backward. I saw a dagger stuck on the back of his hand, and blood was flowing out. Immediately afterwards, the assassin swiftly rushed in through the window and landed steadily in the house. His face was covered with a black cloth, revealing only a pair of eagle-like eyes, staring coldly at Ma Xiao. It's been rumored that the Ma family's heir is a pedophile. Seeing him today, it's true. The black-clad assassin glanced at the little girl, then turned his gaze to Ma Xiao, his voice filled with murderous intent. Who sent you? Ma Xiao's face turned pale, and he covered his wound tremblingly. My father is Ma Tianxiong. If you dare to touch me, you will die. The black-clad assassin said coldly. Killing you makes my hands dirty. But what you did today is a way to get yourself killed. Before he finished speaking, he approached like a ghost, holding a dagger in his hand and carrying a sharp energy, stabbing straight at him. Ma Xiao's face changed drastically, and the true energy in his body circulated wildly, trying to activate the protective qi. However, the assassin's dagger was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. With a flash of cold light, it directly tore through his body's protective vitality and went straight to his throat. Puff! Ma Xiao hastily turned sideways, barely avoiding the fatal blow, but the dagger still left a hideous bloody mark on his neck. With just this little ability, you dare to do evil? The black-clad assassin sneered and said contemptuously. Who sent you? Ma Xiao's face turned pale, and he said in horror, however much that person gave me, I will pay you double. Money is like dirt to me. The black-clad assassin stared at Ma Xiao with disdain, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. Then he approached again, the dagger in his hand following him like a shadow, and every move was deadly. Ma Xiao dodged in a panic, feeling extremely horrified. Although he was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, the gap between him and the assassin who was only at the half-step down mortal realm was like an insurmountable chasm. After a fierce fight, Ma Xiao's wounds continued to increase, and his clothes were stained with blood. Gu Changqing looked at the scene in surprise through the ghost moth's vision. From their previous exchange, it was clear that this person was not an assassin. If that's the case, then he's most likely a nosy, chivalrous knight. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and thought this was more likely. After all, real assassins always launch attacks silently to avoid exposing their identities, and would never waste words like this man in black. Bang! Just as Gu Changqing was thinking about it, the man in black had already hit Ma Xiao's chest hard with his palm. Ah! Ma Xiao screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and hit the wall heavily, causing the wall to crack instantly. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ma Xiao struggled to get up from the wall, his eyes full of fear, and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Killing a scum like you, worse than an animal, is not worth the effort. The man in black snorted coldly, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light. At this critical moment, Ma Xiao suddenly grabbed the dagger on the ground and threw it hard. The moment the man in black dodged sideways, Ma Xiao took the opportunity to break through the door and escaped from the house in a panic. The man in black's eyes flashed, and he was about to chase after him when he heard hurried footsteps outside the house. Immediately, he stopped at the door. The ghost moth that had been lurking in the dark also looked in the direction of the sound. A group of Ma family masters, led by Ma Tianxiong, arrived in time and saw Ma Xiao, covered in blood, escaping from the house. Dad, save me. Ma Xiao staggered towards his father as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. Ma Tianxiong's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't even look at his son, and his sinister eyes were fixed on the man in black. You're courting death if you dare to touch anyone from my Ma family. Take it from me. Ma Tianxiong shouted angrily, and the dozen or so Ma family masters behind him immediately rushed away. The man in black flashed and quickly retreated into the house, while taking out a black ball and smashing it to the ground. There was a loud bang, and suddenly black fog rose up. When the smoke cleared, he and the little girl had disappeared together. Master, the assassin escaped. A Ma family expert reported. Should we investigate? No need. Ma Tianxiong's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he said in a cold voice, no one is allowed to spread what happened tonight. Yes. More than 10 Ma family masters nodded in awe. Are you okay? Ma Tianxiong turned his gaze to Ma Xiao, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He knew better than anyone else the dirty things his son had done. If we continue to investigate, it will attract the attention of too many forces, and won't the Earl's mansion be ridiculed? No. It's okay. Luckily my father arrived in time. Ma Xiao was still in shock. The child only suffered some minor injuries. He avoided Ma Tianxiong's gaze and didn't dare to look him in the eye. It's good that you are all right. Take the prince back to heal his wounds immediately. Ma Tianxiong took a deep breath and suppressed the anger surging in his heart. As long as it doesn't affect the plan, everything is tolerated. The Ma family has many young men of the younger generation, and if there is only one prince, and he is useless, they can just train him again. But he couldn't afford any mistakes after planning for many years. The pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion is truly all-powerful. He actually found out so quickly that Shower was attacked and killed. Ma Tianxiong couldn't help but feel secretly relieved that he got the news first. Otherwise, with the strength of the black-clad assassin, Shower would definitely die tonight. If that's the case, then that pavilion master, doesn't that mean he already knows of my existence? As his thoughts flashed, Ma Tianxiong's heart suddenly sank and his eyes swept around sharply. Little did he know that a small fly was hovering in the night sky, staring at him. Interesting, it seems like they've noticed something. Gu Changqing saw Ma Tianxiong's reaction through the ghost moth's vision and couldn't help but sneer. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Ma Tianxiong even schemed against his own flesh and blood. Being so cruel and ruthless, this guy is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Although we don't know what conspiracy he is behind the scenes, we will know everything in the assessment of the 7 Xuanwu mansion in 3 days. As for me, I just kill people and get paid. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened slightly, and then he recalled the ghost moth. After tonight, Ma Xiao will definitely be placed under house arrest in the Ma mansion for special protection, and there will be no need to continue monitoring him. Boss, something terrible is happening. Just as Gu Changqing was gathering his composure, Meng Jing's anxious voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. The fourth master who booked our Xianlu tonight said he wants to see you. Chapter 89. The fourth prince, Chu Yan. Why does he want to see me? Gu Changqing looked at Meng Jing who walked into the hall, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. That person said that this Zuyan Tower was originally the private property of his sixth brother, and now it has a new owner, so he has to see it with his own eyes. Meng Jing was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized something, and his pupils shrank. Chu Linyuan is the sixth prince, then this fourth master. Isn't that the fourth prince? At this point, Meng Jing's Adam's apple rolled. He never thought that the person who booked the entire Zuyan Tower tonight would be such a person. Gu Changqing's face was calm, as he had guessed this long ago. Boss, do you want to see him or not? Meng Jing lowered his voice and asked cautiously. Don't panic. Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment and said calmly. He's just a prince, not an emperor. After saying that, he walked down the stairs calmly and headed towards the lobby. As he walked, Gu Changqing casually put on the mask with dark patterns, covering his entire face. Meng Jing calmed himself down and hurried to catch up. The lobby on the first floor is brightly lit. In the huge hall, in addition to more than 10 hidden blade killers disguised as shop assistants, there were also more than a dozen sturdy men in casual clothes standing solemnly. These people have a restrained aura, yet they exude a hint of fierceness. They are obviously palace masters. They seem to be standing randomly, but in fact they formed a tight protective circle around the dining table in the middle. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting at the dining table. One of them was Lu Ruyun. The other person was a man wearing a black brocade robe. He has a handsome face and eyes as deep as ink. Although his facial features are somewhat similar to Chu Linyuan, his temperament is more cold. This person is the youngest prince of Yan in the current dynasty, the fourth prince Chu Yan. Miss Lu, the hot-potted Xinlu is spicy and delicious, and the taste is indeed well-deserved. Chu Yan's eyes fell on Lu Ruyun, with a hint of a smile on his lips. I wonder if I will have the honor of inviting you to dinner next time? That look did not hide the admiration in his eyes at all. Your Highness, you're joking. It's my honor to be invited by you. Lu Ruyun nodded slightly. If there's a next time, please let me be your host. Because the other person's identity was somewhat special, she was neither impolite nor overly enthusiastic when talking and laughing. The scale is well grasped. That's great. Chu Yan smiled carefreely and said nothing more. But the smile on his face, coupled with his cold temperament, makes people feel a little chilling. Lu Ruyun picked up a piece of meat and put it into her mouth, chewing it slowly without making a sound. She was fully aware of the fourth prince, Chu Yan's earnest invitation. On the surface, it seems to be a pursuit, but in fact there are other intentions. He simply wanted to use the Lu family's strong financial resources to gain some bargaining chips in his fight for the throne of the royal family. Fourth master, he's here. A burly guard reported in a low voice. Chu Yan paused holding the chopsticks, looked up, and saw Gu Chongqing wearing a mask with dark patterns walking slowly towards him. Lu Riyun's eyes moved as she looked at Gu Chongqing from head to toe calmly. She pursed her red lips slightly, and she was already determined in her heart. Stop! As Gu Chongqing walked down the stairs, he was stopped by the guard and scolded. You must take off your mask when you see our fourth master. Oh! Gu Chongqing glanced at the other person calmly and said, if that's the case, then disappear. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave without a care in the world. The guard was stunned by this unusual reaction, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Lu Riyun couldn't help but chuckle and covered her lips with her hands. She also didn't expect that Gu Chongqing was so interesting. Just one sentence made the guard extremely embarrassed. Wait. Chu Yan put down his silver chopsticks, which made a crisp sound on the porcelain plate. Are you the new owner of Xianlu? It seems he's quite arrogant and doesn't even want to show his true face to others. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it made the atmosphere in the room suddenly freeze. Lu Riyun's smile faded, and she clearly noticed the dissatisfaction in Chu Yan's tone. In her opinion, it would be unwise for Gu Chongqing to offend the fourth prince because of this. After all, Chu Yan is not only a noble prince, but also the king of Yan who holds real power. Shelf? Gu Chongqing paused slightly, turned his back to Chu Yan, and smiled faintly. Your Highness is here as the fourth master. Isn't he also wearing a mask? When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Meng Jing's expression became even more tense, and he stared at Gu Chongqing in disbelief. I totally didn't expect that the boss would reveal the identity of the fourth prince so casually. This behavior is tantamount to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. A cold light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes as he stared at Gu Chongqing's back. Presumptuous. The leading guard shouted coldly. Since you already know the fourth prince, why don't you kneel down and salute? The other plainclothes guards immediately changed their positions and directly surrounded all of Gu Chongqing's escape routes. The expressions of the Tianji Pavilion's hidden blade assassins present changed as a dagger slipped out of their sleeves and fell into their hands. Gu Chongqing ignored the guard's scolding and turned around, and then he performed the shadow step. As his body twisted, when the afterimage disappeared, he had passed through the circle of guards and sat down at the dining table opposite Chu Yan. Interesting. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and his voice was filled with a hint of amusement. You are truly a remarkable person. No wonder Sixth Brother gave this Zuiyun Tower to you. But, he raised his hand to signal the guards to withdraw. I didn't come here today to investigate this. Gu Chongqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly under his mask. What brings the fourth prince here? Chu Yan raised his glass and swirled it gently, then slowly said, I heard that Sixth Brother was ambushed on his way back to the imperial capital. Fortunately, he was rescued and a spy was caught. Is this matter related to you? Gu Chongqing's eyes moved slightly. This guy clearly wanted to test the depth of his relationship with Chu Linyuan. After all, there were quite a few guards around the sixth prince at that time, and there were always some who leaked information. It was not difficult for Chu Yan to find out the reason. Gu Chongqing raised his eyes calmly, meeting Chu Yan's sharp gaze, and said calmly, I just happened to be passing by at the time. It was just a small favor. To express his gratitude, His Highness the Sixth Prince gave me the deed to this restaurant. Hearing this, Lu Riyun on the side couldn't help but be a little surprised. Who would have thought that Gu Chongqing had such a close relationship with the Sixth Prince? No wonder he was able to own this building in a prime location when he first arrived in the imperial capital. I see. Chu Yan pretended to smile and put down his wine glass. This was exactly the same as the intelligence he had obtained. I have to say, you are indeed very resourceful. Chu Yan stared at Gu Chongqing and said meaningfully, It's only been a little over 20 days since you took over Xinlu, and you've managed to grow it to this size. If you were given more time, perhaps all the restaurants in the entire imperial capital would not be a match for your Xianlu. Gu Chongqing smiled calmly and responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Your Highness, thank you for your kind words. We are just trying to make a living. But in this imperial capital, some meals are not available to everyone. Chu Yin suddenly changed the subject. If someone cuts off your livelihood, what will you do? Lu Riyun was stunned when she heard this, and glanced at Gu Chongqing quietly. She knew that this was a common tactic used by the fourth prince to test him. But the other party has always been very cunning, making it difficult to guess his true intentions. Chapter 90. Don't be shameless. To cut off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly under the mask. Although he didn't know what Chu Yin meant by this, he still said without hesitation, I will give him a taste of his own medicine. Well said. A hint of approval flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, as if he had been waiting for these words. He looked at Gu Chongqing with a half-smile. Your Xianlu has only been open for 2 days, and the business of nearby restaurants and hotels has plummeted. Especially the Juxiang Pavilion across the street. If I hadn't booked Zuiyun Tower tonight, I guess there wouldn't be any customers going there right now. Gu Chongqing looked indifferent and said without comment, Your Highness, your words are somewhat taken out of context. Although there is competition in the business world, Xianlu has never used any underhanded means to snatch customers. Customers simply choose on their own. Chu Yin shook his head and said meaningfully, Business is like a battlefield. Without strong strength, it will be difficult to sustain for long. The same is true for Xianlu. Without support from behind, it will ultimately be nothing more than a flash in the pan. Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened slightly, and he already knew the other party's intentions. This guy has been beating around the bush for a long time, and it turns out he is planning to take over Zuiyun Tower. To put it bluntly, it is just a way of getting something for nothing, and they want to take over Zuiyun Tower. I always admire smart people. Chu Yin restrained his smile and said, You are a smart person. You should know how to make a choice. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Riyun, as if he was doing this on purpose to show her, which felt like killing a chicken to scare the monkey. If you don't surrender, this Zuiyun Tower will be the end of your Lu family. Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes darkened. If she had known that Chu Yinxuan had such thoughts, she would never have accepted the invitation to Zuiyun Tower today. Now, Gu Chongqing has been implicated for no reason. I'm ashamed. I'm so stupid that I don't know how to choose. Gu Chongqing stood up calmly, his eyes calm as he met Chu Yan's gaze. Do you really think that you can take away the fruits of your labor with just a few words just by relying on your status as a prince? This is not support at all. It's clearly an attempt to cut off someone's source of income. Or maybe. Gu Chongqing glanced at Lu Riyun's slightly unnatural expression and had a guess in his mind. In other words, Chu Yan's act might be to establish his authority in front of Lu Riyun and to warn the sixth prince Chu Linyuan at the same time. What a great way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but in the end you become cannon fodder. It's a pity that Gu Chongqing has never been a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. Stupid. Chu Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he naturally heard the rejection in Gu Chongqing's words. Boy, a man who knows the times is a hero. The leading guard glanced at Gu Chongqing and sneered. Having the fourth prince as Zuiyun Tower's backer is a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. Don't be shameless and end up shooting yourself in the foot. Meng Jing frowned when he heard this. At this moment, no matter how slow his thinking was, he could see the situation clearly. But the boss hadn't spoken yet, so he didn't dare to speak rashly. He just gave the shop assistants a subtle look. The guy's eyes turned cold, and they nodded secretly as if they understood. As killers, they don't take the so-called powerful and wealthy seriously. As long as the pavilion master gives the order, even if they are asked to assassinate the emperor, they will be killed. Fourth brother is really in a good mood. He even booked the entire Xianlu for hot pot. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, a clear voice suddenly came from the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A young man in white walked into the lobby, waving a folding fan. His features were similar to Chu Yan's, but he had a more romantic and suave charm. There is no doubt that this person is the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed slightly. This guy came at the right time. Weren't you punished by your father to copy the classic of filial piety 500 times? Chu Yin raised his eyes and glanced at him calmly. Why, sixth brother, you even dared to disobey the order of the emperor. Chu Linyuan said nonchalantly. Father didn't set a time limit, so there's no need to rush. He approached with a smile, his eyes lingering on Gu Chongqing's mask for a moment before turning to Lu Riyun. Miss Lu is here too? What a coincidence. Lu Ruyun stood up and saluted. Greetings, sixth prince. Chu Linyuan pulled a chair over and sat down, grinning at Chu Yan. I came here uninvited. Wouldn't fourth brother be unwelcome? No problem. Chu Yan smiled coldly and said with a hint of thorns, I just didn't expect that you would care so much about this restaurant. It's my property after all. Chu Linyuan poured himself a glass of wine, his tone as casual as if he was discussing the weather. Although it has been transferred to Bosku now, I still have to show some concern. These words immediately made Chu Yan's eyes darken. He originally thought that Zueyun Tower was just a thank-you gift from Chu Linyuan, but now he expressed his attitude in public. Gu Chongqing smiled secretly in his heart. With Chu Linyuan around, the status of both sides were equal, and he could just be a bystander. No wonder Boss Gu is so confident. Chu Yan quickly regained his composure, turned his gaze to Gu Chongqing, and said calmly, It turns out that he already has a backer behind him. Gu Chongqing remained silent, too lazy to talk to the other party. It would be wise to keep silent at this time and let them deal with each other on their own. Boss Gu only wants to do business and doesn't want to get involved in any fights. I hope fourth brother will forgive me. Chu Linyuan put down his wine glass, making his point clear. In that case, I don't need to say more. Chu Yan stood up and glanced coldly at Meng Jing and the shop assistants in the store. Then his eyes fell on Gu Chongqing. For some reason, he just now felt that the eyes of these people seemed to reveal murderous intent. Especially Gu Chongqing, who has never revealed his true face, is the most unpredictable. After all, the mere fact that he was not afraid of the oppression of imperial power was enough to make him think deeply. In addition to Chu Linyuan's support, it seems that there is a hidden and powerful trump card behind it. Could it be the 7 profound martial palaces? A trace of fear flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he immediately turned and left without hesitation. The reason why he can now compete with the crown prince in the court is all thanks to the network of power he has painstakingly built over the years. But all of this is based on the premise that the 7 Xuanwu mansions remain neutral. This is because this huge martial arts force has never interfered in the struggle for imperial power. If due to certain things, the 7 Xuanwu mansions intervene in the court affairs, then the power he had worked so hard to build to seize the throne would probably collapse in an instant. Thinking of this, Chu Yan unconsciously quickened his pace to hide his inner restlessness. Chapter 91. Life is unpredictable. It is always better to be cautious. Brother Gu, your mask is quite unique. In the lobby, Chu Linyuan glanced at Gu Chongqing and couldn't help but teasing. Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes also fell on Gu Chongqing's mask. Dressed in such a mysterious way, it is obvious that he does not want to reveal his true appearance in front of outsiders. She looked around thoughtfully and saw that the shop assistants had stern expressions and reserved auras and did not look like ordinary waiters. Let's talk upstairs. Gu Chongqing said briefly, glanced at the two of them, and took the lead to walk towards the stairs. Tianji Pavilion had just been established, and he was somewhat wary of all the members except for his 3 trusted associates, Fang Baiyu, Meng Jing, and Zhao Rong. After all, there is no guarantee that there are no spies from other forces or killers taking advantage of the situation in this organization. Things are unpredictable, so it's always better to be cautious. In the private room on the top floor, Gu Chongqing took off his mask casually. As you please. He sat down in the main seat, crossing his legs lazily. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ruyun's eyes. The 6th prince is still here, but Gu Chongqing doesn't even show any courtesy. Although Chu Linyuan had no real power in the court, there was always a hierarchy. 6th prince, please take a seat first. Lu Ruyun bowed slightly and hummed softly. Haha, Miss Lu, there's no need to be so reserved. Chu Linyuan smiled brightly and sat down in the same carefree manner. Look at Brother Gu. I appreciate his casual demeanor. There's no need for all that formality between friends. Friend? Lu Ruyun was slightly stunned, then sat down gracefully. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry about what happened tonight. She pursed her red lips and said, If I had known that the 4th prince would target you, I would never have accepted the invitation to go to Ziyun Tower. No problem. Gu Chongqing's expression was calm. Even if you didn't come, he would have come to test you. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Chu Linyuan. After all, this restaurant was generously gifted by His Highness the 6th Prince. Brother Gu is indeed an understanding person. Chu Linyuan had obviously anticipated this and sighed softly. My 4th brother has always been suspicious by nature. He never lets his guard down, even towards a younger brother like me. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly, as if he was quite helpless about the current struggle for the throne in the court. Gu Chongqing did not continue talking about this topic. Although Lu Ruyun is a woman, she has the shrewdness of a businessman and naturally understands the pros and cons. The Lu family is indeed wealthy, but they have always only followed the orthodox, that is, the true crown prince. As long as the crown prince is still alive, no matter how outstanding the other princes are, the Lu family will not be shaken in the slightest. Besides, the Lu family now has Lu Xuan'er, a genius selected by the Seven Xuanwu Mansion. As long as they don't violate any major taboos, the forces in the court dare not touch the Lu family. Brother Gu has only been in charge of Xinlu for half a month, and he's already managed this mess into a prosperous business. He's really got some good tactics. Seeing that Gu Changqing and Lu Ruyun suddenly fell silent, Chu Linyuan understood and immediately changed the subject. Just some tricks. Gu Changqing smiled calmly and changed the subject. Since His Highness the Sixth Prince and Miss Lu have honored us with their presence, why not try our newly developed Nine Palaces hot pot? Chu Linyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's exactly what I want. Lu Ruyun chuckled and nodded. When she was dining with Chu Yan before, she was always absent-minded and hardly picked up her chopsticks. In contrast, I felt particularly relaxed and comfortable when I was with Gu Changqing and the others, and I even felt like tasting some delicious food. Afterwards, Meng Jing led several shop assistants in, holding a gilded copper pot in his hand. The red and white soup base was rolling in the 9-square grid, and the aroma of pepper and butter instantly filled the entire hall. It smells so good. Chu Linyuan's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath of the aroma. He couldn't help but praise. This Nine Palaces hot pot is so delicious just by smelling it. He couldn't wait to pick up a piece of beef and dip it lightly in the boiling red soup. The meat slices instantly curled up and changed color. Dip it in the special sauce and put it into your mouth. The spicy and delicious flavor instantly explodes on your tongue. This spicy and fresh flavor is absolutely amazing. Chu Linyuan narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and praised repeatedly. This taste is so good that even the imperial kitchen would be eclipsed. Lu Ruyun's appetite was also aroused by the aroma. She elegantly picked up a piece of tender white fish fillet and put it into the clear soup to cook. The fish melted in her mouth, so fresh and sweet that she was immediately amazed. This clear soup is so delicious. Mr. Gu is really ingenious. Chu Linyuan was too busy talking to move his chopsticks back and forth between the 9-square grid. Sometimes they ate shabu-shabu tripe. Sometimes they boiled duck blood, and they ate with relish. It's so delicious. I must bring my father here to try it someday. Chu Linyuan thought to himself as he picked up his chopsticks. Maybe if he's happy, he'll forgive me the punishment of reciting the book of filial piety 500 times. At the same time, the lights in front of Juxiang Pavilion are bright. Manager Wang stood at the door of the store with his hands behind his back, squinting his eyes as he looked at the bustling diners in the store, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. He turned his head to look at Xinlu across the street, only to see that the newly opened restaurant looked deserted, in stark contrast to the bustling scene of his own shop. Once the novelty wears off, our old brand of Juxiang Pavilion is still the most reliable. Manager Wang sneered, a smug look on his fat face. However, at this moment, several diners just walked out of the Juxiang Pavilion, sighing as they walked. What bad luck. Xianlu has been booked by a big shot tonight, and he won't even let me in. That's right. I came all the way here specifically to try the Nine Palaces hot pot, but it was a wasted trip. I had no choice but to settle for Juxiang Pavilion. When Manager Wang heard this, the smile on his face froze. Only then did he understand that Xianlu was not deserted, but the entire restaurant was booked by a distinguished guest. For a moment, Manager Wang felt a surge of emotions in his heart, as if his Juxiang Pavilion was just like that street stall, becoming a substitute for what others had left. He frowned and ordered the waiter beside him. Go find out who has booked Xinlu tonight. Manager Wang stood in front of the store, his face gloomy and uncertain, staring at Xinlu not far away. I didn't expect that it would attract such a large number of customers to book the entire restaurant just 2 days after opening. If Xinlu opens more branches in the imperial capital, how will Juxiang survive? No, we must find a way. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Zhongwan's eyes, and he muttered to himself. It would be best if we could find someone to drug the hot pot at Xinlu and ruin their reputation. By then, I'd like to see who still dares to go to Ziyun Tower. Thinking of this, he grinned and felt that this plan was the most effective. Butler Wang, I found out everything. Not long after, the waiter came back breathlessly and whispered nervously. The person who booked the entire place tonight seems to be His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. Also, the Sixth Prince and Lu Ruyun from the Lu Trading Company are also at Ziyun Tower right now. What? Manager Wang's expression suddenly changed, and he froze in place as if struck by lightning. The fourth prince actually booked Zueyin Tower himself. There is also Lu Ruyun from Lu's trading company. Although her status is not as high as the two princes, she is also an important figure in the business world. Who exactly is the owner of this Zueyin Tower? Manager Wang suddenly turned around and looked at Zueyin Tower again, his eyes filled with panic. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the despicable means he had thought of earlier had not yet been put into action. Otherwise, even if I had 9 heads, they wouldn't be enough to chop off. Chapter 92. Just collect money and kill people. Until late at night. After Lu Ruyun and Chu Linyuan had eaten and drunk their fill, they left one after another. Gu Chongqing walked to the window and habitually glanced at the street below. After observing for a while, he was surprised to find that all those sneaky spies in the past were gone tonight. Could it be because the fourth prince has booked out the entire Zueyin Tower? After a little thought, Gu Chongqing understood the reason. Although Chu Yin intended to target him tonight, his visit to Zueyin Tower unexpectedly saved him from a lot of trouble. It is wonderful that a willow tree has grown into a shade without any intention. Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled faintly, and looked away. Laugh. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the inner wall of the hall. As the wall slowly cracked, Fong Baiyu, dressed in black, walked out of the secret passage. Boss, the matter you explained has been investigated. Fong Baiyu stepped forward quickly and reported. Ma Tianxiong is indeed the prince's man. On the surface, this man is the commander of the city guards, but in reality he is the crown prince's hidden pawn in the court and one of his most trusted confidants. Gu Chongqing looked at Fong Baiyu calmly and asked, what forces are affiliated with the fourth prince Chu Yin? Fong Baiyu lowered his voice and said, the fourth prince has been operating as the Prince of Yan for many years. His influence within the court is already deeply entrenched and complex, making it difficult to investigate. However, the fourth prince's followers are now powerful enough to rival the crown prince. If the situation continues to develop like this, Fong Baiyu grinned nonchalantly and said, without the intervention of a powerful external force, it would not be easy for the current crown prince to ascend the throne smoothly. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened slightly, and he understood in his heart. In other words, if Ma Xiao is assassinated on the day of the assessment of the 7 Xuanwu mansion, everything will be traceable. Fong Baiyu said thoughtfully, Ma Xiao is the eldest son of the Ma family. He will definitely take over the family power in the future. His status is very important. Logically speaking, I feel that the employer of this mission is most likely someone from the fourth prince's side. Boss, what do you think? As he spoke, he looked up at Gu Chongqing, feeling that his guess should be correct. Gu Chongqing shook his head. If I hadn't already known the inside story, I would have pointed the finger at the fourth prince just like you did. Fong Baiyu was stunned when he heard this. Boss, what you mean is... His voice sank slightly, with a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Is there someone else who is the real mastermind behind this? You may not believe it if I tell you. Gu Chongqing said calmly. Because the employer who hired our Tianji pavilion to assassinate Ma Xiao was none other than Ma Tianxiong. What? Fong Baiyu's pupils suddenly shrank, and his voice almost lost control. Ma Tianxiong wants to kill his own son? Gu Chongqing nodded silently. Fong Baiyu recovered from his shock and said in disbelief, did Ma Xiao sleep with his father's concubine? Or did you do something unjust? Gu Chongqing said meaningfully, given Ma Xiao's status, if he died in the assessment site of the 7 Profound Martial Palace, who do you think is the most suspicious? Fong Baiyu replied without hesitation, of course it's the fourth prince's people. Before he could finish his words, he felt a shock in his heart and finally realized what was going on. The two forces that are now fighting openly and secretly in the court are undoubtedly the crown prince and the fourth prince. As the Prince of Yan, the fourth prince has surrounded himself with various talented people, which will inevitably be the biggest obstacle for the crown prince to inherit the throne in the future. There is no way to break the deadlock unless there is intervention from external forces. The Kixuanwu mansion is located near the imperial city and is obviously the best choice. Of course, although the 7 Xuanwu mansion never interfered in the struggle for imperial power, Ma Xiao's death on their territory was definitely a shame for the Wu mansion. At this point, the 7 Xuanwu mansions will take the opportunity to intimidate all forces in the court. The Ma family is not only the prince's staunch confidant, but also the victim of this incident. The 7 Xuanwu mansion will definitely not make things difficult for them. But it's different for the fourth prince's followers. They will become the primary suspects and will not be able to escape thunderous suppression. Using you as bait to lure the 7 Xuanwu mansions into the game. What a plan to wipe out the entire family. After figuring out the key, Fang Baiyu couldn't help but take a breath. He never expected that Ma Tianxiong's move was so ruthless. He even didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own flesh and blood just to lure the 7 Xuanwu mansion into the game. Boss, are you still going to continue this shady business? Fang Baiyu asked with a serious expression. Of course. Gu Chongqing's eyebrows lightened. According to the rules of Tianji Pavilion, since we have accepted the order, we must complete it. The targeting by the 4th Prince, Chu Yin tonight, has made him wary. If we can use this incident to weaken their power, it will save Ziyunlu a lot of trouble in the future. Fang Baiyu frowned. But Ma Tianxiong was so cruel as to kill even his own son. If we really kill Ma Xiao, we will inevitably be used as scapegoats. Gu Chongqing said nonchalantly. People in our line of work are like knives in other people's hands. If you were assassinated, would you desperately track down the assassin instead of seeking revenge on the mastermind? Fang Baiyu's eyes flashed, and he grinned in understanding. I understand. So what's your plan for this operation? If necessary, I can select a few top-tier assassins from the Darkblade group. No need. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment, then slowly said, on the day of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion assessment, I will go there in person. You just need to guard Zuiyin Tower. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu's expression suddenly changed, but he didn't say much in the end. He knew better than anyone that Gu Chongqing had a mysterious killer organization under his command. Not to mention the previous assassinations, which were all done without anyone noticing. Even the middleman Chen Kuei's lair was wiped out. Ma Xiao's cultivation level is only at the peak of the innate realm, so it shouldn't be difficult. In his opinion, the boss's trip to the Kixuanwu mansion might have other purposes. Place more spies in the Ma residence recently, and keep an eye on them at all times. Gu Chongqing ordered. If there is any movement, report it immediately. Okay, I'll do it right away. Fang Baiyu nodded seriously, then turned and left. Gu Chongqing looked up at the night outside the window, his eyes calm, without a trace of emotion. Although we are aware of the conspiracy of the prince's forces, the current situation is delicate and the best strategy is to go with the flow. The purpose of Tianji Pavilion is simply to kill people for money. As for the rest, just ignore them. Chapter 93. It's a dragon or a worm. Today. 3 days later, early morning. Boom! Suddenly, a deep sound like muffled thunder was heard from the top floor of Ziyun Tower, shaking the entire building. I have finally broken through to the half-step Dao mortal realm. Gu Chongqing opened his eyes, and the ripples of Yuan Jin surrounding his body gradually subsided. He looked around and saw that the hall was in a mess, with tables, chairs and ornaments all broken and scattered all over the floor. This happened just now when he was practicing the 9-layered sky shocking art to reach a new level. The internal energy in his body vibrated and leaked out, shockingly shattering all the surrounding objects. It's worthy of being a 7th grade martial arts secret technique. Even though it's only a fragment, it has such power. Gu Chongqing raised the corners of his mouth and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. If he could obtain the complete technique, he believed that he would be able to break through the shackles and advance to the true Daofan realm. Boss, are you okay? Meng Jing hurried over and asked nervously. Fang Baiyu and Zhao Rong followed closely behind, hurriedly emerging from the secret passage. But when they saw the messy scene in front of them, their pupils couldn't help but shrink, and they looked around vigilantly. It's okay, I was just practicing. Gu Chongqing stood up and said with a faint smile to Meng Jing and the other 3, but I'll have to trouble you to clean up. The boss's aura seems to be getting stronger. Fang Baiyu looked at Gu Chongqing with a twinkling gaze and said in surprise, could it be a half-step mortal realm? When Zhao Rong and Meng Jing heard this, a strange light suddenly flashed in their eyes. Now in Tianji Pavilion, Gu Chongqing is their pillar, and his strength is related to the rise and fall, honor and disgrace of the entire organization. Well, I have completed the practice of this set of incomplete skills. You can take it and study it. After Gu Chongqing finished speaking, he casually handed the jade slip of martial arts techniques to Meng Jing in front of him. Fragments. Meng Jing took the jade slip and felt a little confused, but he still mobilized his mental power to carefully explore the contents. After a moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and he said in shock, Boss, is this a 7th grade martial arts technique? What? Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu snatched the jade slip and began to investigate it impatiently. Oh my god, it really is a 7th grade one. When he sensed the profound secrets contained within the jade slip, his eyes suddenly lit up and his face flushed with excitement. Hearing this, Zhao Rong couldn't help but be stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Superior martial arts above the 6th level, especially the mental methods, are extremely precious training resources in the martial arts world. Because these resources are almost entirely monopolized by major sects, royal families, and ancient martial arts families, ordinary cultivators don't even have the chance to see them, let alone practice. At this moment, Gu Changqing casually took out a set of 7th-grade heart techniques. Although it was only a fragment, it was enough to drive many warriors crazy. "Boss, this is too expensive." Meng Jing's voice trembled slightly, and there was both desire and hesitation in his eyes. Gu Changqing glanced at the three of them and said with a faint smile, "We are all family, so why distinguish between high and low? Since you have chosen to follow me, I will not let you go hungry if I have a bite of meat to eat." His tone was casual, yet gentle like a spring breeze. "Thank you, boss, for your cultivation." When Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu clasped their fists and saluted, their eyes were full of gratitude and determination. They knew very well that the Tianji Pavilion would grow stronger in the future, and if their cultivation was too poor, they would not be able to keep up. "This technique is not suitable for me. It's too rough." Zhao Rong covered her lips and chuckled softly, a few smile lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. "Next time there is a technique suitable for women, it won't be too late for me to practice it." Such an enchanting posture made Gu Changqing's face stiffen, and he quickly looked away. "Because I really can't bear to watch." Buzz. At this moment, the sound transmission jade talisman in the storage ring suddenly vibrated. Gu Changqing's mind moved slightly, and a sinister voice entered his ears. "The prey has set off for the 7 profound martial palace. Immediately send your assassins from the heavenly secret pavilion to prepare for the assassination." Gu Changqing put away the jade talisman, a playful sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. In order to ensure the smooth ascension of the prince to the throne, Ma Tianxiong was even willing to kill his own son. He was even more impatient than he had imagined. However, serving the king is like serving a tiger. I don't know whether that guy can get what he wants in the end. Today is the day of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion's assessment. Do you really want to go there in person? Fang Baiyu stared at Gu Changqing, his brows full of worry. "Yeah, just joining in the fun." Gu Changqing looked nonchalant, as if he was just going to watch a play. "In that case, I will go and prepare the carriage." "No need." Gu Changqing raised his hand to stop Meng Jing, who was about to turn around. "I can do it alone. You two should stay out of this. The boss always has his own plans. Too many people would only be a burden." Zhao Rong smiled tenderly, clearly having great confidence in Gu Changqing. Afterwards, Gu Changqing said no more, turned around and walked into the secret passage, and his figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. Every 3 years, the beginning of autumn is the day for the admissions examination of the 7 Xuanwu Mansions. This day is also the most important day for the young warriors in the Daong dynasty. Especially for those little people without family background, the martial arts examination is like a dragon gate for them. Once you succeed, you can rise rapidly and break through the shackles of various classes. Gu Changqing did not deny this. Just like the college entrance examination in the previous life, for ordinary students, it is an opportunity to make the leap to success. But for those rich second generations who are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and those with a good social background, it is just an experience, and academic qualifications do not represent ability. Because as long as they have money, even if they fail the exam, it will not affect their quality of life. At this time, Gu Changqing had already appeared on the street. I saw young figures pouring out of the nearby in one after another. They walked quickly, their eyes determined, and were almost all heading in the same direction. As the crowd grew, these figures gradually gathered into a dense flow of people, surging like a tide. Although they were all young warriors full of vigor and vitality, they all tried their best to control their emotions for today's crucial assessment. Even if they are accidentally bumped into by others, they choose to endure it and not say anything. Ghost Moth, lock onto the prey's whereabouts first and wait for instructions. Gu Changqing gave an order, then blended in quietly, following this huge team as a candidate, heading towards the city gate. The ghost moth flew up and suddenly transformed into an eagle in midair, flying away quickly. When they arrived at the city gate, the guards had already opened the gate and did not stop Gu Changqing's team at all. In an instant, many young warriors swarmed out of the city gate and ran madly towards the back mountain in the suburbs. That is where the 7 Xuanwu Mansion is located. A distance of dozens of miles may seem far for an ordinary person, but most of those who can come here to take the test are young talents who have reached the acquired realm. During this gallop, almost no one stopped to rest, showing great endurance. Gu Changqing blended into the crowd, moving his shadow steps freely and maintaining a steady pace. Although his motive for this trip was not pure, This was the first time he had truly felt such vigorous vitality since crossing into this world. The leaping figures of the young warriors around him made his blood boil unconsciously, as if he was about to leap over the dragon gate. About half an hour later, the mountains in the distance gradually became clear. The towering buildings of the 7 profound tortoise mansions were looming in the morning mist, like a giant beast entwined on the earth. This spectacular scene instantly made many young warriors' blood boil, and their eyes ignited with a burning desire to fight. Whether it is a dragon or a worm, today is the day. Chapter 94. The target has been locked. Is that the 7 Xuanwu mansion? Gu Chongqing looked at the huge building complex in the distance and was quite shocked. The Xuanwu mansion is built on the mountainside, with a magnificent architectural style, like a small city. The outer wall is tall and majestic, stretching to the end of the site. The entire martial arts palace is shrouded in a majestic aura from the inside out, which makes people feel awe. If my Tianji pavilion can develop to this scale in the future, it will be enough. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but feel infinite yearning in his heart. Then, he followed the crowd to the foot of the mountain and was stunned by the scene before him. I saw that this area was already crowded with people, with a huge crowd and constant noise. Gu Chongqing did not rush to the front, but chose to stop and watch from the periphery. At the same time, the ghost moth transformed into an inconspicuous fly, hovering above the crowd, and every face flashed quickly in its vision. Searching for the target person in such a dense crowd is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Gui Moth had been monitoring Ma Xiao all the time for a while and had already memorized his scent. After some searching, we quickly determined the direction. Immediately, the ghost moth flapped its wings and flew away following the smell. It glanced around and suddenly locked onto Ma Xiao's figure in the crowd. Master, the target has been locked. The ghost moth immediately sent a voice message. Should we hunt? Gu Chongqing looked around and hesitated for a moment. No rush. After all, the mission requires that the assassination must be completed during the assessment process. Although this place is under the jurisdiction of the 7 Xuanwu mansion, it is still some distance away from the actual assessment site. More importantly, the examiner from the Wu mansion has not yet appeared, which is completely inconsistent with the regulations of the assassination mission. If he acted rashly at this moment, even if he succeeded in killing Ma Xiao, he would not be able to achieve his employer's goal. In this way, not only will all the previous efforts be wasted, but you won't even get any reward. So we can only wait. You must wait until you enter the assessment area before you can take any action. Continue monitoring. Gu Chongqing secretly instructed. Try not to reveal your whereabouts. After receiving the order, the ghost moth quietly increased its flight altitude to avoid attracting the attention of the people around it. However, its cold gaze remained fixed on Ma Xiao, never leaving his gaze for a moment. Strange, why do I always feel like someone is watching me? Ma Xiao frowned slightly and looked around subconsciously, feeling that something was wrong. Ever since the last assassination attempt, his nerves have become extremely sensitive and his awareness of the surrounding environment has increased significantly. Although the crowd in the field was so bustling that it was inevitable that their eyes would cross, the feeling of being secretly monitored was lingering, making him feel uneasy. However, after he looked around carefully, he did not find any suspicious figures. Maybe it's just the nervousness before the test. Ma Xiao took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and comforted himself secretly. He looked up at the towering mountain gate of the 7 profound martial palace, and his eyes became firm again. Little did he know that just as he was about to focus his gaze, a small fly strangely turned back and stared at him again. The ghost is still there. Ma Xiao suddenly turned around and swept his sharp eyes around. The young warriors closest to him felt uncomfortable when he looked at them like this. Is this person sick? Why are you staring at us? That look, it's like he wants to eat me. In this way, under the continuous surveillance of the ghost moth, Ma Xiao's nerves became more and more tense. The feeling of being watched is always there, but I can never find the source. Damn it, I better not catch who it is. He gritted his teeth, his body shaking slightly uncontrollably with anger. Brother Xiao, what's wrong with you? Several of the Ma family members nearby noticed something unusual and couldn't help but ask, did he not get enough rest last night? Please help observe. Ma Xiao's face turned pale, and he said in a low voice, I feel like someone is watching me. Spy on you. Several members of the Ma family looked around in confusion, but did not find any suspicious people. They looked at each other and then suddenly understood. It seems that the previous assassination attempt caused him to become a little nervous. Brother Xiao, are you too nervous? A member of the Ma family comforted him. This is the territory of the 7 Xuanwu mansions. Who dares to? Shut up. Ma Xiao suddenly interrupted. What do you know? The assassination that day was actually. The words came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. After all, if such a dirty thing were to get out, I'm afraid the whole capital would make fun of him. You reap what you sow. In the distance, Gu Chongqing saw the changes in Ma Xiao's expression through the vision of the ghost moth, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ghost moth, the fly is a bit of a target. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and he grinned and said, turn into a mosquito and continue to monitor him, slowly torturing him. Highly alert? It will be easier to torture you until you have a mental breakdown. Clang. At this moment, a deep bell sound suddenly rang out from in front of the mountain gate. Hearing this sound, the crowd suddenly became agitated. Immediately afterwards, countless eyes turned towards the mountain gate. I saw a team of deacons and examiners in black military robes standing there without me noticing. Leading the group was a burly, middle-aged deacon with a resolute face. It's about to begin. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, but his tone was somewhat intriguing. Quiet. The middle-aged deacon shouted in a deep voice, and with the help of Yuan Jin, the sound exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The originally noisy crowd suddenly became quiet. Ma Xiao's attention was immediately drawn there, and he no longer cared about the secretly prying eyes. Even if the black-clad assassin from that night was here, he didn't believe that the other party would really dare to take action on the territory of the 7 Xuanwu mansion. What's more, there are so many master deacons at this moment. Are you planning to walk into a trap? I am Mo Tianxing, the chief examiner of the 7 Xuanwu palaces, in charge of today's entrance examination. The middle-aged deacon swept his gaze over the crowd. This time, our assessment is divided into 3 stages. Anyone who passes the test can officially enter our government. Outstanding performers. Having said that, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and continued. He will be promoted to a personal disciple of this mansion and will be rewarded with a spirit essence creation pill and a set of 7th-grade cultivation techniques. When Mo Tianxing's voice fell, the crowd in the field suddenly burst into an uproar. Chapter 95 Gravity Stone Ladder. Spiritual Essence Creation Pill. 7th grade cultivation technique. When they heard about the reward items, the whole audience instantly became excited. Gu Chongqing glanced around and saw that everyone looked fanatical, their eyes full of excitement and desire. It is said that the Spirit Marrow Creation Pill has the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow and can allow warriors below the Yuan Dan realm to directly break through a small realm. That 7th rank Heart Sutra is even more precious. A complete inheritance of the technique would be priceless in the outside world. Listening to the excited discussions around him, Gu Chongqing felt a resonance in his heart. Because, when entering the Xuanwu mansion, resources such as elixirs and treasures are secondary, and the main thing is to pass on the skills. These martial arts traditions embody the experience accumulated by countless predecessors and are the essence of the lifelong practice of powerful people throughout the ages. Without these experiences to guide you, it would be a foolish dream to explore the path of martial arts on your own. Now we begin the first stage, climbing the Xian ladder. After the middle-aged deacon finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and waved it, and the thick fog behind the mountain gate suddenly parted. Suddenly, a giant stone staircase winding upwards emerged from the mist. I saw that the stone staircase was blue-gray in color, and each step was engraved with runes, faintly glowing with a dark light. It was obviously not an ordinary stone staircase. This staircase has a total of 1,000 steps and is equipped with a gravity formation. The higher you go, the stronger the pressure becomes. The middle-aged deacon glanced at everyone with a cold gaze and said in a deep voice, "Only those who reach the top can enter the Martial Arts Academy and participate in the subsequent assessments. Those who cannot reach the top will be eliminated." As soon as the words fell, the young warriors present all looked surprised. 1,000 stone steps, plus a gravity formation. This is simply life-threatening. What do you know? This gravity stone staircase tests one's physique and will. The 7 profound martial palaces won't accept unqualified people. No wonder the threshold to the 7 profound martial palace is so high. This first level alone is enough to eliminate most people. Gu Chongqing looked at the stone stairs and couldn't help feeling an urge to try it out. Having just broken through to the half-step down mortal realm today, he now felt his whole body was full of energy and wanted to test the level of his physical limit. Start. Following Mo Tianxing's command, thousands of young warriors rushed towards the stone stairs like a tide. However, the moment the first group of people stepped onto the first stone step, boom! An invisible pressure suddenly descended. Holy crap, that's so heavy. A fat man's face suddenly changed and his steps became slow in an instant. It's so stressful right at the beginning. Won't it be even harder later on? There was a flicker of surprise in everyone's eyes, and the candidates lined up at the back secretly gathered their strength. Gu Chongqing did not rush forward, but observed the reactions of the people in front. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the front. The fat man just now couldn't bear the pressure and rolled down the stone stairs like a ball of meat. Waste! Mo Tianqing glanced at him coldly. You can't even reach the 10th level, and you dare to take the test? Everyone's heart trembled, and they adjusted their breathing more carefully and moved forward steadily. After observing for a while, Gu Chongqing found that those warriors with solid foundation and higher cultivation level climbed the ladder obviously faster. However, some people who rely on elixirs to forcibly improve their cultivation have a hard time. This shows that this formation can detect the true strength. At the same time, Gu Chongqing discovered through the ghost moth's vision that Ma Xiao had also stepped onto the stone stairs. Although his steps were heavy, he remained calm and composed, and it was obvious that his foundation was good. As soon as the ghost moth caught up, it felt its body suddenly become heavy under the gravity of the formation and almost turned back into its original form. Flying in midair can actually be affected? A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Chongqing's eyes, and he immediately gave up his plan to take action on the gravity stone ladder. Under the all-round gravity suppression, the speed of Ghost Moth and Shadow Spider was reduced by at least 60%, which was completely unfavorable for assassination. If you act rashly, you will most likely be noticed by the stewards of the 7 Xuanwu Palace. Moreover, climbing the stone stairs with the body of an insect would probably arouse suspicion before even getting close to Ma Xiao. After all, even human warriors find it difficult to bear the pressure, so how can a few zergs be safe and sound? What's more, those examiners and deacons are not just for show. Each of them has a very sharp eye. Thinking of this, Gu Chongqing had an idea and immediately took the ghost moth back into the system space. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Anyway, there are still 2 rounds of assessment, so there are plenty of opportunities. Afterwards, Gu Chongqing followed the last group of people and arrived at the stone stairs. He paused for a moment, then stepped onto the first stone step. Buzz! The moment my feet landed on the stone steps, a heavy feeling of oppression instantly enveloped my whole body, as if a 100-pound rock was pressing down on me. Gu Chongqing's body sank slightly, but he did not deliberately circulate the true energy in his body to resist. Instead, he relied solely on his physical strength to resist and steadily climbed up the stone steps. The 1,000 stone steps are just the beginning. Consuming your energy too early will only lead to lack of strength later on. When you reach the 100th step, many of the warriors who climbed with Gu Chongqing were pale and their legs were trembling. In contrast, the female warriors, although also pale in complexion, seemed to be at ease. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed slightly, and he saw some clues from it. The gravity formation in this stone staircase will obviously vary from person to person. It does not simply apply fixed pressure, but is adjusted according to the climber's physique. The gravity that women bear is probably 30% lighter than that of men. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and continued to climb up steadily. As you go higher, the pressure becomes stronger, and the levels are divided into hundreds. 500 steps. At this altitude, the pressure has increased several times. Some warriors with unstable foundations had their true energy exhausted, and their legs began to tremble. Some people even fell to their knees, unable to move forward at all. However, even if you stay where you are, you will still be tormented by the heavy pressure. In the end, they could only reluctantly climb out of the stone steps, collapse on the grass outside, and exit the game. Some good talents have emerged from this year's assessment. Mo Tianqing looked down at the many figures on the stone stairs, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. 60% of the people were eliminated in the first round of the assessment. I think it's about the same as in previous years. The young butler standing nearby said nonchalantly. 60% is just a probability. I'm talking about those candidates who performed well. Mo Tianqing said solemnly. There's one person in particular who actually used his physical strength to withstand the pressure of the 500th step. I want to see how far he can reach before using his true energy. As he spoke, his eyes fell on a young figure on the stone stairs, and he watched with interest. That person was Gu Chongqing. My body managed to make it to the 500th level. Hearing this, the young deacons looked at Gu Chongqing in surprise. You know, when they took part in the test of the gravity stone ladder, without using their true energy, they could only hold on to more than 300 steps at most. I didn't expect there would be such a monster. Chapter 96. The assassination was successful, and the mountain gate was blocked. 600 steps. At this time, Gu Changqing had already reached the 6th stage with his physical strength and willpower. At this altitude, the pressure is so terrifying that it is suffocating. Gu Changqing was breathing heavily, and the joints of his legs kept making creaking sounds. Every step he took seemed to exhaust all his strength. He looked up. I saw that many of the warriors who set out first had already reached the summit. As for Ma Xiao, his physique was obviously good, as he had actually reached the 900th step and was also about to reach the top. Almost. Gu Changqing took a deep breath slowly, allowing the true energy in his Dantian acupoint to flow out. Boom. In an instant, a wave of pure energy vibrated out from the body, and the surrounding heavy pressure field was suddenly dissipated by the impact. Gu Changqing suddenly felt his body lighten, as if infinite power was flowing through his body. The previous numbness and weakness disappeared in an instant. The true energy in Gu Changqing's body burst out completely, and the moment he took a step, the shadow footwork was suddenly performed. In an instant, his figure rushed upwards like a ghost, turning into a string of black afterimages soaring straight up. 600 steps. 700 steps. 800 steps. Gu Changqing's figure rose up swiftly like a whirlwind, constantly breaking through new heights. Oh my god! What's going on? Who is that guy? So fierce. The pupils of all the young warriors along the way were shocked, and they exclaimed in surprise. We're almost there. Ma Xiao looked at the dozen or so steps left ahead, and a victorious smile appeared on his face. Call out. However, at this moment, a black shadow passed by him and surpassed him in an instant. What? Ma Xiao's face suddenly changed, and he quickly looked up. I saw Gu Changqing standing steadily on the last step. It's actually him. Ma Xiao stared at Gu Changqing in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. Before you. Gu Changqing looked back at Ma Xiao, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Then he took a step forward and officially reached the top. At the same time, all the pressure on the body dissipated. Ma Xiao followed closely behind, barely climbing to the last step, and almost collapsed. Gu Changqing looked around calmly and found that there were already hundreds of candidates who had reached the top. And among the stone stairs, there are still 300 or 400 people climbing to the top. Although the number is not small, compared with the thousands of people just now, the elimination rate can be imagined. He only used his true essence at the 600th level. This boy's bones are truly rare and precious. Not far away, Mo Tianxing glanced at Gu Changqing and secretly praised him in his heart. The deacons couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Gu Changqing's performance was obviously completely beyond their expectations. Little did he know that Gu Changqing's attention at this moment was entirely on Ma Xiao. He pretended to be out of breath and retreated behind the crowd, staring at Ma Xiao with a hidden look. The guy was pale and sitting cross-legged on the ground like everyone else. He was adjusting his condition after taking the pill. Perhaps because the stewards of the 7 Xuanwu Palace were not far away, Ma Xiao was not alert at all at this moment. However, the deacons ignored the others who had already reached the summit. After looking at Gu Changqing for a few seconds, they turned their attention to the young warriors who were still climbing the stairs to prevent anyone from cheating. Seeing this, Gu Changqing's eyes turned slightly cold. Ma Xiao had just reached the top. He was extremely exhausted and mentally relaxed. It was the perfect time for assassination. Shadow Spider, Ghost Moth, Blade Mantis, quick battle and quick decision. As soon as Gu Changqing had an idea, 3 Zerg pets suddenly appeared and hid in the shadows. The Ghost Moth transformed into a mosquito and quietly approached Ma Xiao. Then activate the innate skill, Mental Shock. Hiss. In an instant, an invisible mental wave hit Ma Xiao's mind. Well, his body swayed slightly, and before he could react, his consciousness was instantly penetrated and he fell into a brief dizziness. At the same time, the Shadow Spider used its shadow traveling ability to suddenly appear next to Ma Xiao with the mantis. The Shadow Spider crawled into Ma Xiao's sleeve, quickly climbed up to his chest, and bit his heart hard. The poison instantly invaded his blood vessels. Oh! Ma Xiao suddenly woke up from the severe pain. The moment he screamed, the mantis suddenly jumped up, and its sharp blade limbs with a cold glow slashed towards his neck. Brush! Ma Xiao's throat was cut in an instant, and blood gushed out. Mo Tianxing noticed something unusual, and his sharp eyes swept over here like a knife. In this split second, Gu Changqing's mind moved, and he recalled the shadow spiders in time. What's going on? The warriors who had reached the summit around them were in an uproar and retreated one after another, their faces filled with horror. Help me! Ma Xiao widened his eyes and covered his neck in horror. However, Under the double fatal attack of the shadow spider and the mantis, his body began to twitch uncontrollably, and his life was soon completely cut off. Mo Tianqing flashed and appeared beside Ma Xiao in an instant, but it was too late. Who did it? He swept the entire audience with a cold gaze, and the terrifying pressure of the Yuandan realm suddenly erupted, and the air seemed to solidify. Asshole! How dare someone assassinate us on the territory of the 7th Xuanwu Mansion? The deacons also rushed over quickly, frowning as they looked at Ma Xiao's body, shocked and angry. Mo Tianqing frowned, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone one by one, trying to find anyone suspicious among them. Gu Changqing was now mixed in the crowd, and like everyone else, he looked horrified. When Mo Tianqing's gaze fell on him, he was so determined that he didn't even dodge, as if he was just a bystander. There are no fluctuations in true energy, no traces of hidden weapons. Mo Tianqing stared at the bluish wound on the corpse's neck, feeling confused and uncertain. Ma Xiao's death was extremely strange. Brother Xiao. At this time, a member of the Ma family who had just reached the top saw Ma Xiao's body before he had time to be happy. His face turned pale instantly, and he collapsed to the ground in fear, his eyes filled with incredible horror. Do you know this person? Mo Tianqing asked coldly. He is the Earl's son of our Ma family, Ma Xiao. The Ma family disciple's voice trembled as he forced himself to stand up. Who committed this murder? I will report this to the head of the family. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The Ma family's heir. Mo Tianqing's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face instantly became as gloomy as water. Ma Tianxiong, the Earl of the Ma family, was the commander of the imperial capital's city guards. However, his son had died during the assessment of the 7 profound martial palaces. Obviously, this is no longer a simple assassination. Seal the mountain gate. All examinees who reach the summit are not allowed to leave even a single step. Mo Tianqing waved his hand fiercely and shouted, "Everyone in the Deacon Hall, mobilize and thoroughly investigate this matter." In an instant, the bells in the Kixuanwu Palace rang loudly, and dozens of figures rushed in from all directions, quickly blocking off the entire area. Chapter 97. New Discovery in the Autopsy. Swish swish. At the top of the stone stairs, dozens of black-robed deacons rushed over and stood in various directions, completely blocking everyone's retreat. At the same time, the gravity formation of the stone stairs was shut down, and the assessment was suddenly stopped. What's going on? The formation is out of energy? The young warriors who had not yet reached the top were suddenly confused. They all looked upwards with puzzled eyes. Fearing of violating the rules, they could only stop where they were, at a loss as to what to do. An unexpected situation has occurred today, so the assessment is temporarily suspended. Mo Tianqing glanced at the candidates below, and his solemn voice echoed over the entire stone staircase. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed suddenly. What happened? Is someone cheating? Impossible. This is the entrance exam for the 7 profound martial palaces. Who dares to tamper with this? The candidates who were still unaware of the situation couldn't help but talk about it. However, those warriors who failed the assessment could not help but be overjoyed. Assessment cancelled? Does this mean there's still a chance to start over? This result is even more exciting than winning the jackpot. Mo Tianqing ignored everyone's suspicions and turned his cold gaze to the hundreds of candidates who had reached the top earlier, including Gu Changqing. Calm. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and suppressed his inner turmoil. The more times like this happen, the more we must not lose our composure. The Shadow Spider's assassination operation was perfect. Apart from the fatal wound on Ma Xiao's body, there was no trace left at the scene. What's more, the Shadow Spiders and Mantises had already been stored in his system space. This kind of absolutely secret space is impossible to detect even if the top masters of the 7 Xuanwu mansions come in person. Therefore, Gu Changqing knew very well that what he needed to do most at this moment was to remain calm and not reveal any flaws. What a rampant assassin! How dare he kill people in the territory of the 7 Xuanwu mansion and disrupt the admissions examination? Anger surged in Mo Tianqing's eyes. If we don't find the real culprit today, how will our 7th Xuanwu mansion maintain its dignity? Senior Brother Mo, there are new findings from the autopsy. A deacon quickly walked over to Mo Tianqing and reported in a low voice. In addition to the fatal wound to the throat, the deceased also had an unusual bite mark on his chest. Mo Tianqing frowned suddenly. What bit me? The wound was torn in a jagged pattern, with purple-black poisonous spots on the edges. The deacon paused and said in a serious tone, "The initial diagnosis is that it is some kind of high-level insect race. The poison is so strong that it is enough to corrode the heart meridians of a Dao mortal realm warrior within 3 breaths. High-level Zerg. When Mo Tianqing heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A warrior in the Daofan realm is said to have skin and bones of iron and steel, and ordinary poisonous creatures cannot hurt him at all. The Zerg being able to poison and kill such a powerful being instantly was unheard of even in the records of the demonic beasts. What's even more terrifying is, during the entire assassination process just now, with his cultivation level at the peak of the Yuandan realm, he was unable to catch any trace of the Zerg when he first noticed the movement. This is definitely not something an ordinary monster would do. At least it has the strength of a 5th-level monster. Also, there's frost residue on the wound on the deceased's neck, which doesn't seem like it was caused by an ordinary sharp weapon. The deacon added in a low voice, "It looks more like a short blade made of cold marrow black iron." Hearing this, Mo Tianqing's eyes suddenly darkened. Poison-type Zerg, cold-type weapons. His thoughts raced, and he quickly sorted out the clues. Although the mysterious Zerg may be difficult to track, this cold attribute weapon is undoubtedly the most important breakthrough at the moment. Immediately check everyone's personal belongings, including everything in the storage ring. Mo Tianqing's cold voice carried unquestionable majesty. Among the candidates present, there are some self-proclaimed geniuses. But at this moment, these arrogant young people were silent as a mouse and lined up obediently to be inspected. After all, in such situations, any act of resistance would most likely be seen as a sign of guilt. If you are regarded as a suspect, the subsequent troubles will not be as simple as losing the qualification for the examination. Chapter 98. Poor? So what? The deacons in the field had stern expressions on their faces as they began to examine the candidates one by one. Gu Chongqing stood in the middle of the crowd, his expression calm, waiting for inspection. "You, come here and get checked out." When it was Gu Chongqing's turn, the black-robed deacon stared into his eyes and asked, "Name? Where are you from?" "Gu Chongqing, from Qingzhou City in the northern border." Gu Chongqing spoke calmly, his eyes showing no evasion. "Did you notice anything unusual when Ma Xiao was assassinated just now?" "Nothing. I'm going to search your entire body now, including your storage ring. Do you have any objections?" After some questioning, the black-robed deacon stared sharply at every subtle expression on Gu Chongqing's face. "Please." Gu Chongqing looked calm, without any fluctuation in his expression. An ancient bronze mirror appeared in the deacon's palm, and a faint golden halo appeared on the mirror's surface. This is the spirit mirror of the 7 Xuanwu Mansion, which can detect hidden energy fluctuations and the breath of monsters. Gu Chongqing stood still, his expression calm as he let the mirror light sweep over his body, even exploring his meridians. The light flashed across the mirror, reflecting the powerful fluctuations of Yuanli in his body. Half a step into the mortal realm. The black-robed deacon's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Gu Chongqing again. Among the independent martial artists in the outside world, being able to touch the threshold of the Daofan realm at such a young age can be considered an outstanding talent. Not bad. The black-robed deacon seemed to give a compliment, then took Gu Chongqing's storage ring and took out the items inside one by one. More than 10 bags of dry food, several sets of spare clothes, an ordinary iron sword, and hundreds of taels of silver notes. That's all. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the black-robed deacon, and he was obviously quite surprised by such simple outfit. Those who practice cultivation do not need too many material possessions. Gu Chongqing nodded calmly. All of his important items were placed in the system storage space, and this storage ring was just used to conceal his whereabouts. "Oh, you look so poor yet you pretend to be noble." In the crowd, a young man in brocade clothes sneered softly, which immediately attracted many teasing looks from the surroundings. Gu Chongqing pursed his lips and chose to remain silent. Poverty. Mo Tianqing's eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly. So what? Without using his true energy, he climbed the 600 steps of the gravity stone staircase with just his physical body. Who among you can do this? Having said that, Mo Tianqing swept his eyes sharply towards everyone, his eyes full of disdain. After hearing this, the young man in brocade clothes and others who had been somewhat sarcastic towards Gu Chongqing suddenly changed their expressions, their eyes full of shock. You know, with every step you go up the gravity stone ladder, the pressure increases by 1 point. The gravity of level 600 is enough to break the bones of an ordinary warrior. Even if they have reached the half-step Dao mortal realm, they will never be able to withstand it if they do not circulate their Yuanli to protect their bodies. And Gu Chongqing was able to resist with just his physical body. This means that his physical strength is far beyond that of warriors of the same level. Thinking of this, the young man in brocade clothes and the others looked at each other, and the contempt in their eyes had long disappeared. There's no need to investigate this person any further. He's cleared of suspicion. Mo Tianqing turned his gaze to Gu Changqing, his tone clearly showing a protective tone. As you command, Brother Mo. The deacon in charge of the investigation immediately understood and responded respectfully. He knew very well that senior Brother Mo came from a poor family and that he had climbed to his current position entirely through his own efforts. Seeing Gu Changqing being ridiculed, Mo Tianqing naturally felt unhappy and deliberately supported him. Besides, the items in the storage ring are clearly visible, so suspicion can be basically ruled out. Seeing this, although Gu Changqing looked calm, he felt happy in his heart. I thought there would be many twists and turns ahead, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to get rid of suspicion. Being looked down upon like that just now actually turned out to be a pleasant surprise. However, since he hasn't really left this place yet, Gu Changqing still doesn't dare to relax at all. You're fine. The black-robed deacon glanced at Gu Changqing and then shouted coldly, "Next." Gu Changqing nodded slightly and calmly stepped aside. Mo Tianqing stood on a high place, scanning the entire audience with cold eyes.